How's it going, friends? Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Business Blaze. I am your boy with the blaze. I have no idea why this t-shirt exists, because I think, am I the only one who can wear this? Because I am the boy with the blaze and, well, you are not, but you can wear a t-shirt and pretend you are. You'll also have to shave your head and grow a beard, I'm sorry ladies. This is a video all about cocaine, legitimately.
Wish I could jump in there and roll around in all that cascading white powder.
Everyone requested this. Not everyone requested this, but it has been heavily asked for. So we've got the gift of the gods, the secret history of cocaine, possibly the greatest video ever made. Danny has written this. I will read it. Sam, our video editor, will add some fine memes. And before I get started, I have a note here to mention that I have a new channel, or relatively new channel. It's called Side Projects. If you are a regular blazer, you know that I have other channels. One of those other channels was called Mega Projects, where we cover mega projects, and there was stuff I wanted to cover on there that wasn't really mega enough, so I started a new channel called Side Projects. It's doing well!
Because I'm addicted.
Everyone likes it, except for the people who don't, and they smash the dislike button, but that's okay. Check it out, there is a link below. Let's do it. When I was a very little kid, sitting on my... By the way, Danny, this is heavy. Almost as heavy as my pile of cocaine. When I was a very little kid sitting on my grandfather's lap, I can remember asking him what it was like before television was invented. I don't like imagining that. It makes me uncomfortable. I think when I got a little bit older, I was more curious to find out if it ever killed anybody during the Second World War. It was always a bit tight-lipped on that topic. Yeah, you don't talk about the war. But in my younger days, I was just fascinating to learn how people managed to get by without a TV in the corner of the room. I suppose these days, kids are more likely to ask withering old folk about what it was like before the internet. The very idea of living in a desperately confusing world where you can't just Google the Guinness World Record for most canned drinks opened by a parrot in 1 minute. Is that really a thing? Must have seemed quite alien and baffling to the children of today. The record, by the way, belongs to Zach the McCaw, I don't know, of San Jose, California, who opens 35 cans of soda in under 60 seconds in 2012. That's like 1 every 2 seconds. Also, whoever's training this parrot, what the fuck has gone wrong in your life, son? The multi-talented McCaw also holds the world record for most basketball slam dunk by a parrot in 1 minute, and he can also ride a skateboard. No, he can't. And also, how does he slam dunk it? How big is a parrot? This big? This big? He's not slam dunking a basketball. What is going on? Stop. People keep hitting me up on Twitter being like, Simon, there's this guy, and he's trying to beat the world record for most YouTube channels with 100,000 subscribers or something. Guinness World Records is kind of bullshit, as demonstrated by the most canned drinks opened by a parrot in 1 minute. That's like, I don't care. Just do your thing. Things that get me excited in life, not this. You probably have to go back quite a bit further to a time when young, inquiring minds of the day would have been asking their grandparents, what exactly did you do before the discovery of cocaine? How on earth did you cope?
Well, obviously the yada yada.
Dirty mother.
I actually don't know. The type of cocaine that your flashy next-door neighbor snorts through a $50 note wasn't technically discovered until 1859 and didn't really develop into a massive cause of concern until the 1970s. So they got a good 120-something years before they were like, we should do something about that. Also, how did it take 120 years for people to get into it? It's pretty great. Also, and I know I'm adding a lot of comments to this episode. What did you expect? But also, your flashy next neighbor snorts through a 50? That's some weak shit, son. I snort through bearer bonds. But of course, the roots of the cocaine story stretch back much further than that. Thousands of years, in fact. And it's a story marred in slavery, reactionary fascism, frogs, paws, celebrity endorsements from the Pope, and tears of regret running freely down an upper-class nose with a rotting septum. The coca plant is one of the oldest cultivated plants in South America. Yeah, it is. With many botanists believing that it must have started life in the Amazon rainforest before spreading through the Andes Mountains. Spreading its joy. The scientific name, I'm not getting paid for this video, am I? I should have put a sponsor in here because then at least I'd make some money. Rather than, well, this one's for free. If you see an advert on this video, what the fuck's up, YouTube? The scientific name for the plant is Ericsson something coca. I don't know. Don't care. Not going to look it up. But ever since about 3000 BC, the indigenous communities of South America preferred to call it coca, the gift of the gods. Really?
You had my curiosity. But now you have my attention.
Coca leaf remains have been found with ancient Peruvian mummies, alongside some striking bits of unearthed pottery, which depicts humans of the period with massively bulging hamster pouch cheeks from the leaves that they were shoving in their gobs. Of course, chewing on a few coca leaves wasn't anything like snorting a line of cocaine from a £50 note, which is hundreds of times more powerful. The plant contains vital nutrients, as well as several alkaloids, including one that would eventually become identified as cocaine. But just chewing the leaves isn't the most effective way of getting smashed. So these people didn't spend thousands of years just staggering about South America while completely off their tits. Disappointingly. But chewing coca leaves did provide a relatively mild stimulant and a boost in energy, which probably helped them get out of bed in the morning and knock up a few cool pyramids. In later years, they would start mixing it up a bit by chewing the leaves with lime, or brewing a nice pot of coca tea to enjoy with a few Garibaldi biscuits. Wow, that's a blast from the past. Garibaldi biscuits, I don't know if they're just a British thing, but they're these biscuits. They're like, or maybe Americans will call them cookies, we call them biscuits. They're delicious, they've got little raisins in them. Mwah!
Okay, boomer.
But although the indigenous people of South America have been happily chewing away on coca leaves and minding their own damn business for well over 4,000 years, right up into the fall of the Inca Empire in the 16th century, they were unfortunately about to get some very rude visitors from Spain who were on an official mission to fuck some shit up. And that's what Danny wrote. I love it when we started this channel. I was like, Danny, and we had a few other writers at the beginning who unfortunately perished. The other day, I was browsing Reddit. And I don't know, this is completely unrelated. This is, the only reason I thought of this is because I already posted this on Twitter. Follow me on Twitter at Simon Whistler if you want the jokes before I expand them on business plays. I was on Reddit, and you know how you get adverts, like in the side? One of them was advertising to me a drone. Like, not like a DJI video drone, but a SATCOM drone. Like a drone that is for satellite communications, made by Honeywell, a defense contractor. And I'm like, what the f*** is going on, and why am I getting advertised a drone? And everyone on Twitter was like, you can use it to track Sam and Danny if they escape from the basement. And so I bought it. It was very expensive. I didn't really, government. I don't have a drone. That would be like insane. These things are fucking big. From the 1530s, the Spanish conquistadors arrived in South America to convert the natives to Christianity and also enslave them. Oh no! They particularly liked the look of the gold and silver deposits in places like Peru and Bolivia, and they wasted no time in sending the natives down the mines to reap fresh riches for their patrons back home. They're missing a trick here because look how much cocaine they have. How much gold is smuggled these days? I mean some, but not a lot. How much cocaine is smuggled? When you think of smuggling, it's literally what you think of. Like, if you're playing word association, like light, switch, coffee, tea, cocaine, smuggling. It's just, it's immediate. Fucking conquistadors. So dumb. But the Spanish didn't initially seem quite so taken with this weird coca leaves habit, feeling that this gift from God is more like an evil agent of the devil. Nothing like religious morals to just flavour things a little bit. In fact, the Catholic Church even went so far as to try and ban the leaves, as they felt that the habit was undermining the spread of Christianity. Look, I don't know about you, but I'm not religious, and I love cocaine. But they soon changed their minds when they realised that productivity down the mines and in the fields shot through the roof when the slaves were allowed to chew on the leaves. Suddenly, coca leaves were not only considered acceptable, but positively encouraged, as the Catholic Church had a change of heart when they set up mass civilization operations, which they also collected tax upon. Fucking conquistadors, right? And also colonialism in general. So it's like, yeah, let's go there, let's kill a bunch of people, enslave them, encourage them to do drugs, and then tax them. It's like, they're slaves, you're not paying them anyway, what the f*** are you taxing them for? However, the use of coca leaves was largely confined to South America for the next few centuries. The problem was that the leaves didn't travel very well overseas and usually had completely deteriorated by the time they reached the European shores. On the plus side, the Spanish found that the freshly discovered tomato travelled perfectly fine, and so they were happy to ship these new red, fruity vegetables across to Europe along with the silver and gold. They're like, yeah, your packages arrived from FedEx. Oh, what's inside? Tomatoes. Oh, brilliant. What's inside? I was hoping for gold. Or at least silver. But coca leaves very rarely made. Or more importantly, I was hoping for cocaine. Cocoa leaves very rarely made the journey. Having said that, Sir Francis Drake and Sir Walter Raleigh did later manage to get a few supplies across during the 16th and 17th centuries. And it's interesting to note that during a 2001 analysis of pipe fragments, they were smoking the cocaine, found in William Shakespeare's back garden, traces of cocaine were discovered. Oh, Shakespeare. Mwah! I mean, your plays are weird, so I get it. Which might explain how he managed to keep himself awake while writing all those dreary bloody plays. Oh, I quite like Shakespeare. But it wasn't until the 19th century that enough trunks of coca leaves were successfully dispatched to Germany for scientists to properly start prodding around with them and discover the source of the buzz. The alkaloid that would later become known as cocaine was technically first isolated by absolute legend and German chemist Friedrich Dude, what the fuck is that? Gay-dick.
What the hell is even that?
Oh, Gaedcke. Gay-dick. In 1855. But it was a few years later, in 1859, when a young German PhD student by the name of Albert Niemann discovered an improved purification process to isolate and extract this peculiar alkaloid as a white crystalline substance. It was actually Albert's university professor who had first given a trunk full of coca leaves to study, but he had generously passed them on to Albert on the grounds that the student might find it a suitable topic to cover for his doctoral thesis. What are you a doctor of? Cocaine. What was the subject of your doctoral thesis? I extracted cocaine. During his intense studies, Dr. Cocaine became the first person in history to discover that shoving a big dollop of pure crystalline substance on your tongue provided an effect that was a bit more interesting than just chewing on the leaves. Although he worded it quite gently in his completed dissertation by explaining that the substance, which he named cocaine, made his tongue go a bit numb. Yeah, because cocaine is a local anesthetic. I don't think they do it anymore. But is it lidocaine? Or there's the thing that the dentist will use to numb a particular part of your mouth. They used to use cocaine for it. And I'm like, hey, the dentists get all the cool shit. It's like, what do you have in a dentist office? Well, there's a dentist and nitrous and cocaine. It's like three things. One of them I hate because they're drilling into my mouth. Gay! And the two other things I'm like, yeah, boy.
Yeah, boy.
For an encore, Dr. Cocaine, Danny said Albert Niemann every time, but Dr. Cocaine went on to play a big role in the invention of mustard gas the following year, but that didn't serve him too well. He died within a year, aged just 26, from inhaling the toxic properties of his new chemical weapon. Probably should have just stuck with coke. Some people always have to go too bloody far. Wow, so the same dude who invented cocaine invented mustard gas. I love you and hate you at the same time. Albert, I don't know why whenever I think of Dr. Cocaine, I think of John Pemberton, the guy who started Coca-Cola. Because I know he had he had a morphine problem, and then he put cocaine in Coke to help him get over his morphine. I just think of him, and maybe he was a doctor. I don't think he was. Dr. Pemberton? Whatever, I think of him as Dr. Cocaine. I don't know why. I'm sorry, Coca-Cola. Please don't sue me, allegedly. I love Coca-Cola, don't get any ideas. Still, Albert gifted the world cocaine before he popped his clogs. And naturally, everyone's thoughts turn to how this incredible new discovery might be used for recreational, medicinal purposes. Well, maybe not quite everyone, but let's stick with medicine for a while. Before, an Italian neurologist by the name of, for fuck's sake, Paolo Mantegazza had already been What I love about business plays is it's like pronunciations. Who gives a fuck? Whereas every other channel it's, I better look this up.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
It's not in the pronunciation dictionary. Everyone's gonna hate me. Welcome to my life. He had already been conducting his own experiments on the health benefits of coca leaves following a trip to Peru. He had concluded that coca could potentially... Coca... How the f*** do you say it? Coca? I don't know. Could potentially be quite handy for the treatment of a third tongue in the morning, flatulence, and the whitening of teeth. You missed the big one, mate. But the Russian professor of forensic medicine, Vasily von Anrap, was one of the first pioneers to start mucking about with the new isolated cocaine alkaloid in 1879. Mucking about. How long was it before he decided, I wonder what happens if I put that up my nose? His experiments involved dipping one paw of a frog into a saltwater solution and the other paw into a solution infused with cocaine, and then heating up the paws to see how the poor frog would react. What the f*** are you doing? I get it. You see like this, you'll be like, yeah, I'll try that on my nose. How do you get to... I'm going to take a frog. I'm going to get one of his legs. I'm going to put it in salt water. and I'm going to get the cocaine, I'm going to stir it in with some water, and I'm going to put the other frog leg in that. How? How did you get there? You fucking witch doctor? The frog wasn't particularly impressed with the sensation of one of his paws, feeling like it was about to burst into flames, but that was just the one that had been dipped in salt water. The paw that had been dipped into cocaine didn't seem to bother the creature too much when the crazy Russian professor tried to set it on fire. Oh my god, dude, what the fuck's wrong with you? Thankfully for the frogs, Vasily von Anrep then turned to his beady eye to his own legs, noticing that he could quite happily stick big pins in them without the slightest bit of pain if he first injected his legs with cocaine. What the fuck? This guy's an actual mad scientist. Later in 1884, some wacky Austrian guy tried shoving cocaine into his eyeballs before shoving a pin in them to see how much it hurts. Scientists of the past, what was wrong with you? Fuck. Later. I read that already. He wasn't just doing this as a party trick. The guy was an ophthalmologist called Carl Koller, and he was experimenting with cocaine as a potential new anesthetic for cataract surgery. This had always posed a problem in the past, as stuff like ether and chloroform had a tendency to make the patients vomit and make surgery a little bit messy. It's like, okay, I'll just make the incision into your eye. Oh my god, you've puked everywhere, and it has gone inside your eye. That might get infected. I love that scene from Minority Report where Tom Cruise is having his eyes removed and new eyes put in. And the fucking surgeon's like, yeah, don't worry, everything's gonna be fine. He's like, I don't remember what he says. He's like, bro, like, don't you want to wear gloves or some shit? And he's like, no, I gave you so many antibiotics I could put a cat inside you. It's like, oh shit, dude, that escalated quickly. Although I would watch a movie where Tom Cruise had a cat put inside him. Maybe set in space. Maybe that's the movie they're making. In space. Cataract patients usually just had to put up with excruciating agony instead, but Carl discovered that patients would barely even flinch when a scalpel touched their eyeball if the eyeball had first been coated in cocaine solution. It also tightened the blood vessels and restricted bleeding. And of course, over the next decade, cocaine was found to be a useful anesthetic for all sorts of procedures and began to take off in the US for the first time as a handy treatment for former Civil War soldiers suffering from morphine addiction. During the war, sick-oriented soldiers had been liberally injected with morphine to keep them quiet for a bit. In fact, and then they realized morphine's awesome and they want more. I only once was on serious painkillers. I had some dental surgery and so I had 2 big teeth removed. They were just in my palate rather than in normal position. They were just in the top of my ass. So I had a general anesthetic, had these teeth removed. Afterwards they put me on these painkillers. And I was like, fuck, I see why people get addicted to this shit. It's nice. And yeah, I never did those again because I was like, I get that.
Stay in your seat.
In fact, by the 1890s, cocaine had become an over-the-counter wonder drug to cure just about every ailment that you can think of, including fatigue, hay fever, stomach cramps, catarrh, whatever the f*** that is. It's spelled C-A-T-A-R-R-H, so I guess it's pronounced Qatar, but that's also a country in the Middle East. Or a city? Qatar. Qatar is a country. The capital of Qatar is... Doha? Probably. Oh, my geography. I have a channel called Geographics, and sometimes my geography is embarrassing. And even shyness in children. Yeah, no, I get that. I mean, cocaine would be good for shyness. It's like, oh, no. How's it going, friends? We've mentioned products such as cocaine tooth drops and the baby killer that was Mrs. Winslow's soothing syrup in previous Business Blaze videos. That was a while ago. If you haven't seen the video on Passing Wars of the Wright brothers, it explains how cocaine tooth drops and murderous bully with a big hockey stick played a small part in the invention of the magnificent flying machine. Oh yeah, everyone had a massive go at me on that video. Because I was like, if I got smashed in the mouth and all my teeth knocked out, I wouldn't be depressed long term over it. And everyone was like, Simon, you don't know how you'd react to that. Simon, you're making fun of depression and mental illness. And I'm like, what the f*** are you talking about? One, you don't know me, so you don't know how I would react. I don't know me, but I know me better than you know me. Does that make sense? And I think I specifically said that I'm not judging him for being depressed. I'm just saying that wouldn't happen to me. Allegedly. Jesus Christ. Also, you're watching Business Blaze. You're gonna get offended at some point in this video. Look, at some point, almost guaranteed every video, I'm gonna offend your religion, I'm gonna offend your politics, I'm gonna offend your sensibilities. It's just how it is. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. Why am I apologizing? Cocaine was also finding its way into exhilarating new tonics designed to restore health and vitality and fortify the body and the brain. Mwah! Vin Mariani was the world's first coca wine, a heady cocktail of wine and cocaine, developed by French chemist Angelo Mariani. Wine and cocaine. Mwah! The drink contained about 11% alcohol and 6.5 milligrams of cocaine in every ounce. It's not very much. And proved to be a massive award-winning success. Oh, in every ounce. Oh, okay. Proved to be a massive award-winning success with a strong celebrity following. Famous drinkers of Vin Mariani include H.G. Wells, Jules Verne, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Tom Hanks, not really. US President, Arthur Conan Doyle, yes. All of those guys, yes, except for Tom Hanks. That was a joke. US Presidents William McKinley and Ulysses S. Grant as well, the latter of whom was said to be knocking the stuff back on its deathbed. And Queen Victoria, bunch of legends. French sculptor Auguste Bartholdi once remarked that if he'd known about Vin Mariani before he started work on designing the Statue of Liberty, he might have been inspired to make it a few hundred meters taller. It makes everything bigger and better. Many of the mega projects on my mega projects channel have been co-created with Vin Mariani. Pope Leo XIII was one of the biggest celebrity endorsers of the tonic. I fucking love it. And his face appeared on marketing posters after he officially recognized the tonic with a gold medal from the Vatican. He apparently carried the stuff around in his holy hip flask for those challenging moments in life, and the power of prayer just didn't seem to cut the mustard. It's like, yeah, prayer's not working, Popey. What should we try? Well, a little bit of cocaine and some wine? Woo! Angelo later expanded his range to produce cocaine-based tea, lozenges, and cigarettes. Cocaine cigarettes. Fucking love it. But it was his original tonic that inspired a drugstore owner in Fulton County, Georgia. Oh, we're getting onto Coca-Cola. Name it John Pemberton. Maybe we'll find out if he's a doctor. I don't think so. Come up with his own version. Pemberton's he's a pharmacist. That's right. Pemberton's French wine cocoa. A coca? A former morphine-addicted Civil War veteran. Oh, I told the story already. John Pemberton achieved early success with his own coca wine. But it all went a bit tits up when alcohol was banned in Fulton County. Well, at least we've still got the cocaine. Following pressure from a namby-pamby teetotaling movement, which included a chapter of the Ku Klux Klan. Well, double fuck you, KKK. You racist fucks. And also, you don't like alcohol. You double... I'm not sure which is worse. We all know. I know what's worse. Relax. But also, you, doubly. John Pemberton decided to adapt his idea into a sweet soft drink instead, which he named Coca-Cola. Originally only available at racially segregated soda fountains in Atlanta, of course. Oh, the past is the worst. I've got a t-shirt, by the way, at the merch store that just says the past is the worst in a bunch of different designs. It's possibly my favorite thing yet. The soft drink really took off in 1899 when it became available in bottles for the first time and reached a wider audience than the white hipster middle-class soda fountain drinkers. Good. Just 4 years later, though, all trace of cocaine had been removed from the recipe and seemingly wiped from the official history of Coca-Cola, who seem a little cagey about the subject nowadays. It's okay, Coke. It was totally allowed back in the day. I think it would be cooler if you were embrace it. Embrace it, be like cocaine. Used to be in our drink. I don't know why they do that, actually. Forget about it. Don't hire me. I'm not, that's not advice. You're not looking for my advice, Coca-Cola. You're not. So, what are we talking about? The drink is still flavored with an extract of coca leaves today, but not the good bit. Disappointing. One of the early champions of cocaine as a recreational drug was of course, Sigmund Freud, wasn't it? Yeah. Austrian neurologist and founder of psychoanalysis, Sigmund Freud. Cigars and cocaine. Following intense experiments with the drug, he put together a 70-page tribute called Uber Coca, which he described as a song of praise to this magical substance, as well as acknowledging that cocaine could be used to cure depression and sexual impotence. Freud also got excited about how the white powder delivers a sense of exhilaration and lasting euphoria without any unpleasant after effects. Even better news was to come from Sigmund Freud. Cocaine was definitely not not addictive. As he notes in the pages of Uber Coca, no craving for further use of cocaine appears after the first or even repeated taking of the drug. Beg to differ, Siggy. Great work, Sigmund. By the turn of the 20th century, everyone seemed to be enjoying cocaine in one form or another. The explorers, Ernest Shackleton and the doomed Captain Scott, took the drug in tablet form on their respective expeditions, while Robert Louis Stevenson is said to have written the entirety of his classic novel, Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, during a marathon 6-day coke binge. Holy shit, dude. Echoing the plot of Stevenson's novel, the dual nature of cocaine itself was soon to become very apparent. Duh, duh, duh! Snorting coke had become the new trendy pastime by 1905, with hundreds of thousands of users in the US alone wishing that somebody would hurry the fuck up and invent a credit card so that they could crush the powder more easily before flamboyantly snorting it through a $1 bill. Annie, $100 bills are where it's at. But some disturbing reports have slowly started to emerge about the less glamorous effects of the new wonder drug. The number of patient deaths from accidental anesthetic overdoses has begun to soar, and even the surgeons were feeling the effect too. It's like, oh, our patients are massively high on coke and they keep dying. William Halstead, a New York surgeon who had been merrily conducting his own cocaine experiments by regularly injecting himself with it, of course he had, as well as his friends and students, eventually became a non-functioning addict and a physical and mental wreck. After writing, Sigmund Freud's like, what the fuck? No, he didn't. It's not addictive. What are you talking about? After writing an article for New York Medical Journal, which turned out to be completely incoherent and a rambling mess, he ran away to Rhode Island to receive 7 months of treatment for cocaine addiction. We've discussed it, that's not a thing! But his career was largely over and he would remain addicted to morphine for the rest of his life. I think, if I had to choose, I think I'd rather be addicted to cocaine than morphine. Morphine is like, it's like heroin, right? You're just gonna be like strung out. Whereas at least with cocaine, you're gonna get some shit done! Neither of these are good. It's better you're not addicted to anything. I feel like I have to state this even though nobody needs to, because otherwise people will be in the comments like, Simon, you're sending a bad message. One, I don't care. And two, I really don't feel that this is necessary. It's blindingly obvious. Meanwhile, early cocaine enthusiast Sigmund Freud had appeared to have undergone a change of heart. Good. And I don't, when, like this is said, he appeared to have undergone a change of heart, I don't want to read it like it's a bad thing. He's a scientist. Whatever. It's good when you have a change of heart. Like, changing your opinion on something based on more facts coming out is something people are truly shite at. And it's something that I think we should be more acutely aware of because we're entirely shite at it. I actively try and change my opinion on shit because I know I'm shit at it, and you should too. But it's really hard because we like being right, and even when we're presented with information that shows us we are wrong, we will continue to think that we are right. Humans are fucking stupid. After administering cocaine to a patient with a minor hand injury and turning him into an addict, the patient went down in history as the first man reported to suffer from the paranoia and delusions of bugs crawling under his skin, which was to become an all too common side effect of cocaine binging. The patient died a few years later. Freud very nearly killed another patient when he completely cocked up a surgical operation due to his own cocaine abuse. Suffering from deteriorating health, an irregular heartbeat, and several nasal blockages, Freud eventually kicked the nasty habit that he'd originally declared wasn't even remotely addictive. He later declared the cocaine brush has been completely put aside. What's a cocaine brush? Some sort of cocaine tool? You just off a brush. It's how I prefer it. F*** credit cards and mirrors. As the price of cocaine fell and public opinion on the dangerous drug turned, it didn't take long for the trend to blow away from the noses of the wealthy hipster middle classes and onto the more dangerous corners of the streets. But cocaine still remained perfectly legal in the US until 1914. The Harrison Narcotics Act of 1914 effectively banned the sale of cocaine in the US and got it placed under federal control for the first time. It took a short while for the rest of the world to follow suit. In 1960, you could still happily stroll into Harrods in London and pick up a thoughtful little gift for your friends and family fighting in the trenches of the First World War. Contained cocaine, morphine, syringes, and a needle to help make war seem just that little bit more bearable. Holy shit. Following reports of drug-crazed soldiers fighting each other on the front line over who had the biggest tin of corned beef in their ration packs, surely they're all the same size. The 1920 Dangerous Drugs Act took cocaine out of the shops and into the exclusive hands of medical practitioners. Despite the fact that it was now a forbidden substance, cocaine was still big in the silent film industry of the 1920s, and many movie stars and directors enjoyed a good snort before working their magic on the silver screen. American actresses, some things just don't change. American actress and cokehead Tallulah Bankhead was quite defensive about the alleged addictive qualities of the drug, though. When quizzed about her own addictions, she screamed, "I'm absolutely not a..." She didn't say that. She defiantly responded with the immortal, heavily powdered line, "Don't tell me cocaine is habit forming. I've been taking it for 17 years and I ought to know." You're not the brightest spark, are you, Tallulah? But on the whole, cocaine became a largely forgotten drug for the next 50 years. Even during the crazy 1960s when your grandparents were stripping off in fields while smoking marijuana and dropping acid tabs by the dozen, cocaine was nowhere to be seen. It just didn't really go with the chilled-out flower power movement. But it did make a surprise comeback in the 1970s, when, quite curiously, the US seemed to completely forget everything it had learned about half a century earlier. Cocaine suddenly became hip again. The New York Times Magazine reported in 1974 edition that cocaine delivers a good high, achieved without the forbiddingly dangerous needle and addiction of heroin. Journalist Richard Ashley... It's illegal still though, right? Journalist Richard Ashley later conducted his own studies with willing volunteers and reported that cocaine is a good drug. No one reported experiencing depression or marked craving for cocaine when their supply ran out. We did this already, guys. How did you forget? And now that cocaine was cool again and apparently quite harmless, people began to come up with new and increasingly silly ways to take it. Freebasing was popular for a while in the 1970s, although the manufacturing technique was a bit risky. As the name implies, the idea is that you free the cocaine base from its natural salt form, resulting in completely pure cocaine crystal rocks, the vapors of which can be inhaled when heating through a glass pipe. That sounds fucking intense, to be honest. I don't know what crack is, but isn't it made from cocaine? Is that crack? I don't know. Maybe we'll get into it.
This is crack. Rock cocaine. It's the most addictive kind of cocaine, and it can kill you.
But the manufacturers needed to use diethyl ether to first dissolve the cocaine and extract the base, and this ether is highly flammable and volatile, making the whole thing a very dicey operation, quite likely to lead to massive lab explosions. The comedian Richard Pryor once famously managed to set himself on fire, although this had more to do with the fact that after he'd finished freebasing cocaine, he decided to douse himself in 151 proof rum and light a match. Is that true? Why? What's going on? A similar but less volatile version of freebasing was discovered a little later with crack cocaine. We're getting into it. This is an alternative method of producing the pure cocaine crystals by dissolving the powdered drug in a mixture of water and ammonia, boiling it down until a solid is formed, and then breaking the solid into chunks or rocks, which can be heated and smoked. The name is derived from the cracking sound generated by the rocks when heated, a bit like popping candy or Rice Krispies, but packed with a bit more punch. There you go, we found out what crack was. Woo! Crack was pretty popular in the 1980s, thanks largely to the fact that it became incredibly cheap to buy. The price of cocaine in general dropped by about 80%, and crack sold for just $2.50 a rock in the mid-1980s.
Shut up and take my money!
Actually, crack became more than just pretty popular. The United States found itself in the... Isn't crack's more addictive than cocaine, right? It would make sense because it's stronger. I guess, I don't know. The United States found itself in a grip of a crack epidemic as the drug took hold in the inner city and low-income neighborhoods, and crime rates soared as criminal gangs battled over turf. In a bid to crack down on crack crimes. Is it appropriate? Yes. The law enforced tough new penalties on the trafficking of crack, but the controversial 1986 legislation crafted by none other than Joe Biden before getting signed off... Oh my god, Joe Biden's old. It was signed off by Ronald Reagan. It was met with wide criticism. It remained in place for 25 years. The problem was the shocking disparity between the sentencing for trafficking crack and the sentencing for trafficking the more expensive powdered cocaine. The ratio was 100-1, meaning the punishment for selling 5 grams of crack to a mate was exactly the same as shifting 500 grams of the powdered stuff. But it's much more intense, right? So a low-level crack dealer who was far more likely to be a young African-American was getting treated in the same way as a major cocaine trafficking kingpin. I don't know why I'm laughing, that's fucking crazy, resulting in a disproportionately negative impact of young black men getting sent to the slammer. Over the next 2 decades, tens of thousands of small-time crack dealers were dished out 5-year prison sentences, while people trafficking far bigger amounts of powder cocaine were met with far more leniency. Joe Biden now claims that he regrets the legislation, which was reduced to a ratio of 18-1 in 2010. Since the 1970s comeback of cocaine, the number of users or addicts has fluctuated quite a bit considerably, but with an estimated current global market value of around $130 billion, holy shit, it's not likely to completely disappear from the streets anytime soon. Legalize it. Tax that shit. I don't know, that's probably not a good idea. The drug has certainly left a dark legacy over the last few decades, contributing to the deaths of at least hundreds of thousands of users, including high-profile names such as basketball star Len Bias. It's a weird name. Blues brother John Belushi, young actor River Phoenix, musician Ike Turner, singer Whitney Houston. Whitney Houston died from cocaine. What? I mean, it must be a combination of cocaine with some other stuff, right? And potty mouth rapper Old Dirty Bastard. I've heard of John Belushi and Whitney Houston. I don't know any of the other guys. Who the f*** is River Phoenix? Weird name. It's left a bit of a stain on global currency too. Not so long ago, the BBC reported that over 99% of UK banknotes in London were tainted with cocaine. 100% of the banknotes in the city, like the city, the place, which is like the financial square mile in London. 100%. This was long before the fancy new polymer notes were introduced into circulation, although cocaine users are now furiously complaining that the thicker and stronger plastic notes are cutting up their noses when they're attempting to snort. Oh! You suspect that none of the short-sighted squares of the Bank of England even bothered to take that into consideration. But to end on a more serious kind of note, the problem with cocaine is that it's all fun and games until people start dropping dead, and it ultimately turns your brain into cheap guacamole until you reach a point where your productivity takes a particularly steep nosedive. I suppose Robert Louis Stevenson may disagree after knocking out Jekyll and Hyde in just 6 cocaine-fueled days, but I suspect he was in no mood to write an immediate sequel. In the long term, your concentration and motivation just slowly evaporate from years of cocaine abuse until you can barely finish anything that you started, whether that's a classic novel or a bacon sandwich. Another huge problem with cocaine is that... and then it just ends. It trails off into nothing because Danny's brain turned to cheap guacamole. This has been Business Blaze. I have been your boy with the Blaze. Support the show. Buy a t-shirt. Support me by supporting my new channel Side Projects, which I mentioned at the beginning. You should check it out. Be a legend. There is a link below, and thank you for watching. Mwah! I trusted you, and now you're stealing from us! Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Business Blaze. Steve Jobs versus Bill Gates. Bill Gates ultimately won, I guess. I mean, everyone ultimately loses when they ultimately die, but Steve Jobs is dead. Bill Gates, the victor. I don't know if that's appropriate, probably not.
Hey, death is the easy way out. So why say do it? Do it! Do it, do it, do it.
Steve Jobs died young of cancer. It was sad.
Gonna cry?
Oh, let's just get into it, shall we? If you're new here, what happens is Danny writes a script, I shall read the script, and then Sam afterwards will add some memes. Is my head getting cut off? I'm just gonna... Nope, that's down. Sam said to me the other day, is that Simon, the background's too dark. And I was like, okay. So I bought this lamp. Obviously, I could have fixed the neon sign, but I didn't. The fragile course of human history is littered with bitter rivalries that become the stuff of legend. Simon and Danny, Thomas Edison and Nikola Tesla, Bjorn Borg and John McEnroe. Oh, who cares? The Beatles and the Rolling Stones, Ronald McDonald and the Burger King, Yogi Bear and Ranger Smith. I don't know, I mean, I've heard of Yogi Bear, I don't think I've ever seen it. I don't know who Ranger Smith is. Is that like Yogi Bear's nemesis? What a thrill. However, very few competitive feuds were destined to help shape the future in quite the same way as the fierce rivalry between Apple's Steve Jobs and Microsoft's Bill Gates. But considering the apparent volatility of the complex relationship, it can be quite challenging to figure out if they were sworn enemies, good buddies, suspicious allies, respectful competitors, argumentative drama queens, oh my god, this goes on, mutual savers, illicit lovers. I don't think they were that, Danny. Allegedly.
Oh, a man can dream, though.
Or a peculiar, ever-fluctuating combination of all of the above. I thought, I didn't realize that, I mean, of course they were like business rivals, but there is that interview where they're both being interviewed at the same time. All I remember is they're sitting in like red leather chairs, which look really weird, and they seem to get along quite well. So how exactly did the hippie and the nerd manage to end up running the two biggest tech companies in history while simultaneously patting each other on the back and lobbing digital grenades in each other's faces? Well, we know how Bill Gates got there, because he's a nerd and he's wicked smart and super motivated and all of that stuff. And now everyone on the internet just hates him, despite the fact that he wants to save the world. And I mentioned this in a previous video. I was like, why does everyone hate Bill Gates? He's literally spending all his money to save lives. And people were like, oh, he's been up to some shady shit. Forget about the microchips he's injecting. I'm like, oh my god, you're so banned right now. Banned. Smash the dislike button, you wacko. Back in the 1970s, long before computers made it into the everyday household, the US giant IBM dominated a market of giant supercomputers, which you'd only ever get to see in the offices of particularly flashy businesses. They were usually cumbersome beasts that took up half a room, weighed half a ton, cost the equivalent of about $500,000 today, and if you were really clever, you could get them to print out half a spreadsheet. It is amazing, and I do love the fact, like, even today's supercomputers, it'll be like, yeah, in like 50 years, like our magical, like, iPhone 17. No, 50 years. iPhone 60. It'll be doing it. Like, no worries. It'll be doing it better. When Steve Jobs and Bill Gates both independently arrived on the scene to launch their own separate businesses in the mid-1970s, they were embarking on a journey that would spearhead a new microcomputer revolution. None of this is news. But they were approaching it from two very different angles. Bill Gates was born and raised in West Philadelphia. No, he wasn't. He was born in Seattle in 1955. Although he was born into a wealthy family, his dad was a senior lawyer and his mum was a major bank executive, it was ingrained in Bill from a very early age that he should work hard and take nothing for granted. I like that. Because, if Bill Gates was just spoiled by his parents and, just told, yeah, you'll be fine, don't worry about it, he wouldn't be Bill Gates, would he? He'd just be like a regular dude, trust fund kid or whatever, no one cares. And young Bill did indeed embrace an industrious childhood, although he soon found out that he was becoming far more interested in computer coding than the other boring academic stuff. He would often spend his spare time creating computer programs with his buddy, Paul Allen, and the most controversial thing that I could dig up from Bill's childhood is that he and Paul once received a summer-long ban from the Computer Center Corporation after they were caught exploiting bugs in the operating system to bag themselves more free time on the computers. Oh, the nerds are being naughty! Bill enrolled in Harvard in 1973. Told you he was smart, but he dropped out after just 2 years to found Microsoft with Paul, quickly signing a deal with the mighty IBM to develop a new basic software for IBM machines. I love, the dropping out of Harvard thing, or wherever Mark Zuckerberg went to university. Loads of these, tech billionaires or whatever dropped out of Harvard or dropped out of whatever Ivy League school that they got accepted into. And everyone's like, maybe dropping out of university is not so bad. It's like, no, it is. These guys are just the rare exception where they were too smart for Harvard. Or, it's very rare. Generally, don't drop out of university. You're not Bill Gates. You're not Steve Jobs. You're not Mark Zuckerberg.
I'm smart, you're dumb. I'm big, you're little. I'm right, you're wrong.
You're just not, statistically. Don't kid yourself. Don't drop out of university. If you got into Harvard, finish it. And everyone in the comments below be like, oh, Simon, I don't know. These guys did it. It's like, yeah, they did. When you get older, it's okay. If you're writing that, you're young. You're young. The world will eventually crush your dreams. Don't worry. Also, there are plenty of tech billionaires who did finish university. The formative years of Steve Jobs were a little different. Raised by adoptive parents in Mountain View, California, young Steve showed an early interest in tinkering with machines in his dad's garage, but he found it difficult to concentrate at school and regularly found himself in trouble for his disruptive behavior. Steve appeared to resist figures of authority, and even got himself suspended from school a couple of times. Oh no! He later dropped out of college without bothering to tell his parents and briefly served as a technician for Atari before making a sudden decision to embark on a new, radical journey in his life. I've read that Walter Isaacson book, Steve Jobs, I think is the actual title of the book. It's really good. Steve Jobs is a bit of a weird dude. I guess we're gonna get into this. There was a time where he was a fruitarian, so he'd only eat fruit which had fallen off trees. It's like, dude, what the fuck? He shaved his head and buggered off to India on a quest to find spiritual enlightenment. Alright? Travelling all around the country while completely off his tits on acid. I don't remember that being in the book. It's not clear whether he found what he was looking for, although he did later claim that his experiments with LSD ranked as one of the 2 or 3 most important things I've ever done in my life. Wow, if Business Plays was ever a advocate for any drug, other than the obvious one, LSD, one of Steve Jobs' greatest experiences. I've never done it. But I'd give it a try, I guess. After returning to the US to live in a hippie commune for a while, Steve decided to change direction again and went back to work for Atari. Perhaps his most significant assignment at Atari was to lead the team that would create the circuit board for the classic arcade game, Breakout. Is that the one where you're bouncing the ball against the thing and it knocks? I love that game. This was a brilliant next generation version of Pong in which why? Danny's just going to tell me immediately after I've said everything. Where the player takes control of a horizontally moving pad at the bottom of the screen with the aim of maintaining a bouncing blah blah blah. Yeah, it does exactly what I just said. Boop, boop, boop. Steve was offered a huge bonus by Atari if he could oversee development of a prototype of the game in which with a tiny amount of logic chips within just 4 days. Now, Steve wasn't capable of doing this by himself, so he roped in an old school buddy, Steve Wozniak, to slave away on the design of the game for 4 straight nights, while also holding down a day job at Hewlett-Packard. In return, Jobs promised to split the big bonus from Atari with Wozniak. I know everyone knows the story, right? Steve Jobs screws him over pretty hard. Spoiler alert. But look. You clicked on a video about Bill Gates and Steve Jobs. It's not, let's be frank, it's not the most clickable title in the world, so you're probably into this. You're probably interested, so you probably know this story. Let's just... What's going on? Just tell the story, Simon. What's wrong with you? Why are you so at your job? The prototype was completed for the deadline, and Breakout went on to become a smash hit, both in the arcades and on the Atari console. Steve Jobs told Wozniak that Atari paid him a bonus of $700 by giving Wozniak, also called Steve, $350 of it. Except what he'd really done was screw his good buddy over, because Atari had actually paid Steve Jobs $5,000. And this is like in, 1970s, 70s money? That's gotta be like 50 grand today. Wozniak didn't learn of the deception until 10 years later, and charitably declared that he'd be more than happy to give his pal some money if he'd known that Jobs was struggling financially. In the meantime, still blissfully unaware that his mate had ripped him off, Wozniak joined forces with Jobs in 1976 to found the Apple Computer Company. One thing, I mean, like, if you had found out, like, if I was in Wozniak's position, and this dude, who I thought was my friend, had screwed me out of so much money, I'd be like, F*** you, Steve, we're not doing together. And then, he wouldn't be Steve Wozniak and he wouldn't be Steve Jobs. So, everyone loses, but F*** you, Steve, you dick scumbag. I've no respect for the dead. I love how when someone dies, it's like we have to suddenly respect them more often. And it's like, wait, we can't talk about all the bad did. It's like, that. Now they're dead, at least they can't sue me. Allegedly. In order to get the new operation up and running, Jobs had sold his Volkswagen bus for a few $100s, and Wozniak had sold his scientific calculator for $500. Dude, you know you're a maximum level nerd when you have a calculator that's worth the equivalent of $5 grand. Before the pair got to work on designing the first Apple computer in Jobs' family garage. It wouldn't take long before the paths of Bill Gates and Steve Jobs would cross, although they were clearly two very different people running two very different companies, except they were both computer companies. Bill Gates was a dedicated technical coder running a company focused on producing software for other computer manufacturers. He made no secret of the fact that his driving ambition was to try and become absolutely stinking, filthy rich. I love it. He's just like, it. Yeah, why not? I'll embrace it. It's like, I'm kind of like, yeah, no, I like money. I mean, I'm never going to be Bill Gates rich. But it's like, I'm like, yeah, no. I mean, I do sponsors because I like money. There's loads of AdSense on my videos because I like money. I don't have a problem with that at all.
Capital is pig.
In contrast, while Steve Jobs knew his way around a computer better than most, he was certainly no technical coder, and he didn't seem bothered about making too much money, which is a shame for the poor lamb because he ended up becoming one of the wealthiest men that ever lived. It's like, whoops. Well, although it is like more like, oh no, I didn't even try to make money. I was like, I just wanted to make some stuff, and I just happened to become mad rich. It's almost cooler. It is cooler. It is cooler. Steve was more of a persuasive marketer and a motivational team leader than a technical man, and his goal was to oversee the development of cool new machines that would change the world. The Apple II was one such machine. I guess the Apple I wasn't. Launched in 1977 as one of the world's first mass-produced microcomputers for ordinary Joe rather than corporate company corporations. But a boom, OG business plays legend joke right there. The Apple II, it was destined for somewhere when I can eventually turn this page. Massive success. Oh, I'd be like, it was destined for consumers. Nope. Massive success. Good news for you, Steve. Plural. And wider claim, but it did come with a teething problem. Steve's new hardware was in need of some of Bill's new software. Okay, that's not a problem. That seems like a match made in heaven. There's no animosity between them, is there? Steve was looking for somebody to furnish the Apple II with a spreadsheet program, a word processor program, and a simple-to-use programming language. No big deal. And Microsoft was the obvious choice to provide Apple with Excel, Word, and BASIC. I love that these things haven't changed the name over, decades. It's still called Excel. It's still called Word. Although these days, I mean, do people really use these anymore? I used to think the idea of having a computer without Microsoft Word was absurd. And now it's like, well, why would I have Microsoft Word? I just use Google Drive, obviously.
Capital is pig.
Steve flew over to Seattle with an Apple II machine tucked away inside his hand luggage, which he intended to show off to Bill at the Microsoft offices. Bill wasn't initially that impressed with the machine, which he felt was quite limited in its capabilities. But he was even less impressed with Steve Jobs. Yeah, it's like Bill's this corporation dude. He's probably wearing a tie. He's probably all like, extremely wealthy. And Steve is like, Bill, have you tried this pear? It fell off a tree. It's like, f*** off, Steve, you weirdo. Like, what the f***, bro?
Hippies. They're everywhere. They want to save the earth, but all they do is smoke pot and smell bad.
It's worth bearing in mind that Apple was still a tiny and relatively unknown company at this point, whereas Microsoft was already in bed with IBM and had forged several lucrative deals to produce pioneering software for pioneering new machines. Yeah, this is interesting. Just there's another. I recently read it was 5 years ago. I read a biography about Larry Ellison. He's the guy who runs Oracle, who I think are now in a bid to take over TikTok or something. like that in the US. This biography was like fascinating, and Larry Ellison is a intense guy. Like, his primary motivating factor, seemingly through a large portion of his life, was just to be richer than Bill Gates. And he's slowly getting there. He's just like, yeah, no, I just want to be richer than Bill. So, that is a fucked up motivation. Allegedly. What are we talking about? It's a good biography, though. It's not an autobiography, it's about him. So it's candid and intense. Yet Bill found Steve to be surprisingly arrogant, as if the Apple boss was doing Bill a favor by just letting him have a look at the machine. That would piss me off. I imagine it's going to piss Bill Gates off as well. In Bill's own words, it was kind of a weird seduction visit where Steve was saying, we really don't need you, and we're doing this great thing, and it's under the cover. He's in Steve Jobs sales mode, but kind of sales mode that also says, I don't need you, but I might let you be involved. Despite the apparent clash of personalities, Bill and Microsoft had eventually agreed to produce new software for Apple, signaling the beginning of a beautiful relationship between the future tech giants. Daddy writes, well, a relationship anyway. I'm guessing it wasn't so beautiful, which is why this video is called Rivalries, Bill Gates and Steve Jobs. For the next few years, Microsoft would work very closely with Apple on developing software for the Apple II, and its eventual success in the Macintosh playing a huge role in both machines getting off the ground. At one point, Bill quipped that he had more people working on his new Mac than Steve Jobs did. That's brilliant. But it was at times an uneasy partnership, and this was largely because Steve Jobs was becoming increasingly worried about Bill Gates' continued relationship with IBM. Before the release of the Macintosh in 1984, user interfaces had always been dry, boring, text-based affairs, which appeared completely impenetrable to the novice user. Steve knew that the key to getting more computers into homes was to come up with a more intuitive, graphical user interface, which featured visual representations of applications and documents and trash cans and things. Oh, it's all sounding so familiar. The new Macintosh, with its quite swishy graphical capabilities, would take the first groundbreaking step towards this dream of creating a beautiful new operating system for the future that even your weird Uncle Derek might be able to get his head around. I was thinking, like, the start bar is still a thing. It's like, since being a kid, the start bar has been a thing. The clock is on the right, the start button is on the left. It's just always been like this. And it's amazing that I've never known anything else. I think one year, Microsoft tried to get rid of it and everyone was like, what the f***, where's the start menu? How are we supposed to use this? And then they brought it back. Did it actually happen? I vaguely remember having a computer without a start menu. And I had to download, like, an external plugin. Like, you know, a program that emulated a start menu, because there wasn't one. I was like, what the fuck is this? But Steve feared that Bill's Microsoft engineers were secretly copying Macintosh technology so that Bill could use it for his own ends and flog something new to IBM. By 1983, the had hit the heatsink. When Steve Jobs felt that his worst suspicions had been confirmed. And before we get into those worst suspicions, your worst suspicion might be like, has my hard disk failed? A year before the Macintosh hit the market, Microsoft announced that it was working on the very first version of Windows, an intuitive graphical user interface, which would ultimately launch in 1985 and be compatible with all IBM computers. It's no surprise that Steve Jobs hit the glass roof. Is there a joke there? Glass roof? Mac? Glass roof? I know there's a glass ceiling, but Steve Jobs definitely wasn't affected by that. It. Just in case. When he found out about Windows, feeling that he'd been deceived, he got straight on the blur to Bill and reportedly yelled, "You're ripping us off! I trusted you! And now you're stealing from us!" He would publicly later declare, they just ripped us off completely. Because Gates has no shame. Oh, I love this. It's so dramatic. Bill's response was, if he believes that, he really has entered into one of his own reality distortion fields. That laugh was all my own. We'll put that in square brackets. But here's the thing. In truth, both of them had borrowed the idea from the research institution called Xerox PARC, who had developed quite a cool graphical user interface years earlier. But strangely, they weren't really bothering to do anything with it. Steve Jobs had been the first to take a tour of Xerox PARC Labs and was reportedly blown away with this amazing new product, which was not yet available on the market. The pips from the Macintosh were already very much planted in Apple on that fateful day. But pips and Apple, get it? I might not get the glass roof one, but I get this. So Steve Jobs basically got angry at Bill because he stole Steve's stolen idea. What the Steve? Scumbag? Allegedly. Unbeknownst to Steve, Bill Gates had also been introduced to the work of Xerox a little later and had drawn similar conclusions. There was no denying that graphical user interfaces were destined to become a breakthrough in personal computing. It's still baffling as to why Xerox had gone to the trouble of developing the game-changing technology and then just sat on it for years until somebody else came and stole it. But that's exactly how Bill Gates saw the situation when Steve Jobs accused him of deceit. I'm on Bill's side. Team Bill. Smash that dislike button. Bill said, "Well, Steve, I think there's more than one way of looking at it. I think it's more like we both had this rich neighbor named Xerox, and I broke into his house to steal the TV set and found out that you'd already stolen it." Did he really say that? That's amazing. I really hope he said allegedly afterwards. Apple had briefly argued that the generic look and feel of the Macintosh operating system should be subject to patent protection, despite the fact that they'd nicked it from Xerox. But that would have been a bit silly, a bit like Henry Ford trying to patent the car, or the Wright brothers trying to patent the flying machine, which they totally fucking did. Oh, if you haven't seen our video about the Wright brothers, boy, they were the OG patent trolls. That video is worth a watch. I don't think they got as many views as usual. I don't know why. I love that video. Bill knew that Apple couldn't seriously claim exclusive rights to a whole concept. Oh, Bill. Oh, Bill. Oh, Steve. Whoever the Wright brothers' lawyers were, you need to find their descendants. You need to hire that law firm. To the end, I'm just going to roam a little. My legs are getting tired. This naturally led to the end of the original collaboration between Microsoft and Apple. I really thought it would have ended when he f***ing yelled down the phone at him that you're a thieving Bill. Over the next couple of decades or so, Bill Gates and Microsoft went from strength to strength. The original version of Windows had actually proven to be a bit of a flop, but subsequent tweaked versions ironed out the early cracks, and Windows 95 will be installed on pretty much every PC on the market, helping the PC to knock the Mac off its pedestal, whilst making Bill Gates the richest man in the world. Yeah, he was the first centi-billionaire, right? He made $100 billion. That was like in the 90s. Amazing. Things weren't quite so peachy over at Apple. Although initial sales of the Macintosh had been promising, sales had started to plummet by 1985, and the company was losing ground to IBM, leading to a power struggle within the very core of Apple. Get it? Core of Apple.
Okay, Boomer.
Steve Jobs had been considered far too young and experienced to take on the role of CEO of Apple after the company first went public. So Steve had offered the role to then president of PepsiCo, John Scully, with the immortal words, "Do you want to sell sugar water for the rest of your life, or come with me and change the world?" Oh, Steve, I mean, I like Apple, but you just make computers. Bill Gates is changing the world with, giving away billions of dollars. Despite I don't even want to talk about the Bill Gates conspiracies anymore. It makes me sad. But the decision would come back to bite him. By 1985, Steve was the general manager of the Macintosh division, but he was becoming increasingly alienated from the company that he founded. It's alleged that Steve was creating an environment of animosity and blind fear while devoting his time to projects that the rest of the company knew were doomed to fail. John Scully removed Steve from his position in the Macintosh division, leading to a scrappy fight to seize control of the whole company. And during one historic board meeting, Scully asked the board of directors,
"Nobody will stop me from being the one that'll throw the switch and gas you out of this life for good, you son of a..."
to choose between himself and Steve Jobs. The board unanimously elected to go with Scully. Oh, that's gotta burn. It's like, but guys, I made this company. Get the f*** out, Steve. Dick. Left without a significant role, Steve Jobs parted ways with Apple. We've talked about the pros and cons of taking a company public in the past. Like pro, you get mad rich. Con, it's not really your company anymore. He took a few faithful employees with him to form a new hardware and software company called Next, which turned out to be a bit of a damn squib, and ironically was swallowed up by Apple a few years later. Yeah, they made a really expensive computer. I've seen one of them in a museum. It's a good-looking computer. I mean, for the 1970s, of course, it looks like nothing. I mean, it's like wizard technology compared to what they had back then. But I mean, and it obviously more powerful, and it's like just a screen. It's amazing. The future is the best. The future is going to be even better.
Future's now, old man.
But it wasn't all bad news for Steve. He also purchased a small animation company from George Lucas for $5 million, which eventually came to be known as Pixar. You might have heard of that one. Jumping lamps and all that shit. It's reported that Steve briefly considered selling the studio to his old rival, Microsoft, in 1995, but he was probably glad that he changed his mind. 1 year later, Pixar released Toy Story, and then went to make Steve Jobs billionaire overnight when he took the company public. During this period, Bill and Steve had continued to trade occasional barbs with each other, although to be fair, most of them seem to come from Steve. When he appeared on the PBS documentary Triumph of the Nerds in 1996, Steve appeared to be in a particularly grumpy mood. He declared, "The only problem with Microsoft is that they have no taste." Oh, they have absolutely no taste. And I don't mean that in a small way. I mean that in a big way. Steve, when does it stop? This is not appropriate. In the sense that they don't think of original ideas, and Steve, you stole the graphical user interface idea from Xerox. I thought they just made photocopiers. They don't bring much original culture into their products. I have no problem with their success. Sounds like you do though, doesn't it? I have a problem with the fact that they just make really third-rate products. Their products have no spirit in them. Who cares? After the documentary first aired, Steve revealed to the New York Times that he called Bill on the phone to apologize for his choice of words. But it was a bit of a half-assed apology at best. If you're going to apologize, don't do it half-assed. Either mean it or don't. Come on. Come on! He explained in the paper, "I told him I believed every word of what I'd said, but that I never should have said it in public." That is not an apology, dude. I wish him the best, I really do. I just think he and Microsoft are a bit narrow. He'd be a broader guy if he'd dropped acid once or twice, or gone off on an ashram when he was younger. Steve, not everyone wants to be like you. Like, really, they don't. I don't think most people want to be like you, Steve. It's like, most people don't want to get on acid and go to a fucking ashram. By 1997, Apple was on the verge of bankruptcy, and in a fit of desperation, he turned back to their original co-founder for guidance. Then CEO, Gil Amelio, acquired the floundering Next company, which effectively brought Steve back into the Apple fold, although Bill Gates had personally advised Gil Amelio against doing this. Not surprising, Bill's probably not feeling so awesome about Steve right now, is he? Bill told him, "Don't you understand that Steve doesn't know anything about technology? He's just a super salesman. I can't believe you're making such a stupid decision." Gil Amelio may have regretted not listening to wise old Bill. I do feel it's good guy Bill, most of the time. Good guy Bill. Within just 5 months, Steve had ousted Amelio in a boardroom coup and finally became CEO of the company that he founded 20 years earlier. Oh, he got them back, didn't he? But still, he had a mountain to climb, and getting Apple back onto the right tracks as the company hurtled ever closer to bankruptcy. So he phoned up an old mate and asked him if he might be willing to lend a hand. It's Bill Gates. I know it's Bill Gates. And this is why Microsoft own a bit of Apple today. That old buddy was, of course, Bill Gates. Mwah!
How innovative! I like it!
God, I love it! This is so good. This is something we briefly covered in an old Business Place episode, that's probably why I know it. And it's also common knowledge. Famous companies that came back from the dead. Bill Gates agreed on the phone call to pump $150 million into Apple and effectively save his old rival from oblivion. The deal was rather awkwardly announced by Steve Jobs on stage at the Macworld Boston conference. I've seen this. It's on YouTube. You can watch it. It's kind of worth it. He gets some pretty heavy booze. During which he introduced the new savior of Apple via a live stream satellite link. As the giant face of Bill Gates appeared on the massive screen and talked with enthusiasm about the exciting opportunities ahead for both companies, it was met with hostile booing from the very audience he was pretty much single-handedly rescuing from the void.
And if we could get him up on the stage right now.
Surprise, motherfucker.
If I was Bill, I'd be like, alright, fuck you. And Steve was like, we got a contract. Bill's like, I got more money than you. Take me to court. But Bill wouldn't do that because he's a good guy. But both Steve and Bill later regretted how the announcement was handled. Hindsight's 20/20 though, boys. Steve said, "That was my worst and stupidest staging event ever. It was bad because it made me look small, and as if everything was in Bill's hands." Bill was equally embarrassed about the whole thing, saying later, "I didn't know that my face was going to be blown up to looming proportions." Yeah, he was. He's just massive on the back of the stage. There are differing theories as to why exactly Bill Gates decided to come to the rescue of his old adversary, but it probably all boils down to the fact that Bill was a good businessman. He knew that Microsoft was still making money by flogging software to Mac users, and he knew that Microsoft would ultimately benefit if Apple continued to innovate instead of being abandoned and left to die. The Microsoft deal spanned 5 years and saw a new uneasy truce between the two companies, during which time public insults were kept to a bare minimum. Probably smart. Although some hardcore Apple enthusiasts viewed this period as a dark patch in the history of the company, I don't understand. Like, I like Apple. I have mostly Apple products. I also have some Windows products as well.
Capitalist pig!
But who cares? Anyone who is this, loyal or invested in a brand, I'm like, bro, there's some hobbies or some like that. Although some hardcore Apple enthusiasts view this period as a dark patch in the history of the company, which had seen Apple surrender to the enemy, it was really a springboard for the future triumphant success of Apple, allowing them to turn their attention to the smaller screen and develop ultra-cool products such as the iPod, the iPad, and the iPhone. Yeah, all of those are pretty cool, I have to say. Good decision. Bill didn't seem terribly impressed with the iPad, although he'd been quite taken with the earlier launch of the iTunes service, prompting him to send an internal email to Microsoft staff which read, Steve Jobs' ability to focus in on a few things that count, get people who get user interface right, and to market things as revolutionary are amazing things. That is a really awkward sentence, Bill, but I guess, okay. Also, he likes the one thing that sucks. Like, I didn't get Apple products for so long because the one thing I had, iTunes on Windows, was such a steaming pile of shit that I was like, why does everyone love Apple? The one piece of software I use from them is just so bad. And then I got Apple and I was like, oh, iTunes works really well on a Mac. It's just shit PC. Oh, why? The gloves seem to have come off again following the end of the Microsoft deal, although again, most of the jibes seem to come from Apple's side. The famous Get a Mac TV marketing campaign from 2006 depicted a laid-back, casual and easygoing bloke introducing himself with, I'm a Mac. I remember this. Whilst a stiff, boring form man in a suit replied with, I'm a PC. And it'd be like, yeah, at the time, like, I don't know. I'd be like, I don't want to be like the hip guy. I just got work to do. Like, I don't let my computer define me. I guess it worked though. But there were occasional kind words thrown into the mix too. When Steve and Bill appeared on stage together at the 2007 All Things Digital conference, Bill admitted, this might have been the thing with the red chairs. I'd give a lot to have Steve's taste. The way he does things is just different, and, you know, I think it's magical. And in this case, wow. Steve responded with a slightly more cautious, Bill was the first to truly see the value of software. But it's interesting how both Steve and Bill changed so much over the course of the previous 30 years. Steve had not originally been chasing the dream of getting rich, but he now clearly cared about profit and loss and had matured into an excellent businessman. Yeah, because when he gets money, he's like, oh, so, you know, if he's just a hippie bumming around India doing his ashram or whatever, he's like, I don't need money, I'm great. And then he gets some money, he's like, you know what's really nice? Money. I could get more of that.
Hello! I like money!
Meanwhile, Bill became the richest man on earth, but then decided to phase out his work at Microsoft and devote his time and wealth to philanthropic endeavors such as the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and putting chips in everyone's butt. What, Danny? No, I just made that up. Danny didn't say that because Danny's not insane. Steve seemed to approve of Bill's change in focus. He said, I think the world's a better place because Bill realized that his goal isn't to be the richest guy in the cemetery. Bill is basically unimaginative and has never invented anything, which is why I think he's more comfortable in philanthropy than technology. Wow! Backhanded compliment there. Following a long battle with pancreatic cancer, Steve Jobs died in May 2011. Bill had paid one last visit to dying Steve to say goodbye to his old adversary, ally, rival, and very possibly slightly prickly friends. Although, as you said at the beginning, Danny, maybe they were lovers. They weren't. And of course, nobody lost in the rivalry between the hippie and the nerd. Instead, the competitive nature of the two men helped to shape the modern computer world, drive forward new technology, and totally transform the way that we live our lives today. And along the way, they gave us Microsoft Bob and the Apple Newton too. OG Business Blaze legend jokes right there. Paying tribute to Steve Jobs, Bill revealed, I respect Steve. We spurred each other on, even as competitors. None of what he said bothers me at all. There was no peace to make. We were not at war. We made great products. And competition was always a positive thing. I like it. Bill, you're a legend. Smash that dislike button, crazies. Yes, I can't help but feel that Bill Gates generally comes out as a better man in the 30-year squabble. Although petty insults were traded on both sides, they usually came from Steve, whereas Bill was more often likely to heap gushing praise on his rival than slag him off. Bill Gates was probably the better businessman, the more talented and dedicated boffin, and now the man most likely to help save the world. Steve was undoubtedly the better salesman and team leader, and credit where credit's due. If you had to choose between which of the two you'd have liked to hook up with for a psychedelic acid trip inside the mind palace of strawberry trees and mushroom clouds and disco dancing unicorns, Steve Jobs would have been your man every single time. Yeah, he would have, if that's what you're into. This video has been brought to you by Backblaze. Please do check it out, link below. Also, if you would like to purchase the merch, this is one of my favorite t-shirts we've made so far, and it's a bit niche. It's probably just for people who really like this show, but it is the Blaze logo, made like the Enron logo, allegedly. It's available in the merch store. Check it out below. There's also loads of other shit in there as well. And thank you for watching.
Hey, Dolph, take a memo on your Newton. Beat up Martin. Bah!
The world will eventually crush your dreams. Don't worry. Real big tree. Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new episode of Business Blaze. This one is, well, I always describe these as my lazy ones, where it's like, hey, what should we do? Let's do a part 4. So this is part 4, fake facts everyone thinks are true. Danny writes these. He is our writer. I am your boy with the blaze. I shall read it. And Sam, professional memologist, We'll add some fine memes. Oh, I have to say, it tells me a note at the top of this script. Welcome to Business Blaze. The channel's name is clickbait, although why I called it Business Blaze and why I thought anyone would want to watch content about business, I don't know. I'm sorry. Apparently I'm not as smart as I thought.
So that was a fucking lie.
There are some perfectly natural and simple life skills which I'm fairly embarrassed that I never managed to master. Danny, I believe from an early Business Blaze video that you're a bit older than me and you've never got a driver's license. And I'm not even talking about anything as profoundly complicated as driving a car. Yeah, Danny. How do I do it? Although there's a friend of mine here who will remain nameless because, well, let's just leave him nameless. And he's tried to pass his driving test so many times, and he just can't do it. And he's a bit uncoordinated, I think would be the best way of describing him. Although I'd just like to put on record that even though I never managed to pass my driving test, I did hold the high score on pole position down in the local arcade for 3 years. So who's laughing now, Simon? Well, Danny, I am. I never learned how to whistle. Oh, Danny, why? I had to learn how to whistle for obvious reasons. Mr. Sandman. I don't know why that's what I chose.
Excuse me, what are you doing?
It wasn't for lack of trying. I just never seemed capable of doing anything other than blowing out disappointingly unmelodic hot air. I can never blow bubbles with bubblegum either. Could do that as well. Come on, Danny. Again, I put in the effort, but only ever managed to spit the gum in the face of the poor soul who was trying to teach me. Maybe there was always just something a bit defective about my mouth. Still, one thing I was really good at that nobody else could do was to crack my knuckles really loudly, even the ones on your thumbs. I mean, I could do these. Well, I just did them all. Oh, I can totally do the thumbs. How about that? And for a bonus classroom party trick, I would take my shoes and socks off and crack every knuckle on every toe to quite spectacular effect. Oh yeah. Oh, it feels good. Ow. Oh, okay, that one was too far. What is going on? When I started this channel, I did not think that I'd be cracking my foot knuckles on air. Well, this is what my life has become. Cocaine boy cracks knuckles. Sadly, this never seemed to go down particularly well with the teachers. Come to think of it, it never really went down well with anyone else either. Cracking joints or popping knuckles seems to be universally annoying to anyone in earshot. For some reason, I just remember something we used to do at school. Like, we'd just make noises. Like the teacher would turn their back and someone would just make a noise. You're like, what the f***? What is wrong with children? Weirdly, I can't seem to do it at all now. You can't pop your knuckles anymore? That's a shame. It's very satisfying. But I haven't really tried for a few decades, after I was scared into giving up the habit as a kid. Oh, wait, we're talking about fake facts everyone thinks are true? Cracking your knuckles doesn't give you arthritis. Crack away, everybody. Spoiler alert. My parents convinced me that cracking my knuckles leads to arthritis later in life. A school teacher even went so far as to tell me a long-winded story about a former pupil of his who'd spent a happy childhood popping his knuckles but could barely move his own hands by the time he hit 25 and he had to give up his job as a barber. This is the cautionary tale. I can see why everyone was keen for me to stop such a noisy and deeply irritating habit, and on the face of it, it's not unreasonable to assume that repeatedly pushing and stretching your joints until they crack is probably not the healthiest thing you can do to your body. I wouldn't necessarily recommend the cracking of joints. I would. It's very satisfying, especially do it in the privacy of your own home, or like I'm here in my office, although then again I'm sharing it with all of you guys. Welcome, but not least because you're most likely to get beaten up if you do it in public. Danny, I guess it's different in the north or in Devon where you now live. I've cracked my knuckles many times in public, and no one has ever threatened to give me a beat down. But that's obviously mostly because I'm a very scary and imposing man who people honestly just wouldn't want to mess with. Yeah, there's absolutely no medical evidence to support the claim that popping your knuckles leads to arthritis or in fact has any negative consequences whatsoever. Your joints are bathed in a liquid called synovial fluid, which keeps them nicely lubricated and reduces friction. When you stretch your joints, for example, when you pull your finger, the decreased pressure within your joint capsules releases gas and forms bubbles to fill up the dead space. The cracking sound is simply the sound of bubbles popping as you apply pressure on the joint. If you've ever done this yourself, you'll know that you can never crack your knuckle again straight away. You'll usually have to wait about 15 minutes for more bubbles to form. But the point is that this bubble popping has never been proven to cause anything other than exasperation in those around you. Has that been proven, like, scientifically? Perhaps the most dedicated study into knuckle popping of all time was conducted by a doctor from California called Donald Unger, who as a child was skeptical of the repeated warnings from figures of authority that cracking his knuckles would lead to arthritis, and decided to test the accuracy of this wild hypothesis.
Fuck you, science!
Donald spent the next 50 years of his life, I know this one, he won an Ig Nobel Prize for this, cracking every knuckle on his left hand at least twice a day, while leaving his right one well alone. His findings were published in a 1998 paper, in which he revealed that neither hand showed even the slightest signs of arthritis, and that we've all been lied to for years. Although it's a very small sample size. I mean, you have to... For something to exist, you have to provide evidence first. You can't, the onus isn't to prove the negative, so you can't start with, like, yeah, it causes arthritis, prove it doesn't. But, I mean, it is quite a small sample. Donald even won an award for his sterling efforts, although it was the medicine category in the satirical Ig Nobel Prize dished out for unusual or trivial accomplishments in scientific research. Still, Donald was proud enough to make the journey from California to Harvard University in Cambridge, Massachusetts to pick up the award in person. Yeah, they're quite cool. I know they're, like, satirical, but people do covet these Ig Nobel Prizes. Heroes, and that's the only way to describe him, like Donald Unger, deserve a big, non-withered hand for exposing the myths and conceptions that have been drilled into our brains from a young age by people who really should know better.
Perhaps it is because I'm afraid. And it gives me courage.
And some other cases are even closer to the knuckle. Oh, Vikings wore horned helmets. Oh, let's play the game. Do I know these to be false? Yes, I did know this one. I don't know when the horned helmets came around for Vikings, but it was much later. It's probably a Hollywood thing. I believe I made a video about this at some point. It's the only reason why I have knowledge. It's not like I'm well-read. It's just like I'm well-read because I make so many videos. I don't read. I don't even know how to read, allegedly. Those seafaring Scandinavians always look pretty cool in TV shows and films. From the late 8th century to the 11th century, the Vikings pirated and pillaged their way across Europe in mighty longships, tipped with the heads of ferocious dragons, because those help. Legends would have us believe that a typical long, blonde-haired Viking would swan around new territory like he already owned the place, wearing a horned helmet and swinging a giant axe. That's certainly the impression I got from my own intense studies into the Viking period as a youth, which largely involved reading the famous American cartoon strip, Hager the Horrible. Never heard of it, Danny. But I'm glad that this is the extent of your education. But it's I'm pretty pleased that you learned to write. But it's very possible that we've got a lot of things about Vikings completely wrong. And despite Vikings wearing horned helmets in just about every visual depiction you're ever likely to see on the small screen, on the big screen, in comic strips, at the back pages of the newspaper, even in the logo of the Minnesota Vikings American football team, they almost certainly never wore horned helmets in battle. Okay, good. Being proven right so far. Legend. Archaeologists have actually recovered very little in the way of Viking helmets, and they're not likely to ever find any with horns. It'd be a bit weird. Why are they? Why are they there? What's the point? It just seems like inconvenient. Like, you're gonna stab yourself in the neck or something with one of those at some point, or you're gonna, like, I don't know. It's not convenient. Like, the number of times I've been wearing a hat and thought, this would be better with horns. Never. Honestly, never. The only intact Viking helmets to have been dug up to date, including one historic find just months before I wrote this script, how exciting, are relatively simple and not particularly decorated affairs crafted from iron. And in fact, most visual depictions that date back to the actual age of the Vikings see the Norse warriors either wearing a very simple metal or leather skull cap, or not wearing a helmet at all. I'll be so scared to go into battle and be like, I'm pretty sure this is where the stuff goes on. Want to protect this bit. Be like, yeah, just throw some leather on there. That'll help. It's like rugby. Like, they wear those weird hats. Like, American football, I get it. You're wearing massive helmets because you're running into each other and smack. Although, don't they say that the helmets actually make it more violent? Like, because people are then more willing to use their head as a weapon, where I guess they're not in rugby. But in rugby, they wear like these little caps. And I'm like, what the is that gonna do? I played rugby at school. I hated it because 1, I don't like sports, 2, I don't like violence, and 3, I generally don't like being touched. I don't want some dude like grabbing around my legs and throwing me to the ground. I'm not sure who thinks that's a good time. Like, really? Why? Stop it. There's one debatable exception. The 9th century Oseberg, maybe, tapestry features a solitary Viking dude in a horned helmet, but it's not entirely clear what it's meant to represent, and it's likely that the tapestry is just depicting a very rare ceremonial use of the helmet. There's certainly far more evidence to suggest that the real Viking warriors rode into battle horn-free. That's not to say that horned helmets were never a thing. Plenty of ancient horn helmets were dug up in the 19th century, but they were all found to predate the Viking era, originating from the Bronze and very early Iron Ages, and again, they were more likely used for ceremonial purposes, as they were far too thin and fragile to be much use in a fight. Didn't we say they were wearing leather? As we discussed at length, what's that going to do? It's like, well, yeah, once your head's cracked open, it'll keep your brain in. Yeah, but there's all sorts of skull now in your brain. Doesn't really need to be kept in because you're dead. But these discoveries seemed to influence an artistic reimagining of the Vikings in the 19th century in Germany, where Norse history was becoming popular and helping to establish a new sense of German origin and identity. Artists began taking these freshly discovered horned helmets, often worn by Germanic tribes from earlier ages, and plonking them on the heads of Vikings. I love, archaeology of the past. It was like, yeah, well, we found this thing and we found that thing. Can stick them together and call it a dinosaur, eh? The big defining moment came in 1876 in a stage production of Richard Wagner's The Ring Cycle, a cycle of 4 operas loosely based on the Norse sagas, first performed in full at the Bayreuth Festival Theatre, for which designer Carl Emil Doppler came up with a striking horned helmet for the Viking characters. It was a design idea that would stick with artists and filmmakers and the general public for many years to come, despite it having no basis in reality. Oh, Danny, there was the guy in the tapestry. That one time. And one time's enough. Because in 1,000 years, someone will discover a Business Place video and be like,
What the hell is even that?
whoa, weird in the past. All of their entertainment was like this. That would be a nightmare. Besides, wearing a horned helmet is a silly idea. What are you going to do with it? Quite aside from the risk of getting tangled in a tree or accidentally sitting down on it at the bar. The riskiest point about wearing a horned helmet is that you're practically giving the enemy 2 very useful handholds with which they can grab you and toss you back from where you came from. Oh, God. Okay. So that was a lie. That's a fake fact. The Earth is round. Fake facts that everyone thinks are true. What? Danny, the Earth is definitely round. The Vikings actually get a bit tough press in general, with or without decorative horns. They're often thought of as wild, hairy barbarians who lived in stinking huts, ate any old shit, and believed that the Earth was flat. I don't know much about the Vikings, but whenever I imagine Vikings, I imagine them like Klingons. In truth, they took excessive pride in their appearance and would piss about with tweezers and razors for hours on end. The Vikings also lived and dined in magnificent halls where you could typically find fine salmon, bear, and puffin on the lunchtime special menu. I'll try puffin. That sounds good. I don't think I've eaten bear. Obviously, I've eaten salmon. I'd try bear and puffin. Definitely. And although they may not have had a particularly sophisticated grip on basic cosmography, they probably didn't think the Earth was flat. They believed that it was made up of several different levels, all connected by a big tree. Okie dokie, what the... It's like, yes, science of the past. Let's make something up, and until someone proves it's not true, it's true. Yeah, there's loads of layers. How does light get down there? I don't know, it just does, doesn't it? Just does. Obviously, it just does. How? I don't know, something to do with a big tree. Alright? Chill out. Of course, mankind thankfully became a bit more enlightened over the passing centuries. For some of us, there are people who still believe the Earth is flat. Idiots. Smash that dislike button. And we reached a point where nobody in their right minds would still seriously believe that the Earth is flat. But then the internet came along, and quite remarkably, this new disinformation superhighway has led to a recent resurgence in flat Earth nutters. This new breed of conspiracy theorist is quite difficult to engage with in serious debate. Yeah, that's why I'll just make fun of you for being real dumb. As they seem quite convinced that everything they're told by governments, scientists, the press, schools, airlines, astronauts, or anyone who's ever read a book is a lie. So there's little point trying to argue the case that the world is a sphere, as first proposed by Aristotle. And that was a long time ago. And other ancient Greek scholars about 3,000 years ago. Can you imagine trying to explain to these guys DNA? But we'd be wrong to argue that point anyway, as the Earth is not a sphere, and the world is not technically round. Oh, I know what we're talking about. I think it's got bulges at the top and bottom, right? Because it's not a perfect sphere. But we're not saying you flat earthers are right. You're still smoking crack. The people who smoke crack are more have their heads screwed on better than you do, to be honest. In fact, the Vikings had it right all along. The Earth is made up of several different levels, all connected by a big tree. Real big tree. No, sorry, I was just kidding about that last part. Danny, we knew. But as first proposed by Isaac Newton in the 17th century, the Earth is not truly spherical. It's actually an irregularly shaped ellipsoid. Okay? Does that mean it's got bulgy bits at the top and bottom? Despite astronauts labeling the Earth as the blue marble, we're living on a bumpy planet with squash poles and a chubby equator. Oh, it's the opposite of what I thought. Okay. Mass is distributed unevenly within the planet due to the centrifugal force created by the Earth's constant rotation. The planet is considerably fatter at the equator than at the poles by about 70,000 feet. Wow, that's not a joke. The bumpy shape is further distorted out of all proportion by the planet's mountains that rise almost 30,000 feet and the oceanic trenches with a depth of 36,000 feet. On top of all of that, the ever-changing weight of the tides and atmosphere which cause the deformations of the planet's crust means that the shape of the Earth is in a state of perpetual fluctuation, a bit like Oprah Winfrey. Holy Danny, we went there. So in truth, the world is neither flat nor round. It's more kind of like a dumpling that didn't come out quite right. However, I thought that the Earth is so perfectly round. I mean, like 70,000 feet or whatever is not a big fluctuation when you consider the size of the Earth. So it is really, it's really round. A fatwa is a death sentence. I'm pretty sure that the word fatwa wouldn't be quite so well known outside of the Muslim world if it wasn't for Salman Rushdie in a certain book that ignited a proper storm in 1988. I feel like I know it from Homeland, or like, TV shows about terrorism where it's like, I don't know, there's some sort of fatwa on some dude, and they have to stop the fatwa or whatever. And I'm like, okay, cool, now I know. The Satanic Verses may have earned Rushdie a Whitbread Book... Oh yeah, this book fucked up Salman Rushdie's whole life. Earns Rushdie a Whitbread Book Award and a place on the shortlist for the Booker Prize, but it also earned him a fatwa and 10 years in hiding under police protection. By most accounts, it's not even a very good book, although I'll admit I've never considered reading it myself. Yeah, I couldn't have named the book. The problem was that some members of the Muslim community felt that Satanic Verses was a blasphemous piece of work which mocked the divine nature of the Quran. The book was banned by a long list of countries and sparked a 10,000-strong protest against Salman Rushdie in Islamabad, Pakistan. Similar protests were held in the UK, which saw the burning of the book in the streets, and later on several bookstores who were brave enough to stock the book got bombs thrown through their windows, so you can see why some bookstores chose not to bother. Bookstores were also bombed in the US, where the FBI received a total of 78 bomb threat notifications. An article in the New York community newspaper, the Riverdale Press, defended the right to purchase and read the novel and criticized the bookstores who were chickening out of selling it. Oh, off. If I'm some random dude who owns a bookstore and, like, other people are getting bombed in their bookstore, I'll be like, I'm not going to stock that book, you crazy? Like, I'm not going to do that. Shortly afterwards, the office of the Riverdale Press was bombed to bits. Early the following year, Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini, the supreme leader of Iran, issued a fatwa which called on all Muslims to assist in the killing of Salman Rushdie without delay. At this point, Rushdie went into hiding for a decade, only popping his head up above the parapet for absolutely crucial situations, such as the opportunity to appear as a celebrity guest on the satirical BBC News show, Have I Got News for You? I was only a kid when all of this was going on, and in my ignorance, like many others, I came to believe for a while that fatwa was a dark and sinister term relating purely to a call for assassination. But in fact, there's more to a fatwa than just a death penalty. A fatwa is actually a non-binding legal option on any point of Islamic law given by a recognized authority, and it can sometimes include good stuff. For example, in 1951, the Mufti of Egypt issued a fatwa which declared that it was okay for Muslims to drink Coca-Cola and Pepsi. That's a whole lot more fun. Yay! Slightly more importantly than that, that seems pretty important to be honest. Slightly more important than that, in 2014, the Indonesian Council of Ulama issued a fatwa against illegal hunting and wildlife trafficking in a bid to protect endangered species and conserve a natural habitat. In recent years, several fatwas have been issued against terrorism, suicide bombings, and the killing of innocent civilians. There have also been a few downright weird ones too. In 2012, a fatwa was issued in Morocco, which declared that man has the right to engage in sexual intercourse with his wife up to 6 hours after her death. What? Yeah, let's just move on. It would be fascinating to learn how they arrived at such a precise figure and why, say, 7 hours is clearly crossing a line. And in 2007, a fatwa was issued in Egypt, which contained some good and bad news. The good news was that females should be allowed to work alongside male colleagues. Hurrah! The bad news was that females were required to breastfeed their male colleagues at least 5 times a day in order to create a maternal bond and eliminate sexual urges. What is this? No. Fortunately, this fatwa was quickly withdrawn after the public noted that it was more than just a bit bonkers. How did this get done in the first place? What is going on? As for Salman Rushdie, he was knighted for his services to literature in 2007, although I'm not sure all the bombed bookstores would entirely agree about the quality of his services to literature. He currently lives in the US, no longer in hiding. The status of his fatwa is a little confusing. Iran has stated that a fatwa can only be rescinded by the person who issued it, and unfortunately, Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini died just a few months after issuing the fatwa. The general consensus now seems to be that everyone should just quietly forget about it, and Sir Salman Rushdie's life doesn't appear to be in any serious danger. Probably best for him not to pursue the idea of turning the satanic verses into a movie. Yeah, dude, let's just not, okay? You can't argue with scientific proof. I'm going back a while now, but in a relatively early Business Blaze video on surgical steel and other marketing terms that mean nothing, I made a point that placing the word scientifically proven on your health and beauty products will probably carry a lot more weight than using the slightly flimsier term scientifically formulated. But I'd now like to take those words back and make the point, Danny, Jesus Christ, do your research. And make the point that both terms are meaningless as each other.
So that was a fucking lie.
Because the truth is that science doesn't technically prove one damn thing at all. There is no such thing as scientific proof. Is that right? I didn't know this. If I was overhearing a fiery debate between, say, a religious person who believes that the earth was created in 6 days by God, that is a funny one, isn't it, though? Or an atheist that believes that science has proved otherwise, I'd naturally be inclined to side with the atheist. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it matters if you're, like, atheist or religious. You can be religious and not, like, I think most people are religious and don't believe that the Earth was made in 6 days. They'll be able to look at the science and be like, yeah, okay, the Earth wasn't created in 6 days, but we don't need to literally interpret everything in the Bible. But we can look at the science and be like, yeah, okay, I believe it's part of God's plan. That I see as fine. Like, personally, I don't think I'm an atheist. I don't know. I don't really believe in, like, God in the Bible or anything like that. But I mean, obviously, like, there's a lot more stuff to say that it was probably made a really long time ago by science and sciencey physics stuff going on rather than a dude in the sky. Maybe it was guided by something. Well, it's not a dude in the sky, is it? It's just not. I mean, it's not. But if the atheist begins to mock the religious person by exclaiming that you can't argue with scientifically proven facts, he's venturing into quite dodgy territory. Yeah, don't do that. I'm sure I've been guilty myself of taking the piss out of people who don't seem capable of acknowledging scientific proof and prefer instead to believe in fairy tales and conspiracy theories and infomercials presented by Kevin Trudeau. Original Business Blaze joke, ba-da-bum-bum. Well, I don't believe... okay, so I do know, like, it's not proof, it's just the weight of evidence. And the weight of evidence seems to be, you know, on the Earth being really old on that one. But that makes a fool of me too. By its very nature, science is provisional and self-correcting. You're completely incapable of providing proof of any kind. You only really get proofs in mathematics, which offers a guaranteed and immutable conclusion. 2 and 2 will always make 5. Danny didn't pay attention in maths class. But sorry, 4. 2 and 2 will always make 4. Ba-da-bum-bum. The science is a completely different beaker of tongs where you can only deliver a theory supported by the best available current evidence. And of course, this evidence can become rendered completely invalid in the light of new and stronger evidence. Yeah, I mean, if God came down from heaven and was like, boys and girls, ladies and gents, yeah, it was 6 days ago. I put all those dinosaur bones there. I'm going to prove that to you right now. Well, we'd be like, well, you can't prove it. Okay, I'm going to provide a weight of evidence. And then he goes on to explain how everything in the Bible is correct. And then I'll be like, oh, okay, I was wrong. I don't have a problem with that. It's never going to happen, but I don't have a problem with that. We don't have to travel too far back into history to the time when science had shown us that there were canals on Mars or that there was an extra planet in our solar system called Vulcan. Awesome. Or dinosaurs were wiped out by an erupting volcano, or that life could just spontaneously generate without first forming from a seed or an egg, or that the volume of the universe was permanently fixed. Albert Einstein was a champion of this closed-state universe theory, and it turns out that he was wrong on that one, just as all the other theories have been dismissed and superseded over time. If we're being really picky, science can't even prove if any of the facts we've covered in the last 4 parts of this video are fake or not. I could just be talking absolute rubbish. Wouldn't be the first time, would it, Danny? Oh, ba-da-bum-bum. If we're patient enough, we may well see compelling new evidence which proposes that Vikings really did wear helmets, cavemen lived in caves, alcohol kills brain cells, carrots help you see in the dark, and the earth is made up of several different levels all connected by a big tree. Some of these are maybe a little more unlikely than others, and common sense might just play a small part, but we can never be entirely sure of anything, and that's as close as we'll get to real facts in this script. Mind you, I wouldn't be all that surprised if it turns out that cracking your knuckles really does give you arthritis. Oh, that was a good callback. This has been Business Blaze, brought to you by Squarespace. 10% off. Link below Also, if you want to get some merch, this is available in green. Purchasethemerch.co. I think I've got a green one of these on order, which I'm excited about. And thank you for watching. Cocaine boy cracks knuckles. What the f***? Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new episode of Business Play. Oh, I should have made some coffee, but I didn't. At some point during this video, I'm sure a coffee will appear in my hands when it all gets too much, and I have to go make one. This video is all about deadly product recalls. Danny wrote... I think we actually did this video before, but Danny actually wrote the whole, giant, long video script all about the product recall, the process of recalling that was actually deadly. And I was like, Danny, I more meant that the products were deadly, like the cars that crashed and killed everyone. And he was like, oh... yeah, my bad. You should have been more specific. And I'm like, you're right, Danny. You're absolutely right. What? Do it again! And so he did it again. If you're wondering, what the f*** is going on? Well, Danny will write me a script. I will read the script to you. I will add a little bit of the old banter. And Sam, our resident memologist, will edit said banter into something resembling a YouTube video. Although, as people in the comments point out, what is this fucking nonsense? Why don't you get to the point? What am I doing here? Why haven't I smashed the dislike button? If you could peek behind the curtain at Business Blaze, you might be surprised to glimpse just how much discussion and debate and screaming and plant pot throwing goes into a typical brainstorming session for the next video. Don't you get any ideas, Danny? Oh God. Peter? You're okay. You just go back in there, you'll be absolutely fine. Don't worry about it. And yes, I have named my plants. Ooh, look, a bit of him came off. Let's just pop that in there for effect. Lovely job. Sometimes we stay up all night, poring through encyclopedias, carving pie charts and diagrams onto the stone walls, and arguing over the merits of an 80-minute introduction and 10 minutes of content. Welcome to business. If you're new here, you gotta be wondering, what the f*** is going on? At other times, Simon just tosses me a 5-word title and then complains when I take him too literally. Oh, Danny's giving his side. He's giving his side to this story, which we all know is lies. Okay, I think I might actually need to bump the camera level up just a little bit. Hopefully that's a bit better. I could take these shoes off, but I'm not going to because they're so comfortable. Thank you, Vessi! You know what else is wildly comfortable, by the way? This t-shirt says Certified Legend. It's available in the merch store, purchasethemerch.co. We're really getting towards that 80 minutes of introduction right now. Mwah! 3 paragraphs in. I can still remember how much time I wasted when I took a slightly messy misturn on my script idea for the top 50 hacking scandals of all time. In the case of the ambiguously named video, Worst Product Recalls Ever, we covered several stories where the actual process of recalling a dodgy product went tits up. But it turns out that Simon's original idea was to focus on the worst and most deadliest products to be recalled. He wanted more death and tragedy and loss of innocent life. I always do, Danny. It's why they call me Psycho Simon. I feel like there should be a poll around this. If I asked you to write a video, or dear audience, worst product recalls ever, would you write a video literally about product recalls that were shit? Or would you talk about the products that got recalled being shit? I mean, I feel like it's really obvious. Sake, Danny. Looking back at that video now, we did cover 7 deaths from the extra strength Tylenol murderer, 80 alleged deaths from Toyota cars, 300,000 poorly babies and 6 deaths from poisoned Chinese milk, 271 alleged deaths from, allegedly, from the Ford Explorer cars fitted with Firestone tires, and a bonus amputated child's finger from the Hasbro Easy Bake Oven. Well, it wasn't enough, Danny, was it? 300 sick babies is not enough for me. They need to be... Let's just stop there. This is what we call, in the business, a joke. We clearly need to venture beyond this frothy stuff and get a little bit darker. The body count that prompted the following recalls might not always be as high as our other previous examples, but the toxic potential of these perilous products should be more than enough to take your breath away. And in fact, that's what we do here at Business Place. We take your breath away. And in fact, the final total of dead bodies might even be enough to give anyone a heart attack. I doubt it. I mean, this channel's not big enough for someone to have died watching it. Maybe it is. I wonder what the odds on that are. Can you imagine someone comes home and their dead friend is in front of the computer and they're just passed out, passed out, they're dead. And it's just, the autoplay on YouTube and they've just watched all the Business Plays and I'm just thinking, at least I'm getting all that watch time. Red hot recall. The New Jersey businessman Walter Kidd scored 2 epic achievements during his celebrated life. Where the first was when he was honored with the Silver Beaver Award, the most prestigious award dished out by the Council of the Boy Scouts of America. That's the dream. Apparently he helped to finance the first purpose-built Boy Scout camp. Why is that so hard to say? Boy Scout camp in New Jersey or something. I was never in the Boy Scouts. I never wanted to be in the Boy Scouts. So when I got home from school, I didn't want to go and do another activity. I don't know. It's not a topic I can get excited about. I never joined the Cubs or Scouts when I was a kid. I did have a look around once, but I just saw loads of grown-ups in silly hats, shorts, and neckerchiefs shouting at loads of kids in silly hats, shorts, and neckerchiefs. Yeah, isn't it weird, isn't it? It's like, why are the adults wearing shorts? The last time I wore shorts was when I wasn't on a beach, probably around 1997. I felt that it felt like just going to school again in the evenings, but in different colours. Yeah, Danny, I agree. Like, the last thing I wanted to do when I got home from school was do some bullshit activity where people tell me what to do. I'd rather play video games. Anyway, a far more notable achievement for Walter Kidd is that he invented North America's first portable carbon dioxide fire extinguisher in 1924, following problems with fires breaking out in telephone switchboards, which were difficult to extinguish without destroying everything in sight with chemical foam instead of fire. Oh, I get it. Okay. And for the best part of the century, the Kidd Company has been proudly emblazoned on fire extinguishers around the world, but particularly in North America. Hold on. Okay, I got it. It's heavy. This, oh god. It says I can use it on fires. Great. This thing is heavy, I tell you. The last time it was serviced was 2011. Is it dangerous to have an unserviced fire extinguisher? I mean, is it going to explode? I mean, I'm not particularly worried about it working. The reason I have it, I didn't buy this. I bought this office off a company. Like, I work here alone, and the previous people had like a full office here. There were like desks everywhere. They ran like a proper company in here rather than just me shouting at cameras. And so they have all this like fire safety equipment, they have all these alarms, all of this stuff that I just don't use, and I never get checked out. I'm assuming it's something you have to do if you have employees, which I don't. Or either that, or I'm just admitting to crimes. Let me know, anyone, whether I have to do anything about that fire extinguisher, or whether I should just throw it away. I'm just gonna move it away from myself. When I was at university, people went through a bit of a phase of getting drunk and setting off fire extinguishers, like in the halls of residence where I lived. I never did it, because I'm a sensible man. But like, it was like every weekend, you'd be like, yeah, someone set off another fire extinguisher again, didn't they? There's foam everywhere. And at the end of the year, I don't know how many people lived in this hall of residence. It was a few hundred. And at the end of the year, we'd all get a bill because they didn't know who set off the fire extinguisher, so they just divide the cost among everyone. I don't know, it's like about £14 for the whole year per person because so many fire extinguishers set off. And I was like, it's kind of worth it. I mean, it was a bit of a laugh. Like, I wasn't even involved. And I was like, yeah, another fire extinguisher got set off. It's like kind of funny. Yeah, so that's a lot of money. That's thousands of pounds worth of fire extinguishers. But when you divide it among so many people, it's kind of like, worth it. Worth it. What are we talking about? How do we get on this? What goes on here? Why am I talking about fire extinguishers? Oh yeah, the whole point was, it doesn't say Kidd on it. It says some German company's name. So if you were a forward-thinking and ready-for-anything breed of person back in, let's say, 1973, the chances that you'd have a Kidd fire extinguisher positioned in strategic positions around your house, apartment, castle, or modest woodland dwelling, that is very specific. But if you were the unlucky owner of one of nearly 40 million fire extinguishers happily churned out by Kidd across 134 separate ranges over the next 44 years, there's a big chance you would have experienced problems in putting out the flames in an emergency situation. It's quite staggering that it took well over 4 decades for anyone to notice the problems, but I suppose the interesting thing about fire extinguishers is that you ideally never need to use them. I bloody well hope so, because I'm not sure it's going to work if it's last serviced in 2011. I'm like, I don't even know how to use it. It seems to say I could use it on fires. Can I use it on electrics if my computer catches fire? I'm like, surely I'm just going to like, step on the fire, like, pop, pop, pop. In that regard, the product is not a million miles away from an exercise bike or a copy of A Brief History of Time by Stephen Hawking. You have them in the house, but you're not likely to use them for the purpose of which they were intended. Kidd could have been filling up the fire extinguishers with popcorn, and the overwhelming majority of consumers would have never noticed. One of the problems eventually was picked up by the US Consumer Product Safety Commission, the CPSC, in 2017, when it seemed to be fairly trivial. Apparently the nozzles had a tendency to go rocketing off the extinguishers and become dangerous projectiles. Oh shit. You don't want to be like, oh, there's a fire, quick, get the fire extinguisher. Oh, I shot Peter. Not my pot plant Peter, colleague Peter. Peter is like Jeff. I have Jeff and Peter, they're my go-to generic names. And Charles. Charles is also another one. I know that you ideally don't want to be taking out everyone's eyeballs while trying to put out a fire, but I expect not many people were hurt by this. The other problem is a bit more significant. The extinguishers could clog up and completely fail to spray anything. This actually cost a life in 2011 when emergency personnel were unable to quickly deal with an explosive car wreck because their kid fire extinguishers were all clogged up. There were an additional 391 reports of the products completely failing to work, causing at least 16 injuries from smoke inhalation and burns, and 91 cases of damaged property. Didn't this go on for like 40 years? No, 40 million fire extinguishers. Oh yeah, over the next 44 years. There was only one person who died? That just makes me think, do we really need fire extinguishers? The CPSC ordered a massive recall of nearly 40 million fire extinguishers dating back to 1973, while Kidd responded with a slightly sniffy, customer safety is our first priority. Evidently not, allegedly. Of course, you shouldn't be hanging on to the same fire extinguishers for 40 years anyway. The typical shelf life of a fire extinguisher range anywhere from 3 to 15 years. But the good news for anyone holding on to antique models in the attic is they could replace them for a brand spanking new model without the need of proof of purchase. Just bear in mind that you might get told in the year 2062 that replacements are bloody useless. Red hot dog. Danny, I swear, either I'm just dumb today, I'm having a hard time pronouncing some of this. There's been a lot cut out where I'm just stumbling over my own words. And I feel like including an entry called Red Hot Dog is not helping matters. Everybody doesn't like something, but nobody doesn't like Sarah Lee. Who the is Sarah Lee? I've never heard of that apparently famous marketing slogan before. Me neither, Danny. And to be honest, I think it needed a bit more work before it got signed off. Agreed. Sarah Lee. And I can't say that I was ever familiar with the Sarah Lee brand name. Oh, it's okay, it's a brand. I'm glad Danny's on. Normally Danny's like, Simon, you've never heard of this. He joins in the commenters. You've never heard of this? Idiots. And to be honest, you've never heard of Mo Farah. You thought Mo Farah was a woman. Oh, no one cares. And I can't say I was familiar with the Sarah Lee brand name, although I vaguely recognize it from the packaging of cakes and bread and It was probably a much bigger deal in other countries, though, or maybe I just don't buy much in the way of cakes and bread and The American... Okay, Danny. The American Consumer Goods Company actually had a long lineage, stretching all the way back to the Civil War. Yeah, that's old in America. Although it didn't start flogging certain foods under the kitchens of Sarah Lee brand name until 1956, and it didn't fully evolve into the Sarah Lee Corporation until 1985. At its peak, the company sold snacks, beverages, and household products in over 180 countries. That's a lot of countries. But you probably needed to be a bit careful with the Sarah Lee hot dogs in 1998 because they were tainted with the Listeria bacteria.
Allegedly.
A rare bacteria related to Salmonella and E. coli, but far more lethal, often taking up to 70 days to manifest itself.
Allegedly.
At least 15 people died from eating the tainted meat. Bloody hell. And there were a further 6 reported miscarriages and over 100 nasty illnesses. That's pretty grim. On the face of it, Sarah Lee seemed to act swiftly and properly. They took out full-page notices in the press to announce that one of the largest product recalls of its kind, involving over 15 million pounds of hot dogs and other lunch meat, in order to prevent the further spread of this deadly outbreak. In 2001, they also pled guilty to a single misdemeanor charge of selling tainted meat, and they paid out a total of $4.4 million. Bearing in mind how much people have got fined in Business Blaze videos in the past for, crimes of not killing people, this seems pretty light, I have to say. This included the maximum fine allowed, a paltry $200,000, and $3 million generously donated to food safety research at the Michigan State University. Curiously, it also included the $1.2 million settlement of a lawsuit related to tainted meat sold exclusively to the Pentagon. So there didn't seem to be much in the way of compensation for any of the families who had actually lost lives from the meat, but the Pentagon raked in over $1 million because they had felt threatened by a dodgy hot dog.
Allegedly.
Who ate the Sarah Lee? Who ate the piece that I saved for me? Who just couldn't resist? Who ate the Sarah Lee?
What are you doing, Pentagon? Don't you have enough money? You're like the government. I can't remember what agency, 3-letter agency, no doubt, or maybe it's like the army or something, is in the Pentagon. But you have enough money. How about let some of the relatives of the people who died have some of that money? The financial agreement stressed that Sarah Lee didn't knowingly distribute tainted meat, and legally, that's how things stand today. However, and let's throw in an allegedly right there, there has previously been reported problems leading up to this crisis, including an occasion when a plant was shut down by the US Department of Agriculture, the USDA, because dirty fluid was dripping from neglected overhead pipes directly onto the merry conveyor belt of hot dogs. That's bad. Don't do that. Following the financial settlements and Pentagon payday, a federal meat inspector later reported that in his view, management had intentionally skirted the law and workers had been aware of the increased levels of listeria for 8 months. The courts appear to have stood by their original decision and no other evidence has been brought forward. But it also has to be said that despite initial appearances, both Sara Lee and the USDA were both incredibly low-key in their response to the outbreak of this food-borne illness and the first reported deaths. Those full-page advertisements from Sara Lee made no mention of the deaths, and by the time the USDA got around to publicly announcing them, the news was completely buried by President Clinton's impeachment drama and the bombing of Iraq. It's got to be great when you're a company and you make some major up and it's like, yeah, there was some major terrorism that day, and you're like, oh, thank God. Like, you imagine like, and it's like, we released this car, and we just didn't include a foot brake, and millions of people died. Fortunately, the date that news came out was 9/11. Today, Sara Lee is no longer a mighty corporation, having been split up and chewed around for a bit and then spat back out again, but the brand name still lives on, appearing on frozen desserts and bagels and shit. Be careful with the bread though, just so you all know. Just a few years ago, 48,000 packages of Sara Lee bread were recalled across 11 US states following, along with several other brands, because they were found to contain fragments of a broken factory light bulb. Oh my God. 48,000 packages of bread. How much light bulb was in each piece of bread? Like one tiny fragment, like one atom of glass? I know that glass can't be an atom because it's not an element. I know that! Leave me alone! Second chances. There are times when I'm quite happy to go with the cheapest shopping option. When it comes to stuff like sugar or salt, I don't feel inclined to go high-end because I know for a fact that I'm not going to be able to taste the slightest bit of difference between the cheapest option and the fancy stuff. Danny, I'm 100% with you. I don't need, although I will get some when it's like sea salt, I like the big chunky stuff with the big flakes. But for table salt, who cares? I don't need to pay 4 times the price for salt on the grounds that it's pink or Himalayan. Original gangster business boys joke right there. But although I'm no supermarket snob, I know there are plenty of occasions where the cheap crap really won't do at all. Agreed. I can't drink tea made from cheap tea bags because it doesn't taste like tea. I won't buy cheap washing up liquid or dishwasher tablets because they don't help clean anything. And there's another item that I'd like to add to this luxury shopping list on which only the very best products cut the mustard. Bulletproof vest. Yeah, what did you get? Tesco Value Bulletproof Vest. It stops some bullets. What's it good for? BB guns. Air rifles. Will it stop a regular? No. Absolutely no way. It goes right through. In fact, it actually speeds it up. I don't know about you, but whenever I'm shopping for a bulletproof vest, I'm really not that interested in saving a few quid on multi-buy deals. It's like some things is like, don't buy the cheap one. Like mattresses. Oh, cheap mattresses are the worst. Just find one that's good. Oh, used tires for cars, safety first. So to be fair, the bulletproof vest supplied by American body armor manufacturing company Second Chance wouldn't have been the cheapest option anyway. They were meant to be the dog's bollocks. And to be fair, the Michigan-based company was founded in 1970 in the garage of a former pizza delivery driver, Richard Davis, who was inspired to launch the company after shooting 3 armed robbers in self-defense while he was just trying to deliver another pepperoni meat feast with extra anchovies. Holy fucking shit. Why did you start the company? I killed 3 people who were trying to kill me. I'm like, bro, you don't need a bulletproof vest, you fucking ninja. You messed with the wrong pizza delivery guy. Richard was happy to demonstrate his new lightweight, concealable bulletproof vest to his potential new clients by shooting himself in the stomach while wearing one. Oh no. Something's going to go horribly wrong. 3, 2, 1. That's quite a brave move because even when wearing a bulletproof vest, that's going to sting quite a bit afterwards. But it shows how dedicated Richard was to his products. He even became a minor celebrity for a while, regularly appearing on TV to talk about his amazing entrepreneurial life story. And of course, they often got him to perform the whole shooting himself in the stomach thing for an encore.
I think it's 201 times from the shot total.
He's going to shoot himself live on TV, isn't he? And it's not going to work. In 1998, Second Chance had launched a new range of bulletproof vests that made use of a new lightweight material called Xylon, which was supplied by a Japanese company by the name of Toyabu. Hundreds of thousands of these vests were sold to clients, including the US government, military personnel, and law enforcement. Yeah, that's the government, no? President George W. Bush and First Lady Laura Bush even had their own matching bulletproof vests, which is terribly sweet. It's like, oh, Laura, that's looking lovely. Thanks, George. But there was a problem. It turns out Xylon is a bit rubbish, and it degrades very quickly, rendering the vests utterly useless. And I feel like I've heard of this story. The vests all, went out of date. And it goes useless in a relatively short period of time. Second Chance became aware of the problems in 2001 when the company's research official sent out an internal memo that warned lives and our credibility are at stake. In a draft letter to the company's board in early 2002, the self-shooting, Danny wrote shelf, and I'm like, why is he shooting shelves? Self-shooting founder and president Richard Davis remarked that the undesirable option would continue operating as though nothing is wrong until one of our customers is killed or wounded. Dude, wait, the undesirable option. So that would be an undesirable option, good. Because if you wrote, let's do this, I mean, we've discussed this many times before. Stop writing down your crimes. The amount of times people have written down their crimes. Why? Stop! So what did the company do? They continued operating as though nothing was wrong until June 2003 when one of their customers was killed. Oh, guys, no. This isn't going to go well for you. That customer was a 27-year-old police officer. Guys! His name was Tony Zeppatella, who pulled over a car during a routine traffic stop and was shot by a gang member with a stolen Ruger handgun. Tony later died from his wounds. The gang member had fled the scene in the victim's patrol car, but was later caught and charged with murder. Bro, that is wait, so someone pulled you over, you shot him, and then you stole his cop car. What the f*** are you doing? That's the dumbest I've ever heard. One, I'd be like, surely A, they definitely have GPS trackers. B, it's a f***ing cop car. You can't f***ing miss it. Oh, I hope he goes to prison forever. Even then, Second Chance didn't bother warning its customers until September 2003 when they recalled 130,000 of the vests. I guess the thing is, if you recall them here, something was wrong. Maybe just don't mention it and everything will be fine. You got so many out there, something's gonna happen, guys. Come on, we talked about this before. You can hire my business advice. I will tell you when you're f***ing up so bad. A further 98,000 vests were recalled shortly afterwards, but Second Chance claimed that they couldn't afford to recall and replace all of its Xylon-based products. Bro, it doesn't matter. You still gotta tell people. Even if you go bankrupt, you gotta f***ing tell people. The company filed for bankruptcy in 2004 and was liquidated. Yeah, not really surprising, is it? Richard Davis finally reached a settlement with the US government, who alleged that not only had Richard been aware of the defects in the Xylon, well, he clearly had, he wrote down his crimes, but that his company had pissed away a $6 million check from the Japanese manufacturing studio to help rectify the problem. Instead of using the money to fix the vests, Second Chance had devoted their time and resources into quickly trying to sell the company to investment bankers before the death of Tony Zeppatella pulled all deals off the table. That is sketchy as allegedly. Richard agreed to forego his frozen assets worth $1.2 million and pay an additional $125,000 to the US government. It was Toyoba who copped for the biggest loss, though, forking out a $66 million settlement to the US government after being accused of knowingly selling the defective fiber. I would say, hang on, so the guy who started the company knew about it, continued to use it, didn't warn anyone. He got away with just his assets frozen, an additional $125,000 fine. Bro, you got off light. The biggest tragedy of all is that Tony Zeppatella had actually been issued a perfectly good standard issue bulletproof vest from the police, but had decided to invest $313 of his own money to upgrade to the fancy new Xylon version. $125,000 fine? We've done business places where it was, some guy stole $500,000 from some other rich guy and he went to prison for 20 years. What the f***? So maybe it's not always a good idea to go for the most expensive bulletproof vest in the shop after all, and maybe it's worth having another go with those cheap tea bags. It's not, Danny, cheap tea bags suck. We're both British, we don't need to be promoting that cheap tea nonsense. Get the good stuff. 8,500 hairy deaths on the menu. This is by far, oh my god, 8,500 people died. We've talked about this so many times that I try and fail to make business plays slightly amusing, slightly light-hearted, but as we've discussed many times, the death of many people is very hard to make funny. This is by far the most devastating and tragic thing we're going to cover ever in a video on deadly product recalls. I know how much Simon loves dogs and feels that they're better than humans, so this one might be tough to get through. Oh no. Yeah, everyone knows my love of dogs. One of the things that follows me around the internet is I said in an early Business Plays video that humans are a higher life form than dogs, which is objectively and scientifically a fact!
Daddy, chill.
And people are like, Simon, have you, the guy jacking off in the corner of the bus, you saying he's better than a dog? I'm not saying he's better than a dog, but even that fucking idiot could run intellectual circles around your golden retriever, okay? For fuck's sake. I mean, I like dogs. I don't have a problem with dogs. I'm just like, they're obviously not smarter than people. It's just a fucking fact, internet. Jesus Christ. The frankly magnificent Bill Murray once famously said, "I'm suspicious of people who don't like dogs, but I trust a dog when it doesn't like a person." Of course, everyone likes dogs. I mean, dogs are okay. Not everyone likes dogs. Also, the fact that Bill Murray likes dogs makes me like dogs more, because Bill Murray is a fucking legend. And we somehow managed to prove in a very early Business Plays video on hyperinflation that one dog is worth about 10 Simon Whistlers. Danny, we proved nothing. I can't remember how... Oh, I also said that I'd commit a dog genocide before I killed one person. That did not go over well. I can't remember how we got there, but I'm pretty sure Simon agreed, so let's just assume he's right. No! And it makes this case even more shocking, as we're now talking about the alleged equivalent of 85,000 Simon Whistlers. Oh, Danny, so 8,500 hairy deaths. I thought people were dying because they were eating hair and it was getting clogged in their stomachs and it was actual people who died, but this is just dogs. It's just dogs. It's only dogs. Oh, let's make fun of it then. Smash. This is going to have so many dislikes. So many dislikes. At purchasethemerch.co, there's actually a smash the dislike button t-shirt, which I'd encourage you to purchase. Link below. God, I'm such a dick.
Oh yeah, we're the worst, yeah.
The Canadian company Menu Foods is once the biggest supplier of wet dog and cat food in the whole of North America, with their products selling under nearly 100 different brand names. I meant that it was wet food. It wasn't intended for wet dogs and cats. Normally, at this point, I'd make like a bada bum bum. Ah, that is so weak. Bada bum bum. Unfortunately, thousands of tins of pet food was swiftly recalled in 2007 when it was discovered that they were killing pets at an alarming rate. The problem came from contaminants found in the food's vegetable proteins, which had been imported from good old China. One of the contaminants was melamine. Who gives a shit? Which is often used as a fertilizer. Another contaminant was cyanuric acid, commonly used to stabilize chlorine in swimming pools. All that good that you want in your meals. On their own, neither contaminant should have caused any major health issues in relatively small doses in pet food. Well, good. But when mixed together in a Chinese contaminant cocktail, they found an insoluble crystal which can obstruct the kidneys and ultimately cause kidney failure and death. It's difficult to even get a rough grasp of the numbers of how many dogs and cats died as a direct result of munching on Menu Foods, largely because there's no centralized government database of animal sickness and death in the United States. Menu Foods originally disclosed around 471 sickness causes had been reported, including 104 deaths. Well, that's a bit more than sickness, isn't it? The US Food and Drug Administration put that figure closer to 8,500, along with tens of thousands of sickness cases. This is going to be really hard to litigate because pets are property, legally. So you're going to sue someone, you'd be like, yeah, my dog died. And this is very distressing and all of that, but it's like, oh, this is America though. So they'll be like, yeah, my pain and suffering, I want more money. And it's like, in the UK, they'll be like, yeah, I mean, how much do you pay for your dog? It's free from the shelter? Then you get nothing. In America, they'll be like, I want $100 million! Give me my money! Following the recall, Menu Foods found themselves facing a class action lawsuit from nearly 100 grief-stricken You killed Fido! But it was tricky. People like myself, Simon and Bill Murray might view dogs as a beloved member of the family. And I suppose that goes for cats too at a push, even though they're inherently evil. Alright, Danny. But as I know from watching too many episodes of Judge Judy, pets in the US are traditionally treated as just property, valued at their original sale price. God, I'm a genius. Big brain. Only a few states allowed lawsuits for punitive damages and emotional distress, whilst the Americans aren't, you know? You're not all crazy, allegedly. Menu Foods eventually reached an agreement to create a $24 million fund to reimburse owners of poor, poisoned pets. But about half of this fund actually covered lawyers' fees and expenses, leaving the pet owners with mere crumbs. Several of the recipients complained that the amounts they eventually received covered only a fraction of the vet bills that they racked up from the mass poisoning. The Menu Foods brand still appears to be around today, but has lost much of its bite after being swallowed up and wolfed down by Simmons Pet Food in 2010. We're not done. I was almost going to end the video there, but we've got like 3 more pages. 500,000 dead Americans can't be wrong. Jesus, no, I would have heard of this. Finally, you would have thought that if a single product was alleged to have caused the death of 500,000 Americans at the turn of the 21st century, like 20 years ago, it might have generated some pretty heavy global media coverage. What is going on? What have I not heard of? Just to be clear from the beginning, that figure is impossible to confirm and is probably way too high, but it's estimated the absolute minimum death toll was 55,000, which is probably very conservative. The true figure is likely to be somewhere in between.
Allegedly.
What are we talking about? And yet, outside of the United States, the Vioxx scandal went largely ignored. Oh no, I've definitely heard of Vioxx. It was a medication for the heart that gave people a stroke, and it led to one of the largest medical settlements of all time in was like 100 million. Was this the one where the woman, because her husband died, she got $1 million because it was like, this is how much the economic value of your husband's life was, until he died? We'll give you $1 million. And then she also got like 149 million in punitive damages to punish the drug company, which is such a bizarre way of doing things. I mean, okay, give her a little bit more, because obviously it sucks her husband died, but make her square. That's what the $1 million is for. Then give her, I don't know, 20 mil. That's enough. And put that under 130 million into stopping the from happening before, because that woman doesn't need 17 mansions. Considering the scale of last year, it didn't even gather that much coverage in the United States. The anti-inflammatory drug Rofecoxib, great naming guys, was developed by American multinational pharmaceutical Merck & Co. during the 1990s. By the very end of the decade, the FDA had approved the use of Rofecoxib as a treatment for arthritis, which, as misinformed patients will never stop telling you, it's usually caused by people who spent their childhoods popping their knuckles. Another OG business place reference right there. And by OG, I mean this was probably last week. The drug was marketed under a variety of different names, but the most commonly known treatment was called Vioxx. And Vioxx turned out to be a pretty big money spinner for Merck & Co. for a short while at least. By 2003, it's estimated that over 80 million people around the world had been prescribed Vioxx at some point, and Merck had raked in total sales revenue of $2.5 billion. The only slight issue with the new ones treatment is that it was shown to greatly increase the risk of fatal heart attacks and strokes for any of those 80 million people who had popped one of the pills.
Allegedly.
Okay, so it wasn't for heart, but it did give people a stroke or a heart attack. After discovering that thousands of people were dropping dead after taking Vioxx, Merck voluntarily recalled the drug in 2004. It'd be a bit of a dick move if they were like, no, it's cool. Voluntarily. But it's alleged that they had left it far too late and had been aware of some of the risks of taking Vioxx for quite some time. One of the reasons why it's so hard to calculate the number of deaths caused by the drug is that it's difficult to pinpoint Vioxx as the sole cause of death for the hundreds of thousands of Vioxx customers who died within the 5-year period it was on sale. To be fair, many of the death cases are related to elderly people who were already very ill. Yeah, they don't count. If they do, that's a joke.
Allegedly.
If an 84-year-old chain-smoking alcoholic suddenly endures a fatal heart attack, it may not necessarily be down to the fact that they just took some Vioxx a few weeks earlier. Some experts have looked at the fluctuating American mortality rate during this period and come to the conclusion that Vioxx killed 500,000 Americans. F***ing hell. That is wild. It was an FDA investigator who claimed in a leading medical journal that the death toll was at least 55,000. And it was this piece that pushed Merck, possibly somewhat reluctantly, into the recall. But both these numbers could be wildly inaccurate. Still, the Martin report, commissioned in 2006, seemed to put Merck's management team in the clear. This report, edited by former US District Judge John S. Martin Jr., concluded that management had always acted in good faith and that any mistakes made with the mishandling of clinical trials were natural oversights rather than malicious behavior. The report was slightly more critical of the overzealous sales teams who sometimes appeared to prioritize strong marketing above health warnings, which, if I'm not mistaken, was surely a job they'd been given to do in the first place. It's like, you had one job! You had one job! So a shop opened next to me. Like, this is a basement office space, like, or a semi-basement. There's windows and but it's like, half underground. And the unit next to me was empty for a very long time. And they've just opened up a store there. They open at 11 o'clock in the morning. It's about 9:30 now. And I've basically decided I should probably record all the business places before around 10:30 when the staff get in, because they will definitely hear me shouting. I mean, unquestionably. The walls are thick, but I shout loud. Merck accepted the findings of the report and promised to act on the recommendations, which was decent of them. But wait a minute. It turns out that the Martin report, which, just to stress again, cleared management while dumping all of the blame on the sales team, was actually commissioned by Merck & Co. It spent $21 million on the hiring the services of former judge and his buddies. Merck insisted that the report was still very much independent, but the rest of the world cried bollocks, allegedly. As you might expect, a few lawsuits were filed for bereaved family members, about 50,000 of them. How is Merck, allegedly, still in business after this? How? How rich is Merck? Considering how long it can take to settle a single lawsuit in US courts, it's not unreasonable to assume that the sun will have been reduced to a dying ember of a star after engulfing Earth by the time this sorted out. Just mass litigate it. Surely all those people, 50,000 people, get in a class together. But to speed it up a bit, Merck agreed to put the funds for a mass tort settlement of $4.6 billion. Okay. A mass tort lawsuit works in a similar way to a class action lawsuit, in that evidence is used collectively, but the cases can be reviewed individually in a mass tort. So this enabled the courts to quickly rattle through the merits of each and every case based on collective evidence to determine how much of the pot may be dished out to each plaintiff. You needed to jump through quite a few hoops to get your share, though, as you were required to provide medical records, receipts of Vark's products, and proof that the pills were consumed within 14 days of the recorded death. So it's no surprise that most of the plaintiffs walked away with nothing at all, while even the winners received fairly small payouts. As part of the agreement, Merck & Co. has accepted no wrongdoing or criminal activity on their part. To date, they have refused to consider any of the thousands of deaths outside of the United States which are alleged to be linked to Vioxx. And in fact, while $4.6 billion might seem like a pretty chunky bill to pay, many industry analysts and investors have suggested it represents a victory for Merck & Co., as initial estimates of the company liability were close to $25 billion. God damn. Despite all this is possible, you might not have heard the last of Vioxx, or at least the actual drug. There are currently exciting plans to bring it back to market, but this time as a treatment for degenerative joint disease. Isn't that the same as arthritis? Let's hope the silly sales team don't drop the ball on that one. If they get it wrong next time, they're going to need more than one of Walter Kidd's dodgy fire extinguishers to deal with that all-consuming blaze. Or maybe they'll just pay out again and everything will be fine. It seemed to work out for them the first time. This has been Business Blaze. If you like this show, if you like what we're doing here, you're at the end of the episode. Why not support the show and get yourself a sweet-ass pair of tennis shoes, sneakers, trainers, whatever the fuck you want to call them. Vessi shoes. There is a link below with special discounts. Why not? Be a legend. Join me. And thank you for watching. I want $100 million! Give me my money! This is the world's dumbest smugglers. What happens here is I, Simon, also known as your boy with the blaze, will read a script that Danny has prepared for us. I will maybe make some funny, probably not very funny, and Sam will add some memes, which are the finest vintage memes. Let's get into it. The world's dumbest smugglers. You might be wondering if you're new here, what the is going on? What does this have to do with business? 1, welcome to Business Blaze. 2, not really anything. Over the course of the last 154 Business Blaze videos, Jesus Christ, is it really that many? I'm hopeful that regular viewers may have picked up on some fried golden nuggets of wisdom on how to become a master criminal. We hope so. That's the purpose of Business Blaze. Briefing you on criminality. We've revealed a while back in a video on incredible art heists that the most cunning strategy for stealing multi-million-dollar paintings from an art gallery is just pick it up and confidently walk out as if you own the place. But please bear in mind this would be entirely the wrong approach if you are thinking of trying to smuggle illegal substances through customs. That's a completely different kettle of cocaine. Whether you're trying to smuggle drugs, alcohol, exotic animals, or you've got into the big league with Kinder Surprise eggs, stop emailing me! The number of times I bring it up and people still email me pictures of Kinder Joys being like, Simon, I found a Kinder Surprise! And it's like, does that fucking say Kinder Surprise on the text? Does it?
I can't have these. Those are illegal.
It's worth remembering that swaggering confidence has the opposite effect in this scenario. Customs officers are trained to sniff out people pompously parading about like a peacock from 100 yards away. It's like, that guy's being a bit loud. Let's look inside his butt. As I first discovered many years ago, the best method to avoid suspicion and detection is to approach the customs desk in a state of bewilderment and confusion, as if you haven't got a clue what you're doing. I found this surprisingly easy to pull off, as I was genuinely in a state of bewilderment and confusion, and I didn't have a clue what I was doing. Who goes through customs? Just go through the green lane. You don't have to go to customs desk. There's never anyone in there. You just walk through. There's a few guys like looking like they want to go out for a cigarette. How complicated can it be? Also, I'm not a drug smuggler, so I guess I've never had that like sweaty worry of like, I've got a lot of cocaine inside my ass. I was alone the very first time I caught a plane and left the UK, and I hadn't really done much research on the security procedures and how many cigarettes I was allowed to bring back home with me. As I arrived at Manchester Airport and got ready to negotiate the final barrier of the customs desk right next to the exit, it suddenly occurred to me that I may have got a bit carried away with all the boxes of dirt cheap cigarettes that I'd bought on my trip and shoved inside my luggage. I noticed that everyone in front of me in the queue seemed to be slowly shuffling towards the exit while giving sideways glances at the customs desk and hoping that they wouldn't get stopped and searched. I've never been stopped in customs. Pretty sure that's true. Never had my bag searched, never been stopped. I guess I don't look like a drug smuggler because I'm not a drug smuggler. Although I'm always like, please don't search my bag. It's going to take 10 minutes and I just want to get the out of here. For a brief second, I became consumed by madness. I broke out of the queue, approached the desk, slammed all my luggage on top of it, and meekly explained that I'd bought a few cigarettes and I wasn't very clued up on the allowance limit, so any advice would be appreciated. What are you doing, Danny? The customs officer gave me a warm-hearted chuckle, explained to me that a few cigarettes was no problem, and told me to be on my way. I politely thanked him and staggered out of the airport with enough cigarettes to sink a Pepsi battle fleet. Incidentally, if anyone from Her Majesty's Revenue and Customs is watching this video, I'd like to make it clear that I just made up the story for effect. Allegedly. Danny, I don't know how long this was ago, but I think you're probably okay. Honestly, even if it was yesterday. But it just goes to show how easy it is to smuggle contraband through airport security without making a critically endangered elephant ear of the whole thing. Those examples of botched bootlegging blunders by simpleton smugglers are borderline criminal. It's terrible. Get your together, smugglers. Henderson's relish. In all my excitement, I didn't get a glass of water or a coffee for this episode because I was doing the magic spoon thing. I guess I just have to drink this milk. Have you guys seen those videos where those guys try to chug like a gallon of milk and then throw up everywhere? That's intense. If this video gets 100,000 likes, I'll do that. No, I won't. Maybe I will. 100,000 likes is a lot. It's completely unrealistic. Also, I live in Europe. We don't have gallons of anything because we're not savages. Henderson's relish. Swallowing your illegal substances before boarding a plane is one popular, if perilous way of getting your contraband safely to the other side without detection. Take the case of Mark Henderson, a 41-year-old US national living in Panama and a former Mormon missionary. He was persuaded in 2012 that the best way of smuggling just over 2 pounds of cocaine through customs was to shove it all inside 62 condoms and swallow the lot. Sounds risky, old boy. Henderson was flying to Auckland International Airport in New Zealand from Peru, where he had been paid the equivalent of $16,000 by dodgy international dealers to smuggle the Class A drug in his stomach. He had originally agreed to swallow 92 condoms packed with the white stuff, but could only manage 62. Fucking lightweight. Trouble first started brewing aboard the flight to Auckland when poor old Henderson found himself accidentally secreting all of the condom cocktails while in his seat, which must at least be 1 league above the annoying passenger who sits in front of you and reclines his seat way too far, so it's practically in your lap. Yeah, I'd say so. It's just like, ooh, these condoms are popping out of my bottom.
No! No! Look away!
Oh, poop.
What would you do in that situation? As soon as you land, you're f***ed if someone discovers what's going on. You're probably also f***ed if you throw away the condoms because the drug gang are gonna f***ing murder you. You can't go to the police because you're smuggling drugs. What would I do if I'd somehow got myself into that situation? It's guaranteed you're gonna go to prison if you get caught. So I guess I'd have to get rid of them and worry about the drug gang later. Probably go to the toilet and try to shit out as many as possible.
Look away!
And just throw them in the trash. Try and get rid of them and then wash that off me as much as possible. Hopefully them all out. Because, I mean, whether they lose half the condoms or all of the condoms, they're going to be pretty upset at me either way. So might as well get rid of them all and hopefully not go to prison. And then when you get there, well, I guess just go into hiding. Incidentally, why is this even allowed? I can remember on one long-haul flight, as I was halfway through watching The Adventures of Tintin, The Secret of the Unicorn on the little TV screen in front of me, when the passenger front reclined his seat so far back that the screen was facing the floor. It's an absolute bloody outrage. I never did find out if Tintin and Snowy ever managed to find the 3 scrolls that led to the treasure. It's alright. I mean, the seats, tilt back a bit. But then you can also tilt, if it's an overnight flight, everyone at some point tilts their seats back. That isn't, that's how it works. I remember once I tilted my seat back, the person in front of me had tilted myself, the person behind me had a go at me. And I'm like, I'm just not interested. So I'm tilting my seat back. You can tilt yours back if you like to. Anyway, Mark Henderson made a dash to the toilet, smart move, where he must have found that his options were quite limited. It may have crossed his mind to call it quits and just flush the condoms down the toilet, but instead he tried to salvage the desperate situation by putting the leaked condoms into a few paper bags and covering them with coffee grounds. Bro, that is not what you should be doing. If anything, I know it's nasty, but you should probably swallow them again, son. After touchdown, the engagement must have been one of the most lamest smuggling operations in history by confidently strolling past condoms while clutching the dodgy paper bags in his hands. Like I say, this method only works in an art gallery. After customs officers discovered the 25 secret coke condoms, Henderson admitted that there were another 37 hidden inside his body, leading to a very messy waiting game at Auckland International Airport. Henderson was sentenced to 7.5 years in prison. Oh, at least he's not smuggling them to somewhere like, where are the countries that hang people for smuggling drugs? At least he was going to New Zealand, where he gets 7.5 years, rather than gets shot in like Bali or something. For smuggling the stash with a street value of around $300,000. But in many ways, he was lucky to survive. Just a year earlier, a 37-year-old woman was persuaded by her son-in-law to swallow 27 coke-filled condoms on her way to, funnily enough, Auckland International Airport. I guess the people in Auckland are massive coke fiends. She actually managed to get away with it, but there was little cause to celebrate, as less than a day later she died from a heart attack when 3 of the condoms burst inside her intestines. Whoops.
Oh, poop.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and fries. We often hear stories of ruthless, mercenary swines attempting to shift endangered species through customs for souvenirs or financial gain, or just for the sake of being a massive dickhead. But this is more of a touching love story between a gentle Chinese man and his beloved pet turtle. The man, who has only been identified as Mr. Lee, well, that sounds like his name, doesn't it? Was intended to travel to Beijing, and the first leg of his journey was from Guangzhou Baiyun Airport. But he couldn't bear the thought of leaving behind his pet turtle, who hasn't been identified at all, so we'll just stick to pet turtle. Danny, we don't need to identify the turtle. It's a fucking turtle. The problem was Mr. Lee feels differently. He's like, it's not any turtle. That's my beloved Betsy. The problem was that live turtles aren't allowed on flights, so Mr. Lee came up with a pretty imaginative plan to smuggle his little reptilian friend all the way to Beijing in his hand luggage. He smeared the turtle with mayonnaise and put it between 2 sesame seed buns, which he then popped inside a KFC wrapper to make the package look perfectly innocent. Sadly, despite the cunning disguise, suspicions were raised as soon as Mr. Lee tried to get his hand luggage through an X-ray machine. For starters, who on earth walks into KFC and comes out with just a burger? Idiot. Who gets a KFC burger? It's a chicken restaurant. Don't get a burger, even if there's chicken in the burger. What's wrong with you? You savage. Sadly, despite this cunning disguise, suspicions were raised. Yeah, I mean, the problem is, you run through an X-ray machine. It's an X-ray machine. It sees through buns and wrappers. More significantly than the airport staff noticed that the KFC wrapper had some odd protrusions and suspicious corners, because it's got a turtle in it. Mr. Lee was given a chance to come clean, but he refused a bag search and came out with a peculiar response when asked exactly what was inside the KFC wrapper. Cocaine. There's nothing special to see inside, he claims, thinking quickly on his feet. There's no turtle in there, just a hamburger. Dude, come on, you could do better than that. This wasn't quite enough to fool the sharp-witted security staff, and the travel plans for the pet turtle were swiftly brought to an abrupt halt. I had a moment of panic there, because I couldn't feel my microphone tugging on me, and I was like, oh god, has my mic not been plugged in the whole video? That would... Thankfully, there doesn't appear to have been any serious consequences for Mr. Lee or his hero in a half shell. Ba-da-bum-bum. Mr. Lee still made his flight after making plans to leave the turtle with a friend. And while many commenters have been quite moved by the story of a man who couldn't bear to be separated from his pet, others have questioned the wisdom of shoving poor turtle through airport security where it's going to get zapped by all that radiation from X-rays. Perhaps Mr. Lee came back into a very different turtle. I'm sure that's how the superhero origin story starts out. Oh, hilarious. Hell to pay. Some cocaine smugglers deserve at least some credit for coming up with some wildly inventive schemes. Not this one, though. This one's a f***ing imbecile. Alright. And he's Colombian as well, so he should have known better. Everyone knows that everyone from Colombia is an expert in cocaine. Someone was once said, Simon, stop saying Colombia's just known for cocaine. I was like, alright, it's known for coffee as well. Chill out. The unname's like, oh no, Britain's known for tea and MDMA. The unnamed 65-year-old male arrives on a flight from Bogota, Colombia, to Barcelona airport with about a pound of cocaine discreetly hidden on his person. That's a lot of cocaine to hide. Let's play a quick quiz. Observe the photographs on the left. Taken by the Spanish police shortly after his arrest, because yes, spoiler alert, he was caught. And if you can identify where he had his stash, you'll find the answer on the right. Oh no, it's just sitting on top of his head under a toupee. That is weak. Also, it's a really long flight to have that on your head for. It must be sweaty. Yes, this clown had glued a bag containing about $35,000 worth of coke to his balding head, and then tried to conceal the package with a poor-fitting toupee, which ended up protruding several inches above his head, as if it were a hovering sentient being. Yeah, that's exactly what I think of when I see that toupee rising slightly above his head. I'm like, yeah, it's alive. Perhaps the guy wasn't completely clueless. To be fair, he did try covering the toupee with a big hat when he first landed at the airport, but officials were quick to spot that a toupee appeared to be dramatically bulging out of his hat at unusually of this unusually nervous and sweaty passenger. It's not clear what happened to this Colombian after his hair-raising escapade from 2019, as he was never named. But considering that the Spanish authorities have been cracking down on drug smuggling very recently, it's likely that he faced a tough penalty. Look, you smuggle $35,000 worth of coke into Spain, you're probably going to go to prison, mate. And I bet he's scraping the glued bag off his head wasn't much fun either. Monkey business. When the American Robert Cusack arrived back from Thailand and made his way through Los Angeles International Airport, he was probably hoping he wouldn't get stopped and searched by US customs agents. As we've discussed, even if you're not smuggling anything, you hope that you're not stopped by customs agents. America's particularly bad, even non-customs. Even the guys on the border are like, why are you here? And it's like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm not here to commit crimes. But they feel like, I feel like they expect me to be a terrorist. And then they ask you all of these friendly questions that you know are not really friendly questions. Like, oh, so, yeah, and what are you doing after that? And where are you going? And I'm like, I'm just here for a conference. And they're like, what are you doing after that? Go the fuck home. And now you make me want to leave now. Why American customs? Why are you so mean? You arrive in any other country, they're like, welcome to our country, have fun. It's like, you're not here for terrorism, are you? No! Unfortunately, that's exactly what happened to him on that fateful day, on the 13th of June 2002. The inspectors were taken by surprise when, upon opening the luggage, a bird of paradise came. What the f*** is a bird of paradise? Came flying out of the suitcase and started flapping around the terminal, prompting a comical scene in which airport security staff were seen chasing after this beautiful bird. And it was eluding them at every turn. After finally capturing the bird, inspectors later discovered a further 3 endangered birds of paradise lurking in Robert's luggage, along with no less than 50 protected orchids. Holy shit, dude, how big is your luggage? At this point, the inspectors turned to Robert and asked him if he had anything to declare. I would imagine that Robert chewed over his options carefully before conceding that the game was up and that he may as well spill the beans. Yes, he glumly replied. I've got monkeys in my pants. Please no. And it turns out that wasn't some weird euphemism. Robert Cusack had indeed stuffed 2 tiny lorises, I guess that's a type of monkey, into a pouch in his trousers. Although Robert may have needed to brush up on his biology, the wide-eyed and stubby-tailed loris, native to Vietnam, Laos and Cambodia, may have the look of a monkey about it, but is more closely related to a lemur, and more importantly, it's an endangered species. Robert had already purchased them on his travels from a market in Indonesia, and had been holding onto them in his hand luggage during the flight, but he decided to stick them down his pants just before the plane landed. Why, Robert? Why? That's the only question I have here. He later claimed that he was a concerned environmentalist who was planning to open up a new sanctuary in Costa Rica. Whatever his plans were, he got sent to prison. Ooh, that's unexpected. For 57 days, that's not too bad, and was ordered to donate $11,500 to a Texas facility for primates. Some leniency may have been shown in the sentencing of Robert, as he was suffering from full-blown AIDS at the time. I like how Danny says full-blown AIDS, rather than just AIDS. So we know AIDS is full-blown. That's why, we know about it. It's AIDS. The good news is that the loris was sent to a nursery at Los Angeles Zoo and went on to lead a happy life beyond the confines of Robert Cusack's pants. The bad news is that the birds of paradise all died. That's sad. Why did they die? Gay bikers on drugs. Wow, that sounds like a movie from the 60s. Some people are guilty of just overthinking things far too much. At the turn of the millennium, a network of drug-dealing bikers were keen to get their illegal steroids smuggled from Thailand over to Australia and New Zealand. What is with Australia and New Zealand and drugs? The stuff they were trying to shift was a cocktail of prohibited performance and image-enhancing drugs, including active ingredients such as testosterone and decadurabolin, particularly popular with bodybuilders who are keen to pursue shortcut cheats. It would have been fascinating to eavesdrop on the meeting in which this criminal gang of ruthless bikers decided on how they were going to disguise all the small bottles of steroids that they intended to smuggle past the prying noses of customs officers. They eventually hit upon the shrewd idea of labeling the bottles as gay lube oil. I'm not sure, because I'm not an expert on gay lube oil, but I'm fairly sure they'd just call it lube oil, or just lube. But I don't think you need to specify that it's gay. You can kind of see a trace of logic in their cunning idea. It's not an uncommon strategy to hide your drugs within something that might be considered too embarrassing for a customs officer to take out and examine with intense curiosity. And these hardcore bikers felt that the bright pink bottles of gay lube oil were destined to serve as the perfect customs officer repellent. Okay, I get it. Alright. But the problem is what you're actually doing here is making it blindingly obvious to everyone that you're deliberately trying to divert attention. It's speculated that they may have had more success if they'd just proudly listed all of the genuine illegal ingredients in big letters on the bottle. Well over 100 bottles of gay lube oil were seized by customs in raids across Victoria, Western Australia. It's very amusing though, isn't it? New South Wales, Queensland and South Australia. Customs National Manager Investigations Richard James Go, maybe, delivered a quite smug quote to the press. Customs officers were not fooled by the labelling and its misdescription. They obviously knew from a mile off that it wasn't proper gay lube oil. I love how he just leans into it. One of the more notable arrests in 2010 was that of 43-year-old Mark Rainbow, appropriately named, who received a 3-month jail sentence for his role in the smuggling operation. Former bodybuilder Mark Rainbow was the winner of Mr. Australia title twice and the Mr. New Zealand title during the 1990s, before his slippery slope of crime led him to become better known as in prison as Mr. Gay Lube Man. It's not going to work out well for you in prison, I'm guessing. Live and Wired, final entry, and it's a short one. Finally, just a quick closing word on rule number 1 of smuggling. Remember, yes, this is Business Blaze. We are educating you on the ways of smuggling, and this is really just schoolboy stuff. If you don't know this, you shouldn't even be allowed to board a plane, let alone try and smuggle illegal materials across the globe. Here's the rule. Don't try and smuggle an illegal product inside something else which is also illegal. Yeah, bro. It'd be like smuggling cocaine inside Kinder Eggs. Don't do it. Seriously, it sounds blindingly obvious, but you'd be surprised how often it happens. One of the most famous cases occurred in Andrade, maybe, California, where investigators came across an operation in which smugglers were preparing to get live ammunition across borders by cleverly concealing it inside packages of compressed marijuana. What are you doing? This really is almost as silly as trying to smuggle a few pounds of cocaine into the United States by stuffing it all inside 359 Kinder Surprise eggs! Danny, this is the most on the same page we've ever been, and I love it! Remember, I don't read these ahead of time. Everyone's going to be like, Simon, you read that ahead of time. Did not. Danny and I are just simpatico, the yin and yang, the Australia and New Zealand, because they both love drugs. This has been Business Blaze. Thank you very much for watching. Please do check out our fantastic sponsor, Magic Spoon. And that's about it, guys. Thank you for watching. And now let's move on. Hello everybody, welcome back to another brand new episode of Business Blaze. This is another follow-up video, insanely overpriced products. Speaking of insanely overpriced products, if you go to purchthemerch.co, which is my merch store, you'll be able to pick up stickers, which retail for about €7. And you might think for that price, or $7 or whatever it is in dollars. I see euro prices because I am in Europe. And you might think for $7, $8 you get a stack of stickers, but oh no, you get one. So, and people often flex to me on Twitter. They're like, hey Simon, look at these stickers. And I'm like, you rich make sure you stick them on the back of your Lambo and send me a picture. I don't even have the stickers. I think I bought one allegedly sticker, and then I was like, too rich for my blood. Not so long ago. Oh, what happens here? Danny writes me a script. I will read the script. I will be unfunny. Sam will add some memes. Let's do it. Not so long ago, I can remember casually flicking through a lavishly illustrated brochure for custom-designed coffins. What are you doing, Danny? That reminds me, I should really have a word with my local doctor's surgery about providing a more appropriate choice of reading matter in the waiting room. Not appropriate! But it is very funny, but I have to admit I was getting intrigued by the eclectic mix of novelty-shaped coffins and caskets that were on offer. You could get coffins in the shape of a Viking longship, a TARDIS, a Twix chocolate bar, a bingo machine, and a giant packet of Bakewell tarts. I can't believe this is actually true. When I die, I want to be frozen. I want to be frozen by Alcor. I gotta set that up. It's really expensive, but I mean, what have you got to lose? Like, you're dead. May as well give it a shot. You can't take your money with you, but you can use it to freeze yourself in the hope that in the future they'll be able to revive your body. I sadly couldn't find my own dream Sinclair C5 coffin listed in the brochure, but it did mention that the manufacturers would be dead happy to create any custom design as long as you throw a load of money at them. And the average price was about $5,000. F***ing hell. Wait, for a custom one, or is that just for regular coffins? Hey Siri, how much is a coffin? Wolfram Alpha coffin prices. It has asked me, well, okay, here's some interesting information for you. Coffin is the 3,985th most popular surname in the United States. 92.78% of people who have it are white. The most notable person with the surname Coffin is Jeff Coffin, a songwriter, etc., born 1965. He's 55 years old. Thanks, Siri. That was exactly what I was looking for. Says no one. Ever. I was then struck by quite a dark thought. The most expensive thing I could possibly do right now is drop dead. That's not true. If you're in America, which Danny's not because he's British, and if you're in the doctor's waiting room, there's a lot more expensive news that you can get in that room.
My name is Buck, and I'm here to fuck.
It turns out you have a chronic disease that your health insurance isn't going to cover. Are you ready to sell your home? Not that it would affect me much, but it would certainly run up a big bill for those who cop to sorting it all out. And a funeral service has got to be one of the biggest blatant rip-offs in the modern world. Even a non-novelty coffin or casket will set you back $1,000 at the very least, which seems a bit of a waste of money considering how much use you get out of it, and the fact that it will soon either get hidden away in the ground or more likely these days get burnt to a crisp. The typical markup on a coffin is about 200%, which seems a little steep. No, dear family, if I die, don't waste your money, or more accurately, my money, what was my money, on a coffin. Use it for something useful. And by use it for something useful, I mean have it yourselves and enjoy it. Have a party or something. Use that £1,000, go out for a really nice meal. It's on me. The actual cremation costs just shy of $1,000 in the UK, or you can pay twice as much for a burial. It costs about $1,000 to book the chapel for the funeral service for about half an hour, and get some religious bloke who never even met the deceased to stand at the front, bang on about Jesus, and make loads of embarrassing mistakes in the eulogy. Danny Salter, that's Danny's name, was a keen Heineken drinker who enjoyed driving around in the countryside in a tank and enjoying and taking potshots at badgers. Anyway, now let's pause to hear a toe-tapping track from his all-time favourite artist, Phil Collins. I want to see those hips moving. There's something in the air tonight. Oh Lord. And I know those aren't the lyrics, but now it's a meme. It can cost hundreds of pounds for a few pretty flowers, another grand for a memorial headstone or plaque, and of course there are plenty of enticing optional extras to pimp up your funeral. I would don't get a memorial headstone, I'm not into that. Get one of those benches. I love it when there's a bench, a nice bench, in a really nice place, overlooking some nice view, and there's often a little plaque on there saying, in the memory of. And I'm like, you legends, you got like a bench for people to enjoy in a place where there wasn't a bench, and it looks nicer than the city benches, and I'll read you a little plaque and be like, whoever that was, legends. I like it. Do that. Use my money. Get a bunch of benches. You can have your name written in a book of remembrance for £100, or you can get a memorial bush planted for £500, or really go to town with a memorial bench for a few more grand. Don't get a expensive bench like that though, alright? I mean, get a good bench. A few £100. Easy. You're in trouble if you die while you're out of town, as it can cost hundreds of pounds to drive the body from one location to another, even if it's not particularly far. Just put me in the back of an Uber. Your family would probably be better off just hiring a black cab and sorting it out for themselves. Oh no, he's just really drunk. He passed out. Don't worry, he's not going to throw up. We're pretty certain. It even costs £50 if you want the crematorium dues to spend a couple of minutes on splitting up the ashes into 2 separate piles for you to scatter in different locations. And naturally, the people who walk away with some of the biggest markups of all are the funeral directors, who rake in a small fortune for themselves in their role as glorified party planners. Describing a funeral as a party is not what I would do. Funeral prices seem to be rising ever higher in recent years in the UK, with a typical funeral in London now costs an average of £7,500. Don't waste your money, please. Just don't. If someone spent £7,500 on my funeral, I would be very disappointed. Please don't do that. Throw me in the ocean. I'm joking. Use that money. Freeze my brain.
You don't have the brains you were born with.
It never used to be like this. Before the American Civil War, we just used to throw people in the ocean. Not really. Families used to take care of a lot of the arrangements at home. They would wash and clean the corpse of dear old Grandpa Joe. Don't do that. I don't want my family washing my weird dead body. Pay someone to do that. And then lay him out in the nicest room in the house. Don't do that. It's weird. So that guests could come along and pay their final respects. I realise I'm sort of dead. This episode is more an excuse for me to tell everyone that after I'm dead, this is how I want it to be. Also, I don't really care that much, because I am dead. I'm not entirely sure if they would prop Grandpa Joe up in a chair, or maybe lob him over the pool table, but we're certain they were saving a few quid in the preparation before paying a modest fee for the funeral service down at the local church. During the Civil War, the remains of soldiers were often decomposed before they finally reached home, leading to a fresh boom in business for undertakers, who would often set up shop on the outskirts of a battlefield so they could offer embalming services the very same minute that another soldier bit the dust. That is morbid. Death had suddenly become a very profitable industry. How did we get to these, frankly, ridiculous pricing structures, which most funeral directors won't even attempt to justify or explain? Why is it so expensive? It just is. I'm so sorry for your loss. But my bank account isn't. Part of the reason is the lack of competition. You don't generally see more than one funeral director's office in the same town or village, so they can charge whatever they like and usually get away with it. Just go on the internet. Cheapfunerals.com. Please tell me this is a thing. It is a... Oh, it doesn't work. I feel like I should buy cheapfunerals.com and have it as the new link to my merch store. Purge the merch, be gone! Go to cheapfunerals.com and buy some merch. Everyone will be very confused. When I start a clothing brand, you know, when I go beyond just the t-shirts and the stuff that you can get with Teespring and start my own clothing company, because every YouTuber does, I'm going to call it Cheap Funerals. That's actually good, I like it. It would sell blazers. They'd be like, where'd you get that blazer? Cheap Funerals. Another reason is the industry is one of the few to remain completely untouched by cheaper competition from the internet. Ah, damn it! A funeral is really not something you can just order online in a bargain package on Black Friday. Bereaved families do feel under an obligation to give their loved ones a fitting send-off regardless of expense, but it's unlikely that the deceased would have wanted their family to endure financial hardship for the sake of a nice do. And they wouldn't want to have a big chunk of their life savings end up in the pockets of a funeral director. Goddamn right. The good news is that there does appear to be a very gradual shift towards DIY funerals in the UK at the moment, in which you pay no more than £1,000 to receive the cremated ashes in an urn and then hold a more friendly and personal tribute at your own home. That sounds more like it to me, and maybe more funeral directors will finally consider lowering their prices if this trend continues to grow in the future. In the meantime, we should perhaps take some comfort in the knowledge that some companies are taking such time and effort to scam us from beyond the grave. Yeah, we should all be thankful for that, Danny. It's wonderful. Allegedly. And before we reach our final destination, there are plenty of other exciting ways to throw away your money on completely overpriced tat. And with that, we gotta be 20 minutes in, 15 minutes in? The introduction is done.
That's a 10.
You're welcome. Everyone in the comments who says, oh my god, so much blathering, why doesn't he get to the point? Well, here we are, 15 minutes in.
10.
Diamonds are not forever. Oh, I hate diamonds. This is such a rip-off. Nothing conveys your undying love and commitment to a partner. They're better than a big, expensive ring with a sparkly diamond inside it. Normally it's on the outside, Danny. Alternatively, you could just cut out the middleman and present your partner with an urn containing several months' worth of your salary that you've just set on fire as a symbol of your burning romantic devotion. Yeah, the idea of spend 2 months' salary on a wedding ring? It's like, that is ridiculous. I am married. My wife absolutely didn't get that. And honestly, I wouldn't marry someone who was disappointed by this. The fact is that unlike, say, gold or silver, diamonds are just a glittering con. They're not particularly rare, and they're certainly not forever. As we've learned from the famous Spandau Ballet song, gold is indestructible. In contrast, diamonds are quite easily damaged and destroyed. So why are we so happy to fork out a fortune for a relatively common mineral that quickly loses its sparkle? It's because we're all blistering idiots. Blithering idiots. Oh, Simon, you're so dumb. Or at the least, we've been lied to for decades by a very shrewd marketing campaign from a company that tightly dictated the supply. Up until the mid-19th century, most diamond trading took place in India and Brazil. This was back in the days when diamonds could still be considered a rarity, and you were only ever likely to see one on the hands of a monarch or a professional YouTuber. Hell yeah! But then, in around 1870, massive diamond mines were uncovered in South Africa, and suddenly cheaper diamonds were flooding the market. This may have been good news for the common man or woman who fancied getting their hands on one for the first time, but it was bad news for the many British financiers behind the mining operations who realized that the value of their great find was quickly becoming more and more diluted every day. Yeah, I mean, and people might be like, oh yeah, now we can afford them, but then they quickly become undesirable. Like aluminium, or aluminum as my American friends would say, used to be like the most expensive metal in the world because they hadn't worked out electrolysis. So, I mean, aluminium is abundant, but you need to do this magical chemical process to make aluminium from it.
I know what you're thinking.
It's not magical, it's called science. Once it became super abundant and everyone figured this out, it lost its value. So all of these people who had these crazy, having an aluminium plate was like, whoa, that is bigger and better than gold. And then it became wildly common and everyone's like, yeah, I'm just going to wrap chicken in it. So people would just stop caring about diamonds unless this company, spoiler alert, the name is De Beers, bit of a allegedly piece of shit. When it comes to this, I mean, De Beers is sketch, allegedly. So, a cunning Brit by the name of Cecil Rhodes went about snapping up all the diamond mines and fields in South Africa from his competitors. By 1888, his company De Beers pretty much had a complete monopoly on the production and distribution of all diamonds coming out of South Africa, which in turn gave them almost total control of the diamond market. It reached a point where the company was less interested in mining new diamonds and focused instead on just controlling the existing supply. De Beers would snap up any surplus diamonds on the market and then stockpile them, strategically calculating exactly how many diamonds it would release again into the market each year and at what massively inflated price. So diamonds were no longer a rarity. It's just that De Beers was hoarding most of them to maintain an illusion of scarcity and then shifting a relatively small percentage of them for far more than they were actually worth. Exactly. I've done a video on this somewhere else because I know this story so well. I might have even done it twice. So I'm sorry if you're hearing me repeat myself, but at least you get the business blaze flavor. It wasn't until the 1930s that the love affair between Americans and diamonds really burst into passionate flames. De Beers, now under the guidance of the equally cunning German immigrant Ernst Oppenheimer, launched a series of marketing campaigns which suggested for the very first time that a diamond engagement ring was the ultimate romantic gesture. It's not. Please stop this. If your wife-to-be, or whoever, dear American friends, is saying like, oh, you got to buy me this nice diamond ring to get engaged, 1, tell them no, and 2, send them to this video. So, I mean, honestly, it's probably not going to do wonders for your relationship, but, well, send them here if you think that's best. And then, if you've arrived at this point in the video, dear potential future wife, well, I'm sorry for the bad news.
John, I want a divorce.
Divorce.
The weird thing about this campaign is that somehow it managed to convince consumers that this had always been a long-standing tradition going back centuries, when in fact De Beers had just plucked the concept out of thin air. The famous "Diamond is Forever" slogan was cooked up in 1948 and helped to persuade young lovers that they should keep hold of their fancy engagement rings for the rest of their lives. This was another clever marketing move, as De Beers didn't want anyone reselling their diamond engagement rings and potentially disrupting the company's tight control over the market. Yeah, this passing it down thing is ridiculous. I have a diamond ring which my grandmother gave to me a few years ago, and it is insanely expensive. And I'm like, well, the insurance appraisal on it is insanely expensive. And I'm like, well, that's not the real value because no one's going to pay the insured value. So I don't even know why I have this insured value thing. But it's like, it's just insane. And I'm like, this is just artificial. It's not really worth anything. But then you've also got this form which is saying if someone nicks this, you get this much money. And I'm like, can't I have someone would nick it? And so it was that over the next few decades, prompted by a flurry of high-profile celebrity endorsements, devoted couples were compelled to spend an average of 2 months' wages on this fictional tradition, as anything else would make them look like a skinflint. In the US alone, wholesale diamonds shot up $23 million in 1939 to $2.1 billion by 1979. $1979! That's a lot more today. It's a lot anyway. It's a lot more. De Beers eventually faced an antitrust class action lawsuit in 2005 and were charged with creating a global cartel through aggressive management of supply and prices and collusive agreements with suppliers and distributors. The company eventually agreed to a $295 million settlement, which they probably didn't mind at all because which included an injunction that prohibits De Beers from monopolizing the market. They probably minded a lot more about that because that monopoly is their business. They may have lost the official monopoly, but De Beers are still responsible for nearly 30% of the world's diamond production, but critics argue they still wield control over the excessive inflation of prices. Diamonds certainly don't seem to have dramatically fallen in price in recent years. My advice is to buy synthetic diamonds instead. Laboratories can now create artificial diamonds which cost a fraction of the price and which even leading experts can't distinguish from the real thing. And then you can use all the money you've saved on something genuinely useful and productive for the future of your budding relationship, like buying a house. Like, if you don't own a house and you are considering spending 2 months of your salary on a ring, get your shit together. A rich oh, I gotta do a Squarespace ad read, or it's gotta be in the middle. You see, when I do an ad read, it's always got to be like around the 50% mark or earlier. So I don't know why I'm telling you this, but there's a little inside look. If you truly felt anything for your partner, you'd forget about the diamonds and take them for a bite to eat at Serendipity 3 instead. Although it's debatable if it would work out any cheaper. Founded in 1954, the restaurant in New York City was an early example of the hipster cafe, right from the very beginning, doubling up as a kind of boutique that sold weird one-of-a-kind fashion items and oddities. Sounds Yeah, I really want to buy when I'm having lunch. No, I just want to eat my lunch. It's not complicated. Those restaurants you go to where it's like the art on the walls is for sale, I'm like, couldn't you just get art? Like, why does it have to be for sale? It's weird. And someone just like, yeah, I'll have that. Just you're having lunch and you're like, yeah, I'll take that painting. Do you just wrap it up with the burger? Notable early customers included Marilyn Monroe, Grace Kelly, Andy Warhol, the First Lady, Jacqueline Kennedy, and the latter of whom was turned down when she asked for the secret recipe to the restaurant's signature dessert, the frozen, there's loads of R's in there for some reason, hot chocolate. Although the co-owner of the restaurant did agree to serve the dish in person at Jacqueline Kennedy's party. Yeah, because she's fucking Jacqueline Kennedy. Andy Warhol was relatively unknown at the time and completely skint, but he was allowed to pay for his frozen hot chocolate with his artwork. He ended up getting the chance to exhibit some of his new designs in the cafe and catching the attention of the editors from Vogue for the first time. Oh, if I ran a cafe and some random guy came in claiming to be an artist, I'd be like, bro, you're crazy. You gotta pay for that, I'm afraid. More recent high-profile names to pop in the restaurant include Jay-Z, Beyonce, Ryan Reynolds, President Bill Clinton, Kim Kardashian, and Justin Bieber. I feel like Bill Clinton's a bit left out there. Jay-Z, Beyonce, Ryan Reynolds, Bill Clinton, Kim Kardashian, Justin... It just doesn't seem like his crowd. So they're clearly not too fussy about who they let through their doors. And you don't have to be fabulously wealthy to order the majority of stuff on the menu. A frozen hot chocolate served in a soda fountain glass with 2 straws and a massive dollop of whipped cream sprinkled with chocolate shavings could only set you back about $12. But you might need a bigger bank balance to tuck into some of the more extravagant options. To celebrate the restaurant's 50th anniversary in 2004, Serendipity 3 launched the Golden Opulent Sundae. It might seem a bit pricey at $1,000. Shit! In fact, it held the Guinness World Record for the most expensive dessert on Earth, but apparently takes 8 hours to put together and the restaurant requires 48 hours notice to complete your order.
Smells like shit.
It is shit, Austin.
Oh good, then it's not just me.
Your $1,000 gets you 3 whole scoops of Tahitian vanilla ice cream covered in 23-carat edible gold leaf, along with big blobs of almonds, caviar, marzipan cherries, and all kinds of crazy exotic shit. Perhaps most significantly, the dish is served in a $350 Baccarat Hardcore crystal goblet, which you get to take home with you afterwards. You're also provided with an 18-carat gold spoon, but they ask for that back. A few years later, in 2007, Serendipity 3 broke their own world record when they launched the frozen hot chocolate for $25,000. Yeah, it's just going to be like, yeah, it's a dessert. It's $25,000. Well, the dessert costs $24,990. It's just some cart door ice cream, but there's a big-ass diamond in the bottom, which you get to take home. We want the spoon back. This is another ice cream sundae which features a fine blend of 28 of the world's most expensive cocos and is decorated with white and chocolate-covered diamonds, which Wait, why the f*** are you covering diamonds in chocolate? Which, as we just discovered, are worth jack shit. So that's another con within a con right there. Yeah, it is. Again, you get to keep the fancy goblet in which it was served, which included more diamonds at the base. But this one may have been overstepping the line just a little. It was very quickly withdrawn from the menu and has never been seen since. You suspect even Kim Kardashian went a bit dizzy at the thought of blowing $25,000 on ice cream. Danny, you're underestimating just how rich Kim Kardashian is. And I don't know why they removed it from the menu, because that is quite the... it's dumb. Don't ever buy this. Don't waste your money. Please. But I get it. It's like good publicity. Kim Kardashian and her ilk will buy it. If you don't fancy splashing out that much, you can still order other world record holding options from the menu, including the world's most expensive hamburger, priced at $259, held together with a solid gold diamond encrusted toothpick, or the world's most expensive milkshake, priced at $100, served in a glass decorated with 3,000 Swarovski crystals, which you don't get to keep. Or if you're feeling a bit short this week, you can just settle for the $69 hot dog, a foot-long tube of meat accompanied with black truffles and foie gras. I mean, that does sound pretty good, because truffles are great, and as cruel as it is, so is foie gras. It does make you wonder how easy it is to get into the Guinness Book of World Records, though. It is easy. I mean, just come up with something. Pay, because it's a for-profit enterprise, right? So you've got to pay like Guinness to come and certify your record and all this shit, and it's expensive and it's how they make their money. But you can get it for anything. You're like most dickheadish YouTuber. Pretty sure I could get that Guinness World Record. If I opened a basement cafe and started serving $350,000 bowls of French onion soup with sourdough croutons shaped in the face of Simon Whistler, would I get a place in the book? Watch this space. I'm quite excited about that. Compact discs. Paul McCartney can still recall the day back in the 1980s when his former legendary producer and unofficial fifth Beatle, George Martin, isn't that the dude who wrote the Lord of the Rings books? Turned up at his house to show him, not Lord of the Rings, the other one, with the dragons and shit. Game of Thrones. George Martin had gotten hold of a shiny new compact disc. Could I fit any more cultural ignorance into 30 seconds? I don't think so. George Martin got hold of a shiny new compact disc when he was destined to shake up the future of the commercial music industry, and he was excited about it. Apparently, George exclaimed, "This will change the world. It's indestructible. You can't smash it. Look." I bet he proceeds to smash it. He then proceeded to whack it over the nearest table, and the CD split in half. There were certainly a few myths about... Oh yeah, I remember an episode of Tomorrow's World, which was a show where they had, like, technology of the future on in the UK. And there was a guy, like, reversing a car over a CD, just loose. And he's like, and then it'll play. And I'm like, bro, that ain't gonna work. Despite what some people claimed at the time, you couldn't really expect the new indestructible CD to play perfectly after you had smeared it in peanut butter, thrown it in a deep fat fryer for 5 minutes, and then stuck it in the washing machine. Perhaps the biggest myth of all was the perceived value of the new CD, and it's certainly a thorny topic. Over here in the UK, new vinyl albums were selling for around £7 or so during the late 80s and early 1990s. Cassettes were usually considerably cheaper, and quite understandably so. Often seen as a more disposable format, cassettes were also clearly smaller and much cheaper to produce than the majestic vinyl record housed in its mighty cardboard sleeve. When the superior digital audio experience of the CD hit the shelves of the record stores, it was seen as a bold new progression for the music industry, and customers seemed keen to shell out more money for something that was perceived to be a radical improvement on cranky old format. But here's the thing, compact discs were actually dramatically cheaper to produce than vinyl records or cassettes, and yet the price tag was positioned at between £10 to £15, so it would work out as twice as expensive to buy. Good lord, that was £10 to £15 back in the day? And now it's like, I have all of the music in the world for like, what, $8 a month on Spotify? It's probably more than that, isn't it? But I split it with my family, so it's not expensive. It's reported that record companies have managed to get the manufacturing of the CDs down to less than £1 by the mid-1990s, and the new format was much easier to ship and much easier for record stores to display in the racks. But the retail prices only ever kept creeping up, while the vinyl and cassette formats stayed roughly the same. Now, it's a controversial topic because you're clearly paying for far more than just the minor manufacturing costs of a CD. You're paying for all of the creative effort and time and resources that were put into the production of the album. Yeah, but it's not anymore. Once you've made it, if you make 1 or you make 1 million, those costs don't change. It's called fixed costs. I mean, you're on Business Place. Look, you just learned something about business. You're paying for the months and months of meditational reflection conducted by Yoko Ono before she could finally summon up the mental willpower to record a classic, I Feel Like Smashing My Face in a Clear Glass Window. Yoko Ono, if you're new to Business Place, welcome. Number 1. Thank you for making it this far in this train wreck of a video. Yoko Ono is a recurring meme on this channel who I will absolutely on, and I can't continue this without giving you a little rendition of my version of Yoko Ono. And now let's move on. It took Guns N' Roses 14 years to finally complete the Chinese Democracy album. It's understandable that some of this time time invested might be reflected in the retail price of the album, even though I suspect most of that long period is spent hurling beer cans at each other and arguing about whose turn it was to put the kettle on. But surely, this should have been reflected across the pricing of all the different formats. It doesn't seem to make sense that the cheapest format to produce had a retail tag that was twice as expensive as the others. And it's largely because the record companies could get away with charging more for something that was perceived to be new and superior. And I suppose there's no arguing supply and demand, even if it was described in some quarters as wildly excessive profiteering, which allegedly funded the coke habits of record industry executives for well over a decade. F***ing legends. Of course, some of that money went in developing new bands and talents. The 1990s Britpop scene in the UK spearheaded a major resurgence of the music industry, which may not have been entirely possible if the record companies weren't rolling around in money. But it's also interesting to note that vinyl and cassettes took a long time to die, even though CDs should, in theory, have rendered them totally obsolete by about 1985. CD sales only overtook vinyl sales for the first time in 1988 and didn't overtake cassette sales until as late as 1991, largely because more cash-conscious consumers were stubbornly sticking with the cheaper formats. Yeah, I don't remember tapes. CDs were the first things that I saw in stores. I was born in 1987, so that makes perfect sense. The CD revolution would have been far more effective if the record labels had just brought the prices down to at least match those of vinyl and cassette, which wouldn't have been entirely unreasonable. Thankfully, a quarter of a century on, the pricing seems to be far more sensible. Faced with the tough competition of streaming services, CDs cost about the same today as they did 25 years ago. But since vinyl made but also inflation. Like, I don't know how much. When was the last time you bought a f***ing CD? It's 2020. Let's say they cost £10 to £15. With inflation, that's way cheaper than it was in the past. CDs can't cost more than £10 to £15, surely. Surely. Hey Siri, how much does a new CD album cost?
I found this on the web.
No, just useless web results. But since vinyl made an unexpected comeback and became hip with dedicated lovers of inferior sound quality, the average price of a new vinyl album has shot up to about 4 times the cost it was in the 1990s, and well over twice as much as a CD. For that kind of silly money, I'd expect a gatefold sleeve encrusted with at least 250 diamonds and a very generous blob of Tahitian vanilla ice cream. Ba-da-boom-boom. This has been Business Blaze. I have been your boy with the blaze, also known as Simon. This video has been brought to you by the legends over at Squarespace, and you can support this show. If you've been thinking, I should make a website, I should make Simon happy, I should support Business Blaze because of all the hours of content that Simon makes for me, Squarespace is the right way to do it. There is a link below. Thank you for watching. I'm sorry for everything I said. I love communism. Comrade, welcome to new video from Business Blaze, now known as... I'm gonna stop doing a Russian accent because I'm terrible at it, but this video is brought to you by the DPRK. Not really. Oh, Danny also starts. Comrades, a spectre is haunting this basement as the ruling classes tremble. Watch me shake, Danny. I'm so afraid. What are you gonna do? Take control of the means of production? Oh! A world to win and nothing to lose but my chains. And the radiator, I suppose, which does come in very handy during winter. Yeah, if I ever turned it on. Oh, but before I deliver this manifesto for a revolution, I have a confession to make. I used to be a postman for a while. In fact, I had 2 separate stints, working for the Royal Mail. A friend of mine from university, I haven't seen him in like a decade, but I do know he worked for the Royal Mail. I don't know if he still does. I don't know why I'm telling the story, it's not interesting at all. It's the only thing I can think of to talk about when it comes to postmen. Other than my postman where I live now is like, yeah, we got a package for you. It's at the post office. Why can't you deliver my packages? I'm not paying for up. The first time round was my proper job after my relationship with my dating agency business broke down due to irreconcilable differences. Boom. I found the life of a postman to be very much a mixed mailbag. Boom. It was very much dependent on the weather and the location of the mail round that I'd been assigned to that week. You don't get your own permanent round to begin with. You just have to cover for people who are off sick or on holiday. If you hang around for a few years until somebody retires or drops dead from the strain, you might just be lucky to bag your own rounds eventually. I never lasted that long. I know literally nothing about being a postman. Is being a postman a stressful job? Because I can imagine you've got to carry around this heavy you got to do a lot of walking, you got to go to other people's houses. But then again, also, you're just walking around dropping off packages, which, I don't imagine to be the most stressful career in the world. It's not like you're dealing with, I don't know, what's a stressful job? It's not like you're an investment banker or something, and you're like, oh my god, I just lost all my clients' money. Luckily, I'm still rich. Wait, maybe being an investment banker is not so bad, because you don't lose your own money. Stressful job. Surgeon? Is that? I don't know. If the sun was shining, and I'd been assigned to a lovely quiet area with a fairly light load of mail, I often felt like I got the best job in the world. I probably would have whistled a jolly good tune if I only knew how. Oh, Danny. You can't drive, you can't whistle. What can you do, mate? But the job felt a bit less pleasant if I was battling through a ferocious hailstorm while getting weighed down with bulging bags of mail in one of the rougher areas of Rotherham. Note, Rotherhammers. I'm getting the pronunciation Rotherhamians. Who gives a notice my pronunciation of Rotherham. I think I'm getting it right. I'm not sure though. Where everybody was hassling me for their gyros. What the gyro? Or their court summons, oh god. And threatening to say, what the a gyro? What is a gyro? It's got a capital G.
Just one gyro. One, and I can get back to work.
Someone enlighten me. And it's something you get in a rough area. Is it like a knockoff biro? I don't know. And threatening to set their dogs on me if I was a bit late. A stray vicious dog once ripped a chunk out of my thigh, but I bravely battled on to the very end of the round before collapsing in a pool of my own blood. Danny, what is going on? Is this even real? Days like that just never seem to be as cheerful. But one thing I noticed during my 2 short spells at Royal Mail was how the whole operation seemed to be at the mercy of the Union, who seemed hell-bent on throttling the life out of it at any given opportunity. I'm not going to share my opinion on unions, because it will encourage people to smash the dislike button. Angry union meetings were held every week, strikes were called at the drop of a hat, and big advantages were handed over on a plate to Royal Mail's emerging business competitors, who became viewed as a more reliable service. Obviously, they've never heard of Yodel. Is it Yodel? What's that one that everyone is such a piece of shit? I mean, there's so many that are a piece of shit. But a friend of mine runs a business where he delivers a lot of packages. And I remember, I think my parents were talking about this Yodel company being shit. And then he was like, yeah, we use Yodel because it's by far the cheapest. I'm like, yeah, mate, because it's shit. It seems as if the union would rather destroy the whole company than lose a fight with management. Yeah. Unions. And nothing has changed much since then. What a surprise. Just a couple of years ago, the union boss proudly declared to the press that he would rather smash Royal Mail to bits than lose an ongoing dispute over pensions. You clowns. Oh, you gotta smash the dislike button, because my opinion on unions, not all unions, many unions, is becoming clear. I got quite friendly with one union rep, even though he was a very odd and very hot-tempered bloke. Yeah, he is part of a union. And over a pint of lager in the local pub after a tough morning's letter posting, I got a rich insight into the extent of his anger over the society of today. This went beyond a postal... Where's the communism, Danny? Unions are not communist enough. This went way beyond a postal union, tossing the odd custard pie in the face of anyone who worked in management. The guy firmly believed that a communist society was the only fair way forward for the good citizens of the UK. Good luck with that one. And while he was happy to concede that communism hadn't quite panned out well in other countries such as the Soviet Union and China, and let me just add in, any other country that's tried it, he insisted this was only because the original perfectly sound concepts had been perverted and corrupted by fools. That's a fairly legit argument. Like, the concept of communism is arguably not bad. The implementation of communism is always terrible. But look, we're humans. We're never going to be able to implement it right. I'm really sorry to say. Like, I am a huge Star Trek fan. I love it in the future where they don't have money and they have everything they need and everyone works for their own prestige and glory and all of this stuff, but for the betterment of themselves and mankind, or however they want to describe it. But I'm like, yeah, it's not happening, is it? And anytime they mention money, like the gold press platinum or whatever in Star Trek, they're like, yeah, people get into that because they love money. Oh, if you're wondering why I'm wearing different glasses, I just realized that I am. It's because my kid broke my other glasses, so I'm wearing my backup pair. I know they don't look as good. I apologize. What are we talking about? He bangs on for hours with his own elaborate manifesto for a new utopia in which there is no such thing as private property until it was finally time to leave the pub. I'll never forget that as we left, I asked if I could borrow a cigarette until tomorrow. He said, no, these are mine, get your own, and disappeared into the bustling crowds of disenchanted workers, all aching for the merciful release of death. Oh, Daddy, this is depressing, but realistic. I know that the subject of communism seems to have crept into quite a few Business Blaze videos, and I have to admit that I'm not even entirely sure why. Me neither, Danny. It's just like, at some point, it's like, why are we talking about communism again?
The rain is actually a lot like communism. When you think about it, at first it sounds really nice, but once you actually get out into it, it is even better!
I think it stemmed from the Pepsi Navy video, in which we looked at the Pepsi Navy and discovered that there wasn't really any such thing as the Pepsi Navy, so we had to fill up a script with communism instead. But maybe it's time to get it out of our system once and for all. Yeah, good luck with that, Danny. I've got another script here, which I'm going to be reading immediately after this one, called Insanely Overpriced Products Part 2. And let me tell you, there's probably going to be communism in it. Could communism ever be considered a workable and fair concept? Why has communism always failed in the past? And could it ever succeed if handled in the right way? I've given away my opinion on this, haven't I? Did the soap opera Dallas really contribute to the downfall of the communist Soviet Union? 1, I've never seen Dallas, and 2, I've never heard of that, but okay. And why didn't Karl Marx just get off his arse and get a bloody job? The work-shy layabout. I love the word work-shy. It's like a single word. Work-shy. Love it. Hey Siri, define work-shy.
Work-shy means of a person lazy and disinclined to work.
Yeah, fucking right. By the way, I realized that if I do Siri on my iPad rather than on my phone, it works a lot better, because it's closer. We obviously don't want to spend ages talking about the entire long-winded history of communism from start to finish, partly because it would need to be a 20-part series, partly because my Ladybird book of communism didn't go into that much detail, and partly because I've already wasted a big chunk of the script waffling on about being a postman. Yeah, Danny, we're 4 pages in. We've barely even started. We've talked about unions. I've ranted about unions. Yeah, we talked about you being a postman. let's get into the subject, shall we? The other day someone left a comment. It's like, I can't stand this. 6 minutes and he can't get to the point. He can't get to the point. I'll just suggest, if you want someone to get to the point, have you ever considered not watching business plays and maybe cracking a book? You knob. But it still might be useful to briefly explore what exactly communism means and how a third of the world fell under its cold spell for much of the 20th century. Look, a lot of the countries that fell under the spell of communism weren't exactly, volunteering to be under the spell of communism. I live in one of those countries. The people don't have fond memories of being forced to be communists. Of course, communism was effectively a direct response and a two-finger salute to capitalism. We can see the early roots of both models pop up in very early history. Plato was describing communist ideals as early as the 4th century BC. But one of the most significant turning points in capitalist production arrived with the Industrial Revolution in the late 18th and early 19th century. The Industrial Revolution was a pretty big deal in history, and most economic historians would agree that it was the most important event in the progress of mankind since the domestication of animals. Yeah, the Industrial Revolution was this amazing, crazy thing, and it only happened like 100-something years ago. It's wild. Without the Industrial Revolution, we'd still be travelling around in horse-drawn carriages, fighting wars with muskets, and living in a closed world without so much as a telegraph service or a single electronic device. On the plus side, we wouldn't have polluted the earth anywhere nearly as badly. Look though, I don't want to say it's worth it, because it's going to get, people like Greta Thunberg to be like, but it was worth it, wasn't it? Wasn't it? I mean, look, would you rather be riding around in a smelly horse getting polio, or would you be like, the pollution index is looking a bit high today, isn't it? Yeah, but I'll just go inside. I mean, it's alright, isn't it? Or I'll just go to the country. Look, I'm not saying we shouldn't do anything. Let's not pollute the out of the world. Let's do our parts. But also, it was worth it. It's worth it. You naturally had the Luddites arguing that the new automated machinery was putting their jobs at risk. Later on, they staged protests by destroying factories, but they all got shot dead, which seemed to quickly resolve that issue. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a pretty good solution. I mean, dictatorships have tried it world over. I mean, literally, communist dictatorships have done this. It's very effective. I mean, all the people who smashed that dislike button, I have hunted down and shot, allegedly. It's very effective. It's why this channel enjoys such a high like to dislike ratio, despite being a piece of shit. Besides, they were talking out of their asses. The Industrial Revolution witnessed unprecedented growth in new jobs, average incomes, and the standard of living. So all of this seemed to prove that capitalism, a term first coined in the 19th century to describe a free, profit-based market based on supply and demand in which private individuals and companies enjoy complete ownership of production, was working out well. Not everyone completely agreed, though. The Industrial Revolution and the subsequent rise of capitalism was also deemed to dramatically widen the gulf between the rich and the poor. There's certainly no denying that it created huge ripples that affected everybody's daily life in one way or another. Before the revolution, workers would be the owners of their tools of the trade, such as chisels and pickaxes or whatever, and would effectively be self-employed. Emerging new technology may have changed the game completely, but it was expensive and beyond the budget of these workers who were earning a modest income. So, they had to put down their tools and go work for a rich bloke who could afford the new and flashy gear. Some would argue that this put all the rich factory owners in a position of complete control. They could now get away with paying a pittance to the labourers who slaved away every day to help make the factory owners even more fabulously wealthy. Already, I'm like, yeah, this is a really good point. And this is what the Communist Manifesto is. It's basically on capitalism without coming up with a really workable solution. You read the Communist Manifesto and you're like, yeah, capitalism doesn't really work. I mean, there's plenty wrong with it. It's a bit And then it's like, have you tried communism? And you're like, whoa. Yeah, but that's worse. No. One, it's really not well thought out. Two, now we're in the future, we know it doesn't work. But it's like, yeah, no, capitalism is broken. It's kind of but you know what? It's just not worse than communism. That's certainly how Karl Marx saw things. That doesn't work because we just did the thing. But although he was born in Germany, Karl Marx was a man without a country in 1848, getting kicked out of every country he lived in for expressing liberal socialist views in his political publications and generally stirring the good old days where we could just throw out a crazy socialist. He eventually settled down in London without a pot to piss in, and his family would regularly get kicked out of their apartments for failing to pay rent, regularly adopting fake names to hide from creditors. He often found himself housebound for long stretches because his wife was forced to pawn his trousers in order to put food on the family dinner table. Is that true? Marx's own mother once complained, If only Karl made more capital instead of just writing about it. She didn't say that, Daddy, did she? That's incredible. Fortunately, he had a good friend called Friedrich Engels. Yeah, Friedrich Engels was like Karl Marx's sugar daddy, who proved to be a handy source of free money, while Marx sat in his underpants scribbling articles and books that nobody wanted to read. Engels had a rich capitalist dad who owned a huge textile factory and who owned huge textile factories, plural, in Manchester and in Germany. So he's like a mega successful international businessman who owns all the capital. And it's how Marx lives for free. Oh, the irony. And Marx was happy to accept generous handouts from Engels and to avoid his family starving to death. It's reported that Marx was living communism before communism was a thing. It's reported over the years Marx scrounged tens of thousands of pounds from Engels, who had scrounged it off his dad. And so it was. In 1848, living a lifestyle funded entirely by money scrounged for a rich capitalist, Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels put together a very famous document which explained why capitalism was evil. Commissioned by London's Communist League, the Communist Manifesto, you've heard of that, described a revolution that was considered by the authors to be inevitable. Still waiting, aren't we? Of course, the concept of communism and socialism have been floating around for ages, and there are debatable differences between the two, although the terms are often used interchangeably and incorrectly. Socialism describes a system in which industrial production and the chief means of generating wealth is communally owned and managed by a democratically elected government, but individuals can still own private property. Socialists usually seek reform and change through peaceful democratic procedures. And everyone thinks that's communism, which it isn't. Communism is a more hardcore branch of socialism, which calls for the overthrowing of the entire structure. The manifesto explains the belief that wealth is unfairly distributed in a capitalist system driven by powerless workers who provide the economic value but live in conditions of poverty, while the big profits are siphoned off into the bank accounts of the already wealthy elite at the top.
Patrick, that's my money.
Have you learned nothing about sharing?
Marx and Engels wanted to rip down the crippling class divisions between the bourgeoisie, the capitalist owners of production, and the proletariat, the poor sods who sell their labour for tuppence an hour. A manifesto called for a complete central government control of all factories, agriculture, education, communication, transport, labour, and production. It's beginning to sound all a little bit like authoritarianism, isn't it, guys? Oh, all property rights would be confiscated under this new order in which private ownership of anything was forbidden. Society would live without class divisions, and distribution of goods and basic necessities would be overseen by the state and based upon the principle, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. And the manifesto declared that violent communist triumph over the capitalist pigs was only a matter of time. There was no doubt that the working classes would eventually rise up and revolt.
Russian dog.
Capitalist pig.
Thinking Bolsheviks, you'll never take me alive.
However, the manifesto was light on detail on how exactly this was going to be achieved. Yes, it was. For example, the planned redistribution of land and property was probably destined to get a bit messy, but the manifesto didn't bother itself with that. Yeah, I mean, here, I live in the Czech Republic, which was taken over by the communists, and everything was nationalized, and people had their private property taken away, and it's like, it's a mess to this day. There are properties which are still held in, oh god, what's the word? There's a word for it, which I've subsequently forgotten, which is where there is a property that lost its chain of ownership, so there's people fighting over who owns it. Like, I owned it before the communists, and they have to go through this extremely drawn-out process of working out how to get their property back. And, yeah, that.
¿Este edificio aquí cuál es? También es un edificio que tiene locales comerciales de propiedad privada. Expropiese, señor alcalde. Expropiese.
If like a communist government came over and took over my house and I'd be mighty pissed off. They'd be like, yeah, we're actually putting a good loyal communist person in the house that you earned the money for and paid for. It's like, please. I'd leave so fast. I would just leave. And although the manifesto helped to put the principles of communism on the radar and Marxist movements cropped up across Germany and Russia, neither Marx nor Engels lived to see a communist revolution. When Marx died in 1883, he was skint again and largely forgotten. Only 11 people attended his funeral. It's not recorded if Marx owned a pair of trousers at the time of his death. Okay, however, fast forward a few decades, the Russian Revolution of 1917, and the world finally got to see how communist power would work when the Bolsheviks, led by Vladimir Lenin, seized power of the troubled and deeply divided country. The communist Soviet Union was officially formed in 1922, and it had a pretty good run, lasting all the way until 1991, so surely they must have been doing something right. Obviously, if you think that, you've never heard of the 20th century. It's not entirely clear what, though. Shortly after seizing control, Lenin and his communist comrades got busy on confiscating mines, mills, factories, and estates from wealthy landowners. But Lenin didn't get a chance to sit on the throne of power for very long, as he died from natural causes in 1924, and nobody was sad. Shortly before his death, Lenin had warned his comrades to be wary of the ambitions of the ruthless and cunning General Secretary, another guy you've heard of, Joseph Stalin, Man of Steel. Following Lenin's death, Stalin gradually seized control of the regime, and it turns out the party may have been wise to pay attention to their former ruler. If you're looking for a good movie recommendation, The Death of Stalin, check it out. Worth watching, other than all that other that people constantly have a go at me for not watching, like The Princess Bride and Star Wars and The Godfather and Citizen Kane, everything that is regarded as good. Just go watch The Death of Stalin. It's perhaps not entirely fair to judge the effectiveness of communism on the dictatorship rule of Stalin, which officially ran from 1927 until his death in 1953, largely because Stalin was completely off his trolley. He got around the problem of running a painfully divided state by killing anyone who didn't agree with him. Surely good? Not really. During the Great Purge of the 1930s, he's believed to have ordered the execution of around 300,000 members of his own army, alongside over 1 million, probably over 1 million civilians, including the children of families that were deemed to be traitors. I would definitely have been executed. Oh, good. They'd see this video, the communists take over and they'd see this video and be like, quickly kill him and all his family. Be like, oh, millions more detractors were deported or imprisoned in forced labour camps. Or maybe they'd keep me around. Maybe they'd be like, that guy's not bad at presenting videos. Let's get him to make videos praising communism. And I'll be like, you're not going to kill me, right? And they'll be like, no, we're not. Are you going to pay me? They'll be like, no. I'm like, alright, I'll do it. Just don't kill me and my family, please. I'm sorry for everything I said. I love communism. Following food shortages, and in particular, a dire crisis in grain production, Stalin implemented the collectivization of the Soviet Union's agriculture sector, which basically involved the forced consolidation of individual private farms into giant state-run collective farms. Peasants were no longer allowed to grow plants, even in their own gardens. This didn't pan out quite as well as hoped. In fact, it led to a massive fall in agricultural production, which in turn led to a devastating man-made famine between 1932 and 1933 that claimed between 7 and 14 million lives. 7 to 14 million lives. F*** you, communism. F*** you, Stalin. Marx hadn't mentioned any of this in his original manifesto. No, but it just left a big, blank page for, you fill in the blanks. And Stalin did. Stalin remained a bit of a bellend right up until his dying days. His personal guards had always been strictly forbidden from entering his private quarters on pain of death. One day, probably when he was a bit bored, he decided to have a bit of fun by testing the resilience of his guards. From his private quarters, he screamed out repeatedly, as if in excruciating agony, and his devoted guards came rushing to the aid of their great leader. Stalin then had them all shot for failing to follow simple orders. I wanna react like I'm surprised, but it's Stalin, isn't it? It'd be like, yeah, then Hitler killed all the Jews. What? He did?
Ich hatte gut daran getan, von anderen höheren Offiziere liquidieren zu lassen, wie Stalin!
Shortly afterwards, he found himself in genuine agony from a paralyzing seizure while alone in his quarters, and none of the guards responded to the screams. They weren't dumb enough to fall for that old chestnut. Stalin was eventually found unconscious and was dead within the week. Good! Don't cry wolf, Stalin. I feel like we should rename that. Don't cry Stalin. Don't cry Stalin. Hashtag don't cry Stalin. That also sounds like don't cry Stalin. Would be like if we do something that's really capitalist. Hashtag don't cry Stalin. The comrades of the Soviet Union rumbled on under communist rule with hungry bellies and blistered fingers until 1991, when David Hasselhoff turned up and smashed the Kremlin to bits with his bare hands while singing his timeless classic, Looking for Freedom. No, hang on, we're getting that mixed up with Germany and also fiction. But as silly as that may have sounded, some claim that the glitzy, trashy American TV soap Dallas, I've heard of it but I've never seen it, was partly responsible for the dissolving of the Soviet Union. And people would be like, oh, come on, Simon, I can't believe you've never seen Dallas. Have you never heard of the Fonz? I don't even know if the Fonz was in Dallas. That could have been something else. That might have been Cheers, which I've also never seen. But there was a pub I used to go to that was themed like Cheers, so that's kind of all I know about Cheers. What the f*** was I talking about?
ADHD impairs a child's ability to function in
everyday life.
Yeah, people are like, why haven't you seen Dallas? I don't know, because I don't want to watch a soap from the 1950s or whatever. No one cares. Obviously not the 1950s. Under communist rule, citizens weren't allowed to watch or hear anything that hadn't been approved by the state, so good entertainment on TV or radio was completely out of the question. They couldn't even watch Bullseye on a Sunday evening. OG business place joke right there. But some deviants to the cause have managed to smuggle in black market videotapes of Dallas, which were sneakily watched and enjoyed by thousands, possibly millions of Soviet viewers who were awestruck at this perceived American way of life and wanted a bit of that for themselves. Of course you would. You'll be like, you have things? What? I wish I had things. It sounds about as far-fetched as a typical Dallas plot, okie dokie, but even the very last leader of the Soviet Union, Mikhail Gorbachev, privately conceded that Dallas and other shows smuggled in from the US may have played a part in the growing discontent of citizens. They were probably a bit disappointed to discover that typical American-style life was nothing remotely like Dallas. Following increasing unrest in several constituent republics and a chain of internal power struggles and attempted coups, Gorbachev eventually declared his office extinct in late 1991, signaling the end of the communist Soviet Union. The 70-year test of communism may be accurately described as a bit disappointing, really, but on the plus side, they did manage to send the first man into space in 1961, so it wasn't all bad news. No, but it mostly was. It mostly was. I'd say 99% was bad news. Still, the Soviet Union wasn't the only country to go commie. Over the course of the 20th century, a third of the world fell under communist rule, including most notably China from 1949 onwards. Maybe the Chinese had better luck following the manifesto. No, I mean, China is communist in name and basically in, like, governmental style. But the Chinese economy, I mean, no, it's just not. Maybe the Chinese, no, scrap that, they didn't. And again, much of the failure was down to something as simple as grain production. Oh yeah, sorry, modern China. Old school China, bit more communist. Mao, bit of a dickhead. During Chairman Mao's Great Leap Forward, peasants were encouraged to form and join collective farming associations, and many households ended up getting forced into state-owned communes. But the results were even more catastrophic than the collectivization of Soviet Union farms. Although figures from China are generally not reliable, it's reported that somewhere between 7 and 45 million people died from starvation in Chairman Mao's man-made famine, very probably on the higher end of that scale. Yeah, because it's China. They're not, you know, if they say a number, it's the worst one. Probably slightly higher than the worst one. It's one of the biggest and most appalling disasters in human history. Today, China, along with Cuba, Laos, North Korea, and Vietnam, is still technically one of the very last bastions of communism, although China does appear to be open to more capitalist concepts in recent years, and North Korea doesn't officially identify itself as communist. I've been to all of those countries except North Korea. Cuba is the only one that is quite communist. Like, there's a separate currency for tourists. I mean, they still have money. You still buy It's just, you know, much more centralized. Laos, hardly. Vietnam, hardly. China, hardly. It's just in name. And North Korea, I guess so. I don't really know. I've never been there. I can't go there anymore because I've shit. I used to want to go, but then I became a YouTube person and I've shit on North Korea so many times that I can't possibly go because I would be tortured to death. But while success stories under communist rule, Yuri Gagarin aside, are very hard to find in comparison to the millions of deaths caused by directly by communism, could it be the case that nobody has done it right yet and that there is still a very valid argument for a good functioning communist society that doesn't involve executions and starving the population to death? Well, no, not really. In fact, not at all.
Сука, 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 блядь, сука, 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 блядь.
Communism is just plain bonkers and would never work in a million years. Yes, I agree. I'm not sure I agree so strongly. Also, I mean, communism, bad. Socialism, I can see how it would work. I don't particularly like it. It's not how I would like things to work, but I get it. I think it's not an insurmountable obstacle to get a very socialist system working. But let's not. It's understandable how some people, it's always in the middle, isn't it? No one wants, like, unchecked, rampant capitalism, or, as I've described in previous videos, capitalism while being a dick. And also, no one wants socialism, where it's like you work really hard, because I work really hard. I don't want all my money taxed away from me and given to everyone else, because I worked hard for it. And I know that's an unpopular opinion, but I'm also saying, let's just get it somewhere in the middle. Just get it somewhere in the middle. It's not that hard. Let's not go all the way over here. Let's not go all the way over here. Let's just be somewhere in the middle. Okay? It's not that bad. It's understandable as some people felt aggrieved that the Industrial Revolution appeared to take away the tools of the common man and put more power into the hands of the filthy rich, and I can understand up to a point how annoying it is that somebody like Sir Shifty Philip Green, previous Business Blaze video all about him, is allowed to get away with siphoning off billions of pounds of profit into his already fat bank account while paying minimum wage to thousands of staff that drive his empire forward. But communism is not the answer. One of the crucial benefits of a capitalist economy is that it's driven by supply and demand, and the market prices enable companies to assess the current value of goods and services. When you hand all of that over to a centrally planned economy, you completely lose sight of what is actually needed or wanted and in how big of a quantity. Wow, Danny, I mean, judging by all of the previous videos that we've made and how often you bring up communism, I just thought you'd be like, Simon, communism is the answer, we're doing it. This is the start of the revolution. And Danny's like, actually, no, it's isn't it? I agree, Danny. Same page. It's actually a tremendous burden for a central power to control and oversee, and most of the time they'll be fumbling around cluelessly in the dark while the population starves to death. And yet, at the same time, mass famine is perhaps one of the strongest arguments a communist society can use to convince comrades to give up their private property and join in the collective farms in order to survive. There's also the small matter of a complete lack of incentive for comrades to work hard and succeed. Why should you bother? You can work twice as hard as your lazy neighbor, but you're never going to walk away with twice as much income. Yes, a communist society destroys any desire to innovate or produce anything new that might be useful. Instead, it creates a working environment in which most people just try to get away with doing as little as possible to tick the box. There is also the counter-argument to that if everyone isn't working for, innovations and supply and demand and business and seeking out money, then you get a more creative society. Because people, it's not if I go out and make a popular YouTube channel, then I'm going to get paid more. Maybe if I just had a base level of income and I wasn't going to make more, rather than making something I knew would be popular, I would arguably make more business places because they're more entertaining and more, I feel, creative expression. And the only reason I really could do business plays is because I have enough money already. So that is the counter-argument to that.
So that was a fucking lie.
I've made it in a very weird way, I realize. Soviet workers had an old saying which lightly hits the nail on the head with minimum effort. We pretend to work, and they pretend to pay. Ba-da-bum-bum. History has also shown us that communism seems to propel proper knob jockeys onto dictatorial positions of power, such as Joseph Stalin. It's a system which seems to attract the corruptible and the deranged, who are more than happy to kill millions of their own citizens in the name of the cause and to keep a tight grip on power. Perhaps the truth is that we'll never really see a true communist society as outlined in Karl Marx's and Friedrich Engels' original manifesto from 1848. We've never witnessed a true democratic separation of the classes, and we've only seen the erections of new divisions between the peasants and the new totalitarian state. So maybe there's still time for someone to show us how it's to be done, but it's probably best they don't bother. I can't help thinking that if only those greedy capitalist pig dogs handed out a bit more free money to Karl Marx, he might have been able to come up with a slightly better manifesto on how to bite the hands that was feeding him. Indeed. This has been Business Blaze. It was brought to you by Finimize, which is a wonderfully capitalist service which you should check out below because they're actually very soured on communism now, so perfect sponsorship. Link below. Thank you for watching. Purchase the merch. I'm wearing the old classic. Smash the dislike button. I found this in the bottom of my pile of merch t-shirts, and I was like, I haven't worn that one in a while. And it's very popular. So thank you, everybody. Purchasethemerch.co. See you next time. If you want someone to get to the point, have you ever considered not watching Business Blaze and maybe cracking a book? You knob. YouTube genius! Oh, hello there. Welcome back to another episode of Business Blaze with your boy with the blaze, also known as Simon, and Danny, who writes us a script, and Sam, who adds some fine memes. Someone the other day, I answer, people ask me questions on Twitter because of the nature of my work, and they'll just they think of Google or something, and it's like, hey, where did this come from? And it's like, what's the story behind this? And whenever anyone doesn't greet me or say anything or whatever, or I'm just feeling a bit salty, I'll just reply something very sarcastic. So the other day someone's like, Simon, where did the chef's kiss originally come from? Mwah! And I was like, I invented it. That's the joke. It's not very funny. You'll notice I recently changed my pair of glasses because I have a very young daughter who decided to grab the glasses off my face and break them. So I'm using my spare pair, which she is also seemingly very intent on breaking. This video is Fake or Real Part 2. What happens in a fake or real? And honestly, I had such a laugh the last time. And honestly, when I do new things on this channel, people are often like, Simon, off. Just tell me the facts, fact boy. Make the funny dance, you blazer. And I'm like, okay, generally for the most part I'll do that because then you guys watch and I make money and the circle continues and everyone is happy. Except for Danny, who's locked in the basement. I had such a good laugh doing the fake or real last time, which is where Danny presents me several stories and then over here we have the answers about whether they're fake or real. I don't know them beforehand, you play along at home. What I was saying is normally people hate it when I try new things, but people really liked it. And honestly, if Danny was game, I'll just do this every time because it's such a laugh and it feels like I'm not working. Let's do it. I like to think that these game show episodes of Business Blaze might grow a bit more glitzy as we go along. What are you thinking, Danny? Gonna get like a set? Gonna get a big red buzzer? Gonna get Chris Tarrant? I imagine in later episodes we'll see Simon sporting a sparkly silver suit and revolving bow tie as he's handed the questions and answers by a team of glamorous assistants who then pause to spin a giant flashing wheel to determine the 6-figure instant cash payouts for every viewer who gets the correct answer. Danny, you are overestimating how much the Blaze, the Business Blaze, not the right-wing news channel, how much it makes. 6-figure cash payouts. We're not ITV, Danny. Maybe we will be one day. And then I'm going to keep all the money for myself because I'm a capitalist pig. We might even develop a string of compelling new game show catchphrases, too. I've come up with some. Fascinating. Let's start, Danny. I'm excited. Tell me some fake stories. I'd like to phone a friend, please, Simon. He's a policeman. Please let me phone. Oh, I see what's going on. I've started, so I'll finish. But there's no real rush, is there? I smell bull. This is so obviously and completely 100% true. Allegedly. I'd like to buy a trowel, please. Oh my god, we have started with the most in of in jokes. Welcome to Business Blaze. But this may have to wait until we reach part 25. Right, Danny. In the meantime, the best we can hope for is that Simon might get the neon light in the background fixed one day. I think it might just be a dodgy connection. I've tried fiddling around with it. I mean, hang on, is my wire long enough? Yeah, I mean, I turn it off, right? I've got this plug that will control them all, except for this one, which is separate. I turn it on, and it illuminates, and then it turns off. I think it's something to do with the transformer. I haven't got it fixed yet. It's been a good 6 months. Did I explain what happens here? There are several stories. Some of them are fake, some of them are true. We have to try and guess. Back in 1992, PepsiCo was heavily marketing the slogan, "You could be a millionaire," to the population of the Philippines. Of course, what happens when I literally made a video about this the other day. It's real. It's real. Of course, 1 million pesos doesn't seem quite so exciting when you convert it into Western money. Even today, it'd be only worth about $20,000. But winning 1 million pesos would have been a massive deal in a country with such a small economy and widespread poverty. And it would get you quite far. I can remember spending a few weeks in the Philippines on a weird business trip. Danny, what is up with your life? Who's going on a business trip to the Philippines? I didn't know you were a spy. I don't even know what they do in the Philippines. Do they export nuts? Is Philippines famous for nuts? And I feel amazed at how little it costs to buy anything. I could go for a boozy night out, enjoy a 4-course meal, employ a tour guide and translator, drunkenly buy an island by mistake, and still have a bit of change left over from the equivalent of about $10. I'm assuming he's exaggerating because, look, I know wherever you are, islands are expensive. I've looked into it. Can't afford an island. Pepsi sales have been seriously lagging behind Coca-Cola in the Philippines for some time, but this new promotion was intended to shake up the battle of the fizzy drinks. The cap of every bottle of Pepsi, 7-Up, and Mirinda would have a number printed on the inside, and certain numbers could be redeemed for instant cash prizes, usually the equivalent of about $4. Well, I mean, that could probably buy you an island, right, Danny? But one special number, which would only be printed on the caps of 2 bottles, would be announced every night on television as the grand prize number, which would scoop the potential 2 daily winners that dream jackpot of 1 million pesos. Wait, so Pepsi were giving away $40,000 every day? That's pretty generous. The contest seemed to be working out pretty well for a while, as Pepsi number fever gripped the nation, and sales surged 40%, catching up with Coca-Cola for the first time. You know what the great irony of all this is? I literally recorded a video about this yesterday for the Today I Found Out channel. It was a rerun of like an old one that was really popular, and I was like, I don't really like rerunning the old ones unless they didn't work for a particular reason. And David, who I do that channel with, he was like, let's rerun it, and I'm like, all right, people aren't gonna like this, but okay. The contest seems to be working out pretty well so far, as Pepsi number fever gripped the nation and sales surged by 40%, catching up with Coca-Cola for the first time. On May the 25th, 1992, viewers tuned in Channel 2 news program to discover that tonight's grand prize winner was 349. This prompted a flurry of excitement and hysteria right across the Philippines. Perhaps a little more excitement than there really should have been. But because, due to a minor cock-up, there was slightly more than 2 winning caps in circulation displaying the magic number 349 underneath them. In fact, there were 800,000 of them. This is such a massive cock-up, Pepsi. It's like, as soon as that has happened, you know someone at PepsiCo is like, fuck. Either we're going to pay out a ton of money, or we're going to be tied up with litigation forever, or we're going to have to buy the Philippines. It's hard to fully imagine the celebratory mood of all those lucky Filipinos who briefly believed they had finally escaped poverty and become fabulously wealthy. And it's equally hard to imagine the crushing sense of disappointment they must have felt when PepsiCo announced there had been a computer glitch and they wouldn't be paying out. To be fair, PepsiCo had good legal grounds for not being obliged to pay out the equivalent of $32 billion that it would have cost them to honour all the caps. The terms and conditions of the contest clearly stated that each winning grand prize number would be accompanied by a confirmation security code. There was no confirmation security code on any of the 800,000 caps because 349 was never meant to be selected as a winning number. So therefore, if you opened it up and there's a confirmation security code on there, you don't have to wait for the announcement later in the day. You automatically know that you've won. PepsiCo did agree to offer the equivalent about $19, which is only about 1,000 times less than they wanted Pepsi, to all the lucky winners as a goodwill gesture. And 486,170 people accepted this offer, costing PepsiCo a grand total of just under $9 million. But others weren't so happy with the deal, and you can kind of see why. Yeah, Danny, it was 1,000 times less. Rioting erupted outside the PepsiCo offices. Oh yeah, people die, by the way. Spoiler alert, because I did this yesterday. People actually die because of this. And, well, that was not really Pepsi's fault. I mean, I made a video about this yesterday, so without reading ahead, I can tell you that I believe it was a school teacher. No. A man threw a grenade against a Pepsi truck. It bounced off and kills a child and a school teacher, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see how my memory is. So, yeah, I'm fairly confident at this point that this one is true. Rioting erupted outside the PepsiCo offices. 37 trucks were overturned and burned. 3 PepsiCo employees were killed by a grenade thrown through an office window, and a further 2 passers-by were killed when a grenade bounced off a truck into the crowd. Holy shit, we did not cover that the PepsiCo employees were killed on the video recorded yesterday. We just covered the teacher and the kid being killed, which is, it's rather sad. Following 14 years of civil suits and criminal complaints, the Philippine Supreme Court finally ruled in 2006 that PepsiCo was not legally obliged to honour the payout. Pepsi's popularity certainly fell sharply again following the botched contest, though, as a new slang term for getting conned emerged in the Philippines, getting 349s. As in, I was proper 349'd by the price of their guacamole. Wow, Danny, that is a deep pull. We talked about guacamole being expensive, mashed up avocados in the past, or whatever guacamole is made out of. And, Danny pulled it from months ago. Bravo, Danny! I would say that was a win for PepsiCo, because if you say, getting conned was getting Pepsi'd, that'd be a lot worse for the brand. Look, I know it's true, I don't need to read the answer. The botched Pepsi 349 contest, true, as 51,000 smaller prizes and 17 grand prizes had successfully been awarded before the 349 point fiasco, though, so it wasn't all bad news. The grand prize would have been equivalent to approximately 23 years of earnings for the average Filipino. So at the time, Filipinos made $1,000 a year. Yoko Ono! Oh god, why are we talking? Look, I mean, I know everyone loves it when I talk about Yoko Ono because we just ripped the absolute piss out of her for a good 10 minutes. But I genuinely don't like talking about her because it reminds me of her music, which reminds me of my inner sadness. Yoko Ono sounds like a cat getting stabbed and strangled and shot and bludgeoned to death at the same time as another cat getting shot and stabbed and bludgeoned to death at the same time as another cat. We could go on, but we're not going to. Most of us will be aware of Yoko Ono's immense contribution to the music industry. But she makes everyone else look better. I mean, you could be listening to Yoko Ono and be like, oh, so Nickelback are actually good. Maroon 5 can make music. Actually, quite like Nickelback. I'm a terrible person. I'm through with standing in line to clubs I'll never get in. So, alright, Chuck, chill out, mate. But I don't think everyone's quite aware of her epic entrepreneurial achievements. During the autumn of 1985, the celebrated multimedia artist and work-shy bitbug launched the Yoko Ono Songwriting School for the Gifted. This is fake. It's fake. Although calling the venture a school may have been pushing it a little bit. It was actually more of a 2-week retreat situated in a large facility hidden away in Canton of Ticino, in the canton of Ticino, in the Swiss Alps, complete with its own recording studio. This is already. So, there's a recording studio in the middle of the Swiss Alps. Alright. The idea was that you would spend a fortnight in the company of some of the world's finest songwriters and Yoko Ono to learn the secrets behind the craft and brainstorm your next composition. Your most promising, maybe that's where Nickelback and Maroon 5 went. Your most promising ditty would then be put together in the school's professional recording studio for you to take home afterwards. I will actually defend Nickelback and Maroon 5 seriously for a moment. I don't know why they're everyone's go-to bands to make fun of, but I quite like it. I genuinely am like, I don't object to it. I don't know why everyone shits on them so bad. I'm like, Maroon 5, I especially like that first album. Look for a girl with a broken smile. Marketing fluff indicated that only the most uniquely talented, budding young student songwriters would be accepted by the school. But it sounds to me as if it was more about how much money you were willing to hand over. A typical price tag for the 2-week adventure was to be $175,000. Fuck. What is this? Not every student was thrilled with the outcome. 18-year-old Eleanor Mackenzie was awarded a place in the school after her father dug his hands deep inside his pockets, but she had a few complaints about her experience. She claims, who the fuck? You gotta be so f***ing rich. It's like, yeah, sure, Eleanor, my 19-year-old child. Here's $175,000 to go spend 2 weeks in the Swiss Alps. Like, that amount of money is just like... She complained about her experience. She claims that much of the fortnight was spent chanting and meditating, while her treasured final recording was a poorly recorded rush job of a half-finished song. Eleanor also claimed that although Yoko Ono was in attendance for the whole fortnight, she only bothered to address the students once, and this was largely to talk about the progress she was making on her new album in the recording studio. No! Danny, this is fake. Still, that's slightly better than sending out a giant cardboard cutout. However, if it all sounds like a total disaster, it's worth pointing out that the Yoko Ono Songwriting School for the Gifted remained open for 5 years, and 2 very notable students passed through its doors on their way to global fame. Nickelback and Maroon. One of them was the best-selling Canadian artist of all time, Celine Dion, while the other was Grammy Award-winning long-haired lout, Michael Bolton. All I know about Michael Bolton, I'd never heard of Michael Bolton until he did a song on the Popstar soundtrack. Popstar was a movie with Andy Samberg from the band The Lonely Island and everything, because apparently he's just the most talented person in the world and can do everything. F***ing legend. He did a guest song on the album for that movie, and it was gold. And I'm like, I like you, Michael Bolton, you legend. Also, I like T-Pain for the same reason. Like, I'd never heard of any of T-Pain's music. Why is that so hard to say? And then he did I'm on a Boat with The Lonely Island. And I was like, the fact that you can just take the piss out of yourself and make a cracking good song, I'm like, f***ing respect, T-Pain. But what's with the hat? Actually, scrap that. It was a total disaster. This is so fake. Yoko Ono's songwriting fake! As if anyone would pay $175,000 to receive songwriting lessons from Yoko Ono, the very idea. Obviously, anyone would be like, ooh, I wonder who won that. Oh. Wait, we're paying her? That. Taxing time for the Tudors. Business owners often complain today. 2 for 2 so far, although the first one was definitely a cheated on it. Business owners often complain today that there's far too much red tape holding back their mighty empires and overcomplicating even the simplest of tasks. I have to say I agree. Like, as a business owner, I'm like, why is this so complicated? Why? But spare a thought for the business owners of the Tudor period in England and Wales. Under the reign of King Henry VIII between 1509 and 1547, all kinds of nutty new laws and taxes were introduced, including perhaps, most famously of all, the beard tax. Now, I know there was a beard tax in Russia. The Russians definitely had a beard tax. I don't remember why, but they did. I don't know if the Tudors did, though. Every male sporting more than 2 weeks facial hair growth was forced to pay tax on their crumb catchers, leading to the beard developing into something of a status symbol. But it's a bit like the Sinclair scientific calculator of its day. Danny, this is just absolutely sprinkled with OG references. Also, what is with the meme that I keep seeing of some guy dropping salt off his onto people's food like this? What the f*** is that about?
You uncultured swine!
Why is your dirty elbow salt on this people's food? You weird Johnny Depp lookalike. Also, what's up with Johnny Depp? Didn't Johnny Depp used to be really handsome and talented? And now he looks kind of scary, and probably because he is scary. Didn't he just lose some court case about being scary? And didn't someone say, like, Yeah, Johnny Depp, he spends like $50,000 a month on wine. And Johnny Depp was like, I'm insulted that you would say that. It's far more. It's like, you legend. Not entirely sure if the tax was applied to women, but the beer tax story is not the story I'm presenting for your scrutiny here today, as I feel that's quite well known already. Oh, I guess it is true. The Russians did it as well. The more you know. There were several other potty laws introduced under Henry's rule, which created even more of a prickly problem for anyone who was just trying to carve out a decent and honest living. And many of them related to the appearance of any business that dared to open its doors to the public. Henry's philosophy seemed to be that innocent customers should never be startled by the sight of anything unsightly during a typical Tudor-era shopping trip, like, say, ugly people. Or warts. Yeah, I mean, it's best not, right? No one likes it when you're walking outside and you see an ugly person. In much the same way that modern-day workers are often instructed to cover up their tattoos, anyone serving the public in Tudor times was instructed to cover up all their warts or risk the business getting fined or even closed down. The same applied to rotting teeth, which was tricky, as they weren't so big on dental hygiene back in those days. The solution, I went to the dentist the other day, and the first thing they do upon looking in my mouth is like, you need to see a dental hygienist. And I'm like, I saw them 4 months ago. I had to go more than twice a year. What the f***? And it's like, apparently I produce a lot of, I don't know, like saliva or something that causes the plaque so it builds up on the back of my teeth very frequently. And I'm like, can you not just, like, laser my mouth or something to stop that? And they're like, no, what the f*** are you talking about? I'm a dentist, not a f***ing wizard. Why do you think you could do everything with lasers, Simon? The solution was simply not to smile if your teeth were particularly bad or predominantly black, or you had several missing at the front. Other laws, which were regularly tested by undercover inspectors working directly for the throne, included no raised voices within a store interior, the hiding of any tools of the trade which didn't need to be seen by customers, and compulsory addressing of any adult as either sir or madam at all times. Well, this just makes me think the past, like normally I'm always like the past was worse. You know, the present is better than any time in history. And now I'm like, well, the stores of the past sure sound a lot better. Like, normally I go into the store, f***ing ignored. The latter rule didn't apply to known thieves, homeless people or children, all of whom could be chased out with a broom when required. These crazy laws were gradually phased out following the death of King Henry VIII, but there is documented evidence of literally hundreds of businesses receiving hefty fines or getting closed down during this period purely because of an inspector was served by somebody who dared to do something as reckless as flash them a friendly smile. Most of the farcical cases involved a fishmonger in the East End of London who spent months arguing the toss that the small growth on his face was not a wart at all. He argued it was an innocent and completely legal pimple. Now, up until this point, I was like, this is real. I believe this to be real. No, the past was always the worst, and this sounds better. This tells me, like, that feels like fiction. So I'm going to say this is false because on premise 1, the past was the worst. This makes it sound better. And premise 2, the fishmonger with the pimple, that's just made up. Sadly, he not only lost the battle and lost the business, he went on to lose his head a few years later after turning to a disgruntled life of petty crime. Fake! It's fake! Oh, 3 for 3, you legends. Everybody stank and rolled around in filth during the Tudor times. They wouldn't have been too fussy about business presentation. Even the beer tax may well be a myth. Oh, okay. Although it's reported as fact in many quarters, there's little evidence to suggest that a beer tax was ever implemented by King Henry VIII. As far as I know, it was implemented in Russia, though. Next up, VIP sperm bank. I'd never really given this much thought before, but I'm not sure how I'd go about shopping for the best sperm bank. I guess yeah, I mean, unless you're really looking for sperm, it's probably not something you think about much. But I guess Trustpilot, Google reviews, Yelp. I would imagine that there aren't really that many of them. We certainly don't have one in my village anyways, so I guess I would just go to one that happens to be the shortest drive away. Or maybe the industry works on word-of-mouth referrals. I have no idea. Me neither, Danny. But back in 1980, the American eugenicist and businessman Robert K. Graham came up with an idea for really rubbing up the industry. What does rubbing up mean? Like making better? Sounds kind of sexual.
Give your meat a good old rub.
Robert had made his millions by inventing the world's first shatterproof lenses for eyeglasses. But his next thrilling idea was the repository for germinal choice? Germinal. Which he operated in Escondido, California. Never heard of it. Shatterproof lenses, though, that's quite an innovation. I guess before then, It'd just be like, yeah, your glasses break, and the glass goes into your eyes. Brilliant. So it was essentially meant to be a VIP sperm bank, which would only accept donations from Nobel Prize winners and men who could be considered a genius in their field. Where do I sign up? YouTube genius! The ultimate goal was creating a stronger human gene pool. The original idea got a bit diluted though. The main problem was that not many Nobel Prize winners or geniuses were willing to come forward with their generous donations.
Yeah, boy.
So the sperm bank became a little more flexible and eventually started accepting donations from upstanding men who were married and who had quite a high IQ. Wait, this is a special idea? I thought when you went to a sperm bank you got to choose. I saw it in Friends, when Chandler and Monica are looking at sperm donors or something, and don't they get to choose, like, what the people are? Like, you'd be like, yeah, I want the, like, genius astronaut. Easy. Even the last point got modified later on, so that donations could be accepted from professional athletes who the bank assumed were all thick. Don't make assumptions that are true. One of the very few Nobel Prize winners who have donated a sperm was the physicist William Shockley, who went down in history as the man who invented the transistor and brought the silicon to Silicon Valley. Hilarious. But he also went down in history for promoting his beliefs that black people were inherently less intelligent than white people, and that people with low IQs should be sterilized. Well, that's an unfortunate addendum to your biography, isn't it, William? Is that what you do? Revolutionize technology? And later, declare myself to be a bit of a racist. And this kind of thing leads into the reason why the repository for germinal choice ended up whipping up such huge controversy. Many people thought that it harked back to the Nazi eugenics program, and that the bank was exclusively attempting to produce a new elite army of white, intelligent, Nobel Prize-winning children who all conformed to an ideal aesthetic. They just had to be intelligent, which I feel is something we can discriminate on. Because obviously we do all the time. Because it's not like, yeah, what do you do? I got an IQ of 190. I do some things. It's like, yeah, what do you do? I've got an IQ of 60. I don't do much. It's like, okay, well, we're not going to make the guy with an IQ of 60 a rocket scientist, are we? And we're not going to make the guy with an IQ of 190. Well, he can do whatever the he wants. If he wants to be a bum, he can. Because, you know, he's got options. The bank was regularly picketed, and Robert had to hire security guards to fiercely protect his vats of frozen sperm. Despite this, the repository remained in service for nearly 20 years, and briefly outlived Robert himself, although it closed down 2 years after his death, and all the records were mysteriously destroyed. The bank claims that a total of 229 children were produced from their vaults of VIP sperm, although it's unclear if any of them had gone on to win a Nobel Prize yet. I'd like to think that at least 15% of them went on to become professional YouTubers, though. I was one of those Not really. My parents were just wonderfully gifted as it is, and that's why you get me. Mwah. I mean, I understand why people thought this was a bit weird, but also, if I was like, yeah, I want to make sure the sperm comes to someone who's not a dum-dum, what's so wrong with that? Especially because the guys who are donating sperm or whatever, and it's like, well, you know, you're not an investment banker, are you? It's like, yeah, no, I made like $500,000 last year, and I also donate sperm for $25 on a Saturday. And it's like, well, it's less likely, isn't it? The guys donating sperm are the guys from that road trip movie. And look, I don't want them. Justin Bieber. Oh, wait, I have to decide whether this is real or fake. I was just assuming it's true. I have a feeling that this one is definitely true. If it's not, Danny spun a really good story. Wait, we need that one. It's true. Am I 4 f***ing 4? I'm 4 for 4. Mwah. I don't know if that's a good thing. I mean, it makes it less entertaining, because obviously people love it when I'm wrong, because Schadenfreude. True. All the sperm samples were destroyed when the bank closed down, and it remains a mystery why the records were incinerated. Who knows what breed of people emerged from the VIP sperm bank? Let's hope they didn't turn out to be a bit simple. I'm betting the records were destroyed because someone who donated a lot of sperm and had a lot of kids, that maybe with some law change or whatever, where it's like, well, yeah, now all the kids can come after you for, like, money and shit. And he was like, well, guess what's going to happen? We're going to burn down the sperm bank, aren't we? If this video was actually brought to you by Backblaze, this is where I would do that read, but it's not. It's brought to you by Skillshare. Support the show, get Skillshare. What am I doing? Justin Bieber is going on a nice holiday. We should have learned by now that letting the public vote on important internet polls was always destined to end in frenzied piss-picking of the highest order. Boaty McBoatface! Which is one of the funniest things of things I found funny in my life, Boaty McBoatface is really up there. There's some other things that I've definitely had where I haven't stopped laughing about it for days. Boaty McBoatface is probably the best example of that. We should have learned by now that letting the For example, when the National Environmental Research Council in the UK asked the public to vote and name their flashy new research vessel in 2016. The example Danny gives is, the winning name by several nautical miles was RMS Boaty McBoatface. But a few years earlier in 2010, Justin Bieber had put his fate in the hands of his adoring fans when his website asked them to decide on what country he should tour to next. Oh, this is going to be good. That was back when Justin was still a relatively fresh-faced youngster. I'm like, yeah, Justin Bieber's been around since 2010? Isn't he like 17? Long before he turned into a stroppy adult and started getting arrested for throwing eggs at his neighbours, reckless driving, vandalism, and being Canadian. Yeah, f*** that. In my mind, Canadians are all so friendly. It's like Canadians. Like, people who I think of positively, like generally as a nation. Like, I don't know, Canadians, Swiss people, Australians are always quite friendly. And it's like, but then there's Justin Bieber. And it's like, he needs to like be exiled from Canada or something like that. It seems that not everyone who participated in the polls were believers though. Big cringe. Though, because it looked as if the winning majority never actually wanted the pop star to come back from his next tour. With over 500,000 votes, the country that topped the poll was North Korea. A spokesman for the North Korean embassy in London got involved and told BBC reporters that any application for Justin Bieber to tour the country would be referred to Pyongyang. Oh shit! But it was all academic anyway. The poll was swiftly pushed and Justin Bieber chickened out of paying a visit to the communist country that didn't like to be known as communist. Yeah, like DPRK, Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Democratic? No. People's? No. Republic? No. Korea? Yeah, well, that one's half true. The image board website, 4chan, may well have played a small role in the final poll results. That's it. Had a reputation of rallying its users into triggering viral campaigns. Legend. I love it. This has to be true. I really believe this is true. That same month, 4chan also encouraged its army of users to search for the term Justin Bieber syphilis. Bringing it right to Google Trends hot searches list. Danny, you could have made this up. You could have made this up. This is too good. Incidentally, all of this would have just been slightly before the reign of Donald Trump's best buddy, Kim Jong-un, and his dad, Kim Jong-il, still a year of life left in him. And here's a bonus fake or real question wrapped up within a fake or real question, which shares the same answer. Kim Jong-un had the largest known collection of Daffy Duck memorabilia in the world. I believe them both. I believe them both. Don't let me down. Oh, Justin. It's true! I believe them both. And yes, he did have the largest collection of memorabilia. I am 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for 5. Danny, as I say, challenge me. I'm giving you a pass on the first one because I already knew it.
Oh, Danny boy! Oh, Danny boy!
The cartoon president. Ooh, I feel like I might know this one. Let's see. Is this the last one? I feel like I've been doing this for like a f***ing hour. I was actually saving this one in case we made a follow-up on the some of Trump's stranger businesses, but I'm not sure if this would have counted, as it probably never got off the ground, although it did spend a couple of years in development. And it's probably worth mentioning now as I write this on the very same day that Trump has lost the 2020 election. I'm recording this on the 11th of November. Not according to him though, Danny. It's like, no, I haven't lost. Don, you've clearly lost. I mean, everyone said, even Fox News has said you lost. Even Breitbart are probably like, look, Trump, you lost. Fox News, Breitbart, The Blaze, the right-wing news channel, are like, Trump, you f***ing lost, mate, didn't you? So we're probably all completely forgotten who he was in the next few months. Let's hope so. Joe Biden's definitely forgotten who he was. Wait, where am I? Who am I? Back in 2002, before Trump would go to be on the front of The Apprentice, an idea was produced to produce. And then, okay, Danny, I get it. An animated series based on everyone's favorite business superhero, Trump Time, would follow the adventures of a gang of young entrepreneurial kids who discover a time machine hidden away on the top floor of Trump Towers. Well, he definitely doesn't have a time machine, does he? Otherwise he'd be like, yeah, no, I lost. Supposedly built by Trump himself, and used to embark on a series of thrilling historical and futuristic adventures, which had an emphasis on learning valuable lessons in both business and life. Donald Trump had agreed to take part in only a relatively small guest star role in every episode. After all, he's a very busy man who struggles to stick to a script. Most of the attention would be on the young gang who returned to Trump Towers at the end of each episode to receive a few wise words of advice by the great man himself on what they've learned in today's adventure. I so want this to be true, but I have a feeling it's not. The 20-minute pilot episode was produced in 2003 by the Warner Brothers Animation Studio with the intention that they would lead to the commissioning of a full 23-part series to be aired on NBC. Trump, however, was already jumping the gun. He told reporters, we're probably going to make 2 or 3 seasons to start with, and we're thinking about the movie. There's going to be some very big names involved with that. Very big. Oh, it's too Trumpian. I feel like this is too Trumpian. I feel like that is Danny trying to write a quote in Trump's voice, and he's just overdoing it a bit much. Sadly, so I'm saying it's fake so far, even though I desperately want it to be true. Sadly, Trump Time never got the green light for a variety of different possible but unconfirmed reasons. It's been reported that NBC washed their hands of the whole project immediately after watching the pilot episode. But it could be that Trump himself had lost interest, as he was already setting up his own production company, imaginatively titled, wait for it, Trump Productions, which would be handling the imminent new Apprentice series for NBC. The untransmitted pilot episode had been locked away in the vaults of Warner Brothers Animation Studio for nearly 20 years now, and is unlikely to ever see the light of day again. The only glimpse we get into how the series might have looked is from the leaking of a few concept sketches, which feature a very flattering version of Trump who had clearly been working out for the role. Again, that tells me it's fake, even though I want it to be real. Am I going to get 6 for 6? You legend, Whistle. False. But now he's got a bit more time on his hands, it's possible that he'll be on the lookout for new potential ideas. Just in case, I've already written the first 23 episodes. This has been Business Blaze, brought to you by Skillshare. I have been your boy with the Blaze. Get Skillshare below. Impress them! 1,000 legends! Do it now. And thank you for watching. Fucking 5 for 5, Danny! Challenge me! Genuinely don't like talking about her because it reminds me of her music, which reminds me of my inner sadness. Checkmate, religion. This episode of Business Blaze with your boy with the Blaze. Let's get into the video. What happens here is Danny writes the script. I shout, this feels light. Maybe this will be a short one. I mean, I always say that. It's like, oh, this feels heavy. This feels light. Maybe it'll determine how long the video will be. And it's actually, no, it's just really based on how much I got to rant about in that particular script. Like how many cues Danny has where I tell a pointless story that mostly bores people and encourage them to smash the dislike button. Danny will write a script. I will read it. Sam will add some fine memes, sprinkle them in there, like Salt with the dude with the arm and the... What the f*** is that about? Still, I don't know. I found out it's from a restaurant called Salt Bay. It's like, great. I won't be going there. Because I couldn't get a table. This is going to be a long one, I can already tell. Because it's called Crimes the People, open parenthesis, allegedly, close parenthesis, got away with, allegedly. Mr. Bottomley always taught us at school that no crime goes unpunished, and you will one day face the consequences of every crooked caper that you foolishly choose to undertake. Statistically, that is not borne out at all. Like, the odds of you, I mean, first of all, of your crime getting discovered is fairly low. Of your crime then being decided to be pursued by the police, fairly low. Then the crime decided to be pursued by the CPS or whoever, district attorney, maybe in the United States we have the Crown Prosecution Service, of them deciding to take your case to court, fairly low. Then of you going to court and being convicted of a crime by a judge or a jury beyond all reasonable doubt is fairly low. Statistically, crime pays. Get into crime. Not really. Don't do crimes. Mr. Bottomley was clearly talking out of his surname, though. Danny and I, same page. I would do this like I normally do, but I'm holding this coffee, which I have to drink out of the side of my mouth because I was at the dentist and then I bit my lip and I got an ulcer and it's hard to talk. I've got some numbing cream on there, but if I'm talking a bit like this for the whole video, that's why. I can still vividly remember the time when someone took a key to his car and scratched the immortal words, Mr. Bottomley bums dogs, all down the side of the vehicle. And I absolutely believe this happens because that, I don't know if it's just like a British school kid thing, but like to write bums dogs on there is just like the most 13-year-old thing I've ever heard, and I entirely believe this story. I'm pretty sure that car vandalism is a crime, and I know for a fact that Fat Barry was the culprit. He was exacting his bitter revenge after having his entire stash of chocolate confiscated during class and never returned. Getting his sweets confiscated, like, in class was the worst thing ever. We had these school blazers, right? Sort of like this, like a business blazer. And we'd get, like, from the tuck shop, as we called it, there would be, you know, you could pick out, I feel like, honestly, I'm not like 100 years old, but you'd go in this place and you'd tell them like how many cola bottles you want, and they'd pour them out into a scale and put them in a paper bag for you. I swear I didn't grow up in the 19th century. This was the late 90s, early 2000s. And you'd get like a paper bag, slot it in there, and just in class you could be like, you know, just taking little cola bottles. And I remember once I got busted for it. I mean, many times, because, you know, teachers would be looking out for it, then they'd confiscate the sweets and then eat them themselves, those greedy f***s. Or some teachers would then share them out with the whole class, which was equally disappointing. I remember once, and I got busted, and I was like, oh, fuck. But I had a clever trick up my sleeve, because in the other pocket, I had a second bag of cola bottles, but those ones were the cherry fizzy cola flavour. And then the teacher takes them, and he's walking back to the desk, and he turns around and he just says to me, and the other one from your other pocket. And I'm like, how did you know? I was like, where am I? Where am I in the script? And then I realised I picked up the script from the last video about fake facts that are true. Let's put that down and let's get on with this one. And statistically, it's hard to arrive at any other conclusion than crime pays. I swear to God I don't read these ahead. Of course, it's impossible to get a true handle on the figures because the overwhelming majority of crime is likely to go unreported. But considering that well over half of reported crimes in the US remain unsolved and only 9% of reported crime in the UK results in anyone getting charged, and that's just charged, not convicted, the odds always seemed stacked heavily in Fat Barry's favour. You're naturally a bit more likely to get away with a crime if you're rich or powerful or Donald Trump. Smash that dislike button. We're getting political. But perhaps the best... there's a fucking mouth ulcer. Perhaps the best way to guarantee a favourable outcome is to commit a crime in a country in which you've been granted diplomatic immunity. And this brings us to the very recent tussle between the UK and the US over the death of Harry Dunn. I have to say, I've got a new channel called Explored, XPLRD, because I hate vowels, that's how I say it. And we did a video all about how all the times, like, diplomatic bags, which are bags the police can't search because they've kind of got diplomatic immunity of their own sort, we used to smuggle drugs. And one of the examples was like a huge amount of cocaine was smuggled out of Colombia and into Italy or something. It's like amazing. Subscribe to their channel, why not? And this brings to mind the very recent tussle between the UK and the US over the death of Harry Dunn. In 2019, Harry was only 19 years of age when he was riding his motorcycle in Brackley, a small town about 60 miles northwest of London and very near a Royal Air Force base operated by the US military. Harry was killed when his bike collided with an oncoming car, which was being driven on the wrong side of the road. I vaguely remember this story. I didn't remember the bit about it being driven on the wrong side of the road. Come on, guys. That car belonged to an American woman, Anna Sekules, who just happened to be the alleged wife of alleged American diplomat working at the base. How are you an alleged diplomat? And was therefore perceived to be protected by diplomatic immunity. It's not always the case, is it? The spouse doesn't always get diplomatic immunity. It depends on what level of diplomat you are. If you're like, you know, head of the embassy or ambassador or some shit, then probably. But not always. During questioning by Northamptonshire police, Anne Sekules admitted that she had been driving on the wrong side of the road, and although the subject of diplomatic immunity was brought up, she initially agreed to remain in the UK and cooperate with the investigation. However, very shortly afterwards, she left the UK on a US Air Force aircraft and never returned. That's not good, is it? The UK government requested that Anne Sekules be extradited back to the UK on the grounds that diplomatic immunity was not valid in this case. Anne's husband wasn't apparently even listed as a diplomat, he was just an electrician working at the base. UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson even got on the blower to Trump about the case. I'd be like, dude, this is a criminal matter, what the f*** are you calling me for? But the US government wasn't prepared to budge. Trump was asked about the matter during a press briefing, and he came up with very sympathetic words for the bereaved family while remarking that he often found himself driving on the wrong side of the road in Europe. No, he didn't. Did he say that? He shouldn't be driving anyway. This kind of accident is bound to happen when those idiot Europeans insist on driving the wrong bloody way. The camera picks up a slightly blunter message from Trump's briefing notes that he was holding in his hand. Oh yeah, this is so good. Cameras have such high resolution nowadays that it's like, yeah, they just snap a picture of someone from a distance and it's like, yeah, we can now read what's in your hand. The spouse of the US government employee will not return to the United Kingdom. Harry's family later had an audience with Trump at the White House where it staged a little fun surprise for them. Anne Sekules was in the room next door waiting to have a chat. Dudes, no. Trump claimed that he'd arranged this little surprise with Boris, but the UK government denied that they had any involvement with this bombshell strategy. Of course they did. If I was Boris Johnson, I'd be like, yeah, that sounds like a good idea, Trump, that's jolly good. And then it didn't go down well, as of course it fucking wouldn't. I'd be like, no, don't know what he's talking about. Wasn't me. Never suggested it. Don't like it at all. Trump, what the hell? Trump was clearly hoping everything could be resolved over coffee and blueberry pancakes. They killed their son. But Harry Dunn's family refused to meet Anne Sekules on the grounds that they were totally unprepared for a meeting that should be taking place on UK soil. Trump later described his meeting with the Dunn family as beautiful in a certain way. What the f*** is going on? I mean, I don't want to get political, but I mean, you can think about Trump whatever you like, but he's not a statesman, is he? This is not appropriate. I know some people are like, oh, well, it's good, we got someone who's not a politician, not a career politician. I'm like, yeah, you know what a career politician wouldn't do? F***ing this. And look, no one can argue that that is a good thing. Of course, this case was no calculated crime, it was a tragic accident. Incidentally, Antsakoulis had received a previous driving infraction in Virginia in 2006 for failing to pay full attention at the wheel. But it's arguably that's a crime. I should pay more attention. I recently got a car. There's got all this technology, it basically drives itself, it's like a Volvo something or other. And you're driving on the highway and you press this button and it's like, yeah. It'll go up to this speed. It'll brake if there's a car in front of you. It'll keep you in your lane. It's just like, okay, I'm going to spend time, definitely not checking my phone. Definitely not. But it's arguably criminal how she was allowed to exploit a loophole in the law to escape justice. Still, killing someone through accidental driving is a crime. It's just a less serious crime than intentionally killing someone. It was later confirmed that her husband definitely wasn't a listed diplomat, but due to an oversight, the families of employees working in the Air Force Base were still protected by diplomatic immunity, even if the actual employee wasn't.
Diplomatic immunity!
It's a loophole which has since been closed, but not in time to provide full closure for the Dunn family. One last remaining strand of hope for the family is that incoming President Joe Biden may once again look at the case with a deeper understanding, having lost his first wife and baby daughter to a car crash in 1972. Jesus, I didn't know that. That's fucking brutal. Poor Joe Biden. Also, he had a wife and daughter in 1972. Just a reminder, Joe Biden is old. But it's possible, so's Trump. But it's possible that this could have all been wrapped up very quickly if Antsakoulis had just stayed in the UK, as she had initially agreed with the police. The Dunn family were aware that Antsakoulis had a young family and now claim that they would have worked with the police on securing a suspended prison sentence so that she wouldn't be separated from her kids. I doubt they're feeling quite so charitable now. Yeah, I mean, God, I don't really know how I feel about that. If I was in their position, it's like, does she deserve to go to jail for just not paying attention behind the wheel and that resulting in someone's death? I want to jump to no, but then if it was my kid, I'd probably feel differently. Well, good news. This is not the channel where we figure out moral quandaries. Dodgy bursting bladders. Some deaths are probably a little more embarrassing than others. You really don't want it mentioned on your full-page obituary in the Scunthorpe Telegraph that you died while eating a Big Mac on the toilet, or that you died from accidentally injecting yourself with bleach. Or you're found slumped over a mobile phone screen displaying lewd photographs of Margaret Thatcher. I did a video, the communism video recently, at least recently as of this recording, and someone was like, Simon, I bet you say a prayer to Margaret Thatcher every night after your comments on unions. And I'm like, no, I just mass. You probably would also prefer not to go down in history as dying from being too polite to excuse yourself for a bathroom visit. But that's exactly what we're led to believe happened in the curious case of 16th century pioneering astronomer Tycho Brahe for hundreds of years. The Danish nobleman, writer and alchemist played a hugely important role in the foundations of modern astronomy. I like how back in the day, even the real scientists were like Isaac Newton was mad into alchemy. He was like, yeah, we're gonna make gold! We're gonna make the elixir of life! Philosopher's Stone. And it's like, well, at least, Isaac, how about you focus on the real science? You're actually good at that. No one remembers you for all this alchemy bull. Catalogued accurate positions of almost 1,000 different stars. He was also known as the man with the golden nose. At the age of 20, he was believed to have lost a big chunk of his nose during a drunken duel with his cousin over who was the finest mathematician. They later made up, but Tio had to wear an early prosthetic nose for the rest of his life, which was reportedly made of gold. What a baller. However, it was an invitation to... It's also got to be really heavy, right? However, it was an invitation to a banquet in Prague in 1601 that would appear to have sealed Tycho's fate. After drinking lashings of fine wine, he desperately needed to visit the bathroom, but feared that it would be improper to excuse himself from the table. So, he just held it in. For hours. Shortly afterwards, he died from burst bladder, or so he thought for the best part of 4 centuries. During his final years, he had been assisted in his work by the German astronomer Johannes Kepler, although the relationship between the two was reportedly strained at times as they disagreed over fundamental concepts, and the notoriously secretive Tycho only allowed Kepler limited access to his research. Kepler would also go on to make a name for himself after Tycho's death, publishing what would later become known as the laws of planetary motion, although Kepler himself didn't refer to them as laws. He viewed them as celestial harmonies which reflected God's design of the universe. Yeah, the past. Well, they better fall in with God's plan or we're going to burn you, heathen. And he's like, yeah, okay. Yeah. The earth moves around the sun because of gravity, and gravity was made by God. Checkmate, religion. But poor Tycho Brahe certainly wasn't allowed to rest in peace. His body was first exhumed in Prague in 1901, partly to perform another autopsy. 300 years later? Just let it go, it's not that important. And partly it seems because people were curious to see his big, fake, golden nose. No conclusive results were reached from the autopsy, and sadly, the golden nose was missing. However, when his body was exhumed again for another autopsy in 1991, Tycho's beard was found to contain high levels of mercury. And this led to the forming of a new theory, that his bladder hadn't burst at all. It was more likely that Tycho had been deliberately poisoned with mercury. And the chief suspect was Johannes Kepler! No way! Kepler as in Kepler. For the next 20 years, it was heavily speculated that Kepler had become increasingly frustrated by the secrecy of his former boss and ended up poisoning him to gain full access to his research and further his own pioneering experiments, according to God's plan. Kepler was like, God told me to do it. And back in the day, they'd be like, alright then, mate, cool. So the path that ultimately led to the discovering of Newton's laws of motion and universal gravitation had been soiled with this dastardly deed, and Kepler had gotten away with murder. But then there was a final plot twist. When Tycho's body was exhumed again in 2012, what the f***? Leave him alone. Everyone's dead. It's not like, yeah, let's prosecute Kepler. It was declared that the levels of mercury found in his beard were unlikely to have been related to purposeful poisoning and were more likely to have formed during the precipitation of mercury dust in the air during his weird alchemistic experiments. So even Tycho, oh yeah, he was into it. Kepler was really into Jesus and shit, but I don't think he was into alchemy, if I remember correctly. I did a biographics video about him, I think, or I've done stuff about Kepler. I've made thousands of videos. It's probably been covered. And there's a bit of disappointing news too. After analysing small bone samples from his nose, it was concluded that the prosthetic nose was actually just made of brass. So although we believe for 20 years that Kepler may have murdered the man with the golden nose, it now seems likely old brass nose died from a burst bladder after all. Still, who knows? When we'll exhume his body next time around, it's probably best not to bother putting him back in the ground. Yeah, stop it, leave him alone. This is why I'm going to have myself frozen. I don't want people digging up my body. Jerry Lee Lewis. The Killer. Just to be clear, we're not making any judgments with the title of this section. The American singer and pianist who hit the big time in the 1950s and 60s boasted quite a few nicknames in his heyday. The flamboyant performer is often dubbed the first wild man of rock and roll and is widely regarded as one of the most influential pianists of the 20th century. But the nickname that really stuck with him throughout his long career was The Killer, which apparently reflected his wild man attitude towards pumping piano. He still uses the nickname today in his mid-80s, signing off from video messages to his fans with the words, "Lots of love from The Killer." And he still tries to get out on tour whenever he can, although he's not always in the best of shape and perhaps not quite as wild as he used to be. But it's interesting how the singer of Great Balls of Fire, a whole lot of shaking going on. I've heard of Great Balls of Fire, I don't know the others, I've never heard of this guy. By the way, just in case you're like, I bet Simon's really familiar with this guy's music and all sorts of other pop culture. Turns out that's not true.
So that was a fucking lie.
And 3,000 other songs that you've never heard of added to the list, Danny. Managed to stretch out a career spanning well over 50 years, particularly when it seemed to be all over in the early 1960s. This was back when details of Jerry's third marriage had been leaked to the press and whipped up scandal, which led to the cancellation of his upcoming tours and a short spell in obscurity. Jerry, then aged 22, had chosen his 13-year-old cousin to be his lucky dude. What is going on? This might be a bit more shocking to viewers in the UK, where marrying a minor has been illegal since 1929. This should be shocking to everybody. It's perhaps a little bit less controversial to viewers in the US, where it's still technically legal to marry a minor with certain conditions in 25 states. And there are probably some states that still let you marry a horse. What is going on? Also, wasn't he his cousin? His 13-year-old cousin? Aren't you a rock star? You can do whatever the you want. What? Aren't you fucking weirdo? This marriage ended in 1970 when his cousin filed for a divorce on the grounds of adultery and abuse. Jerry's fourth marriage didn't go down too well either. Shortly before divorce proceedings could be finalised on this one, his soon-to-be ex-wife drowned in very mysterious circumstances in a Memphis swimming pool in 1982. But his fifth marriage was even more Dude, you married your cousin, your wife mysteriously died in a swimming pool, and I'm assuming we're going to set you allegedly some down, allegedly. The fifth one. What the hell happened with the fifth one? Lasting just 77 days, his marriage to Sean Stevens came to an abrupt end when she was found dead in her bed in 1983. Sean is a girl's name as well? I didn't even know that. A coroner quickly declared that she had died from an accidental methadone overdose, and the grand jury was downright hasty in declaring that no crime had been committed. But some things just didn't seem to add up. One of them, allegedly, one of the first paramedics to arrive on the scene claimed that there was blood all over the walls and carpets and the victim's clothes. Her You don't get that with a methadone overdose, do you? Shards of glass were scattered around the room, and Sean had bruises all along her forearms as if somebody had tightly grabbed her. A dazed and confused Jerry Lewis had greeted the ambulance crew with 2 big scratches on the back of his hand, as if he'd just lost a wrestling match with an angry cat. One of the singer's first responses to the death of his latest wife was to mumble, "We need to find out who killed." Then he stops before changing track. "We need to find out how she died." Allegedly, he was found in... Oh, let's just carry on. Very little of this made it into the police report. The deputy sheriff, Jack McCauley, had arrived on the scene and then spent an hour alone with Jerry without ever revealing details of the long conversation that had taken place. Leave that to our imagination. Whatever you're thinking, Jack, we're thinking worse. The young mortician who first examined the body initially reported traces of blood in Sean's hair and under her fingernails, but appeared less forthcoming with details after his dad, the owner of the business, had a word in his ear about the reputation of the firm and the stake in the community. That is allegedly extremely corrupt. And the whole case was rushed through a county grand jury before most of the details relating to the case had even been properly investigated. What's the motivation here? Why are they rushing this through? When the grand jury concluded that no crime had been committed, they had not been informed about paramedics' accounts of blood-splattered scene and the very basic forensic procedures that had not been carried out. The details of Sean's final phone call also have not been revealed to the grand jury. The night before she was found dead, Sean had phoned her mother in a state of distress to tell her that she was leaving Jerry just as soon as she could get away from him, but the line had gone dead while Sean was mid-sentence. Guys, I mean, I don't even want to comment because I don't, my opinion would have to be sprinkled with allegedlys, and wow. Just wow. It's of course entirely possible that Jerry Lee Lewis had nothing to do with the death of Sean Stevens, as the court said, Danny. And any speculation that he had the whole county in his pocket could be entirely unfounded. After all, this is a man of great integrity. Yeah, 5 wives. Or he married his 13-year-old cousin. Great integrity. Allegedly. A man who had once drove up to Graceland with a gun on his dashboard while completely off his tits, demanding that Elvis show himself and prove who was the real king. Dude. A man who wants... he's a famous rock and roll star? Elvis. You know who's not? You. I mean, I guess you're a little bit famous because here you are being covered, but I've never heard of you. I've heard of one of your songs. If anything, I'd describe you as a one-hit wonder. A man who once accidentally shot his own bass player in the chest and admitted no fault, but paid out $125,000 in damages. Dude. Whatever the truth, the death of Sean Stevens was quietly and quickly wrapped up with no sign of foul play. We may never fully understand exactly what happened to the victim, but we do know that the killer was able to get back behind his pumping piano for another 40 years. Apparently, Jerry often worries these days about whether he'll go to heaven or hell when he finally kicks the bucket. Not being religious myself, I couldn't guess either way, but maybe Great Balls of Fire would be quite a fitting soundtrack to have blaring out of the speakers as the curtain falls on the killer for the very last time. Allegedly. This has been Business Blaze, brought to you by the Legends Back Blaze. If you'd like to try that out, I'd highly recommend it. There is a link below. Why not purchase a t-shirt as well? Smash the dislike button. This old chestnut. Purchasethemerch.co. Thank you for watching. Get into crime. Why are we such dicks to each other? Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new episode of Business Blaze. This one is all about working with the Nazis because, why not? I mean, why not make a video about it? Not why not work with the Nazis. There's lots of reasons not to work with the Nazis. I don't feel we need to say that, but I guess that's what we're going to do in this video anyway. This video, if you're new here, welcome to Business Blaze. I am Simon, I'm your boy with the Blaze. What will happen is Danny will write me a script, I will read the script, I'll make some jokes, and then Sam will add some fine memes. Let's do it. In about 100 years from now, vintage episodes of Business Blaze will almost certainly be prefaced with a cautionary message redirecting regarding the content you're about to watch. I got a content warning on something. I can't remember what it was. I made a video. I mean, all my videos, they're fact-based. It's like I'm not a propagandist. And one of them was like, know the facts about the 2020 election. And I was like, wait, what's this got to do with the 2020 election? Do you think I'm spreading election misinformation? And the video had nothing to do with it, but we must have brought it up at some point. I must have shouted it in a Business Blaze episode. I was like, okay, weird. The following piece of archive film features outdated attitudes and language from a less enlightened era, which viewers may find offensive. Oh yeah, I mean, for sure. People will point back to these videos in 20 years and be like, why haven't we cancelled Simon yet? Why haven't we cancelled him? It was clearly a dick. Because in the future, today, it's, being a massive sexist in the past, Like, I've seen Mad Men. It's totally cool. And nowadays it's like, you better not do that. Whereas today, being a dick is still like, you know, that's your choice. If you want to live your life being a dickhead, go for it. But in 20 years, people are going to be like, cancel it, too much of a dickhead. This might be because the video contained endorsements of the forgotten, primitive ritual of eating real dead chickens from a KFC bucket, or it expressed prejudiced views on Colombians, or rather Hamites, or it conveyed a disputed information on the divine ancestors of Emperor Trump III. Oh yeah, I mean, meat is a weird one, right? Because I like meat, and I love eating animals. But it is like, I mean, there's going to be a future where we just don't do that, right? Because we'll evolve. And I mean, I know, like, it's like, well, we evolved to eat meat. We evolved to eat meat. And look, I am with you guys. I fucking love meat. But I mean, in the future, we'll be able to, like, replicate it or something, and we'll be like, yeah, why do we need to kill all the animals? They're fucking horrible lives because we want to eat them. The thing is, I can see how we will get more enlightened. I'm just not there yet. But considering how easy it is these days to get cancelled and erased from history because of something you once did in 1973 that was deemed perfectly acceptable at the time, it's perhaps a little bit surprising how so many of today's biggest companies were once guilty of complicitly working with the Nazis, and yet seem to have largely brushed this memory under the big expensive office rug. Yeah, well, I mean, what a surprise they brushed that under the rug. It's like things companies want to brush under the rug. I mean, working with the Nazis is right there at the top, right? It's like lower down things, like CEO in blackface, product killing thousands of children, working with the Nazis. It's like the number one thing. Get that under the f***ing rug! And it's quite horrifying, in some cases, to discover the full extent of these sinister collaborations with the Third Reich from companies who are happily throwing billions of dollars at today. Yeah, I've got they're right over there. I've got a pair of Hugo Boss gloves. I didn't even realize I bought them at a department store, so I was just going through all the gloves, and I bought them. And I was like, oh, these are Hugo Boss gloves. And then we did a video about them, and I was like literally the next day. It must have been last winter, because I bought those gloves last winter. And I was like, oh, Hugo Boss, huh? Great. In a previous video on the bitter rivalry between Adidas and Puma, and oh my god, shut the f*** up, it's Adidas and Puma, it's not Adidas and Puma. I'm not f***ing American. Nike. It's f***ing Nike. And I know it's Nike, because it's named after the Temple of Nike. I don't care! And people are like, Simon, why'd you bring it up if you care? I get pissed off! It doesn't mean I care! We've already discovered how the founding brothers of both companies spent a lot of time arguing about which side of the family was the most devout Nazis until they faced the denazification panel, where the feud dramatically switched focus. They were like, yeah, I'm the best Nazi. I am the best Nazi! And then the Nazis lose the war and they're like, whoa, I was... Nazis? I never said I was a Nazi. Under the rug! The rug's getting like f***ing big. There's all sorts of under there. Like, people can't even walk over it anymore. They're like crushing little bits down and someone screams 9. And we briefly touched on my own surprise to learn that fashion designer Hugo Boss was a fully paid up card-carrying member of the Nazi party. But I'd like to kick off this, I feel like there's a joke in there somewhere about him dropping his Nazi card. Like, you dropped your Nazi card. Oh, very funny. Very funny. My Nazi card is clearly right here in my wallet. Secured behind this piece of weird plastic glass. But I'd like to kick off this video with a deeper look at how Hugo stitched up the battlefront in cool clobber. Just a quick word of caution for anyone watching in the future. The following piece of archive film features mild criticism of people that can't drive a car and a brief mention of meat substitute cubes. We're going to talk about Danny again and how he can't drive. And this is literally something I took for. When I made fun of Danny for not being able to drive, people were like, Simon, disabled people can't drive. And I'm like, yeah, but Danny's not disabled, is he? He just can't drive. People are like, Simon is still making fun of disabled people. I'm like, but it's not, is it? What are you talking about? You smoking the crack. Oh my god, the people who smoke crack! Heil Hugo, or Hail Hugo. I like Heil in this, it adds a little extra juice. It's fairly common myth that German designer and entrepreneur Hugo Boss actually designed the distinctive black uniforms for the SS, or that he at least designed the black and brown uniforms of the Hitler Youth. It's also been alleged that he once spent time serving as Adolf Hitler's personal tailor. In fact, none of that is true at all. For the record, the SS uniforms were designed in 1932 by a senior SS officer called Kyle, who was working with a graphic designer by the name of Walter Eck. But Hugo Boss certainly played a big part in the manufacture. I'm thinking again, I'm not laughing at this script, I'm laughing at, there's that amazing Mitchell and Webb sketch where there's the two SS officers like in a foxhole and they're just like bored and they start having a conversation like, why are the skulls on our hats? Are we the baddies? The good guys don't have skulls on their hats. But Hugo Boss certainly played a big part in the manufacturing of the uniforms of the SS, Hitler Youth, and the famous brown shirts worn by the paramilitary wing of the Nazi Party. The Hugo Boss Company was founded in 1924 and originally produced general-purpose clothing as well as outfits for the police, postal workers, and a few Nazi uniforms here and there. It wasn't until 1931 that Hugo took the step of joining the Nazi Party, claiming the relatively low membership number of 508,889, and he stepped up the production of Nazi uniforms. I mean, look. In this situation, it's like, look, if you're not one of the people the Nazis hate, and you're in Nazi Germany, didn't most people be like, yeah, I better become a Nazi or it's gonna go bad? It'd be like being in North Korea and being like against Kim. Be like, well, at some point I'm gonna get shot, aren't I? It'd be like, I don't like him, but I say I do, because I don't want to die.
Maybe we should find out. Oh, good times.
Yeah. But the thing is, Hugo Boss very probably wasn't blindly devoted to the Nazi cause, as his membership might seem to signify. Exactly, that's what I just said. I mean, it's not like Danny just said this to me after I, said it. It's, he wrote it earlier, so I don't know why I'm angry. Like, Danny, you're repeating what I say. What the f***? You should know, Danny, what I know. He was just a ruthless businessman who had been struggling in tough economic conditions. He'd already gone bankrupt once by this point, and he had figured that getting into bed with the Nazis might boost his fortunes. And he was dead right. When the Nazi Party took power in 1933, loyal Hugo was at the front of the queue for lucrative new clothing contracts. And by the time the war broke out, his company was suddenly pulling in about 1 million Reichsmarks a year. It'd be like, yeah, if YouTube were like suddenly like, yeah, well, we got bought out by the Kim Jong-un regime and it's now fascist tube.
Fuck yeah, we can. Come on.
I'd be like, oh, that sucks. But it's going to be a real hassle to download all these videos and upload them to, like, Freedom Tube or whatever. And people are like, yeah, back in 2020, Simon said that he'd joined Fascist Tube. Fucking Nazi. And by the time war broke out, his company was suddenly pulling in about 1 million Reichsmarks a year. In today's money, that'd be the equivalent of, well, actually, it's difficult to work out because the German economy wasn't really firing on all cylinders at that time. But I imagine it would be billions and billions of packets of Lucky Strands. Wait. Lucky Strands, isn't that an amalgamation of two? Because there's Strand cigarettes and Lucky Strikes. Am I missing one of my own inside jokes? And as production expanded, Hugo was given access to slave labour to help cope with the growth of demand. And that is at that point, I'd be like, let's not, other than Danny in the basement, I'd be like, I'm not really going to exploit slave labour. That seems wrong. Although the Nazis would be like, we need uniforms, Hugo, old boy. And if you don't make them, we're going to shoot you. For about 8 months in 1940, the company used 140 Polish and a further 40 French workers who were forced to toil away in dreadful conditions. They weren't fed properly, they lived in squalid, lice-infested barracks, and they weren't allowed to join the others in the air raid shelters when the sirens went off. Oh, f*** you. And who attempted to escape was sent off to Auschwitz to be killed. Brilliant. Decades after Hugo's death, his son Siegfried once remarked in a 1997 interview with an Austrian magazine, "Of course my father belonged to the Nazi Party, but who didn't belong back then?" But Hugo put up a stronger defense than that when he found himself facing the denazification panel in 1946. Get it under the rug! He was originally considered to be an activist, a supporter, and a beneficiary of National Socialism. Well, obviously he was a beneficiary of it. He wasn't doing very well, and then he was like, if I become a Nazi, can I make all uniforms? And the Nazis were like, yeah, boy, okay. And, that's what a benefit is, Hugo. Hugo was fined 100,000 marks, which is several big wheelbarrows of Lucky Strands, and stripped of all of his rights to vote and run a business. Following an appeal, he was downgraded to the less serious status of follower. So he got his voting rights back, but he had to hand over the reins of the company to his son-in-law. Hugo died from a tooth abscess just a couple of years later in 1948. Anyone who's always like, the past was better, Simon. Don't you remember the past? It was great. He died of a f***ing tooth abscess. It was only 70 years ago. My grandparents were like well into their lives. Much later, in 1999, the company quickly agreed to donate an undisclosed sum to a fund set up to compensate the families of slave workers. But on the whole, the giant fashion house seems quite tight-lipped on the subject of its dark past. Yeah, look, you don't want to talk about it. You don't talk about it. Don't talk about the war. Especially if you were making Nazis and benefiting from Nazism. Just don't. Even the companies that were on the good guys' side in the war, they don't often boast about their, World War II, we made... Like Coca-Cola. It's like Coca-Cola's a huge deal, because it was in, American ration packs, or whatever you call them, in the war. And they're not like, yeah, we did lots of good in the war. Just don't talk about it. And you were the good guys. Just leave it alone. Which makes it all the more interesting when people insist on bringing it up in deeply inappropriate places. When UK comedian, actor, and now activist Russell Brand took to the stage of GQ magazine's Men of the Year Awards in 2013, he paused to acknowledge the event's sponsors as he accepted his award. He said, "If anyone knows a bit about history and fashion, you know it was Hugo Boss who made uniforms for the Nazis, but they looked fantastic while they were killing people on the basis of their religion and sexuality."
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that.
For an encore, he broke out in a little goose step routine and gave a mock Nazi salute before leaving the stage.
Relax now, it's over. Everything's beautiful, the world is beautiful, everything's cool.
Well, look, Russell Brand's a comedian. This is what he does. He makes jokes. And I'm assuming that GQ's Men of the Year Awards was sponsored by Hugo Boss. And as someone who does sponsorships and, does make a little bit of fun sometimes, give him a pass. He's a comedian. I'm not sure about doing a Nazi salute. Maybe that's a little bit too far. But he's a comedian. Give him a break. The company probably felt a bit peeved as they'd just blown £250,000 on sponsoring the awards, when Russell Brand's unexpected outburst dominated all the press coverage of the event the next day. Can you imagine saying to Russell Brand, who is the pinnacle of a guy, who I just imagine doesn't listen, and it'd be like, "Look, Russell, Hugo Boss is sponsoring this event, so we're really going to need you to, we know that you've been planning to make some Nazi jokes about Hugo Boss's past, but they're really not going to like that." Russell Brand would be like, "F off, mate. I'll do what I want. Thank you very much." And Russell Brand probably felt a bit peeved when GQ's editor Dylan Jones later booted him out of the after-show party. A furious Dylan Jones told Brand, "What you did was very offensive to Hugo Boss." You dick. This doesn't look good for you, does it? Just before his swift ejection, Russell Brand replied, "What Hugo Boss was very offensive to the Jews." Oh my god, you absolute legend. And this is the thing, when you want to take the piss out of people, don't do it to a comedian, because they're faster than you, and making jokes is their living. They'll be like, "Oh my god, what you did was very offensive." He's going to destroy you with a comeback. You know this, right? I fucking love that. What Hugo Boss did was very offensive to the Jews. Oh my god. Swiss. When I first discovered that the Swiss company Nestlé collaborated with the Nazi regime, I assumed at first... I thought Nestlé was French. I guess I'm wrong. I assumed at first they'd maybe won a multi-million-dollar contract to supply the German army with generous rations of fine chocolate. It'd be quite sobering to think that Milky Bars and Walnut Whips were helping to fuel Hitler's proposed path to victory. In fact, Nestlé chocolate bars were often used to coax young Jews into captivity before shipping them off to concentration camps, but you can hardly blame the company for creating cruel tools of war. What the f***? Oh my god. That, from Russell Brand's joke to this, it's brilliant. That's sobering. You can, however, blame Nestlé for the acquisition of the Swiss packaged food subsidiary Maggi in the 1940s, which was accused of using slave labour to help get their noodles and cheap meat substitute cubes out into shops. It took a while for Nestlé to admit that this wasn't cool, but in the year 2000 they agreed to pay out 25 million Swiss francs, or $14.6 million, into a settlement fund set up for Holocaust survivors and Jewish organisations. Yeah, that makes everything better. $14.6 million. Pocket change. The company conceded in a statement that it is either certain or it may be assumed that some corporations of the Nestlé group that were active in countries controlled by Nazi regime employed forced labourers. But they also seemed keen to point out that they weren't going to dip their hands into their pockets ever again. They said Nestlé expects this contribution to cover all possible legal claims that might be raised against it both in Switzerland and abroad. It's so f***ing tone deaf. It's like the guy saying you offended Hugo Boss by making fun of their Nazi past. It's yeah, we paid this and now we're done. We expect this to, we are now clean, hands clean. You need a better PR department. You need a better anything. Oh my god. This $14.6 million deal was only a small part of the massive $1.25 billion settlement fund, which included huge contributions from two of Switzerland's biggest banks, and seems to illustrate how the Swiss weren't always quite as neutral as they claimed to be during the Second World War. Yeah, well, their banks weren't, because it was where can we keep all our stolen gold? Switzerland, woo! Many Swiss factories helped keep the economy thriving by producing weapons, munitions, and machinery for the German army. But a more controversial point was how the Swiss banks appeared to go out of their way to stop the Jewish survivors and families of the victims from getting hold of their money, which had been deposited into their banks for supposedly safekeeping in the 1930s. One bank was caught shredding wartime records which contained details of unclaimed Jewish accounts, while other banks insisted on the receipt of official death certificates before releasing any assets to the family, documents that were unlikely to be posted out every day by the families of the 6 million Jews who were murdered. The $1.25 billion settlement from 2000 aimed to get this money back into the rightful hands, but the distribution has been a long process, with the final payments made as recently as 2013, about 80 years after the money was first shrewdly placed for the banks in that reassuringly neutral Swiss protection. Well, I hope at least they got 80 years of compounded interest, because this. You know what? You should absolutely... I don't have a transition for this. We're talking about Swiss banks not giving money back to the families of people who were killed in the Holocaust. I often forget just how long IBM has been around for. International business machines. Their roots and tangled wires date all the way back to the 1880s with the launch of 4 separate technology companies who came together in 1911. Holy shit, this is a really long time ago, to form Computing, Tabulating, Recording Company, which eventually became known as IBM in 1924. And it's also easy to forget just how much IBM helped the Nazis with their grotesque proposals for the extermination of millions of Jews. It's a collaboration for which the company has still never apologized. I know there are some people, it's like, and I've often said, like, I'm not going to apologize for that I don't think I need to apologize for. But, you know, if I had helped create computer programs to systematically eliminate a people, I'd probably be like, yeah, that's probably something I need to apologize for, allegedly. When Germany first invaded Poland in September 1939, the New York Times ran a piece which revealed that 3 million Jewish people were going to be immediately removed from Poland and likely murdered. At this point, an internal memo was sent around the New York offices of IBM, which cheerfully suggested that this would be an ideal time to really step up production of technology which could be useful to the Nazis. What? Really? You see, one of the tricky challenges faced by the Nazis was figuring out exactly how many Jews needed to be rounded up and slaughtered every day. This can't be real, right? The final solution idea was actually going to get quite complicated in general, as it would require the management and cross-referencing of massive databases of criminal files and financial records. But most importantly, it would require the easy identification and ongoing tracking of Jews and other ethnic groups, which would help in the coordination of their journey to the concentration camps. The best way of doing this at the time was via a complex punch card system, and IBM just happened to have a monopoly on punch card technology. I think there's a point, IBM, but I mean, yeah, you're the only ones who can provide it. Yeah, they want to buy it. You should be like, fucking no. Figure it out yourselves. Or ship them the technology, and it always spits out the results. Let them go. Signed, the Führer. Shortly after the Nazi Party had first taken control of Germany, the president of IBM... First taking control of Germany, there was a second time? The president of IBM had popped over for a visit and oversaw the building of a huge new IBM factory, along with the establishment of a new subsidiary called Dehmag, which became responsible for conducting a nationwide census of the country. And a census in Nazi Germany is not going to be a good thing for a lot of people. By 1939, IBM were in a position to supply the Nazis with custom-built tabulating machines and a punch card system, which could quickly sort through all of the gathered data. It's not a million miles away from the old library ticket system or the old train ticket system, where a conductor could record data on a ticket just by punching it in a certain way. But many of these passengers would be travelling to a terminus from which they would never return. From start to finish, the punch card system could effectively identify the next batch of people to be rounded up and then track their transportation across the railways to the extermination camps. The tabulating machines would be installed in every concentration camp and at every train depot in Germany, and Nazi prisoners would be tattooed with their identification number, which would help the administration track each individual's punch card through the system. It was a system that would eventually help the Nazis murder millions of innocent people. Wow, IBM. Jesus Christ. Even after the Americans woke up and joined the war in 1941, IBM continued to discreetly provide the Nazis with all the punch card materials and devices they needed. The US may have been IBM's top customer, but Nazi Germany was a close second. This is terrible. I'd never heard this before. Although IBM was investigated at the end of the war, many documents had been mysteriously lost. Have you looked under the giant rug? 9! There was not enough evidence to charge the company with a crime. Really? I mean, allegedly. A couple of class action lawsuits emerged at the turn of the millennium, but wound up going nowhere, with one Swiss court deeming the statute of limitations to have expired. The German division of IBM did eventually agree to donate $3 million to the Holocaust funds, but only on the clear stipulation that the contribution was not an admission of any liability. Consider $3 million, it's so low! Consider that Nestle admitted guilt and forked out $14.5 million for acquiring a company that was using slave labor to make cheap meat cubes. $3 million seems a small price to pay for a company that helped drive forward forward the Holocaust, but won't admit that it did anything wrong. It's almost enough to make you consider buying an Apple Mac. Yeah. I'm not gonna buy IBM shit. I'm actually like, you IBM. I'm not gonna buy shit. I mean, I don't anyway, but I'm actively gonna try and avoid it. Hitler goes bananas. I'm glad that you don't really matter anymore. I mean, IBM. It's like, you're not what you were, are you? Hitler goes bananas. At a push, I would say that Herbie is my favourite fictional sentient car. Never seen Herbie. I suppose that Kit from Knight Rider. Never seen Knight Rider.
Good grief.
Or perhaps Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Never seen Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Might give Herbie a race for his money, but for me, the Volkswagen Beetle with the sweetest of hearts just pips them at the post. Which makes it all the more shocking when I discovered that the titular star of such classic films as The Love Bug, Herbie Goes to Monte Carlo, and Herbie Goes Bananas is actually a massive Nazi. Oh no, Herbie, why? It shouldn't be too much of a surprise to discover that Volkswagen worked with the Nazis. The German automaker was actually founded by the Nazis, and the iconic VW Beetle was very much a product of Nazi Germany. But did Hitler himself really design the Beetle? Did he? I didn't even know that was a legend. Back in the 1930s. Back in the 90s, only 2% of Germans owned a car. This is because they were all idiots who didn't know how to drive. Imagine that. Idiots. I bet they couldn't get dressed in the morning either. Danny making some sprinkling of inside jokes right there. But it may also have been partly because Germany's automobile industry was heavily geared towards high-end luxury cars, which were far too expensive for the man on the street to afford. Germany didn't have its equivalent of the cheap and cheerful Ford Model T, so the majority of the population just had to make do with, I don't know, pedal scooters or skateboards, probably. All these little Nazis, woo, yeah! What was needed was a car for the people, a people's car! And that's the direct translation of Volkswagen. Oh, is that true? I didn't even know that. They're fascinating. Oh yeah, Volk, people, Wagen, I assume, is car. That makes sense. Hitler was keen to jump on the Volkswagen and get a cheap people's car into production for the dirty masses, with the idea being that citizens could buy them through a savings scheme, in which they put away a small portion of their earnings every month to get their hands on one. What's so saving money? What a revolution. It's often reported that Hitler himself designed the Volkswagen Beetle. Some say that he drew up the original concept sketches. Some say that he locked himself away in a garage for weeks and built the whole car himself from scratch. Some say, I feel like Jeremy Clarkson, that he just suggested it may look quite streamlined, a bit like a beetle. Some say that he just came up with a name. Here's the sting! In fact, none of that is true, but in 1937 he did set up the state-owned factory which had gone to produce the Beetle, and handed most of the design work to lead engineer Ferdinand Porsche. But Ferdinand Porsche didn't really design the Beetle either. He largely copied the design sketches first drawn up in 1925 by Bella Baranil, who eventually sued Volkswagen for copyright infringement in 1955, and is now officially recognized for his contribution to the design. However, the problem with early production of the Beetle is that only about 210 cars were manufactured before brainbox Hitler decided to start a war, which brought civilian production to a halt and meant that Volkswagen now had to expand its focus to include military vehicles. But they got around this problem by using 15,000 slaves. Oh, well, yeah, if you got a problem, you know, I'll fix that. Slaves. Easy. You know, we got lots of slaves. The 1940s, what the fuck? Oh, slavery. Seriously, stop, please. Why? Why are we such dicks to each other? They'd help out with production of military vehicles and the Beetles. Ferdinand Porsche apparently even had a personal hotline to Himmler whenever he needed to request fresh slave labour from Auschwitz. Of course, following the war, the Volkswagen Beetle went on to become one of the most influential cars of the 20th century, even though Hitler never lived to see his dream vehicle take to the streets. Apparently Hitler couldn't even pass his driving test anyway. The idiot. Volkswagen went on to become one of the biggest automakers in the world, and in 1998 they agreed to set up a $12 million fund to help elderly survivors of the Holocaust. I do feel like, I mean, on Business Blades, we always talk about these vast numbers, like a company gets fined $500 million, a company gets fined $1 billion, and it's like, yeah, they you know, $12 million. What was the other one, like $3 million? It's like, guys, I mean, $3 million is a lot of money, but it's not like, it's not crazy. After about 80 years of production, the very last Volkswagen Beetle rolled off the production line in 2019. But I'll never look at a Herbie film in quite the same way again. And maybe it's a good thing, after all, that Walt Disney eventually abandoned plans to reboot the film franchise with Herbie Goes to Auschwitz. Danny, no. This has been an episode of Business Blaze. Look, we mentioned the Nazis so many times that you probably didn't see any ads on this video. Although we made a video all about cocaine and everyone's like, Simon, the ads are on. I'm like, that's amazing. But why? So maybe you will have ads, maybe you won't. But you can support this video anyway by supporting our glorious sponsor, Surfshark. There is a link below. Really does make a difference. Thank you for watching. You dropped your Nazi card. Oh, very funny. Very funny. My Nazi card is clearly right here in my wallet. Oh, have you clicked on this video expecting to learn something? Well, good news. You're not going to learn anything. Welcome to Business Blaze. I am your boy with the blaze, also known as Simon. What happens here is Danny shall write us a script. This one is a Disney scandal, The Dark Side of Fantasia. Oh my god, how exciting. I will read it. Sam, our resident memologist, will add some memes, and let's just jump into it today, shall we? I wonder how many people would consider working for Disney to be their dream job. Doesn't Disney have a bit of a reputation for being a bit shit? Is that just allegedly? Is that just in my mind? Also, are Disney litigious allegedly? Let's just sprinkle the allegedlys in there because for safety. Safety first is the motto on Business Blaze. For example, I know that Walt Disney Resorts are meant to be the most magical place on earth, but I suspect that the magic fades quite a bit when you find yourself on the wrong side of the curtain. Maybe some Disney jobs are a bit more peculiar than others. During the late 1990s, some employees at Disneyland Park in California were given an opportunity to put professional boob spotter on their CVs. That's not going to be what we think of as boobs, is it? I mean, Splash Mountain is a log flume ride which was originally themed around a sequence from the 1946 film, Song of the South. Isn't that famous racist one? Which itself is a whole scandalous can of worms that we'll come back to later. Well, I guess today I'm going to find out. As the ride takes its final epic downhill swoop, photographs are taken of the thrill-seeking passengers, which are then automatically displayed on... Oh, I see. People are going to be exposing themselves on this camera, because of course you are. Whenever I used to go to theme parks with a friend of mine, we always used to try and look at the camera and, be as absolutely dead serious as possible. So you're going over this, terrified, but you're like, ah, and you're like... I love it. And I've actually been on Splash Mountain. It was a right laugh, especially all the racism. As the photographs are so people are going to be exposing themselves. Someone's job is going to be being like, we can't show that one on the preview screens because boobs. So the passengers then automatically displayed a photo on a giant screen afterwards for everyone in the park to see. And if the camera caught your good side, you might consider buying a print. The long hydraulic downside to this was first glimpsed in the late 90s when a new trend developed in which female passengers took the opportunity to flash on the splash, resulting in Disney displaying a range of photographs of topless women on their giant video screens. I love it. This led to the creation of a new position at the theme park in which someone was paid every day to sit at a desk and monitor all of the photographs of ladybirds before displaying them on the ride screen. Maybe this would have been someone's dream job. It's like, yeah, what do you do? I work at Disney. That's cool. What do you do? I look at boobs. It wasn't destined to be a long-term career plan, though. The position was finally axed in 2009 when Disney exposed the news that inappropriate behaviours from passengers had become increasingly rare. So the professional boob spotters had to go back to dressing up as Goofy. I'd just pay friends to go to the park. I'd be like, can you expose yourself on Splash Mountain, please? Because I don't want to... I like sitting at a desk all day and just looking at boobs. But whether you're dressing up in a costume or working in the kitchen, life as an employee at one of Disney's magical theme parks can be pretty tough. You're not actually called an employee. Oh, you're a cast member, aren't you? When you work at Disney, you're a cast member. How exciting! So what you do? I'm a cast member at Disney. If everyone didn't know that they were called cast members, it'd be like, wow, that's cool. You like famous or something. But it's a shame that the cast members have to try and get by on quite shockingly bad wages. Over the last decade, the average wage of a cast member has fallen to 75% lower than the national average, despite the company enjoying an increase in revenue, which helped former CEO Bob Iger take home $65 million in 2018. Good lord, that is a paycheck, son. And dressing up as Mickey Mouse isn't all fun and games. I'm always like, the way to get rich is to start a business. And it's like, no. It really seems like just run an already existing business, because now CEO wages are insane. And dressing up as Mickey Mouse isn't all fun and games. Up until the year 2001, cast members in costume weren't even allowed to wear their own clean underwear. They had to share underwear. Like they were all communists. What? No. Normal underwear was strictly forbidden because under a Mickey Mouse costume it tends to bunch up and become visible. Was it really? So cast members were instead issued with Disney jock straps, tights and cycling shorts, but they weren't allowed to keep their own sets and take them home to sling in the wash. That is wrong. No, they had to hand them in at the end of the day so they could be put through Disney's laundry service, and you'd randomly be given another set of keeping underwear the next day. I don't care how clean it is. I'm not buying someone else's underwear. I'm not wearing someone else's. It's like buying your underwear in, like, the charity shop. Don't do it. Sadly, Disney's laundry service didn't appear to be very good, and employees were regularly handed out dirty and smelly underwear to put on in the morning. That is not right, Disney. That is not right.
Dirty mother.
It was claimed that Disney didn't even bother to use hot water. I suspect they were using those rubbish crystal wash dino balls to save on soap. That is an OG Business Blaze joke from maybe 2 weeks ago. Over the course of 3 years, no less than 3 cast members caught scabies or pubic lice from the shared washed underwear, which is not something you really want to be thinking about when Donald Duck is patting your kids on the head. Guys. Why not just give them underwear for free, you Disney? Look, take 50p out of Bob Iger's $65 million paycheck and go to Primark and pick up Primark jock straps and cycling shorts. I don't know. It's not that hard, Disney, is it? Following an intense battle with the union, Disney eventually agreed to assign workers individual garments which could be taken home at night and washed with soap and hot water. Also, you're saving money, Disney, because you're not washing it yourself. You cheap f***s. It's like, why, allegedly, like, why are we using cold water? Well, it's a bit more expensive to do hot, isn't it? Of course, most big companies have experienced bad days and poor decisions, maybe the odd scandal here and there, but the spotlight does seem to shine a little more harshly on a company built on the foundations of magic and wonder and childhood innocence. Over the course of nearly 100 years, Disney has plenty of time to take the occasional wrong turn, drop a ball, or become embroiled in the kind of downright scandalous behaviour that would make Snow White blush with shame. Here are a few more moments when everybody got their lice-infested knickers in a twist after some serious shit went down at the Mouse House. 2 pages, a third of the way through, and the introduction is over. Missing in action. I've mentioned before that I'm a big fan of the early Disney classics, the really racist ones. I just added that. But it has to be said that some of the early material can be problematic in today's more enlightened age. And the film, maybe Danny Dutt. And the film studio often solves any problems with the most controversial examples of offending material being wiped from existence and pretending that it never happened. I didn't realize until today that although I've seen the 1940s classic Fantasia about 100 times, I've never seen the uncut version that was originally shown as a theatrical roadshow before moving to movie theaters. I've seen Fantasia. I mean, it was a very long time ago. I was a kid. I always found it a bit spooky. Because, like, doesn't that mop get cut into loads of pieces and then there's lots of little mini mops? Dude, that's scary. It's scary. There are a few minutes of material, which I've heard of this, which can easily be found on YouTube if you want to have a look, which were first trimmed from the film in 1969 and have never been seen on TV or a home media release since. Look, I'm probably going to get a copyright claim if I try and show this, but Sam, let's put it in. I'm going to upload it to YouTube, and if you're watching it now, well, great! I didn't get claimed on it. If you are not watching it now, well, I did. And, well, F you, Disney, allegedly. It's called fair use, motherfuckers, allegedly. The short cut sequences are taken from the Pastoral Symphony segment, which features a bunch of creatures and centaurs and centaurettes. Sounds like a centaur with Tourette's. Prancing about and fluttering their eyelashes at each other against the banging background tunes of Beethoven. But one little African-American centaurette called Sunflower hasn't been seen in the film 50 years, and it's not hard to see why. While all the lighter-skinned centaurettes are preening in front of the mirrors and getting ready for their courtship ritual, Sunflower, complete with wildly exaggerated lips and hair, is on the floor scrubbing away at their hooves like a dutiful servant. Disney. This was 1969. Do better. She's also the only one who doesn't get to cop off with a bloke center at the end. The interesting thing about Sunflower's removal from the film after 29 years is the way that Disney handled it. When fans of the film began asking what had happened to Sunflower, Disney responded by claiming that she'd never existed, and that fans were misremembering early screenings of the film Disney. Someone's gonna have a recording of that. It's a trick they were unlikely to get away with today, and clearly back then, either. Incidentally, fans were intrigued in the year 2000 by the announcement of the release of the restored uncut version of Fantasia to DVD, which promised to show every single frame of the original film. Could Disney really be gearing up to revisit the dark side of Fantasia? Spoiler alert, no. I don't know, but I'm gonna say no. Not quite. They used clever panning and zooming techniques to avoid showing Sunflower hard at work on those hooves. So while this version did technically show every single frame, it didn't always show all of the details of every frame. I have to say that's very clever. A couple of frames from another Disney movie have also been missing in action since 1999, and in this case it took the company 22 years to spot the problem. We often hear stories of subliminal messages or saucy images being discreetly planted into family films, and most of the time they're either silly misinterpretations or completely fabricated myths. But unusually, in the case of the 1977 animated classic The Rescuers, the story is surprisingly true. During a sequence in which we're talking about The Rescuers, I don't know why I decided, honestly, because I don't want to read the scripts before I do it, but I have to find a place to insert the ads, and it seemed like this was a good place. Turns out apparently not. We were talking about The Rescuers and some imagery getting stitched into it somehow. During a sequence in which the two secret agent mice are flying through New York on the back of a talking albatross, I guess you had to be there, an unexpected image pops up in an apartment window in the background. It's actually a photograph of a topless woman. The kind of filth you'd only expect to see on the ride screen at Splash Mountain. Now, it's worth pointing out that you wouldn't be able to spot this during a normal viewing of the film that runs at 24 frames per second. And this might explain why Disney themselves didn't notice it until the 1999 release of the film on VHS. Just 3 days after the release, Disney made a public statement on the matter and promptly recalled all 3.4 million copies of the film. Now, whoever did this, if they find out, is getting in trouble. However, this wasn't quick enough to save the 2.2 million viewers who died from shock while watching the uncut version. No, I made that last bit up to try and please Simon. We know how much he appreciates a high death count from dodgy product recalls. Oh, OG Business Blaze. Sprinkles with OG references. The real mystery is in who planted the image in the first place. Disney claims that it wasn't inserted by any of their own animators, and it must have occurred during the post-production process. The frames have naturally been removed from all subsequent releases and showings of The Rescuers, but some have claimed that Disney was just making a mountain out of a molehill anyway. If they hadn't drawn attention to it and recalled all those VHS tapes, it's possible that nobody would have ever noticed. Well, someone obviously did notice, didn't they? Because they wrote in and were like, Disney, what the f*** is this? I really have to look this up right now. What was it called? The Rescuers Nude. Oh god, am I going to get pictures, like fan pictures of The Rescuers Nude? Let's hope not. I don't want to see naked mice. Oh wow, that really is in there. That's great. I love it. And it's not even like a cartoon photo. It's like a photograph. That's fantastic. Of course, it would have been impossible not to notice the bomb that was probably Disney's most controversial film ever, the 1946 film, live-action musical and animated sequences that was Song of the South. The idea of adapting the 1881 collection of Uncle Remus stories was never a particularly wise one in the first place, considering that these black American folktales were adapted by the white American writer Joel Chandler Harris, who thoughtfully came up with his own dialect and interpretations of the language. That sounds appropriate. The film follows the post-Civil War years of America's Deep South and depicts just how utterly wonderful it was to be a black plantation worker at the time, toiling away for your white bosses while occasionally getting a chance to sing jolly songs with cartoon animals. I mean, yeah, that's definitely the past I've heard about. Being fantastic time to work on a plantation. Brilliant. Not really. It's often wrongly claimed that the film glorifies slavery, but it is in fact set after the abolition of slavery. The main problem seems to be that the black plantation workers are still very much subservient to their former white masters and seem very happy with their lot, despite the fact that they're living in poverty in comparison to the clever rich white people. It's hard for me to make informed judgment because it's the only Disney film that I've never had the opportunity to watch. I've also never seen Song of the South, at least as far as I can remember. However, we brought this up on a previous video, and someone was like, that song, zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay, that is from Song of the South, and I definitely remember that as a kid because I had like a CD of Disney songs, or like a tape or whatever, and I definitely knew that one, and I liked it. For some reason I always thought it was from Lion King, when it's obviously not. Disney seems very keen to wipe any memory of the film from the archives. It's never been released on any home media format in the US, and it is one of the very few films not available to watch on the Disney Plus channel. Some film critics defend Song of the South as a product of its time, and it's certainly worth bearing in mind that when it was originally released, white and black people weren't even allowed to sit together in the same movie theatre. But it's also worth remembering that the film attracted strong criticism, protests, and picket lines even back in 1946. A congressman from Harlem described the film as an insult to American minorities and everything that America as a whole stands for. Even Walt Disney himself had reportedly expressed grave misgivings about the tone of the film, but had decided to release it anyway once it was in the can.
Dirty mother.
But there are also calls in some quarters for the film to be brought out again from the vault so that it can be viewed in historical context. In much the same way that it's okay to show the racially problematic Gone with the Wind, as long as it comes with a warning at the beginning which explains that everybody in the olden days was a racist. American legend Whoopi Goldberg has expressed a desire for the film to be released again so that it can ignite a conversation about what it was and where it came from. It's interesting to note that outside of the US, the Song of the South ban seems to be relatively recent. Although it's unlikely to be shown or released anywhere today, it was actually released on VHS and Laserdisc in Europe and Asia as late as the 1990s and was apparently even screened on BBC as acceptable daytime entertainment as late as 2006. However, it's hard to imagine the film ever seeing the light of day again in the near future. The main problem is that it's a Disney film, and Disney are in the business of dishing up wholesome family entertainment. They're not going to spend time and resources on marketing the release of an old film, which can only ever be presented in a way that makes it clear that the content is inherently wrong. Yeah, I mean, I can't blame Disney for this one. It's like, okay, this was a part of your past, and yes, it can ignite a conversation and all of this stuff, but it's like, it's not really what Disney does. And it's not really what Disney has to do. The reality is people are still going to buy Disney Plus and go to Disney World and do all that other Disney shit. I mean, Disney is like, allegedly, I mean, I've heard it described by other people as kind of like this monolithic mega corporation that just gobbles up creativity, allegedly. And it's like, you know, people still love it. They still let you make great shows. Although Disney now seem embarrassed about the film, they seem happy enough to theme the Splash Mountain ride around it for the best part of 30 years. It wasn't until 2020 that Disney eventually decided to announce that the theme of the ride was soon going to be reimagined around the Princess and the Frog film. Still, I'm not entirely sure if Song of the South should be considered Disney's worst cinematic offense. At least it didn't shove any lemmings off a cliff making this one. Are we about to talk about that? No. Then that is a reference to an original and all the Business Plays video. Not cool for the kids. It had never really occurred to me before that copyright laws can even extend to gravestones. I've always hoped that I could have the Enron logo displayed on my own gravestone, but this apparently could be trickier than I imagined. And the parents of a 4-year-old Spider-Man fan from Maidstone, Kent, coincidence, that's where I'm from, in England, who tragically died in 2019, were soon to discover that Disney are not always so keen on the idea of granting wishes and sharing the magic. Young Ollie Jones was utterly devoted to Spider-Man during his short life, and one of his most cherished moments had been the time he got to meet his hero at Disneyland. After Ollie died from a rare genetic disorder called leukodystrophy, his devastated parents ensured that he was given a superhero-themed funeral, and plans were drawn up for his gravestone, which would feature an engraving of the world's most famous web-slinger. Please, Disney, don't do this. I know you're going to do this because this is what this video is about, but please don't. It's not right, Disney. The family had put up a temporary plastic marker on the spot which featured the design that was intended to be engraved on the finished gravestone. But they were quickly ordered by Maidstone Council to remove the plastic marker until permission could be obtained from the owners of the Spider-Man copyrights. This, of course, being Disney, who bought Marvel Entertainment in 2009. Of course, everyone knows that. Simon, everyone. And sadly, this permission was not forthcoming. The company claimed that it was Walt Disney himself who had originally created a policy which banned the use of the company's characters appearing on headstones, cremation urns, or memorial markers. And despite an online petition receiving over 150,000 signatures, Disney never budged, declaring that it was trying to preserve the innocence and magic of its characters, even if the character in question was pushing 60 years old and had only relatively recently been acquired by Disney. Maybe Maidstone Council deserves a portion of the blame here for flagging it up in the first place, when it would probably have gone unnoticed by the Disney empire. But a massive thumbs down to Disney for prioritizing an ancient and irreverent rule over the wishes of bereaved parents. Yeah. And it's not really as if they were being consistent. At around the same time, they granted permission for a young fan who had died of cancer to have an engraving of Iron Man on his headstone. To this day, they've never really bothered to explain why they couldn't have just done the same thing for Ollie Jones. They just didn't like Ollie. Harsh. On a similar note, Disney scored a massive open goal when they got heavy with 3 children's care centers in Hallandale, Florida in 1989. The daycare centers had innocently decided to brighten up the interior a bit with giant colourful murals depicting 5-foot-high painted figures of Mickey Mouse, Minnie Mouse, Goofy, and other intellectual properties belonging to Disney. As soon as they heard about it, Disney ordered all 3 daycare centers to take down the murals immediately or face going to court. Disney, allegedly, dick move. Allegedly. Not wishing to get involved in a legal battle with one of the biggest companies in the world. Yeah, right there along with you. All 3 centers swiftly agreed to get rid of the offending murals. But that's when Universal arrived on the scene to save the day. The arch enemies of Disney had recently launched their first theme park in Orlando. And they sniffed an opportunity to grab some positive promotion for themselves while painting Disney as the villains of this piece. Yeah, because they were, allegedly. In conjunction with Hanna-Barbera, who owns the cartoons upon which many of the new theme park's rides were based, Universal publicly announced that it was giving free permission for the 3 troubled daycare centers to create new giant murals based on the likes of Scooby-Doo, Yogi Bear, the Jetsons, and the Flintstones. Epic. And not only that, when the murals were complete, Universal and Hanna-Barbera threw a lavish unveiling ceremony in which children and parents were invited to mingle with dozens of their favourite costumed characters, attracting massive publicity for the new theme park while putting a smile on the face of the kids. Win, win, win. Oh, Disney, own goal. Everyone was a winner. Danny and I, same page, apart from Disney. Maybe their professional boob spotter was off sick that day. Yeah, they made her boo-boo. And the best bit about all of this mingling with the likes of Scooby-Doo and Yogi Bear rather than the tiny, dirty, tramp Mickey Mouse is that they're far less likely to have scabies or pubic lice. Ba-da-ba-boom! This has been Business Blaze. I have been your boy with the Blaze. This video was brought to you by Magellan TV. Thank you, Magellan. Your North Korea documentaries. I'm going to watch one with my lunch today. Thank you for the sponsorship. Thank you for watching. Get some merch, purchasethemerch.co, and I'll see you next time. Disorder called leukodystrophy. Leukodystrophy.
Shut your fucking mouth.
Do you lack talent? Do you have no skills whatsoever? This video is all about Pullman's capitalist utopia. The only thing I know about Pullman is he makes really cool trains. Or he made really cool trains, and now they still make them, and they do these expensive, like, awesome train journeys. Which, you know, I'd love to do one of those, but one, they're enormously expensive, and two, COVID. It's called Pullman's Capitalist Utopia, because I believe he built, and I'm sure Danny, who wrote today's script, is going to explain to us, I believe he built this whole, like, capitalist dream town. And I'm like, this will very nicely balance out the video we did on communism, although I suppose it won't really, because that video about communism was just shitting over communism for about half an hour. And, well, maybe we'll shit all over capitalism, because it maybe won't work. But, I mean, that's going to be hard, because capitalism is the best. On the communism video, people are like, oh, Simon, like, they just didn't do communism right. They just didn't do it right. That's what was wrong. All of the examples. It's like, well, I'll tell you what, let's not try again, because when they didn't do it right, they did it really, really wrong. Oh, what happens here is Danny writes me a script, I will read it, and Sam will add some memes. Do I need to keep saying this? I mean, like, 99% of people who watch this channel are subscribed. That's not true. Remember to subscribe. But you guys know what's up. No one stumbles across this channel and is like, what's this? Never seen this before. Back in 1883, Karl Marx was still scribbling down some more of his silly ideas for the communist revolution while sitting alone in an empty, silent, and freezing cold house in London. As he scooped some baked beans out of the tin that he'd salvaged from next door's dustbin, he may have quietly wished that he had enough money to buy back the pants that he'd bought a couple of weeks ago. In jokes. Times were hard for Karl Marx in this final chapter of his life, particularly after he'd stopped receiving free handouts from his mate's evil rich capitalist dad, and nobody else seemed very interested in what he had to say anymore. It's like, yeah, Karl Marx. Someone was on Twitter being like, what did they tell me? They said, like, I'm pretty sure Karl Marx was well off. And I'm like, Google would solve your stupidity. Or I mean, it probably won't, but it'll make you look less like an idiot. It's possible he would have looked himself in the mirror, if he could have afforded one, and briefly pondered over whether he'd always made the right choices in his life. He wouldn't have had much time to reflect anyway, because Karl Marx would be dead within the year. Spoiler alert. Also, one of my favourite lines from the last script that Daddy did. What was it? A quote from Karl Marx's mum. I wish that Karl had spent more time making capital rather than just writing about it. Like, Danny, mwah! At the other extreme of the spectrum, nearly 4,000 miles away, over the Atlantic Ocean. I've got all boxes of Magic Spoon down here from the last sponsorship. I keep tripping over them when I make videos. And several of them are open, as I've just been snacking on them. At around the exact same time, a quite brilliant American engineer and industrialist might have been looking into a glittering gold-encrusted mirror with some degree of pride. George Mortimer Pullman was about to launch a new venture which would raise Chicago from the mud and serve as a living and breathing and fully functioning testament to the healthy benefits of capitalism. I wish there was like you know that communist song that Sam always plays when we mention like the glory of communism, like do 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 do, and there's the Soviet people being like do do do. I wish there was one for capitalism. Sam, maybe if you agree with me, it should be this. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Please tell me that that's what the McDonald's theme is in America, otherwise that joke is going to fall flat with a large percentage of the watchers. That's what it is in Europe, and it's like ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
I'm loving it. Is this the place to eat? Since I don't cook, I'll just rock to the beat.
In America, it's probably more like ba-da-ba-ba-ba, you're going to eat this anyway. Pullman didn't just write grotty pamphlets about his ideals. He built an entire utopian company town around them. And this is the story of how one man proved beyond any shadow of a doubt that capitalism is the only true way forward for the rest of the Western world. Having said that, it seems there might have just been one or two minor niggles along the path, which was surely destined to end in one glorious, incontestable triumph. Born in Brockton, New York in 1831, under the sign of Pisces. Danny, stop! No one cares. George... I was under the sign. I didn't even know that was what you said. I'm a Taurus. They're like, oh, I'm a Pisces. We're gonna get along. You shut your mouth. He moved to Chicago in 1857 and immediately rolled up his sleeves and got his hands dirty in helping build the city's first half-decent sewer system. But he wasn't planning on just rolling around in the shit for the rest of his life. The term businessman had only recently been coined for the very first time to describe a man who wasn't a merchant or a manufacturer, but rather a mobilizer of capital. And George was ready to help define the word by becoming an inspiring example of what it stood for. This is bold. It's like, what are you going to do? I am going to become the example they talk about for capitalism. During the 1860s, George developed a fancy new sleeping car for the fledgling American railroads, which were about to be transformed by the opening of the first transcontinental rail line in 1869. Up until that point, rail passengers had largely been treated like herds of cattle, but George planned to upgrade the experience with the launch of his new Pullman Palace car. He may not have invented the concept of a sleeping car, but he was certainly an innovator in the end, and the first to turn sleeping cars into a lucrative business. I love all of this. Like, I really like trains. Like, that sounds incredibly sad. And then people are going to be in the comments like, Simon, train spotting is not sad. And I'm like, look, I like it. I could see myself doing that, but it's objectively sad. I really like the idea of these, like, long luxury train journeys where you have, like, your own cabin and you look out the window and you eat some food. I'm like, that's brilliant. Probably there's a grand piano in there as well. I'm like, hell yeah. Like, the one good thing about the 19th century, everything else was shit. Don't you get into that business in the comments of being like, that it was better in the past. No, it wasn't. You are wrong. The idea was to introduce a touch of refinement and luxury to the rail experience. Admittedly, passengers were expected to pay about 5 times the price of a normal ticket, but that still seems like a pretty good deal for middle-class travellers who wanted to ride and sleep comfortably in quiet carriages with lush carpets and double-glazed windows and attentive service delivering gourmet food. It does sound awesome. Like, you ride on the train these days, and it's like, if there's a man pushing a cart with some, like, half-warm Coke on it, you're lucky. And if, most of the time, there's not. There's probably gum on the floor, and it's just generally a bit of an unpleasant experience. Also, in the UK, it's like, oh yeah, and you want to have this unpleasant experience for about an hour. That's going to be about £35, isn't it? It's like, it is cheaper to drive. It is far cheaper. Every time, like, I visit the UK, I always rent a car. Because 1, it's much more convenient, and 2, it is cheaper than taking public transport, which is absurd. 150 years on, this still sounds like a good idea to somebody like me who has never enjoyed a comfortable ride on any of the hundreds of trips I've taken on a modern UK train. Danny and I, same page, although everyone in the United Kingdom is on the same page about the f***ing trains. I once paid an extra £200 for a first-class upgrade. Hell, Danny. And the only difference seems to be that they give you a crap cup of coffee and a newspaper to read. Back when I grew up, first class was better because there was like a separate cabin, you know, you got to be away from all the plebeians, and there'd be like a sliding door. It was nice, you know, and the seats were bigger, and it was just much better. And then at some point, they just decided to make first class just the bit at the end of the train. Whereas, like, there's not even a door separating it. It's not a separate carriage. It's just not there's not even a door dividing it. It's just like, you walk in, there's some first class seats on the right, there's regular pleb class on the left, and it's like, what's the difference? It seems like maybe there's 1 inch more leg space, but you're on a train. There's enough leg space anyway. The seats are a different colour. Ooh, fancy. I'm pretty sure they don't give you free newspapers. Also, newspapers are what? £1, £2? Also, who the reads newspapers? There's all those businessmen sitting in first class, like, folding over a giant Times, like, doing the fucking origami dance, like, folding. No one does that. They just use their phones. 2020! I bet things would have worked out differently if the communists had been in charge of the trains. Yeah, you'd just be walking alongside them. Business for George was a little slow during the early years until the assassination of President Abraham Lincoln in 1865, which played a surprise role in getting George's new empire back on the right track. A Pullman Palace car was chosen as the carriage to transport the president's body from Washington, D.C. to his final resting place in Springfield, Illinois. And this historic funeral, I bet he really enjoyed all the amenities. Oh, would you like another coffee, Mr. He's dead, isn't he? Was observed by hundreds of thousands of mourners over the 3-week journey, making quite an impression. Like, this is good marketing though, isn't it? I mean, there's often on business plays, there's some example of a company which has made light of a tragedy to promote some product that no one wants. And I'll be like, what have you done? What have you done? But in this case, he's using a dead president to really promote his train in a very clever way, which could have turned out really wrong if he'd have done it wrong. But he didn't. What a genius and a legend. In 1867, the new Pullman Palace Car Company had become flooded with new orders for the sleeping cars, and George, very shrewdly, retained ownership of the cars, leasing them out to railroad companies and raking in regular profits from passenger upgrades while keeping tight control over the whole operation. It was a strategy that was to make George Pullman very, very rich. He's the example of capital. Set goals. At the peak of his success, in 1893, his company was worth about $62 million. F***ing hell. That is a lot of money today. That is a lot of money today. When I first tried to work out the value of this in today's dollars, my inflation calculator just told me to stop pissing about, but the figure wouldn't be too far away from $2 billion. Oh, I have to say, I expected it to be quite a lot more than $2 billion. However, as George Pullman filled up his belly with the finest meats and pickled eggs and bottles of wine every night, he was often troubled by dark thoughts about the well-being of the thousands of employees he now worked for him. Wasn't this the 18th, 19th century? He was ahead of his time. Those people were like, why do you need breaks? It's not hard. You're just making trains. You don't need to rest. 16 hours, home for 8. And I remember, this is another one of those things where it's like, don't forget, the past was the worst. Because that whole thing of 8 hours work, 8 hours play, 8 hours sleep, the 24 hours of the day, that is a very recent invention. Like, before it was just like, we'll just work you until you can't work anymore. And now it's like, you only work a third of every day. Most people. These low-paid workers appeared to be poor, undereducated, simpleton creatures, little more than primitive brutes fighting over who lived in the best part of the swamp. Oh my god. Could we raise our nose any higher? What could George do to help refine these dangerous, savage beasts in some small way? At this point, George Pullman decided to dig deeper into his overflowing pockets and dramatically raise everybody's salary to a fair amount, which enabled them all to escape from the slums and live a life of blissful contentment without a single care in the world. This sounds like there's a but coming. No, sorry, I was looking through the wrong history book for a second there. George Pullman was a wiser man than I, and he had an even better idea. He figured that if he could provide his workers with decent homes in a beautiful and clean company town that delivered everything a proud resident could possibly wish for, he would naturally create a happier and more productive breed of worker who wasn't just concerned with the idea of going on strike all the bloody time. I mean, in theory, this sounds good. I mean, it's not going to work out because there's no company towns today, and those, well, I don't think. I mean, not any super famous ones. And it's like, well, it's probably not going to work out, is it? George obviously wasn't doing this out of the kindness of his own heart. He was a staunch capitalist. He didn't have one. But he claimed at the time, and everyone's like, Simon, you're such a capitalist. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm more capitalist than I am socialist. But I also believe, if you're new here, if you're old here, I should say, this is going to be a very tired repetition. But I always say, let's be capitalists, but not be dicks. And there are definitely good parts of socialism. Like, I very much believe in healthcare. And I very much believe in benefits for people who can't work. And these sorts of things. Because I don't like people going bankrupt when they break their leg or whatever. And I don't like it when a disabled person is hungry. Because I'm not a dick. The middle ground. It's not that complicated. But he claimed at the time that he wanted his employees to have all the advantages of living in better conditions and to feel satisfied with their place on the lower rung of the capitalist system. In a way, it was a bold effort to utterly perfect capitalism. Oh wait, I feel like I should go close to the mic for that. In a way, it was a bold effort to utterly perfect capitalism. For dramatic effect. I wish I should have like a holding mic, because then you could do much more with that, like, perfect capitalism. ASMR business plays with your boy. Of course, he was probably also motivated by the fact that the Pullman Company town would be a profitable capitalist venture in itself. It's a win-win. Residents certainly wouldn't be allowed to buy their own homes. The rents would be automatically deducted from their paychecks every month, yielding profits for the rich investors who had a guaranteed 6% return on their stakes in the $8 million development. George would also make profit from gas, electric, and pretty much everything else that stood in the company town. The whole idea, partly inspired by other company towns that already cropped up in England and Germany, was built on the concept of molding the perfect happy employee while making even more money out of them by ensuring that nearly every cent of their wages ended up back in the company coffers. Money is weird, isn't it? Like, I mean, I have a business degree. I do a channel about business. I feel like I find this, economics interesting. But is there that whole money thing? It just goes around in circles, doesn't it? And sometimes more money's brought in. It's so bizarre. It's really bizarre when you think about it, that we've just given the value to this kind of like meaningless thing. Maybe there was some merit to the idea that the town had succeeded in creating genuinely happier people. Let's see how that pans out. I get the feeling it's not going to pan out very well, Danny. I wish sometimes, but Danny actually read this himself. I just listened to it and reacted to it because I feel like as great as Danny is, I feel like, there'd be more sarcasm in his voice than could truly be got across with text. So let me give that a try. Let's see how that pans out, shall we? Situated on the banks of Lake Calumet, about 12 miles from the Chicago border at the time, the new town of Pullman, self-named, because he's a legend, was I'm going to make the town of Whistler. So far, it's doing well. It's in Canada. Some skiing there. I've never been. I think I mentioned this before. My aunt once went, and she brought me back a bunch of stickers that said Whistler. And I was like, thanks, auntie. One of them was a skiing one, and you guys are particularly like this. And it was about going up on the mountains, and it said Whistler. It's high time. And I was like, oh boy, is it? And I was like 13, so I didn't get the joke. But now I do, and I wish I still had that sticker. If anyone lives in Whistler and they still make those Whistler High Time stickers, I will make it worth your while to send me one of those. Email me. My email is on my Twitter. I will never announce it in a video because I don't want to get email for the rest of my life. And if you can go to Twitter and figure out how to get it, I figure that's cutting most people out. It was built on 3,000 acres of land just across from the lake from the Pullman Palace Car Company plant. By the 1880s, the first residents were all ready to move into this new, visionary town, which, at its peak, would be the home for 12,000 6,000s. Danny, I think you added an extra zero. 12,600 lucky employees. Or 126,000. Who knows? And first impressions were pretty good. The elegant yellow brick buildings were landscaped front lawns, sat proudly on sidewalks paved with wood and lined with trees. The town had its own massive shopping centre complex and movie theatre, along with a church and a library, every brick of which was naturally owned by Pullman. It had its own miniature lake for boating and swimming, with a little island in the middle for picnics and or arm wrestling tournaments or whatever. Okie dokie. There were a few complaints about more than one family having to share a single bathroom. But considering the era, this is the 19th century, 1800s. Why is that always so hard? Why can't they match up? I know why, but it's annoying. They had to share a single bathroom. But considering it was this era, most residents were thankful that they had such luxuries as indoor toilets and running water in the first place. You weren't likely to find such extravagance in any other working class town in Chicago back in those days. There were one or two slightly weird things about the new town, though. And when I say one or two, I mean about 7. That's remarkably specific. Although renting a house in the town was optional, it was always understood that the company preferred town residents. Your job was never particularly secure if you dared live outside of the town. Although renting your position in the great Pullman factory was very much reflected in the house you rented. Standard factory workers lived in modest row houses, while factory managers enjoyed bigger family homes on the nicer side of town. Well, I mean, I don't want to be a dick, but that does make sense. You might have expected George to reside in the biggest house of all, but in fact he didn't even live in the town. George lived in a big fuck-off mansion several miles away on Prairie Avenue. I like how Danny leads us down the path of him living in one of the row houses. No. He couldn't fit his mansion in this town. The Pullman Company was notable for quickly becoming one of the biggest employers of former African-American slaves, who were often given positions as porters on the sleeping cars, although they were paid shitty wages and usually had to rely on rare tips from racist passengers to top up their income. Yeah, those racists, they were really good with tipping. Oh, and this generosity from George only went so far. Although Pullman was generally considered to be a diverse town with over half the population hailing from outside the United States, this diversity did not extend to black employees who were not welcome to live in the town. Oh, every time Danny's like, look at this great thing he did. Oh no, turns out he was a dick. What is going on? I'm getting a phone call. I'll be right back. I'm back. It was a delivery. A delivery. It's like, oh yeah, your allocated delivery spot is 10:55 to 11:55 a.m. 9:55. Hi, I'm here. So, I'm not. You're an hour early. You have an hour window, motherfucker. George firmly believed that his ignorant, brutish workforce might shed some of their primitive ways once it helped them get out of the gutter and into a half-decent town. It always annoyed him in the past that some of his workers resorted to such vulgar activities as going to a bar in the evening to get drunk, which he felt led to hangovers and reduced productivity the next day. Well, he wasn't wrong. So, wise old George made sure that you couldn't buy alcohol anywhere in Pullman Town. Well, that's not entirely true. There was one place in the whole town where alcohol was served, the Hotel Florence, a lavish establishment named after George's daughter. The only problem was that normal factory workers weren't welcome here at all. It was a place reserved for only rich guests and railroad barons who fancied some hard liquor while they were doing business with George. George was a dick. There were some other surprisingly strict laws laid out by the central planners which would make Disney's Celebration Town quite liberal in comparison. If you'd like to learn more about that, check out our video about Celebration, Disney's murder town. I will say I'd link to it below, but I probably won't, so... You know why? Because there's a link to our fantastic sponsor, Skillshare, below! Public gatherings not sanctioned by the company were forbidden, so you were fine to go for a stroll by the ornamental lake, but you needed to make sure that you didn't bump into too many people at once. Sounds like COVID.
Guess what, bitch?
That might explain why nearly every old photograph of the town looks mysteriously devoid of people. There were also bans on independent newspapers and open discussions. Okay, now we're getting into, like, dystopia territory. And you'd better watch your step as company spies were everywhere, eavesdropping on private conversations to detect any potential negativity. Everything's wonderful! All the time! Your house could also receive surprise random inspections for cleanliness at any time, and your lease could be terminated just 10 days' notice if your home wasn't quite up to scratch.
Surprise, motherfucker!
The church stood empty, as no approved denomination in this town of mixed faiths could afford to pay rent, while the massive library was also completely silent, as the membership was about $3, or $80 in today's money, which the average resident simply couldn't afford. Is that like per month? That's insane! I'm not sure who came up with the bright idea of pricing library memberships way beyond the reach of anyone in the town who might be able to use it. I'm betting it's George. And even the huge shopping centre known as the Arcade was a huge rip-off, with vastly inflated prices which were beyond the means of the very people that George was trying to squeeze every last cent from. One Pullman resident glumly observed at the time, "We are born in a Pullman house, fed from Pullman shops, taught in the Pullman school, and when we die, we shall go to Pullman hell."
It was time for Thomas to leave. He had seen everything.
Yeah, and the grim thing is, it's like, yeah, why don't they just leave? Because, you know, it was worse elsewhere. Despite all these serious misgivings, it's very possible that the company town would have quietly chugged along for a while longer if it wasn't for the massive stock market crash of 1893, which led to the worst economic depression ever witnessed by the United States at the time. Well, I was about to be outdone, 37 years later? 36 years later? Poor George was struggling to maintain profitability during this disastrous downturn in fortunes, and many out-of-town employees were laid off. The lucky residents of Pullman largely managed to cling on to their jobs at the factory, but had to take a big pay cut of 30%, and he was already not paying them very much. They're definitely not going to be able to go to the library now. The bad news is that while George was busy slashing wages, he refused to slash the rent. He claimed that this was impossible because of the 6% return he'd guaranteed the town's investors. This meant that the skilled mechanics who had toiled away on 12-hour shifts were often left with literally just a few cents to live on after the gas and rent and electric had been automatically deducted from their paychecks. What is slavery again? I don't know how you define slavery, but if you live in someone's house, Pullman's house, for free, and you don't pay rent and electric and gas, and you have to work for them really hard at a job you can't leave. This is slavery, right?
That just sounds like slavery with extra steps. Ooh la la, someone's gonna get laid in college.
One weary worker famously decided to keep his final paycheck of 2 cents as a tragic memento rather than go to the trouble of cashing it. But a bloke called Eugene V. Debs offered a ray of hope for the disenchanted residents of Pullman, who were now far from happy with the place and their lower rung on the capitalist system. Eugene encouraged the workers to join his American Railway Union, which threatened strike action if the Pullman Company didn't respond to the union's demands relating to the absence of democracy in the town, excessive gas and water rates, rigid paternalistic control of workers, and the lack of opportunity for workers to buy their houses. George, point blank, refused to negotiate with the union, claiming repeatedly like a mantra that his company had nothing to arbitrate. Yeah, I mean, he's kind of right though. He's like, yeah, we're just not going to do it. Okay. So they strike, I guess. Let's see. This swiftly led to the Pullman strike. of 1894, in which all Pullman cars were cut from trains with a chain reaction of chaotic consequences of Chicago. Mail stopped getting delivered, factories ran out of fuel and resources, and the prices of food and coal soared, and mines and lumber mills were forced to temporarily close. Eventually, President Cleveland stepped in, but he appeared to side with George. No! Cleveland, come on! Rather than the strikers who were being depicted in the press at the time as largely foreign hooligans and anarchists. Yeah, rather than good old George. Good old boy. That American hero. Cleveland held constitutional responsibility for the mail getting delivered, and he wanted to get it moving again, so he dispatched 12,000 troops and thousands more marshals to Chicago and Pullman to get this shit sorted out. And things got very messy indeed. Yeah, dude, it sounds like you're starting a little war. In the ensuing 3-day riots, which saw US soldiers shooting at strikers, Jesus Christ, and at least 30 of the strikers were killed, while 57 more were wounded, and more than $1 million worth of property in Chicago was destroyed. The strike action eventually crumbled under this new and very real threat of getting your face blown off. Eugene was arrested, and the Pullman residents, who hadn't been fired, meekly returned to work with zero concessions from George, who paid them all reduced wages and demanded the same high rent. For a short while at least. This isn't going to work out. The writing is on the wall, my man. It's not going to work. Look, 30 of them died. Shit is going to happen. Incidentally, Eugene V. Debs got the chance to read a bit of Karl Marx during the time he spent in prison for conspiracy to obstruct the mail, and ended up becoming a devoted advocate of socialism. Shocking. Running for president no less than 5 times, however, he was in prison again during his final attempt to run for president, serving a short spell for 10 counts of sedition after making a public speech opposing US military draft in the First World War. Doesn't that conflict with that really important thing in American Constitution about free speech? Enlighten me below, because that seems a little bit contradictory. But it didn't take long for President Cleveland to turn against George Pullman. The 1,000-page Cleveland report concluded that George was partly to blame for the incident, as he created economic hardships in an un-American, paternalistic town and refused to negotiate on any level. Kind of spot on there, mate. In 1898, the Supreme Court of Illinois ordered Pullman Palace Cars to make a choice between the company and the town, and as they couldn't be allowed to retain both. They chose the company and were forced to let go of Pullman Town, which gradually evolved over the years into a typical Chicago neighborhood, which today still has a small population of around 6,000. Well, that's nice. Hopefully, they've got a cheaper shopping mall and a busier library and a proper bar too. Be like, yeah, first thing, get some books in that library, but not until we've opened a pub. Or 7. As for George, he wasn't even around to see the official closing of his company town, as he died from heart failure a year earlier in 1897. He had now become such a hated figure that his family were concerned that somebody might try to dig him up. Oh no. When you've been such a knob that they want to rob your grave of your body just to, like, I don't know, take a shit in its mouth or something. To get around this problem, George was buried much deeper than usual in a lead-lined coffin and was sealed inside in a block of concrete. One journalist commented, the 2-day burial procedure. It is clear the family in their bereavement was making sure the son of a bitch wasn't going to get up and come back. Brilliant. So it seems like the whole idea of building a capitalist utopia on the backs of workers didn't really work on any level. Maybe because nobody other than George himself ever really fully bought into the idea, or his shared vision of a town, which ultimately evolved into a dictatorship under which the workers could barely be expected to survive, let alone appreciate the position on the lower rung of the capitalist system. Maybe it's time we made another video about communism. Look, I mean, this is the thing. Like, communism, we talked about it. It's kind of like, it's way too far. No one wants that shit. Capitalism. This is the counterpoint, the other argument. It's also a piece of shit. Nice. In the middle. Why not? Thank you for watching. This video has been brought to you by Skillshare. If you would like to also purchase the merch and various other designs, you can go to purchasethemerch.co, but not until you've supported Skillshare, alright? See you next time. ASMR Business Plays with your boy. Danny, are we going to get cancelled again? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to another brand new episode of Business Blaze. I am your boy with the blaze. This one is all, this is part 5. As I always say, when we do like a part 2, 3, 4, 5, 17, it's when I'm feeling lazy. I just look at what videos worked in the past and I'm like, Danny, let's do that again, because it's going to work, and then I don't have to come up with unique original material and actually be creative, which honestly I'm not very good at and hate. What happens here, if you're new, if you're wondering, look, no one's new, because Fascinatingly, on Business Plays, most people who watch this are subscribed. On all my other channels, it's like, no, 80% of people who watch aren't subscribed. They're just very casual viewers who don't care about you. On Business Plays, you legends smash that subscribe button with a passion. This is what happens. Danny writes the scripts, I record it, I add some jokes, and Sam adds some fine vintage memes. It's something that probably happens millions of times every day. I feel like I haven't recorded one of these in like a week. It feels weird. It's something that probably happens millions of times every day. Someone out there is probably doing it right now, taking a shit. You may have done it yourself thousands of times during your life. Yeah, once a day. Yeah, or easily. Many thousands. And it's a completely pointless waste of energy and wiggling about. Oh, then you might be talking about something else. Imagine you're holding a crucial conversation on your mobile phone with a potential investor from Hong Kong. Yeah, that happens all the time. Or maybe you're attempting to order an equally crucial Doner lunchtime kebab special from the local takeaway. Maybe you're doing both. Maybe you're on the phone with Hong Kong while ordering that kebab. You could do both, Danny. As the conversation reaches a pivotal moment, you turn a corner into a fresh stretch of honeycombed woodlands. What is going on? What is honeycombed woodlands? Or a higher level of majestic mountain, or a darker recess of a dodgy alley, only to find that the mobile phone is beginning to lose its signal. How would you go about trying to get it back? Higher grounds, I guess. I was hiking the other day, a couple of weeks ago, and I was in the woods and I didn't have any mobile reception, and I was like, and I wanted to load the map because the map I had on my phone, for some reason I hadn't downloaded the offline map version, so I was like, if I can get reception, I can download the map and actually work out where I'm going and hopefully not get lost and die. And so I climb up this mountain and I get to the top and I'm like, please, and it still doesn't work, so I have to go back the same way, like hours back the same way I came. You know, it's disappointing.
That's the coolest fucking story I've ever heard in my entire life. That's insane. Can I hear it again?
Many of us seem to have instinctively adopted the cunning strategy of lifting the phone and furiously waggling about in the air for a bit. I mean, that's not going to make a difference, is it? I mean, climbing a mountain, I feel like I'm being pretty reasonable, but lifting it up in the air, I not turn it off, turn it on again, like the airplane mode on, airplane mode off. That sometimes works. And many of us end up feeling quite disappointed. I lost my place while reading a sentence. That this hasn't helped the phone magically latch onto a better signal, but it won't stop us from doing it again next time. The point is that contrary to our instincts and blind desperation, elevating your device very slightly higher in the air isn't suddenly going to change how your phone connects with the nearest cell site or tower. If anything, holding it in the air and waggling about a bit is only likely to make it even harder for the phone to make that vital connection. Well, today you found out your phone has probably lost its signal because of an obstruction, such as a concrete block of apartments or dense foliage, or a branch of Taco Bell between your current location and the nearest cell tower. Why is Taco Bell mentioned here? New viewers ask. Well, I'll tell you what, it's been sprinkled with a little bit of an in-joke, like this. Or it could be because you're picking up interference, which is making the device feel a bit dizzy. Either way, your best bet is to just keep walking until you can pick up a signal again. Walking forwards or backwards, or even just a few feet, is going to be far more productive than standing still for 5 minutes while you thrash your arms about like a buffoon. Alternatively, you could try nuking all the buildings in your current location, investing in a signal booster, or even changing your provider if the problem keeps recurring. Yeah, I mean, don't nuke the buildings, but changing your provider does make a difference. Sometimes there's like places I go where it's like, I won't have any signal on one network, but then my wife is on a different network, which would be like, yeah, I got 5G. It's like, what the Vodafone? Get your together. There is a beefy looking dog taking a whiz on my window. Thanks, guy. Brilliant. For those of you who don't know, I'm in like a semi-submerged basement, so the windows are like up there, and the dogs like walk past it, and yeah, they pee on it, and then one dog pees on it, and all the dogs pee on it, because dogs are like, I don't know, they like pissing on each other's piss and smelling each other's butts. I'm not a dog, don't ask me. And while we're busting common myths on the use of the mobile phone, it's worth remembering that those signal bars at the top of your screen are not an accurate representation of your signal strength. They aren't? I've lost count of the number of times I've heard people complaining that I've only got 1 bar, and someone else replying, "Haha, I've got 5 bars on mine!" Dickhead. They may as well be comparing 1 banana to 5 parsnips. Alright, Danny. The signal bars are actually just an aesthetic representation of your phone's proximity to the nearest cell site, and this will vary from model to model. So the guy with 1 bar could in theory be getting a stronger signal than the guy with 5 bars. Well, hang on. If you're closer to the cells, everyone who knows anything about technology is going to be in the comments, "Oh, Simon, you're so dumb, you didn't know this." Why, if I'm closer to the cell tower, surely I should get better reception. People would be like, obviously not. It's an almost useless graphic anyway, as the strength of your signal will be far more affected by how many other phones are trying to latch onto the same signal, rather than how close you happen to be to the tower, okay? And while we're at it, so I should really go with a mobile phone network that no one else subscribes to, because then I'll have great signal everywhere. But then it'll be a good mobile phone service and more people will sign up and it'll become shit. This is so confusing. I'm just going to stick... I don't even know who my mobile phone provider is. I think it's Vodafone, but it could be O2. And while we're at it, charging your phone overnight will definitely not harm your battery. Using your phone at a petrol station is not a fire hazard, and placing your phone into a bowl of rice will not suddenly make it work again after you've accidentally dropped the phone down the toilet. I knew the first one, because they've got technology that just like semi-charges it, right? Like, so when it's almost full, they'll stop, and then, I don't know, it tells me this. The one in the petrol station is just stupid. And the one in the phone, I thought the one about putting the phone in the bowl of rice was so like, if you dropped it in water, then the rice absorbs so it dries it out. But I guess not. As for where the 5G is spreading coronavirus around the globe, Mad Melvin down the pub insists to me that this is definitely true. Everyone knows this is true, Danny. Have you not seen videos on YouTube where surprisingly credible looking people who are actually completely bonkers and somehow manage to keep their together for a YouTube video actually trick people into believing this? It's really depressing. But he also insists that he's seen the blooper reels from the fake moon landings in which Neil Armstrong keeps falling into the scenery. So I take everything he says with a vacuum-sealed pouch of liquid salt. Still, that's at least 5 fake facts that aren't true right there, and we've barely even gotten started. Yeah, in a normal YouTube video, we'd be done there. We'd be like, thanks for the facts, fact boy. Let's move on to something else that's recommended, and I mean, it's probably something by me, because I open up Business Plays in incognito, and I'm like, wow, all the recommended videos are Business Plays. I don't know how I did this, but I'm very happy about it. Rosa Parks. Oh, let's play the game. Do I know whether this is true or not? Rosa Parks was arrested for sitting on a whites-only bus seat. I know that's false because I made a biographies video all about it. Biographies is another channel I run where we do biographies of notable people from history. If you like this channel, I mean, you might like that channel. It's very different. It's much more sensible. It's less fueled by cocaine. There are actually several misconceptions relating to the famous story of Rosa Parks, who would hop on a bus on the 1st of December 1955 and ends up helping to steer the 20th century into a more righteous route. In your opinion, Danny, in your opinion, the KKK begged to... Here's how the story is often told. Just want to clarify that was a joke. At around 6 p.m, it's 2020. People are like, cancel Simon, he's a racist, he believes in the KKK. I mean, obviously I believe in the KKK. He loves the KKK! He loves it! Here's how the story is often told. At around 6 p.m. on the night of in 1955, an exhausted Rosa Parks climbed aboard the number 2587 bus after clocking off from her job as a seamstress at the Montgomery Fair department store. The buses in Montgomery at the time offered a strict segregated service in which black passengers were relegated to the very back of the bus. The past was great. Well, someone was arguing with me on Twitter the other day. It was like, I said something like, the past is the worst. Just be glad you're alive. And someone was like, well, Simon, have you not seen the state of the world today? There's COVID everywhere. There's rampant racism. Are you sure you wouldn't rather live? And I think somehow the date 1848 specifically came up, which is also the year that Europe basically exploded into a series of wars. And it's like, and revolutions. And I was like, yeah, obviously, this sucks. No one likes coronavirus. No one likes racism. It's all bullshit. But you know what was worse in the past? Diseases and racism. You don't want to go to the past. You're gonna get plague and shit. Stop it with your bullshit.
Daddy, chill.
But there were no seats available at the back, so a weary Rosa Parks decided to sit on a whites-only seat near the front, and then refused to budge on the grounds that she was too tired when the bus driver ordered her to give up her seat for a standing white male. Rosa Parks ended up becoming the first black person to be arrested for refusing to give up her seat on a segregated bus, which directly led to the abolition of the balmy bus segregation laws and the rising of the civil rights movement. Now, obviously, if you didn't already guess, it's a lot more complicated than that. Much of the story is broadly true. Yes, but it's more complicated. But there are 4 important details which are completely wrong. For starters, Rosa didn't actually sit on a whites-only seat, although this is more a technical point as the outcome was still the same. Each Montgomery bus had 36 seats. The first 10 at the front were reserved for whites, the last 10 at the back were reserved for blacks, and the middle 16 were theoretically up for grabs by anyone, although black and white passengers should never be sat together, and the whites would be given priority as the bus started to fill up. When Rosa took her seat in the middle of that day, it wasn't an intentional act of defiance. She was just taking her seat in the mixed section during a quiet period alongside 2 other black women and a black man. When the bus became busier, a white passenger was left standing, which prompted the driver, James Blake, who is one of history's biggest dickheads. And if you'd like to know more about that dickhead, do check out that biographics video, because this guy is a world-class prick. He demanded that the 4 black passengers give up their seats. The other 3 agreed, but Rosa simply moved up 3 spaces to the window seat, which would have left ample room for the white passenger. This wasn't good enough for the Bell-End bus driver, who called the police to have Rosa arrested. But in fact, Rosa Parks didn't defy the driver on the grounds that her aching feet were too tired. She did it because she'd had enough. Yeah, Rosa Parks, you think like she didn't do it because she was tired. No, she did it because she was part of like a movement. Like, you think Rosa Parks is a hero, she's actually more of a hero than you think. In her autobiography she wrote, "I was not tired physically, or no more tired than I usually was at the end of the working day. I was not old, although some people have an image of me being old then. I was 42. No, the only tired I was tired of giving in." Rosa Parks had been active in the civil rights movement since 1943, and may have even had leanings towards communism. Although she was never officially recorded as a member, she regularly attended meetings with the Communist Party USA. But she certainly wasn't the first black passenger to be arrested for refusing to give up her seat. There had been several other cases beforehand, most significantly that including 15-year-old Claudette Colvin. And it was actually Claudette's case, along with 3 other plaintiffs, which directly led to the 1956 lawsuit, which resulted in a district court ruling that bus segregation was unconstitutional under the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment to the US Constitution. The decision may, however, have been helped along by the Montgomery bus boycott, which emerged in the wake of Rosa Parks' case. Whatever the specific details, though, there's no denying that Rosa Parks became an international icon of resistance to racial segregation, the First Lady of Civil Rights, and the mother of the freedom movement. It may have never happened at all there's even more to it than that, which I'm not going to get into here because also I only half remember it, and I do have a whole video about it. But it's not as blazy. Sometimes I wonder, and people are like, "Simon, will you just do one biographics video in the business play style for a laugh?" And I'm like, no, because most people on that channel will hate it. I mean, don't forget, you guys are the legend blazers, but most people will be like, "What the is this? Why is this happening? Simon! Tell me the facts, boy!" It may never have happened at all if she'd clocked the driver's face before boarding the bus. Rosa had already been kicked off the bus before by James Blake for failing to abide by the rules, and she would never have gotten on the bus in the first place if she'd been aware that Blake was behind the wheel. When Blake died in 2002, Rosa Parks quite charitably remarked, "I'm sure his family will miss him." And then she added, "That dickhead." Although he did, he was the kind of pinnacle of dickheadedness, which kicked this whole thing off, so I guess thanks, James. You bellend. Eskimos have 99 words for snow. No, they don't. I always had it was like 20, but I think I did a Today I Found Out video saying that it's not even true. Spoiler alert. I was always told as a kid the reasons Eskimos have so many words for snow is because they don't have much else to talk about. That sounds vaguely racist. But going by that logic, they'd also have about 99 words for seal meat. Many people have perpetuated the myth over the years that Eskimos have either 50, 99 or 400 different words for snow. And it would seem remarkable if these indigenous circumpolar people... It's a new word for me. I love it when I just discover new words that, not just Daddy, but any one of my script writers throws into a script and it's like, wow, that's a new word to me. And it seems you just used it in common usage. And then I remembered that I'm dumb. And it would seem remarkable if these indigenous circumpolar people have more words for frozen water than Donald Trump has in his entire vocabulary. Oh, smash that dislike button. Incidentally, I know that Eskimo now seems to be regarded as a derogatory term in North America. It does? Particularly in Canada. I didn't know that. Danny, are we going to get cancelled again? But that's a whole complicated can of blubber that is probably best not to open here. In most parts of the world, it still seems perfectly acceptable to use Eskimo as a collective term to describe the Inuit, Yupik, and the Aleut people. But how many words do they really have for snow? Well, the answer could be about 4, or it could be thousands and thousands. Oh, so it's more complicated than it seems to be on the surface. What a surprise. I feel this is life. Always remember it's more complicated than it seems on the surface. Except for Donald Trump's vocabulary, that's just limited, so we know it. Back in the 1940s, the American linguist Benjamin Whorf tried to explain how Eskimos have more words for snow, basically because they're capable of thinking about snow in some ways the rest of the world can't even begin to comprehend. I tell you what, Danny, I could try and comprehend it, couldn't I? They'd be like, yeah, it's like flaky, it's like misty, it's soft, it's hard. I mean, just describe it to me and I'll get it. It's not like there's going to be some mysterious property of snow that I just can't wrap my head around. It's not like, there's 11 dimensions. I tried watching a video about that and I was like, oh, fuck, this really is for smart people. It's like they get into like dimension 6 and it's like, what the f***? This dimension is based on another dimension within a dimension. It's like, stop! Many of Warp's theories on the structures of languages have been dismissed as complete tosh. But the Eskimo thing appeared to snowball in popularity in later years when the 1978 Lanford Wilson play, The 5th of July, observed that Eskimos have exactly 50 words for snow, while a later article in the New York Times claimed the number was 100. Yeah, but we know it can never be exactly, because there'll be like, new words for stuff. Language evolves. The first thing to bear in mind is that there's no single Eskimo language. Alright then, I guess we're done. There are actually multiple dialects of a variety of languages among the Inuit, Yupik, and Aleut. I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing this right, I know I could look it up. I'm just not going to. But more significant is the fact that the family of languages is rooted in polysynthesis. Another new word for me. This essentially means that they construct complex words out of a relatively small collection of base words. Or to put it another way, they add a word to a suffix to create a whole new word. Oh, shit. So instead of expressing wet snow or packed snow as separate words, they will effectively create new single words by mashing them together as wet snow one word or packed snow as one word. Isn't this like what the Germans do? Like why they have such crazy names? Because it's just like, I could say like New York Times, it could just be New York Times. Just as one word. Like they pack all the words together into one super turbo word. Or you might say, and get ready for a bum Uber word. I've just realised it may be challenging for Simon to convey in a video, but I'm sure he'll give it his best shot. It's not that complicated, Danny. I just say pack snow, one word. Maybe this is why you cannot grasp the complexities of Eskimo snow, but I'm like, I understand. Packed snow. Snow that's packed together. Densely packed. Not complicated. Big brain. Some Eskimos really have no more base words for snow than the rest of the world. It's just that they create thousands of regularly used variants by combining words to create new ones. And you could just as easily claim that Eskimos have an almost infinite amount of words for warts, milkshakes, and kangaroos. Their dictionaries must be a bloody nightmare to compile. Even the regular dictionaries are a bloody nightmare to compile. I did like a Today I Found Out video about that Oxford dictionary. Oh my god, that's complicated. It takes them like decades to make a new edition. And I'm like, I'll just use Wiktionary. Wiktionary? Wiktionary. Having said all that, there may be some truth in the claim that British people have over 99 words for rain, Colombians have 400 words for cocaine, and I have 857 words for radiator. An epic Christmas truce game of football was played in no man's land in 1914. In the days, I thought this was true. I feel like there is some truth to this. If it wasn't football, they were definitely hanging out and trading items and buttons and getting each other's haircuts. The Germans and the Allies in the trenches. In the days leading up to Christmas 1914, something happened on the Western Front of the First World War which would never happen again. It was quite a vivid display of the expression, sod this for a game of soldiers. I like that expression. I'm not sure if it's just British, but it means this. I'm not doing it anymore. In a beautiful motion, the opposing German and British forces laid down their weapons for an Xmas holiday and exchanged gifts and photographs and songs instead of trying to kill each other. Some of the soldiers on both sides looked a bit like Paul McCartney. Okay. But that might be because I'm thinking of his video for the 1983 Christmas UK chart topper, Pipes of Peace, which depicted the glorious moments when the troops paused to shake hands and wish their enemies the compliments of the season. But Danny, that happened many years. I'm so confused. Paul McCartney a time traveller? It's a story which has been recounted many times over the years in film, television, and the Today I Found Out YouTube channel. Not really. A big budget Christmas adverts for Sainsbury's. What a thrill. I don't miss adverts. Like, TV, I don't watch TV. Like, I mean, obviously I watch TV. Like, I watch Netflix, Amazon Prime. There's no adverts. But I'll go, like, visit my parents, like, sometimes for Christmas, and they're still watching TV. They still got, like, Sky. It's like, what are you doing? And then you see adverts like mince pies, and I'm like, this is a blast from the past, even though this advert is made this year. It's like, who does this anymore? It's 2020, stop it! And also, when people stop wasting money on those ads, guess where they're gonna spend that money? Your boy. Look, Sainsbury's, I like you. You need a spokesman? I'll tell people how great your mince pies are. Just don't heat them up in the microwave too long, because once I did that and destroyed my mouth. And the climax of the story is an epic 90-minute game of football played between the British and German soldiers in no man's land on Christmas Day 1914. The Germans apparently won the match 3-2. But while the Christmas truce was on, that is way too specific. They didn't play like 90 minutes. They just had a kickabout. But while the Christmas truce was undoubtedly true, there's no direct evidence to suggest that such a football match ever really took place, no matter how much we'd love to believe this heartwarming story. Over the years, we've been led to believe accounts of such an epic match taking place from a series of letters written by soldiers and people on the front line. But the majority of these letters were actually just second-hand accounts of a match rumored to be taking place elsewhere. One notable letter from a doctor is often brought up as compelling evidence that the match really happened, but he was actually just reporting something he'd heard from somebody else. One British officer by the name of Peter Jackson, not that Peter Jackson, claimed for years that he'd taken part in the big match, but he eventually revealed in 1968 that he'd just fabricated the whole story. Well, you're not the only storytelling Peter Jackson, are you? Although I guess that's a relatively common name, because there's lots of people called Peter, like my plant right there, and also people called Jackson. Other soldiers wrote home about matches that had been proposed, but never actually happened, because nobody could find a football. Yeah, you're in a war. You're in the trenches. Someone's probably eaten the leather off that football at some point. And in fact, they weren't were they hungry in the trenches? I don't know. It just seemed miserable, so I assume they were hungry. And in fact, this is quite an important point to take on board. Why in no man's land was anyone going to find a half-decent football? I'm pretty sure that things like beach balls and swing ball and tennis rackets weren't generally considered standard military issue. Another point to bear in mind is that no man's land was an utterly frozen mess on the day in question, littered with dead bodies and shells. The best anyone could have managed is a slightly morbid session of ice skating, assuming that someone had actually remembered to pack the skates. It's very possible that small impromptu games of football broke out across the Western Front for a few minutes at a time, with the soldiers kicking about empty tins of corned beef as a football substitute. That sounds f***ing miserable. This. I'll bring it up again, but COVID's bad and all that shit, and like the economy is entering the toilet or whatever, and it's like, it's bad times. It's like, honestly, I'm just glad there's not a war. I was having a phone call with my dad the other day. He was like, yeah, I mean, because he just retired like a few years ago. And it's like, him and my stepmom, they like want to travel around and do all these things. And he's like, yeah, I know, it's kind of rough because, you work all your life, and then he's like, yeah, now I want to go travel, see the world, do all these exciting things. And it's like, yeah, I'm just kind of stuck at home. And I'm like, yeah, that's a bummer. But he's like, well, on the bright side, he's like, 65? Yeah, he just turned 65. So he's like, yeah, but on the bright side, I'm 65. Now, there's been no war, there's been no big genocides that, he's been involved in. I mean, not as an aggressor, but, a victim of. Obviously. He's like, yeah, no, it's been a pretty good run in terms of, no major global disaster having to go fight in a war because everyone else throughout history had to do shit. And I was like, that's a really nice attitude, Dad. What a heartwarming story. Let's move on so we can do some more shit on things. But the muddy truth is that the legendary football game on Christmas Day, with halftime oranges and radio commentary, very probably didn't happen at all. I thought halftime oranges was a rugby thing, and we can largely blame the extended truce sequences in the 1963 stage show Oh What a Lovely War for bringing the myth back into the public consciousness after the idea had been largely forgotten for decades. Besides, I find the 3-2 storyline very hard to believe. I've no idea where they could have found a neutral Swiss referee at such short notice. Ba-da-bum-bum. Every living creature is doomed to die. Well, I mean, eventually. Because, I mean, not much is going to survive, what do they call it, the heat death of the universe. Whereas, all of the energy is gradually expanded and everything is just evened out. There's not going to be much living after that. To wrap things up on a positive note, it turns out that the secret to immortality was uncovered long ago, but it didn't generate as much news coverage as I would have expected. Isn't this to do with the jellyfish, the immortal jellyfish or something like that? While scientists and alchemists and wizards and nutters may have spent centuries attempting to discover the elixir of life, and I think the closest thing we've ever got was wonderful pomegranate juice. The real secret to eternal life has been bobbing about in the bottom of the ocean for ages. I really think, and this is a very depressing thought, I mean, for me at least, because I would like to live a very long time. I think we're going to be considered some of the most unfortunate people, like the people who are alive today, probably some of the most unfortunate people to have ever lived, because given how far, medical technology, biology, and just regular technology is going, how fast that's getting better, I really do think that the people alive from 100 years from now, who literally might have the option to live forever, are going to look back at us and be like, those guys just missed it. You know, you look back on people like the fucking Tudors or whatever, like 15th century, they were long gone. They had no shot. And it's like, we can see it. We're like, yeah, no, okay. I can theoretically see how we could live forever, whether that's downloading our consciousness into a machine, improving our biology, sorting out like DNA all of that sciencey shit. It's like, okay, I can see it. You can reasonably see how it could happen, right? No one has been able to do that before. And we're all going to be dead before it's possible. I mean, I hope not, but just one creature on planet Earth has so far managed to figure out how to live forever, barring accidents, and it's a jellyfish. Big brain. Although the trick is to regress to childhood. When faced with a dire emergency, the immortal jellyfish quite cleverly reverts back to a baby. It turns itself into a blob-like cyst, which then transforms into a polyp colony, the very first stage of jellyfish life, and then effectively starts life all over again. Curiously, this Benjamin Button of the sea world isn't invincible. It can still catch fatal disease, or get eaten by a predator, or get mowed down by a tractor, in which case it's game over. Benjamin Button. I've seen that movie. It's weird, right? Why is that movie like... That movie, the only reason people remember it is because it's weird. Is it even good? But assuming that it exercises a bit of caution and sticks to a healthy diet, there's nothing stopping the something scientific names, which I'm not going to even try and pronounce, from just repeating the cycle over and over again until the Earth is absorbed by the Sun in 7.5 billion years. If this... See, Danny, it's doomed to die, ultimately. If the species could only figure out space travel, the same jellyfish could be laughing until the very end of time. Interesting. Yeah, the end of time, Danny. Eventually, it's going to end. Interestingly, the scientifically named jellyfish has recently been described as an excellent hitchhiker, scrounging lifts on boats and ships in what has been described as an aggressive swarming of the world's oceans. So the immortal jellyfish may just be patiently waiting to thumb a lift from mankind into the stars, after which the human race will have fulfilled its destiny of sending eternal life out into space. Except that it doesn't have any thumbs. Oh no! This has been Business Blaze. I have been your boy, Wiz the Blaze. Smash the dislike button if you didn't like this video or I said something to offend you. It's always possible. You can purchase this at purchasethemerch.co. There's not a link below, because linked below is today's sponsor, Squarespace. 10% off, squarespace.com/blaze. Thank you for watching. Tell me the facts, boy! I hate the environment, as we've discussed. I want to poison the dolphins. Hello everybody, welcome back to another brand new episode of Business Blaze. I am your boy with the blaze. You can buy a t-shirt that says that, by the way. It would be a lie because I am the boy and you are not, but you can if you wish to. Again, I don't know why. I'm terrible at business. Purchasethemerch.co, there is a link below. This one is even more advertising fails. What happens here, if you're wondering, you might be curious, is that Danny writes me a script. It is right here. I will read it, I'll add some unfunny jokes, and Sam will add some fine memes afterwards. That's what's going on, even more advertising fails. This is like part 19 or whatever, because whenever I'm not feeling very creative, whenever I don't have any good ideas, which honestly is like 99% of the time, I just look at what did well in the past, and I was like, well, let's just do more of that, Danny. Get to work, basement boy. Younger Business Blaze viewers may not remember this, but there used to be a time when people would write letters to each other and send them through the post. Back in the day, the typical postman's sack would be positively bulging with contained excitement, warm expressions of encouragement and good wishes. I only ever get letters where it's like, it's a hassle. I've got to hassle about something. It's like, you need to change the amount you pay for your gas. I'd be like, brilliant. Why don't you just change the amount? You're the gas company, what am I going to do? Not pay? I don't have a choice, do I? I don't need a letter explaining every little thing I need to do. By the end of the last millennium, everyone's attention turned away from boring old mailboxes that were becoming increasingly littered with advertising junk, as we became more thrilled by the voice notifications that informed us that we had a rare new email to read. Oh my god, one of the banes of my life. And something that I believe I probably still have a little bit of trauma in me today is thank you letters. I don't know if this is just a Simon family thing. I don't know if this is a British thing or an international thing. But you see it, receive a gift. Like Christmas comes and like your relatives send you gifts, right? And it's like, oh great, thanks, aunt. You sent me a wooden car. I'm 17. And then it's like my parents were always like, you got to write thank you letters. I'll be like, guys, it's 2003. I'm writing letters to people? Why can't I just email them from my email, hotmail.com? Well, letters, it's appreciated by people. So I'd spend like half a day writing out. I don't want to, I realize I sound like an ingrateful prick, but it's like, it was painful. It was painful. And even today, people will send me a gift and they'll expect like a thank you note. Like just, whether it's an email, whether it's a phone call, whether it's a letter. And honestly, I just don't send me a gift. Send me a card. Like, because I didn't have to reply to a card.
You ungrateful bastard.
And there was a point, I reckon maybe in my early 20s, where I just stopped sending thank you notes to people. I just stopped. And I stopped receiving gifts from large numbers of my relatives. And my only response was f***ing good. And another thing that people, or like my family, would often think that I just got wrong, was that you give someone a gift, right? This is what my family said. You give someone a gift, you give them a card. The card goes along with the gift.
New card. What do you think? Picked them up from the printers yesterday.
And I'd be like, I'm giving them a gift. Why do I have to give them a card? It made no sense to me. If I'm giving you a card rather than a gift, it means I like you less than if I gave you a gift. And if I gave you a gift, you're not getting a card. It means I like you more than all the people that got cards.
What's up with all these rare cards? You're sure about this?
What the fuck? So yeah, no, I don't send cards. I don't send thank you letters. I'll say thank you when you hand me the gift. If you send it to me by post, just assume that I'm grateful. I'm probably not. It probably got shoved in a drawer in the corner where I'm not going to use it because you don't have the same taste as me. AOL users may remember those voices as well. Here in the UK, we had posh actress Joanna Lumley informing us politely that you have email. Oh, you've got mail. Sorry, I don't remember that at all. I don't think I had AOL. I had something called CompuServe. Apparently Elwood recorded all of his notifications on a cassette tape. Who the fuck's Elwood? What is going on? Oh, okay, I missed a line. In the US, you are more likely to have the laid-back tones of voice artist Elwood Edwards. Never heard of him. Cheerfully announcing, you've got mail. Oh, okay, so I can't read. I swear I can't read. Like, okay, so Joanna Lumley says, you have email. Elwood Edwards says, you've got mail. Apparently Elwood recorded all of his notifications at home on a cassette deck. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Let's just carry on, Simon. Come on, get your shit together. We're like 4 lines in. And although he's now semi-retired, you might be able to thumb a lift off him if you live anywhere near Ohio. He's occasionally been spotted working as an Uber driver and entertaining passengers with some of his finest quotes, such as, files done, and goodbye. Oh, how those rides must fly by. Yeah, they don't. I like with Uber Comfort Yakets, I'd like to be quiet in my cab. I never check it because I don't want to be a dick, but and often I'm happy to chat. But there is sometimes where it's like, I don't know, you go to the airport, it's 5 o'clock in the morning, it's just, I just want to listen to some music in silence. But as the years rolled on, it feels as if the early enthusiasm for email eventually slipped back snugly into the postman's now slightly withered sack. We no longer get excited about logging into our webmail and wading through dozens of automated marketing emails from companies that once you bought something from 8 years ago. Oh, I've got a bone to pick on this regard. You, National Geographic. You pieces of shit. I didn't sign up to your mailing list. Somehow you added me to that motherfucker, or someone else added me just to troll me. Which, I mean, if you could sign me up. Don't get any ideas. Don't get any ideas. You could sign me up to like Cox Weekly or something, where they send you images of cocks. But no, you sign me up for National Geographic, which at first I was like, okay, this could be interesting. Little did I realize it is f***ing impossible to unsubscribe from. I don't know how to report National Geographic to whoever we should report these people to, but f*** you. I don't like you anymore. I'm f***ing on you in this video. If anyone, like, f*** you, National Geographic. Hashtag Twitter war against National Geo. That's too long. Hashtag f*** you, Nat Geo. Woo!
Daddy, chill.
And we now get slightly more intrigued at the sight of an increasingly lesser spotted personal letter arriving through the post. Back in 2004, a Spanish woman was certainly intrigued when an unusual letter popped through her letterbox. It was what are we talking about? Advertising files. It was personally addressed to her, but the author did not reveal his identity. This letter was composed on pink notepaper, and it appeared to be an invitation to indulge in a little adventure following a recent brief encounter. What is going on? It read, yesterday we saw each other again. We met on the street and I noticed how you glanced interestedly in my direction. I only need to be with you for a couple of minutes. And even if it doesn't work out, I promise you won't forget our little experience together. This reads like something that pops up in my spam email box. This must have confused The female Spanish recipient. She was a disabled 97-year-old woman who hadn't left the house in years. But it seems as if her mysterious admirer was casting his net wide anyway. 50,000 other Spanish women received an identical anonymous love letter on the very same day. This is like OG spam, or like, is this called catfishing? Or cat hooking? Fish hooking? What the f*** is that phrase where it's like, or is that's for catching, that's what that catch a predator guy does? What's it called where like they trap you in and then they get you to send you money? Because they think, you know, you're in a relationship with them, but there's actually a dude in Nigeria or something? I don't remember. But it's this, but before email, right? Or Facebook, or however they do it. Who exactly was the author? The recipients would have to wait an agonizing 6 days for the answer to their burning question. When they all received a follow-up letter from the same source, who this time he dared to reveal his true identity. And it turns out it wasn't a person at all. It was the new Fiat Cinquecento. Oh god, this is an advertising... Oh yeah, of course, because advertising fails. This is, I don't know, it doesn't feel good, does it? It doesn't feel right. Yes, the Italian car maker, Fiat, had devised a bizarre marketing campaign with a 6-day wait for the punchline to launch their new model for the first time in Spain. Yeah, I mean, so they got it wrong, because that 97-year-old woman is confused about the letter from the mysterious admirer. She's also going to be confused about why Fiat wanted to buy a car. It's like she's 97. She can't f***ing drive. I remember my grandma got too old to drive, and she'd drive places. And I'd be like... And this happens, honestly, to all my grandparents. And it's like, you shouldn't be doing this anymore. It doesn't seem safe. You're probably going to get lost and you don't know where you are. You don't know who you are, but you're still driving. I am nervous about being on the road with you. A spokesman for Fiat claimed that we thought it was a fun campaign aimed at the independent, modern working women. One of the recipients disagreed and sued them, and you can't blame her. Sued them for what? Where is the loss here? Although it's usually easy to spot a marketing campaign from 100 miles away, that initial letter had no indication that it came from Fiat. Instead, it was perceived by some of the recipients to be downright creepy and stalkerish. Some of the recipients even claimed that they'd locked themselves in the house until the mystery was resolved. And Fiat also failed to factor in the damage that they could be causing to perfectly healthy relationships, as some of the recipients' husbands began to question why their wives were suddenly receiving mysterious love letters in the post. Yeah, that's a good one. Look, although, what are you suing for? You didn't go to work for a few days? I mean, good luck with that. And also, Fiat should be punished in some way. Like, there should be some fine for breaching some advertising regulations or something, because I'm sure they did. But it's like, don't be suing Fiat. It doesn't... What? Just go... Get on with your lives. People who sue people for stupid shit like this... is just f***ing stop it. Despite the avalanches of complaints and criticism, only one recipient bothered to sue and received the equivalent of just over $1,000 for her efforts. You got $1,000. Well done. The company also received a quite pathetic fine of less than $100 from the High Court of Zaragoza for distributing the menacing letters. $100 for Fiat. Why? It'd be like someone fining me 1/1000th of a penny. It'd be like, this is just what the effort of paying this is just... Why? Fiat sent out a further 50,000 apology letters, which explained how the campaign was meant to have worked. Let's hope those they got those letters right, and they ended up scrawling the notes in the blood of slaughtered virgins. Holy shit. Revenge of the Sponge Monkeys. What the f*** is this? Over the years, children of all ages have been enchanted by peculiar fictional beasts trying to flog something to their parents in TV commercials. That's true. Why do we have this so much? The Sugar Puffs Honey Monster, Tony the Tiger from Frosties, the hairy dangly mutants from Monster Munch, and the Andrex Puppy. Monster Munch is a crisp, what do Americans call that? Crisps. What are crisps? Fries? No. What the f*** are crisps in America? I always get confused because there's chips, potato chips. And there's these Monster Munch things. These were so popular when I was a kid, and they're f***ing disgusting. Like, they taste way too sour. It's not good. And everyone was like, oh, you don't like Monster Munch? And I was like, no, it's f***ing rough. But none were quite so disconcerting to the viewing public as the terrifying sponge monkeys from Quizno's sub-sandwich restaurants. I'm not very familiar with American franchised fast food restaurant based in Denver, Colorado, as we don't get them over here in the UK. Yeah, I've heard of Quizno's, but I don't know really what it is. I didn't know. If anyone asked me, I guess it was a Mexican restaurant. Because it sounds like a quesadilla, or it's, Quidzilla? How do you spell quesadilla? I don't know. Originally founded in 1981, the company was doing brisk business in the 1990s and had become one of the biggest submarine sandwich shops in North America, second only to Subway, in fact. Oh, well, I mean, Subway's advertising failure. We're never going to get to that, because It turns out their mascot was a bit of a pedo. But sales were slipping on these toasted submarine sarnies by 2004, and so Quiznos because everyone was like, I'm going to the paedophile restaurant, allegedly. And so Quiznos unveiled their latest TV marketing weapon to entice the kids back into their restaurant, the sponge monkeys. It's quite hard to describe what they were meant to be. They were kind of like shrieking deformed gerbils with massive staring eyes housing the tiniest of pupils and sinister gummy human mouths with crooked bad teeth. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da, there's one. The ugly fuck. I feel like, Danny, it would have really helped out if you'd included a picture of this in the script. One, because you know I love wasting, paper, because I hate the environment, as we've discussed. I want to poison the dolphins. And also, it would be, good video content, because now I just have to imagine it. I mean, I could look it up on my iPad, but I'm not going to. Two of the levitating creatures, oh great, they fly as well. Perfect, that's not scary. Appeared in a short series of commercials. One of them was playing guitar, while the other rasped out a simple song, We Love the Subs, in hauntingly hoarse and off-key vocals. It was quite catchy in a way. He sang, We love you subs! Because they're good to us. The Quiznos subs, they are tasty, they are crunchy, they are warm because they toast them. Yeah, whoever wrote that's a fucking genius. Tell you what, my kid is almost 1 year old, and they're watching a TV show. Generally when they eat, they can't eat unless there's something to distract them. So we play them a TV show called Daniel Tiger's Neighborhood, and it's like, whoever writes the songs in that, has never heard of rhyming. It'll be like, and now we play together. And that's the song. That's the song. I'm like, what the f*** is going on? Why is this so shit? What I wanted to say is the theme song for it is extremely catchy, and I listen to it in the morning, and then I have it in my head all day. It's Daniel Tiger's name. The most memorably chilling line comes right at the end when he suddenly randomly screeches, what the f*** is that? I'm hoping that Sam might be able to show us some marketing magic during the course of this section. Oh yeah, Sam, play us some videos. I'm not going to watch them now because I got shit to do. Like, I can't be just watching random videos and making good content. Sam, look, let's just move on.
Okay!
I admit that I find it strangely mesmerizing and compelling. During my dog walk this afternoon, I even found myself howling, they've got a pepper bar, at a complete stranger as they scurried away from me in panic. I don't know how you got outside, Danny, to be honest. I'm going to check on you later. And why do you have a dog in the basement? Weird. And there now appears to be a nostalgic wave of appreciation for these cultish creatures. But not everyone appreciated them at the time, and there were reports of children running away from the TV screens in sheer terror. Better sue those fuckers. Not really, don't do that. When the commercials came on the telly, even adults found them a bit disturbing. The sponge monkeys were often described as mutated rats with birth defects, hell lemurs, and drug-addled Mr. Potato Heads. Jesus Christ. Designs by the British web animator Joel Vake, a member of B3ta, so I guess that's beta with a reverse 3. Very clever. Owner of the rather good website, I can see why the creatures appealed to a certain alternative demographic, but they were a terrible choice for mainstream TV campaign. Who the f*** did they appeal to? They sound horrible. It's like, they were meant to appeal to f***ing blind people? And many viewers at the time felt that the diseased rodents didn't exactly promote a reassuring healthy image and hygienic environment in which to prepare sandwiches. Although, no one expects that. Although everyone seems to be talking about the sponge monkeys for a while, the ads were pulled after just a few months. And they didn't appear to do much in the way of boosting the fortunes of Quiznos. Although the company once boasted over 5,000 restaurants across North America, that number has gradually been shrinking for over the years, and has dropped to a new low of 800. But be sure to check out one if you ever get a chance, because they've got a pepper bar. Maybe they should get that Jared guy to, he's probably looking for work. A couple, he's probably not, because he's in f***ing prison. Do people still get attracted to coupons? I can remember my grandma's choice of tea bags would largely be based on which brand had a coupon on the side of the packet, which she could cut out with scissors and then get about 7 pence off the next box. Danny, your grandmother and my grandmother sound pretty similar. You're from the north, right? My grandmother was from the north. She was from Yorkshire. They're famously stingy. So, this is legit. So she would have been thrilled by a particularly generous coupon offer for the Lipton Tea Company, which ran during the 1990s. You didn't just get a small discount on your next packet, you got the whole of your next box for free! Oh my god, it's almost like buy one, get one free. What a marketing innovation. Heavily promoted on TV commercials, this offer proved to be enormously popular with British tea lovers as boxes of Lipton began flying off the shelves. But considering that Lipton had been in business since 1871, you would have thought that somebody in marketing may have been a bit quicker in flagging up the minor flaw with the prolonged duration of the campaign. Every time a customer used the coupon, they received another free box of tea with another coupon on the side. Oh no, you can't do that. You've got to give them a different box. Everyone has free tea for life. You really? Really, guys? So all you had to do was buy one box of tea to put yourself in endless loop in which you could receive infinite Lipton tea for the rest of eternity. Quite incredibly, it took several weeks for Lipton to notice that they appeared to have accidentally adopted a new business model of producing completely free tea for the nation. If this was on Twitter, they'd know within about 30 minutes of it coming out because someone would be like, anyone see the problem with this, and ruin it for everyone? Whereas back in the day, these things could go on for a while. I think I've told this story here before, but when I used to work in a supermarket, they'd have these promotions, and sometimes the tills would f*** up. So I'd be working there, and I'd be working on the till, I'd see something scan through, and I'd be like, that's not right. And so at the end of the day, I'd just go absolutely take advantage of it. And so I remember once I came home with like 20 quiches or something, and a bunch of extra from the store, because whenever the quiche was scanning through, it was turning the till into a negative balance instead of a positive balance. So I was like, okay. So I bought like 20 quiches, had like £20 of credit or something, bought a CD, some other shit, and paid them about 20p. And then I walked home and gave my mum like 20 quiches. And also, I mean, if it was a small store, I'd get in trouble. But because it was like a giant supermarket, the manager's just like, yeah, we don't care. We'll just, whatever, carry on. It's like, I'm sure the big boss man would have not been pleased. But yeah, I don't think he doesn't notice it, the little people. The offer was quickly pulled from the pot when they realised that the profits appeared to have completely shriveled up. Ba-da-bum-bum, teapot, Simon, you missed the puns! It's like, not today, friends. Another big coupon cock-up was hatched by the US electronics retailer Best Buy in 2012. Again, they came up with what appeared to be a very generous offer. Customers could claim a coupon which provided a $50 discount off every purchase of $100 or more, just so long as you paid with MasterCard. Okay, so yeah, you can just buy something for $100 and get it for $50? Well, not quite. Okay, I'm not, other than like the obvious thing that's a big discount. Okay, what's the trick here? Do you buy, I know what's going to go on. Best Buy are definitely going to sell Best Buy coupons. I know it. I have a feeling I know what's going to go on. Best Buy, maybe, Best Buy are going to sell, gift cards, credit cards, the things that you swipe through. Some of those are MasterCard. So people are going to be buying prepaid MasterCards with a MasterCard and then using that MasterCard to buy more. Maybe. Let's see. Best Buy aren't complete morons. Most of the high-end products, such as, say, iPods, Apple TVs, were explicitly excluded from the offer. But that's okay, because, I mean, if you're buying an Apple TV, I don't know how much that costs, but let's say it's $400, you're only getting $50 off, because it's $100 or more. So what the sweet spot is the products that are $100. The deal was mainly intended to entice you into filling up your shopping cart with more of the cheap and cheerful stuff so you could hit the $100 target to claim your $50 discount. But Best Buy forgot to add one critical exclusion to the terms and conditions: gift cards. Big brain. Another minor oversight with the campaign was that the store forgot to put limits on how many times you could claim the offer. So for one day only, shrewd customers were snapping up huge numbers of $100 gift cards for $50 and then using them to buy as many iPods and Apple TVs as they damn well liked. Some of the biggest vendors took to social media to share photographs of the $3,000 electronics bundles they'd managed to snap up for just $1,500. If they were selling prepaid MasterCards, this would be the golden thing. You buy a $100 prepaid MasterCard for $50. So then you've got the $100 prepaid MasterCard. And then you use $50 of that to buy another $100 thing. And then you get free money forever. So they better not be selling those MasterCard gift cards that you can get, because that would be a larger error. But this is still good. When they realized what was going on, Best Buy swiftly revised the offer the next day, even though customers had originally been promised that it would run a week. This led to many unhappy scenes throughout the course of the week, as disgruntled customers were told by staff that they couldn't use their big fistfuls of coupons to save hundreds of dollars on the proper good stuff as they had originally intended. I suspect the Best Buy shifted millions of novelty USB coffee warmers that week, though. I like it. That's pretty good. Bouncing back. What is it about mattress companies that inspires them to come up with such appallingly bad taste marketing campaigns? The number of times mattress companies have come up on business plays is quite remarkable. They seem like marketing is like not their forte. Or maybe it is because we talk about them a lot, but it's always real cheesy. Not so long ago, we covered the shit show that was the Miracle Mattress commercial, which commemorated the 15th anniversary of 9/11 by promoting a Twin Towers sale. Let's not revisit that. And here's another mattress-based advertising campaign that makes for less than comfortable viewing. Oh god. Although, to be fair, we're not laying the blame at the door of the Indian bedding company Kurlon, who don't appear to have actually used the offending ad. The guilty party is the Indian branch of the New York-based marketing agency Ogilvy. Ogilvy. I've actually heard of Ogilvy, but I've only ever read it because they're a huge marketing company. But I've never said it aloud, so I didn't actually know how it's pronounced. Who were commissioned to design it. Ogilvy came up with 3 different print ads based on the theme of bouncing back, and the general idea sounds quite fun and harmless. The ad consists of cartoon graphics depicting one of 3 well-known figures who bounce back from adversity, seemingly with the help of a Kurlon mattress. So, for example, we see a young, long-haired Steve Jobs getting kicked out of his home and gradually falling down onto a Kurlon mattress at the bottom of the ad before bouncing upwards and eventually becoming the CEO of Apple. Can you use people's images like this? That doesn't sound right. Another features Gandhi getting booted out of a train for whites only to bounce back with Kurlon and lead India to independence. That's slightly more distasteful, isn't it? Both of these ads were used in Indian media without too much controversy, but it was the third ad that caused the problem. In 2012, the 14-year-old Pakistani student Malala Yousafzai was shot in the head by a Taliban gunman. Jesus Christ, I feel like I should pronounce her name properly after that. For daring to climb aboard a school bus and seek an education. Oh, I know this story. Doesn't she survive and then win the Nobel Peace Prize? And I'm sure we know Simon, get your together. As I'm sure we know, Malala thankfully recovered from the attack and went on to become a celebrated activist for female education. But someone at Ogilvy decided that this would be an appropriate story. Oh no. No, Ogilvy, you're supposed to be good at your job. When I imagine Mad Men, I imagine Ogilvy, or that other big one, that sounds like BDSM but isn't BDSM. BBDO? Something like that. These are the companies that I imagine as like Sterling Cooper Draper Price. But they wouldn't make this kind of error. They'd just make things about cigarettes being delicious. The someone at Ogilvy decided this would be an appropriate story to graphically convey in a campaign designed to flog a few mattresses. So we see a cartoon of Malala getting shot in the head, then watch in horror as her blood-spattered body falls down the length of the ad and becomes attached to a drip, thanks to the power of a Kurlon mattress. Malala then bounces her way back up to accept the Nobel Peace Prize. Fucking hell. This is not... No. It's worth stressing again that Kurlon decided not to go with this one, but it still ended up going viral, perhaps because Ogilvy was so proud of their work that they submitted all 3 ads to the Curious Advertising and Digital Awards in the hope of picking up a gong. They didn't win. Good. Definitely good. They should not win. Naturally, social media went into a bit of a meltdown over the incredibly poor judgment of shooting a teenage girl to shift some sleeping bags. A representative, Malala Yousafzai, commented that the advert was distasteful, but declined to expand on this any further. No need for expansion. You could just say it's distasteful, we all fucking know this. Ogilvy originally stood by the ad. Error. Claiming that it was intended to be a celebration of Malala's ultimately triumphant journey through life. Yeah, dude, that doesn't mean it's not distasteful. In fairness, they clearly weren't trying to make a joke about it. It's just that graphically illustrating the blood spurting out of a teenage girl's head wasn't exactly appropriate in this case. Neither is using this to sell a fucking mattress. The agency later changed its defensive stance, claiming that it was launching a full investigation into how its standards were compromised. You stood by the ad, Ogilvy. You said, no, we really like it. We're submitting it for awards that we didn't win, and then we'll continue to stand by it. And then people are like, this is terrible. And they're like, yeah, how did this happen? I don't know, Ogilvy. It's not clear if they ever sacked the designer, but if they did, maybe still got a chance to bounce back with the Kurlon mattress and get on the cover of Time. The wonderful world of Wang. To wrap up... Oh, is this the last page? We're at the end already. I mean, we haven't gone for a while. Welcome to the blaze. To wrap up on a lighter note, spare a thought for the Chinese-American computer engineer and inventor Anne Wang. That is unfortunately named. The Harvard graduate might not have been blessed with the most elegant of surnames, but that didn't stop him from proudly adopting it for the first name of his powerhouse computer business, Wang Laboratories, in 1959, commonly known as just Wang for short. Originally selling typesetters and calculators, the company eventually evolved into one of the biggest computer manufacturers in the world by the 1980s, pulling in annual revenues of over $3 billion. However, after struggling to keep up with the likes of Apple and particularly IBM, Wang had fallen into decline by the early 1990s and eventually was swallowed up by Compaq. But going back to the 1970s, Anne Wang was confused when the UK subsidiaries of his company refused to display a new wave of marketing material and posters in their stores. Wang had been keen to deliver the message to potential customers that although Wang dealt in cold circuitry and computers, the company had a warm, beating heart. Wang were human. They cared about you and your purchases and your long-term satisfaction. They cared about you. Where is this going? We've got 5 lines left. But even so, British stores just weren't really taken with the new marketing slogan at all. It was Wang Cares. And there was no way in the world that they were going to display a massive bunch of Wang Cares in their shop windows. Not for all the infinite free tea at Lipton. What's wrong with Wang Cares? Oh, God, I'm fucking dumb. I'm so dumb. Wang Cares. Get it? If you don't get it, you're dumb too. Let's wrap it up there. This has been Business Blaze. I have been your boy with the Blaze. I was going to say that this is brought to you by someone. But unfortunately for me, unfortunately for you, this video isn't sponsored by anyone. I'm just going to go cry in silence. Because I just said Wang Cares a whole lot. Maybe I won't even make any money on this video. I guess Danny isn't getting fed tonight. Thank you for watching. See you next time. Wang! Smash that dislike button. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Business Blaze with your boy with the Blaze, Certified Legend. And if you would like to become a Certified Legend, you can go to purchasethemerch.co and purchase this. And I'm just going to trust that you're legendary enough to purchase one. It turns out if you aren't, it'll actually explode. Kickstarter Fails Part 3. Why are we doing a Part 3 of Kickstarter Fails? Well, because obviously Part 1 and Part 2 did terribly. No, they did great. That's why we're doing Part 3. I might be terrible at business, but I'm not that terrible. Did I mention I'm your boy with the Blaze? I will read the scripts that Danny has written, and Sam will add some memes. Let's jump in. I can remember a time last year when I became totally consumed by frenzied itchiness. Oh, Danny, have you got onto heroin again? Danny! It went on for several weeks because I couldn't figure out what was causing the problem. It seemed to kick in particularly badly during the night when I'd miss out on my beauty sleep because I was spending hours just furiously scratching myself out of existence. I'd be like, immediately I think I've changed, or my wife, or someone has changed the washing liquid, the detergent. What do you put in a washing machine? Detergent, right? Someone's changed the detergent. And now I'm allergic to it. The usual suspect of bringing disease and plague into houses, my dog, Poppy. Yeah, that's true. I don't have a dog though, so I don't have any pets because, I don't know, I live in an apartment. A couple of friends of mine have dogs, and they have them in an apartment, and I'm like, that just sounds like a nightmare. One of them at least is a small dog, but I don't really like small dogs. If I'm getting a dog, I want a dog that I can like fight with and And a friend of mine has a massive, kick-ass dog, but it's like, he has it in his apartment. And I'm like, dude, I don't know. He also has 2 cats, and a wife, and a kid. And I'm like, it's not a small apartment, but it's not exactly the Palace of Versailles. So I'm like, I don't know, it just doesn't sound that great having that many living things in one place. People are like, oh Simon, have you not seen the Hong Kong Cages apartments, you privileged I'm gonna be like, look, I'm just making a choice, okay? Fuck off. But she conceded nothing during an intense session of interviews. Besides, she was up to date with her ridiculously overpriced treatments and didn't appear to be suffering with anything herself. Yeah, also, it's like, that same friend's cat fell off a balcony and it needed like a cat MRI, and he was like, yeah, it was $1,000, American. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck? So then I immediately assumed it must be skin cancer. That's immediately what I jumped to, Danny. I have to say, I am a bit of a hypochondriac, so I'd be like, oh, dude, it's finally come from me. Is it skin cancer? Or maybe it could be something to do with insect bites, or swimmer's itch, or what the swimmer's itch, or a bad reaction to eating poison ivy, or just one of my many, many symptoms of basement fever. OG joke there. If you're new here, you gotta be wondering what's going on. But it turns out to be nothing quite so drastic. I figured out what it was, the laundry tablets. Danny! I don't even read this ahead, but that's where I obviously go first. I'd gone for a different option as to my usual brand, and it didn't agree with my sensitive skin. That's why I flared up at night when I was smothered under freshly laundered bedding. Danny, that is literally the first thing I would think of. It is the first thing I thought of after skin cancer. So it's possible that I must be maybe one of the billions of people that the American company Crystal Wash had in mind when they tried to solve the eternal conundrum: how on earth can I get my laundry clean without resorting to anything as extreme as detergent or soap? What is going on? It's a problem that's been bothering mankind ever since the ancient Romans first discovered pesky soap and opened up the world's first laundromat in Pompeii. Wait, is there a Kickstarter that's going to be washing out soap? But soap is perfectly fine. Even for very sensitive people, there's special soaps. But fast forward a couple of millennium and Crystal Wash had come up with an alternative solution which could save you a fortune on laundry tablets. Launched on Kickstarter in 2015, Crystal Wash 2.0 was a pack of 2 laundry balls, which were completely free of soap, detergent, or nasty chemicals, and could potentially save you a fortune. Priced at just $60, the same 2 balls could be thrown into your washing machine for your next 1,000 washes, and would deliver a superior clean without the risk of you succumbing to allergies and rashes. I have to say, those laundry tablets, you know, the ones that you throw in the machine. When I was a student, they are much more expensive than buying the powdered stuff that you just pour in, or the liquid stuff that you pour in, but I would always buy the tablets because I'm like, I'm just going to put too much soap in and my clothes are going to itch, I'm going to put too little in and they're going to smell, why do I have stains under all of my shirts, what the is going on? So I'd always get the expensive laundry tablets, and I'd always be like, that's painful, but not as painful as figuring out this Still to this day, I don't know how much detergent to put in, which one the softener goes in, which one the detergent goes in. Just don't know. I'm okay with that.
I have never seen this before.
Price of $60, the same 2 balls could be thrown into your washing machine for the next 1,000 washes and would deliver superior clean without the risk of you succumbing to allergies and rashes. I get the feeling these are just going to be plastic balls. The company was looking for a cool $100,000 to turn up the temperature on their crowdfunding campaign and slam their balls inside the washing machine of every household across the nation. That is filled with innuendo, but a bum. You would never need to buy detergent ever again. Maybe you just need to splash out on some new balls every few years or so. Jesus, I mean 1,000 washes. How much laundry are you doing, Danny? Even if you do a laundry every single day, which actually we now do in my, I say I. Now that I say we. And really, I mean that my wife. I work a lot. She is definitely the primary washing person. You do now do laundry once a day, so you'd only have to do it every 3 years. And most people don't. When I lived alone, I did laundry once a week. That would last a really long time. You'd be good for 15 years. And of course, you'd be helping to save the planet with this far more eco-friendly approach. But how did it work? Danny doesn't know. Christ knows, apparently. Why don't we ask him? Let me try. Dear Jesus, I've been really wondering lately how the crystal wash balls work. It would really help if you could answer this question. Also, if you've got extra time, I am wondering about the Euro Millions lottery on Friday. And no, it doesn't work, because you're praying to nothing.
So I'd like to state once and for all my true opinion. You see,
that's all the time we've left for Jesus and Pals. Now stay tuned for Marty's movie review.
Smash that dislike button. The balls were filled with bioceramics, the same kind of material from which hip replacements are produced. Yeah, that's naturally where I go when I want to wash. Why not just cut out the middleman? Just steal a hip replacement out of an old person and put it in the wash every time. Just throw that in there. Problem solved. Crystal Wash claimed that these bioceramics would change the chemistry and raise the pH balance of the water, creating natural hydrogen peroxide in the process, which will get you your Scooby-Doo pajamas perfectly clean every time. Wait, creating natural hydrogen peroxide. Okay. I'm very skeptical about this, because I'm like, that doesn't sound like science. Apparently you just need to put the balls in the sun every 30 days to recharge the balls in natural light. Whenever someone's mentioning charging from the sun, and it doesn't involve solar panels, I'm like, witch doctor, you Breatharian. But they would and they would also connect to Wi-Fi too, obviously. The Crystal Wash app would provide you with those crucial real-time wash complete alerts, recharge alerts, and wash cycle tracking stats, complete with graphs, counters, and social sharing, so that you can tell everyone when you're washing your pink frilly underwear. All right, Danny.
What if we could give users alerts that the wash was done?
That's cool.
Yeah.
Quite incredibly, the balls managed to smash their fundraising goal and rake in $268,368 for Crystal Wash. So what's the problem? They don't work. Also, it's no surprise they smashed their fundraising targets, because it would be like me saying, I've invented a hoverboard. 100% legit. I have invented a hoverboard. All I need is $1 million and we'll get this hoverboard made. Here's the science. It works by using hydrogen peroxide and the power of Jesus. And if enough people fall for it, they give me my $1 million, then no one will get a hoverboard. But it wouldn't be hard to raise $1 million. You don't have to be good at making a product. You just have to be good at lying, also known as marketing. Well, the first issue is, what was the problem? Well, the first issue that I can make out is that nobody ever received their Crystal Wash 2 balls. That's a problem. Instead, some customers were given the opportunity to buy Crystal Wash 1 balls, which are meant to be very, very similar, but without that crucial Wi-Fi connectivity. No one needs that. I thought that was some bullshit. In fact, these were actually old laundry balls produced by a South Korean company called Biosera, which had probably been taking up space in a warehouse since the 1990s, around about the same time that the FTC issued consumer alerts about laundry scam balls, which falsely claimed that they could change the molecules of water. Yeah, it doesn't work like that. Science says no. In many cases, customers reported that Crystal Wash didn't even bother to change the branding or the packaging. The goods were sent out in old Biosera boxes with no mention at all of Crystal Wash 1.0. This is such a scam, allegedly. Still, although they lacked Wi-Fi connectivity, you could still download a useful Crystal Wash app to get your Wash Complete alerts. It was very clever how this worked too. After you'd put on a load of washing, you input details into the app relating to the length of the washing cycle, and it would then give you a buzz when the cycle was complete. Yes, Crystal Wash had invented the digital stopwatch timer. What a miracle. But the main problem is that the process of magically creating hydrogen peroxide, as described in Crystal Wash, would be nothing short of sorcery. I told you. You start talking about this you f***ing witch doctors. And when the company was approached about its ridiculous claims, they were quick to point out that Crystal Wash didn't actually invent Crystal Wash balls. They were just handling the marketing for an unnamed South Korean company, which I guess might have had the name Biosera. It's unclear if anyone who the FTC said, it's a scam. It's the FTC. Listen to them. They're there for your protection. It's unclear if anyone got their money back, as most of the updates of the Kickstarter page can only be viewed by the 3,706 backers who supported this witchcraft. That's usually a bad sign. Surely it's one of them is not a sheep and it'll be like, this was a scam. But it's possible that just like many other Kickstarter cock-ups, they just didn't want to air their dirty laundry in public. Those genius moments of inspiration can often strike you completely out of the blue. Boy, do they, Danny. I'm like just walking down and I'm like, oh, struck with inspiration for a business place. It's going to be the best. Rarely happens because I'm not a genius. Take the case of a young entrepreneurial couple from Louisville? Louisville sounds right. It wouldn't be Louisville. Kentucky. And their pet pug, Winston. Back in 2012, when Kickstarter was only just beginning to take off around the world, Melissa Little and her husband noticed something absolutely extraordinary about Winston, which really knocked their feet into the arena of business startups. This is going to be terrible, isn't it? Here's the extraordinary thing they discovered. Hold tightly to your voodoo wash balls. This might be a shocking revelation. It turns out that little Winston, or maybe Winston Little, appeared to enjoy some of the food that Melissa and her husband were meant to be eating. Who would have thunk it? I don't know. My wife's parents have a dog. He eats everything. You drop some on the floor, it's there, eating it straight away. I feel that the most fascinating thing about this fresh discovery is that Winston only appeared to enjoy some food that her adoptive humans were enjoying. From my experience, dogs will eat absolutely anything they stumble across, from rotting fish heads to kebab skewers to live batteries. Jesus. That's not going to be good. My Poppy has a particular penchant for sheep. That is nasty. I don't like... Dogs are nasty. Whenever people are going to be like, Simon, humans are nasty. Dogs are better than people, Simon. They're not, though, are they? Like, objectively, when you really think about it. You know, according to science. Rather than your loony witchcraft. Whenever I walk her across a farmer's field, she thinks I'm treating her to a rich smorgasbord of luxury delicacies. Anyway, the Littles decided that it might be fun to create special treats which can be enjoyed and shared by both humans and dogs alike. Little Eats was just small packets of healthy vegan cookies, priced around $25 a bag. Jesus Christ. If you couldn't afford to pledge that much, you could just pledge $5 and aren't dogs carnivores? Don't they just have to eat meat? I don't know. Or you could receive a special pour written thank you from Winston. Or if you feel like digging deeper into your pockets, you could pledge $250 to arrange a personal playdate perk with Winston and your own pooch, along with 3 packets of Little Eats. I think the Littles may have underestimated the market for this wildly expensive small bag of shareable cookies, though. I can't believe that many dog owners have any great desire to pursue a shared dining experience with their pets, and certainly not at those prices. We already have this. What's the difference? I mean, you're not eating the dog food, but the dog is eating your food. We've already got food that we share with dogs. It's called food. If you cook up a steak, your dog's not going to be like, I'm not going to eat that. It's going to destroy that shit. You know it.
This isn't how you're supposed to play the game.
You'd be better off just cooking up a couple of steaks and tossing one of them in the dog bowl. Danny and I. Same page. I really don't read these ahead. I might also feel slightly awkward if visitors were to wander into my house while me and my dog were sharing a packet of treats that had a big picture of a dog's face on the front. They'd be forgiven for thinking that I had truly hit rock bottom. You having that for dinner tonight, Danny? The little ones only managed to raise about $250 of their $5,000 goal, so they never received the funding, although they did briefly manage to make Little Eats products available for a very brief period online. I'm glad this went away. I'm sorry to say it. No one wants this. They've since turned their attention to a new business called Table Waiters, which appears to be based on the idea of hiring strangers to sit and wait at your restaurant table so that you can save a few minutes of time while they hold your seat. Why would you need someone to hold your seat? Why not? What? I'm confused. Don't you just make a reservation and show up? We could be waiting for a while for that business to blossom, though, as the Littles appear to have fallen completely silent over the last few years and placed all of their entrepreneurial plans on pause. P-A-W-S. Weng Sharp Silver Anti-Radiation Wengash Silver Anti-Radiation Underwear. Unless it's made of lead, it's not going to work. Here's also, you don't need it. Here's a theory I only learned for the first time this year. Oh, unless you live near a 5G receiver, then you definitely need it. And I'm going to be selling it at purchasethemerch.co. Not really. That's a joke. That's a joke. FTC. Putting your mobile phone in the same pocket as your wallet is a really bad idea. Maybe. It's not. When the restaurants and pubs started opening up again in the UK after the first lockdown, most places naturally only accepted contactless payments. But I found myself in an embarrassing predicament when none of my bank cards worked contactlessly anymore. They'd all worked perfectly fine before the lockdown, and I'm pretty sure I had enough funds in my accounts, as I can clearly remember Simon had paid me 6 months ago. If you're lucky, Danny. The bloke in the restaurant told me that it was because I kept my mobile phone in the same pocket as my wallet, and it had demagnetized the chips inside my cards or something. Common problem, he said. You're a bit dim, I said in return. Having looked into this, a lot of people seem to be of the opinion that this is very unlikely, but it's weird how all the cards stopped working contactlessly at the same time. Still, I thanked the bloke in the restaurant for his advice, and then scarpered without paying. Legend. But here's another potential pitfall about keeping your mobile phone in your pocket, which I only discovered this morning. Mobile phones emit harmful radiation to your nether regions, which can cause serious damage to your sperm, eggs, and reproductive organs. No, they don't. Don't believe this. You're dumb. That's according to Canadian company Wengash anyway, and I bet they're going to sell a solution to the problem that they made up. They believe that the only way to save yourself is to wear protective silver underpants at all times. Yeah, because when we think of stopping radiation, we think of silver. In 2016, Wengash launched a Kickstarter campaign for their silver anti-radiation underwear, which promised to block all dangerous radiation from the outside world and protect your precious bits from the emerging dangers of evil technology. Priced at around $30 a pair, the underpants were apparently made from 100% pure silver, coated on polyester threads. Okay, I mean, even if they did this, it's pointless. Or to put it another way, they probably had a few silver nanoparticles embedded inside of them. Yeah, they say 100% pure silver. Well, of course, there's some amount of 100% pure silver in there. Because silver is a fucking element. The wacky promotional video featured a young couple in their silver underpants demonstrating how easy it was to block the phone's lethal signal with Wengash. The bloke makes a call to his partner, then shoves his phone down his underpants, marveling at how the call is immediately disconnected.
Now, to make sure it's a real experiment, and not just a montage advertising film, we're gonna do this in one shot with no cuts. So it's real.
That's not how it works. Unless these are like some sort of magical Faraday cage underwear. Amazingly, this was enough to fool the tinfoil hat brigade into funding this project, as it just crept over its target of 2,000 Canadian dollars. I bet 1,900 of that came from Alex Jones, that conspiracy-loving nobbo, allegedly. However, 4 years on, not every customer appears to have received their pay yet. But this might just be because the company's offices were completely vaporized by 5G, which caused a slight delay in production. That's my best guess. Mine too, Danny. Perhaps the biggest issue with the anti-radiation silver underpants is that even if we believed the company's silly claims, your mobile phone is only likely to emit more harmful radiation when it loses a signal, as it will increase radio power to desperately try and latch onto a new connection. At the very least, you'll seriously be draining the battery. Still, there was a big extra perk for serious investors. If you pledged 1,000 Canadian dollars or more, I'm guessing because they raised 2,000 Canadian dollars they didn't, you got the chance to be a model in the next Wengash campaign, just as long as you filmed your contribution to yourself from home and were fit and good looking. Okay. What the fuck? Something tells me that if anybody is silly enough to throw $1,000 at these people, they wouldn't be too fussy after you'd crossed their palms with so much silver. Ba-da-bum-bum. Ouya. O-U-Y-A. No idea. Ouya. Ouya. Oh yeah. Who cares? Gaming console. It might be a bit odd to wrap things up with a project which could arguably be considered one of the most successful Kickstarter projects of all time. The Ouya gaming console, pronounced Ouya. Oh, Danny, you couldn't put that in the title. Ouya! from 2012 was one of the very first Kickstarter projects to really go interstellar, smashing its funding goal of $950,000 within just 8 hours. Shit. And going on to raise nearly $9 million. What am I doing with my life? I should do a business-based Kickstarter for 5G protection. Yet still, it still somehow turned out to be a bit of a disaster. The funny 75mm cube, it's really small, ran on Android operating and system and would be priced at just $99. It promised to upend console gaming by opening up the last closed platform, television. But you plug your game console into a television. What this actually meant was that the company Ouya Inc. were bringing mobile phone games to an affordable micro console which could be plugged into the television set. That's not a bad idea. That is not a bad idea. And one of the big advantages to this concept was that it would be fairly easy for any budding coder to develop new software for the machine and get it listed online on the Ouya store, where it would be free for other Ouya players to try and play. For a bit free anyway. One of the original stipulations for getting a new game onto the store was that it must contain some free playable elements, such as a sample level or whatever. Not sure how this is relevant, but so far, I quite like this idea. There's a part of me that quite likes the idea of putting the console power back into the hands of bedroom coders instead of massive committees. For me, the best night games of all time were written by one dude working on his own whilst high as a kite on Night Nurse. But there were clouds of doubts cast over the potential of Ouya right from the very beginning. Not that many clouds, it raised $9 million.
The little box inside this box has big dreams.
The controller just pops out, so I don't recommend opening it up like that.
For starters, the founder and CEO of Ouya Inc., Julie Ehrman, didn't really seem to have much clue about what exactly she was trying to sell. She certainly seemed to enjoy playing the part of CEO, marching around on stage and waving her arms about in excitement while coming out with cool buzzwords and persuasive promises about the forthcoming console revolution. That's what a CEO needs to do. You don't need to run a business. You just need to make a big show of things and wave your arms. But she was a bit hazy on the details. When showing off the console during a keynote with The Verge's Joshua Topolsky, she drew his attention to the controller with the words, "Our controller has a touchpad. You're just not going to find it anywhere else." Pretty sure the PlayStation controller has a touchpad on the back. This was 2012 though, I don't know. Joshua politely pointed out the PS4 controller, okay, already had a touchpad on the back. Jesus, was that 2012? That's crazy. To which Julie can only nod and bizarrely respond, "It's true. They could build it for that." Wait, but it already had it. She doesn't know anything about games. Oh no. When she's later asked about specific games and whether the system is likely to have a defining game that will pull in a new new audience for the console, Julie had to turn to the side of the stage for help to get the name of any Ouya game at all. She clearly hadn't got the slightest interest in any of this geeky gaming. She just wanted to go back to waving her arms about on stage and shouting television, television, television. There were serious delays with shipping the first orders, which caused anger with many of the 63,000 backers. Good lord. But some of them were even more angry when the damn thing arrived. The controller, complete with that not-so-unique touchpad, turned out to be flimsy and an unresponsive piece of shit, which fell to pieces within weeks. You could buy a replacement piece of controller, but it was priced at $50, about half the price of the whole system. The choice of games available on the Ouya store proved to be severely lacking, with many developers trying to get around the free playable element rule by offering the tiniest pathetic slice of a demo before demanding that users pay up for the full game. Well, to be fair, it is like, yeah, I mean, you're not doing it for free, are you? It's like, yeah, I developed this game, you can have it for free. I mean, yes, some people do that, but mostly, you know, if you make something, it'd be nice to get paid for it. Ouya eventually dropped the free rule altogether, which didn't go down well with the people who had pledged nearly $9 million on the promise of a library of free software. So Ouya were like, yeah, buy our console, it's going to have lots of free stuff on it, but we're not going to be developing that free stuff. We're going to rely on other developers to work for free to develop the free stuff. You didn't think this through, did you? I thought this was just going to play mobile games, so you could like download a mobile game and play it on your TV. I mean, I'm sure you can do that now because it's 2020, but that's actually a good idea. Having these unique games and doesn't sound like that great of an idea. On the promise of a library of free software, only to find that nearly every game was now monetized to the max in a way that would make even the cast of Raid Shadow Legends blush with shame. Raid. What a piece of shit, allegedly. But perhaps the biggest problem of all for the doomed Ouya system was that the company had severely overestimated long-term demand. Yes, the initial Kickstarter campaign was a huge, if heavily delayed success, but the units didn't sell at all when they finally hit the stores. Despite Julie Ehrman's vague claim during a televised interview that sales figures from stores were a lot, a more accurate figure would have been closer to zero. The ultimate reason for the console's downfall is that serious gamers expect state-of-the-art software from their fabulously powerful consoles, and more casual gamers happy to play simple Android games on their pocket devices while on the move. The Ouya strategy was to bring the casual simplicity of Android software to a console market which expects and demands much more from a system that requires hooking up to the television. It wasn't so much upending console gaming as just approaching the whole concept in a complete arse-about-face fashion which doesn't make the slightest bit of sense. Oh. Okay, I was like, that sounds cool. I mean, for 2012. But, you know, that's why I make YouTube videos and not a business wizard. Julie Ehrman stepped down from her post in 2015 when Ouya Inc. was acquired by Razer, who promised to continue supporting the console far into the future, but ended up quietly pulling the plug on the dead format within just a few years. The company still got acquired, so she probably made quite a bit of money off this, even though it was a piece of shit. Allegedly. However, if you're one of the sorely disappointed Ouya users who were positively itching to see new titles for the system, don't panic. You probably just needed to invest in a better brand of laundry tablet to remedy this incredibly rare condition. Oh, callback! This has been Business Blaze. I have been your boy with the blaze. Thank you, Danny, for writing the script. Thank you, Sam, Mwah! For making the memes. Mwah! 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 The porn sites of the day would be like, shrink your Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new episode of Business Blaze. I am your boy with the I am your boy with the blaze. This one is history's greatest forgeries. I really like forgeries. Like, not like the forgeries themselves. Obviously, I'd rather have the original version of something. But I find the whole thing fascinating. Like, taking something like art and replicating it to such a degree, like using those original paints from the era and all of this stuff. I just find it fascinating. I think I find it fascinating the same way that, like, cons are fascinating or, like, replica stuff is fascinating. It's like, this whole process interests me. I don't know why. I think if it was a career path, I could have definitely gone into forgery. I mean, that sounds interesting. Anyway, also, allegedly, someone who definitely wasn't me, as a kid, like, might sell fake or, you know, copied CDs. And someone who definitely isn't me would spend a long time sweating over the details and, you know, getting the CD printed with the label just right and everything like that. Definitely wasn't me who found that stuff super interesting. It can often be, we're talking about history's greatest forgeries, by the way. If you're new here, welcome. Welcome. What happens is Danny writes me a script. I will read the script and add some jokes. And Sam, our resident memologist, will add some fine memes. By the way, this shirt, the Keep Calm and Blaze On, is available in green. I don't have it in green because then it would shine through to my green screen back there and you wouldn't be able to see anything. I mean, you wouldn't be able to see me. You'd just have this weird hole in the middle. Also, that's not really a green screen. I just didn't order a green one yet because I just didn't. It can often be a really tricky business working out what's fake and what's real and how much of it really matters anyway. It's speculated by some that up to 20% of paintings now hanging in major galleries around the world are forgeries. It's not completely unfeasible, but when Vincenzo Perugia first nicked the Mona Lisa from the Louvre in 1911, he got his mate to start painting some copies, and the original was never returned. Incidentally, that's the smartest way of making money from an art heist. Steal a famous painting, get about 20 forgeries made, secretly sell 19 forgeries to dodgy art dealers who will all believe they're buying the stolen original, send one of the fakes back to the gallery with a small letter of apology, and then keep the original to hang on your living room wall without anyone suspecting that it's the real deal, which is allegedly on display in the gallery. Maybe that's exactly what Vincenzo Perugia did. Fascinating. But my point is, if the Mona Lisa, now hanging in the Louvre, is a forgery of such high quality that it's fooled experts for over a century, then does it really change anything for the hundreds of millions of people who have enjoyed looking at a nice painting? I've never seen the Mona Lisa. I don't think I've actually even been to the Louvre. All I know about it is there's that great... I mean, I know a lot about it because it's the Mona Lisa. But one thing I do know about it is like how disappointed Andy Samberg's character from Popstar was when he saw it and then he wrote a song about it. It's like, where are your eyebrows? And I think the whole song, the main lyric is, Mona Lisa, you're an overrated piece of shit. Mwah! And my general comment is that, like, a lot of stuff is really overrated. Like, you travel somewhere and like, you're gonna go to France, gonna see the Mona Lisa, and you get there and you're like, oh, it's really small. And it's behind this big thick piece of glass that's quite a distance away. The number of stuff that I've seen and been disappointed in has been really high. One thing I wasn't disappointed with was actually the Rosetta Stone, because it's massive. Like, I'd always seen the Rosetta Stone in textbooks, and you're like, yeah, it's probably like this big. It's this giant brick. And you're like, whoa, Rosetta Stone, it's big. But now, when you guys go see it, or whatever, you'll be like, well, it's not as big as Simon said, is it? And you'll be disappointed as well, and that's kind of how it works. Does it really matter if the artist was Leonardo da Vinci or a bloke called Bob who knocked up a few copies in his shed over a wet weekend? My argument would be, yeah, it kind of does, Danny. Kind of does matter. I suspect that a forgery only makes a genuine difference to the people and organizations who actually buy the paintings under misleading circumstances. And there's certainly some good money to be made from bogus imitation, something even the ancient Romans were quick to figure out. They were the first to introduce a forgery law in 80 BC when they discovered that scoundrels were falsifying documents describing the passing of land onto heirs. And in the complete lack of any original Roman culture, the sculptors of the time also enjoyed just replicating the works of the Greeks. The idea of just copying ancient Greece became quite hip again in Europe during the Renaissance period between the 14th and the 17th centuries, which brings us nicely onto one of the early master forgers from this golden age of art. You might have heard of him. His name was Michelangelo, to Ludovici Buonarroti Simoni. But all that matters is we call him Michelangelo down the pub because, well, it's easier. And, oh my god. I can imagine that when the legendary Italian artist finally completed his work on the marble statue of David in 1504, he was able to stand back and observe his latest masterpiece with some degree of satisfaction. For look how small I have made his penis. The reason why, I think I actually made a video about this on one of my channels, the reason why the old statues have small willies is because back in the day, like having a small willy was like, oh, it's a sign of like intelligence or nobility or something like that. It was like seen as a good thing. So that's why all the old statues have little willies. All of the porn sites of the day would be like, shrink your He probably felt glad that he'd been talked out of the idea of turning it into a novelty vodka fountain. That would have just been silly. That is a little bit of sprinkled in OG Business Blaze joke there. And I like that this is now an OG Business Blaze joke. The salt sprinkle. And he may well have considered just how far he'd come in the last 8 years, bearing in mind that in 1496 he was a starving artist who had resorted to incredibly dodgy dealings. Back then, nobody was particularly interested in new art created by people who had the audacity to still be breathing. Classic works from long-dead artists were the only stuff bringing in the big bucks. Michelangelo had already hit upon the clever idea of borrowing original paintings. Borrowing. Oh, wait, no, he actually did borrow the original paintings, making a copy of them. Okay. There was a borrowing idea, so he was literally borrowing the paintings, copying that and then selling it. And then giving the copy to the owner while keeping hold of the original himself. Yeah, I do. I mean, I wouldn't object to that. Like, there's some paintings that I really like. And I'll be like, can someone, an artist, just copy that so I can have it hanging on my wall that's, not like a cheap poster from a museum or something, but looks like a painting. No one's going to believe that I have like $100 million painting hanging on the wall, but it'll look like it. It'll look like this original painting that I enjoy. I'll be like, yeah, okay. I'm pretty happy with that. And how much will it cost? Like a few grand to have like a copy made? That sounds kind of cool. I would definitely do that. And then giving the copy to the owner while keeping the original for himself. Oh no, so he copied it and kept the original. Michelangelo, you thieving dickhead. But by far the biggest scam, allegedly. Michelangelo is not going to sue me. He's been dead for at least 10 years, 100 years, hundreds of years. Hundreds of years. But by far his biggest scam was a copy of the bronze sculpture Sleeping Eros, a life-size depiction of a winged little boy having a quick nap on a bit of rock. It was originally designed by an unknown Greek sculptor in the 3rd or 2nd century BC. Michelangelo, still only 21 at the time, copied the sculpture and then buried it for a while to artificially age his new work with scratches, dents and stains. Then he teamed up with art dealer Baldassare de Milanese, who sold this dirty copy for a small fortune to Italian Cardinal Raphael Riario. It took a while for the Cardinal to realise that it had been duped, after which he immediately returned the copy to the art dealer and demanded his money back. But he didn't seem particularly angry with Michelangelo himself. Yeah, Michelangelo just copied it. He didn't sell it to him, but he did. I'd still be pissed off at Michelangelo in this situation. My bad.
Still figuring out the buttons.
In fact, he was so impressed with the forgery that he became Michelangelo's first patron in Rome, a move which would help elevate Michelangelo's career to new heights. About 13.4 meters, in fact, all the way up to the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. But Michelangelo had already become pretty famous anyway by the time the cardinal spotted the con, having completed his work on Pieta sculpture commissioned by a French cardinal. So this meant that the art dealer didn't do too badly out of the swindle. He was easily able to resell the returned fake sleeping Eros statue as it was attached to the now bankable name of Michelangelo. The fake statue was eventually acquired by Charles I of England, although it has been missing for centuries and is presumed to have perished in the Great Fire of the Palace of Whitehall in London in 1689. It'd be glorious if someone's like, yeah, no, I found it. And they just made it and buried it in their garden for a while to age it. Ironically, the dirty forgery would be worth an absolute fortune if it still existed today, far more than the original thing. But this is a very rare example of a master forger showing off his true potential and awesome talents by so brilliantly reproducing the works of others on his way to becoming one of the greatest artists that ever lived. Not every case of forgery is destined to end up showered in such heavenly glory from a height of 13.4 meters. I think really also maybe the whole penis thing with Michelangelo's David was more like Michelangelo could then be to all like the ladies, like everyone would be super familiar. He just did a favor to men everywhere because he'd be like, yeah, look at that statue of David, bigger than that. That's average, ladies. Right there. It sounds as if the US art dealer Eli Sakai was using a spin on the idea of selling duplicates of the same painting, but without ever resorting to theft, which is always the trickiest and riskiest bit. After emigrating from Iran to the US in 1962, Eli opens a number of small art galleries in the 70s and 80s, legally snapping up paintings from lesser-known artists along the way. He would have some of the paintings copied by a team of Chinese immigrants secretly beavering away upstairs in one of his galleries. He would often get about 3 or 4 copies made of each painting and then sell the forgeries to Japanese collectors along with one of the genuine certificates of authenticity that had picked up during the original purchase. Apparently, most Japanese art collectors never bothered with the hassle of commissioning experts to authenticate the paintings. They just trusted the certificates. Oh boy, but you can forge those as well. That's the trick. Once he'd sold all the copies, he would then sell the original to an American art gallery, who were usually a bit more fussy about their purchases. It's reported that over the decades to follow, Eli made about $25 million from these shady dealings. The thing about an operation like this is that it can quickly get a bit complex and has the potential to spiral out of control, as Eli would eventually discover in the year 2000. It recently sold a few forgeries of Paul Gauguin's painting Vase de Fleurs from 1885. As you might be able to deduce from the title, it's a thrilling picture of a vase of flowers. Sam! I suspect it didn't take too long for the Chinese immigrants to knock up a few copies of this one. Once he'd sold the fakes, he decided it was time to sell the original, which he put up for sale which he put up for auction at Sotheby's in their May 2000 catalogue. Yeah, but what about all the people who thought they bought it? Aren't they going to come back and kill him? Because it'd be like, the people who buy forged art are very rich and probably very criminally. And at some point, I feel like, yeah, I'm auctioning the original for like $100 million, and the guy like I sold a fake to for like a few million is going to be like, now I know it's a fake, and I'm going to come back and chop your head off. But what he hadn't counted on was the fact that one of his Japanese customers had decided to auction his supposedly original copy of the painting at Christie's at the exact same time. Uh-oh! But it didn't take long for the two auction houses to realize that they were both offering the same original painting in their May catalogue. So wow, was that specific? That is unfortunate. Following expert examination, the forgery was discreetly withdrawn from the Christie's catalogue, while the sale of the original was allowed to go ahead at Sotheby's, raking in $310,000 for Eli. That's it? Wasn't this by Gauguin? Or however you say his name? I've heard of him, he's mad famous. That seems like super reasonable when like a Picasso would be like 120 mil. It's like, oh, okay. Gauguin? He didn't have much time to celebrate the sale as the FBI paid a visit to his gallery very shortly afterwards, and they weren't very interested in buying a bit of artwork. After pleading guilty to 8 counts of wire and mail fraud, Eli was fined $12.5 million. Oh, he's also going to prison! In order to forfeit 11 works of art, obviously. And he served 41 days in jail, that's it? Dude, you did this for like 40 years, you made $25 million, they took away half your money, and you went to prison for like just over a month? Bro, I like your lawyers, man. Your lawyers are good. But Eli always maintained his innocence afterwards and claimed that he only pled guilty in order to resolve his differences with the government and put all of this mess behind him. Yeah, when they're like 41 days, you'd be like, yeah, I'm not guilty, but I'll take it. Because if I roll dice in court, I could be going away for like I don't know, a million years. Today, he still runs an art gallery in Great Neck, New York, so if you're ever paying a visit and your eye is drawn to a painting which looks a bit battered, just remember to ask him if he's got any copies in better condition upstairs. Oh, the video's not over, although I don't know why I threw the script down like that. The Secret Diaries of Adolf Hitler, aged 43 and a half. It sounds like one of those Adrian Mole books that I read as a kid. I suppose it might have been grimly fascinating to take a peek into Adolf Hitler's private diary and gain a fresh insight into what made him tick. October 1939. Really hate those Jews. Maybe we'd have been treated to such enlightening diary entries as September the 1st, 1939. Spent 40 minutes queuing at the post office. Some dozy pensioner pushed straight to the front of the queue. It's no wonder this country's gone to the dogs. Invaded Poland. Had mashed potatoes and broth again for supper. Followed by sauerkraut. For decades following Hitler's death, there was speculation that he'd kept diaries which may or may not have been destroyed when a German plane carrying 10 heavy chests of valuable documents crashed into a forest near Dresden. Much later in 1982, German magazine Stern announced that the lost diaries had finally resurfaced. And not just one of them. The recovery included no less than 60 volumes of Hitler's inner thoughts. Oh, we know these are fake though, that's wild! Stern had agreed to pay the equivalent of $3.7 million to buy the lot from the bloke who found them, while the Sunday Times newspaper, owned by Rupert Murdoch, that classic dickhead, allegedly, had in turn agreed to pay Stern magazine about $800,000 to be the first paper to publish the juicy highlights. Which was all a bit of a shame, really, as all 60 diaries were proven to be forgeries, just as the Sunday Times had got started on publishing the first few chunks. And it turns out that Stern hadn't just been scammed by the bloke who wrote them, they were also screwed over by one of their own journalists. Oh, shit. So let's rewind a bit. Konrad Kujau was born in Germany in 1938 and had grown up as an impassioned devotee to the Nazi cause. Until it's over, and as we joked before, no, absolutely it wasn't, not a Nazi. Get it under the rug! Although he briefly owned a bar and a cleaning business, he was close to poverty by the 1960s and taken to forging luncheon vouchers, leading to his first very brief spell in prison. During the 1970s, he discovered that he could buy Nazi memorabilia quite cheaply in East Germany and then flog it at inflated prices all over West Germany. It was technically illegal, but the worst case scenario was that you got your goods confiscated, so Konrad began pulling in some good money during this period. I went to Ukraine. I went to visit Chernobyl a few years ago, and I was in, God, what's the capital of Ukraine? Kiev. And we went to this market, and there were these stands, and they were like selling all this like Nazi shit from like back in the day, and I'm like, that's dark. Like, why have you got all this Nazi shit? I guess it's to appeal to like tourists who are like, whoa, Nazi shit, but I'm like, I don't want that. Let's burn it in a fire. This was technically illegal, but the worst case scenario was that you got your goods confiscated, so Konrad began pulling in some good money. And then he figured out that the memorabilia would go for even more money in West Germany if it carried some kind of celebrity status. So, for example, he would take a standard helmet from the First World War, forge a document which claimed that Hitler once shoved it on his head at Ypres, and then charge about 10 times the original value. Later on in the decade, he upped his game. I love how like people just believe in certificates. It's like, what is a certificate other than a piece of paper which says something? Like, what would this be? How do you authenticate this? It's got a certificate! It must be legit! Later on in the decade, he upped his game by producing paintings, notes, and poems, which were all purported to have come from the hands of Hitler himself. The clever thing about Konrad's strategy is that his customers were unlikely to ever get this stuff examined and authenticated by an expert, as they wouldn't have wanted to draw attention to their disturbing Nazi obsessions. This would almost have been as bad as admitting that you were a Justin Bieber fan. Almost. Yeah, this is the same thing. It's like, who wants to buy Nazi memorabilia? It's a bit weird. Like that guy in American Beauty. It's a bit weird, dude. By 1978, Konrad had hit upon the idea of forging his first Hitler diary, and this caught the attention of Stern journalist Gerd Heidemann, who himself was a bit of a Nazi nut. Apparently convinced that the diary was genuine, Gerd eventually managed to convince Stern magazine to buy all 60 volumes that Konrad was quickly churning out and pick up the scoop of the century. But in his role as a middleman, Gerd was swindling both the forger and his own employers by grossly exaggerating the amount of money that Konrad was demanding from Stern magazine and then pocketing the difference himself. What a legend. It's like double dipping. The exact amount that he made from this deal is contested, but it probably would have been at least enough to buy out the 60 volumes of The Rantings of a Madman. Rupert Murdoch himself was closely involved in the deal with Stern to serialize the highlights. in his Sunday Times newspaper. Rupert Murdoch just hack in and steal them. It's more your style, isn't it? Allegedly. And he got his own independent director, the historian Hugo Trevor Roper, more commonly known as Lord Dacre, to examine and authenticate the collection of diaries. Hugo Trevor Roper, with the commonly known name of Lord Dacre, sounds like that's like his online gaming name, but I assume it is because he's actually a lord of something. It's like, yeah, you can call me Lord Dacre. It's like, alright dude, what in COD? Lord Dacre initially declared them to be genuine, proposing the quite reasonable question, who would have forged 60 volumes when just 6 would have served his purpose? But he should have, yeah, that's a reason. But he should have maybe taken a closer inspection. The books were actually very crudely prepared and rife with careless spelling mistakes and modern phrases and anachronisms. In order to achieve an aging effect, Conrad had just dunked them all in tea and bashed them about a bit. It sounds like what you do when you make something look old for like a school project when you're 7. Perhaps the most blindingly obvious mistake was on the front covers. Conrad had meant to glue the cheap synthetic initials AH onto the covers to represent the author, but had mistakenly glued on the letters FH instead, giving the impression the books may have been written by Fred Hitler. Who makes that kind of mistake? It also appears that, what's that for? It's that Führer Hitler. Führer. It also appears that Conrad was a little bereft of inspiration when it came to composing some of the actual content. Some of the killer entries include the likes of must get tickets for the Olympic Games at Eva. On Eva's wishes, I'm thoroughly examined by my doctors. Because of my new pills, I have violent flatulence. I mean, that's the kind of you'd read in a diary though, isn't it? It feels like, yeah, I mean, not every entry is going to be, like, super interesting. Even with Hitler, not every entry is going to be filled with hate. Because of the new pills, I have violent flatulence like a Jew. At the 11th hour, just as the Sunday Times was getting ready to launch this world exclusive, Lord Dacre changed his professional opinion and publicly denounced the diaries as forgeries. Great timing, Lord. Murdoch's response to the team at the Sunday Times was blunt. Fuck Dacre. Publish. Forensic reports later confirmed that the fake diaries had been written in modern ink, and 4 editors in 3 different countries ended up losing their jobs over the scandal, including the editor of the Sunday Times. I'm just doing what Robert said! You're fired! Rupert Murdoch, classic dickhead, allegedly. Murdoch himself probably didn't care if the diaries were genuine or not. He still managed to shift more copies of his paper while they were running the extracts. Conrad Kajal was sentenced to 4 years and 8 months in prison for fraud, while journalist Gerd received the exact same sentence for embezzlement. And although Conrad became a minor TV celebrity for a while in his release, he couldn't resist one last forgery before his death in 2000. He got fined $2,000 for forging a load of driver's licenses. Hopefully not with Hitler's face on them, as he couldn't even drive. That idiot. Signature tune. Bit of a bump. Signature tune. Finally, just a brief word on a certain Hungarian man who may go down in history as the most successful, certainly the most prolific forger of all time. Was he ever really breaking the law? Oh, the questions, Danny. We need to know the answers. Elmer Dahori forged well over 1,000 paintings during his career, but also appeared to have fabricated an entirely fictional life. He claimed to friends, including Marilyn Monroe, Liz Taylor, and Rita Hayworth, that he was born into an aristocratic family, and his father was a wealthy Hungarian ambassador. In fact, he came from a fairly unremarkable background. During the Second World War, it's believed by some that he spent a long period in a German concentration camp for the double whammy crime of being both Jewish and homosexual, but this may just be an invented story. Yeah, I mean, it seems like he does make a lot of stuff up so far. We do know for sure that Hori got into trouble very early on in life and was convicted 10 times across 5 European cities with stuff like check fraud, forging documents, and falsely claiming an aristocratic title. Well, you know, it is calling into question some of his stories, isn't it? Although he initially had dreams of becoming a reputable artist, he found that he could get a hold of a lot more money by mimicking the works of classic artists such as Picasso and Matisse. And he raked in a small fortune from the 50s to the 70s, selling over 1,000 faked paintings while adopting a variety of pseudonyms and aliases to keep his own identity a secret. He was briefly imprisoned in Spain, but not for art fraud. He served a 2-month sentence for homosexuality, showing no visible means of support and consorting with criminals. But it wasn't until 1976 that the FBI and Interpol began a full investigation into Dahori's suspicious art dealings, at which point the forger took his own life by overdosing on sleeping pills. But here's the thing. Elmer Dahori always claims that he never signed any of his paintings with the name of the artist he was mimicking. And that's an important detail. Painting in the style of another artist is not a crime in itself. Yeah, otherwise, I mean, I'd be in big trouble for doing such perfect duplicates of Yoko Ono's music. It only becomes illegal if you sign the painting with another artist's name. He also strongly questioned why forgeries should necessarily be considered inferior to originals, which brings us back to my opening point. Tahori was able to fool experts and deliver pleasure to art lovers with his paintings. What difference does the true identity of the artist really make to anybody? I don't know. One's the original, one's not. Elmer Tahori spent his years painting a picture of his life history that never really happened, and some claim that he may have even faked his own death to avoid prosecution. If that's true, it would be quite a fitting final masterstroke to possibly the greatest forger of them all. This has been an episode of Business Blaze, brought to you by Squarespace. Check them out below. Also, if you'd like to get your hands on some sweet-ass merch, purchasethemerch.co. Thank you for watching. Like a Jew. Uh-oh! This episode of Business Blaze. This video is all about epic stuff. I'm literally finding this out right now. It's about epic stories of disgruntled employees. This better not be all about you in the basement, Danny. We've talked about this. Even though, what happens here, if you're wondering, you probably are, is Danny will write us a script, I will add some shit jokes, Sam will add some fine memes, and that's what happens here. So let's do it. Even though I've rattled through a fair few jobs during my short life, oh my god, Danny, have you ever? It's one of the most ongoing comment memes. I don't know if comment memes are a thing, but they are now. Is Danny's history. Everyone's like, Simon, make a biographics video about Danny. Simon, why don't you do a biographics video in the Business Blaze style of Danny? Simon, tell me about Danny. I mean, last video that I recorded, Danny just casually mentioned that he was off on business trips to the Philippines. And I was like, Danny, what's up? I like to think that I've departed nearly all of them under quite pleasant terms. You're never departing this one, Danny! An ongoing meme, if you're new, if you're wondering who I'm shouting at, Danny's not here. He's not even in this building. He's not even in this country. But there's an ongoing meme that he is locked in my basement. But there was one notable exception. Oh no, Danny, it's this one! As Simon has asked me to write a script covering epic stories of disgruntled employees, I thought I would take this opportunity to turn the script into a 4,000-word resignation letter. So, Simon, Danny, I know you're lying because I have another script for you right there, which you wrote after this one. And I'm recording right after this because it's December and I've got a lot of recording to do because every December advertisers are like, Simon, we need like 19 sponsor videos this month. And I'm like, okay, I like money, so I'm going to do it. But it's going to be a very stressful December and my family are going to miss me. So the Simon is forced to read out loud my reasons for quitting The Blaze and going to work for No, Danny, you can't work for Michael at Vsauce. I mean, you probably could. He's probably better to work for. He does seem like less of a dick than I've never met him, actually. But he does seem like a bit of a legend. And runs through my allegations of false imprisonment, poor working conditions, and purposeful script skipping. Yeah, don't get any ideas, Danny. You're like, employee. Please, Danny, you're a slave at best. No, I'm only kidding. I couldn't bear the thought of not being able to celebrate a traditional Christmas in the basement. Besides, I think Vsauce only makes about one video a year now. Danny throwing some shade at Michael. But there was one genuinely edgy job exit. Oh wait, I read that wrong, didn't I? Let's try that again. But there was one genuinely edgy job exit that I passed through many years ago when I found myself accidentally stacking shelves in a South Yorkshire branch of Tesco. Danny and I have had similar jobs at different supermarkets. I used to stack shelves at Sainsbury's. I'm having a real trouble with this script because I apparently need to clean my printouts. I knew I'd hate the job. It was meant to be a very quick stop-gap position, but it dragged on for a couple of months longer than I intended. Well, that's not too bad. I mean, months fly by. I'm literally like, where is my life going? This suddenly got very serious. But does anyone else feel it's like, what the f*** is going on? Life goes past really f***ing quickly. As we said on the last episode, this isn't the channel where we solve complex problems or moral quandaries. It's where we have a bit of a laugh. I probably didn't make the best of impressions on my first shift. I kicked off the morning by carelessly setting off all the fire alarms and finished the day by carelessly dropping a massive box of very expensive champagne on the floor where it all smashed to bits. That's coming out of your paycheck. And we mean we're taking your whole paycheck and you have to pay us on top of it because champagne is expensive. I remember I was working at Tesco, and Sainsbury's. And I think I was 17, so I got like the 17-year-old minimum wage, which at the time was about £3.80 an hour. And I remember there were a bottle of champagne, which was like £40. It wasn't, reasonable champagne, nothing like extraordinarily fancy. And it was like, oh my god. I would have to work 11 hours to pay for that one bottle of champagne. £3.83 does sound terribly low, doesn't it? And this was 2003? 2004? The deputy manager of the store clearly didn't take to me. But he didn't seem to take to anyone else in the store either. I obviously won't name him here. No, actually I will. His name was... Danny is throwing the shade all over the place today. His name was Trevor and he was a massive bellend, and everyone hated him. Alright, Trevor, you heard it here. He was the kind of guy who would be breathing down your neck at every turn, criticising your every move, and clearly relishing the mad power trip of being in charge of a few bananas and cabbages. Look, I mean, Business Blaze has, what, maybe 100,000, 150,000 people who watch this episode, as of 2020. I think about 13% of them are in the UK, last time I checked. The chances of someone who knows Trevor, Tesco store manager, deputy store manager, is not low, Danny. Allegedly. And all of this is alleged. Maybe Trevor not even a real person. I finally snapped when he invited me into his office for a serious chat about my future with the company. He started banging on about how I needed to make more of this fabulous opportunity I'd been given at Tesco. Otherwise I might not be around for much longer. I don't think there was any going back when I suddenly burst out laughing while he was mid-sentence. I said, well, that's at least something you got right. Life's too short for this bollocks. Danny, please, you didn't do this. This is like some American Beauty style scene that plays out in your head of how you're going to quit your job, but in reality, you just slide a letter under the manager's door giving you 2 weeks notice, and everything's very polite. Then I stood up, defiantly lit a cigarette in a strictly no-smoking environment, I hope it was a Strand, and exit out of the building for the very last time. The automatic sliding doors took ages to open, which kind of spoilt the dramatic effect a little bit. But I was on my way to a much nicer life. Up the road, Global Video, where the smell of popcorn always hung sweetly in the air, like an eternal butter-kissed dream. Danny, riding off into the sunset. Oh, have you noticed? I normally had a desk here in the past, but I've moved it, so I can roam more while I blaze. I like it. Normally I'd be a desk here. Now I can go wherever I want. I can come very close to you, which might make you uncomfortable, and it definitely makes me go out of focus. Back we go. I realise this might not sound like the most electrifying job departure ever to have taken place, but when we dig deeper into the creaking printheads, creaking vaults of P45s and pink slips, we come across a breed of disgruntled employee who hatched a far more ambitious plans for revenge and seemed determined to leave the building in a blaze of glory. Danny, if you really did this, you f***ing legend. Like walking out, like I don't know if you actually did light a cigarette. A fucking baller-ass move. Silence is golden. Even though I've had a Twitter account for over 10 years, I still feel fairly new to the platform, as I've only recently figured out how to tweet live from the basement. Yeah, well, we set Danny up with a very limited internet connection, like there's a lot of filtering, all of that kind of stuff. And it's why he has to make up most of the facts on Business Blaze. And until today, I would have probably have assumed that Donald Trump had the largest following on Twitter if I was ever asked the question in a pub quiz. It's got so much easier to amass a huge social media following when everyone in the world either loves you or hates you. But, in fact, with a paltry, the printheads, 89 million followers maybe? Trump can only manage 6th place on the Twitter League table. He's not even as popular as Justin Bieber, has 113 million followers. Hell. Also, I'm fairly sure I've told this story on Business Blaze before, but I was like genuinely curious. I was like, what does Justin Bieber's music sound like? Because he is wildly successful. He has 130 million followers on social media. And I was like, and I don't listen to, I don't go to clubs, obviously. And I don't really get much exposure to popular music. The most exposure I get is when I go into a store and they're pumping out some I'm like, what is this shit? So I went onto Spotify, I'm going to listen to some Justin Bieber and see what this shit is all about. Also, the same thing happens, and I haven't done it yet. I have no idea what Billie Eilish is. I keep seeing a recommended video on my homepage about Billie Eilish having an interview 4 years in a row with GQ, or not GQ, that would be weird, with Vanity Fair. And I'm like, what is this about? And who is Billie Eilish? And I've never listened to her music, but I might listen to it this afternoon, and I'll get back to you. I listened to Justin Bieber's music, expecting it to, be not my cup of tea, but at least have some musical quality to it. It doesn't. And Trump must find it particularly annoying that sitting right at the very top of Twitter charts is his predecessor, Barack Obama, with 126 million followers. That is a lot of followers. But I'm sure this has kept Trump awake at night, more than coronavirus, losing the election, and the loud grunge music coming from Melania's bedroom next door. There's a lot in there. Trump may be a prolific tweeter, but he went strangely quiet one evening in November of 2017 when his account completely disappeared for 11 whole minutes. It was quite a beautiful 11 minutes in which Trump found himself unable to post any insults, or boasts, or disputed claims, which we always used to call lies back in my day. It's like, what's the date? It's the 8th of December. Trump is still saying you won this election. It's like, bro, you didn't though, did you? You just didn't. I mean, it was close, but you lost. There was initial speculation that Twitter had finally deactivated Trump's account for repeatedly violating the platform's terms and conditions, but this was never going to be the case, as Twitter admitted in the past that his account is protected from deactivation on the grounds that his content is newsworthy. Have you seen what Trump tweets? I don't think I guess it's newsworthy by the fact of him being the US president, but it's like, it is such bollocks. The platform originally claimed that the accounts had been deactivated due to human error, but it later transpired that German citizen calls Bartiar Dysak, who worked in Twitter's Trust and Safety Division, had flagged the account for deactivation as a parting gesture on his very last day of working for the company. Amazing. It's amazing that someone who's got fired from Twitter, or whatever, or departed, sounds like he got fired, can actually do that. Although hailed as a hero by some, Dysak later claimed that he was just following company policy and had just assumed that somebody higher up the chain would overrule the request. But it's not entirely clear why he would even bother triggering the process if he felt genuinely that it wasn't going to lead anywhere. When Trump's... Yeah, dude, that just sounds like a weak ass... You don't have to make an excuse. They can't fire you twice. When Trump's account was restored, the president triumphantly tweeted, "My Twitter account was taken down for 11 minutes by a rogue employee. I guess the word must finally be getting out and having an impact." What word? What impact? What are you talking about? It's like Trump tweets. It's like, you initially read them, and if you're pro-Trump, you're like, yeah. But if you look at them, you're like, that doesn't make sense. So there's naturally a comical response to this tweet from some quarters, including my favourite. Those few precious minutes were like when Andy played the opera record over the Shawshank PA system. Mwah! I would do the chef's kiss, but both my hands are full. Meanwhile, former Republican Congressman David Jolly called for the unlikely hero to be nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. Alright, steady on, guys. Taking it too far, old boy. Blueprint for destruction. Some employees take the time and effort to try and gently break the news that your services are no longer required, but others apply a bit less thought and consideration. I don't know, I think anytime I've quit a job, I've never done it in person. I've always just sent an email or written a letter. And the thing with letters is, right, like, it doesn't, nope, I'm always like, that's the professional way to do it. You should put it in a letter and leave it on your boss's desk. Explain your thoughts, ask politely for a reference. And I'm like, it just happens that it's also the coward's way. Perfect. In the case of Maria Loop Cooley from Jacksonville in Florida. Oh no. Florida woman. She first discovered that she was losing her office job at Stephen E. Hutchins Architects in 2008 when she just happened to recognize the company's telephone number at the bottom of an ad in the local newspaper, which was seeking candidates to fill her own position. Oh, that is brutal. Oh, Marie was so upset about this, she took the decision to sneak into the office early on a Sunday morning and permanently delete 7 years worth of architectural drawings and blueprints from the computers. Oh, Stephen E. Hutchins Architects, you need Backblaze. Worth about $2.5 million in total. It didn't take the law long to catch up with Marie, as there was no sign of forced entry. The alarms had been disarmed, and it turns out that she was the only employee in the office, aside from Stephen E. Hutchins himself, who had access to all the files. Is she going to go to prison? $2.5 million lost records is a lot. I don't think so. Marie, who was sentenced to 5 years probation, okay, so she didn't go to prison, and ordered to pay damages of $1,000 to Hutchins for physical damage to the computers, but it's not clear if Hutchins had backed up any of the $2.5 million worth of missing files. I'm not sure if Backblaze was around like back then. Danny and I, same page. Okay, so I'd say she got off fairly light. And wait, it is also their fault, like the company's fault. It's like, wait, you have like 7 years and $2.5 million worth of architectural drawings, and you haven't backed them up. That's kind of on you, Steve-O. Funnily enough, though, it turns out that Marie was the architect of her own downfall and job dismissal. The advertisement in the paper was for a new position up for grabs at the company belonging to the wife of Stephen Hutchins, and Marie's own job had never been in danger in the first place. Oh no! Marie! Slippery slope to the job centre. These printheads. When the JetBlue flight 1052 from Pittsburgh touched down at JFK Airport on the 9th of August 2010, the passengers listened attentively to a new message piping over the intercom. The voice belonged to flight attendant Stephen Slater, who had spent 28 years in service and was clearly a respected figure within the company. He was chairman of the JetBlue's Uniform Redesign Committee, so you clearly didn't want him you didn't want to mess with this big cheese. But Stephen sounded a bit grumpy over the intercom on this particular day. He screamed, "To the arsehole who told me to off. It's been 28 good years. I've had it. That's it." Oh my god. Wait, I feel like we should do this in the captain's voice.
To the fucking asshole who told me to off. It's been 28 years. I've had it. That's it.
Why do all pilots sound the same? Why is that about? Like,
every single one always sounds like this. Ladies and gentlemen,
British. It's like nasally.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be arriving at our destination shortly. Please buckle your seatbelts, put your trays in the upright position, and raise the window shutters.
Why? It's like they learn that voice. I bet when they're off the radio.
And close the shutters.
He puts it down, he like says to the co-pilot, "All right, Tomo, nose down, we're taking her home." At this point, flight attendant Stephen Slater grabbed 2 beers from the galley, and I'm sure what must go down in history as one of the most dramatic resignations ever, he activated the plane's inflatable emergency evacuation chute, and slid all the way down it with beers in hand before strolling over to his vehicle in the employee parking lot and driving away from his long career in the airline industry. Dude, I mean, is everyone called Stephen in this video? But Stephen, you're gonna have to pay for that because I'm sure those, when you activate those slides, that's expensive. Stephen later claims that a nuisance female passenger had repeatedly ignored instructions to remain seated until the plane had landed. She insisted on standing up and tried to pull down her luggage until she accidentally whacked Stephen in the face with it. She then allegedly hurled abuse at Stephen when he asked for an apology. What the fuck is wrong with people on planes? Just sit the down. Do what you're told. Why are you standing up, women? The problem with this story is that it wasn't corroborated by any other passenger on board. Yes, Stephen are going to be witnesses, and the Port Authority police concluded that the entire confrontation had been fabricated. It certainly sounds as if Stephen may have had a few issues at the time relating to alcohol abuse and health, but it was actually a pretty dangerous and reckless way to make an exit. The giant inflatable slide is obviously only meant to be used as a last resort in an emergency situation, and it hits the ground pretty quickly. Anyone on the ground at the time could potentially be injured or even killed by the activation. And it's actually a pretty expensive way to leave the plane too, as it costs about $10,000 to repack. Love it! This is like straight out of a movie. Like, he grabs the beers. I'm out, bitches! Stephen eventually agreed to a plea bargain, smart, in which he avoided prison. Jesus Christ, I guess he could have gone to prison. You're endangering people's lives by pleading guilty to a misdemeanor charge of attempted 4th degree mischief. What the fuck is 4th degree mischief? What the 1st degree mischief? He served a year on probation, was ordered to undergo counselling and drug testing, and paid back the $10,000 cost of repacking the fun slide in bite-sized monthly chunks. Which was difficult because he was really unemployable from that point on. Weirdly, he later claimed that his actions were meant to be interpreted as a resignation. He was hoping to resume his duties at JetBlue as soon as possible. Good luck with that, mate. JetBlue had other ideas, though, and since then the Uniform Redesign Committee has had to make do with another chairman. How will they ever make do without the hero that is Stephen? A poor choice of words. Life's more fun when you live in the moment. That's certainly true, but it also means you're in for a fairly bleak future. It's like, I'm not going to work today. I'm going to shoot black tar heroin next Monday. Fuck. Now I don't have a job anymore and I'm addicted to black tar heroin. That's the corporate slogan for the American multimedia messaging app Snapchat, which currently boasts 229 million active users, although I'm not sure most of them are under the age of 13. Snapchat is such a piece of shit. Like, I get social media. Like, people complain about Facebook. I don't really like Facebook, but I get it. I definitely get Instagram. I definitely get Twitter, although it just seems to be... people complain about Twitter being filled with horrible people, and it's kind of like, I think most of my interaction on Twitter is fairly positive, but there are some right dickheads on there. And I mean, I'm definitely adding to the pile of dickheads. But there's another memorable slogan associated with Snapchat, which was never really intended to catch on. Snapchat is for rich people. Wait, no, it's for 13-year-olds. The quote was attributed to co-founder and CEO Evan Spiegel as a response to a question from the new head of growth from the company during a meeting in 2015. New boy Anthony Pompliano had inquired why Snapchat wasn't going to expand to potentially lucrative geographies, but Evan is alleged to have cut him short with the words, this app is for rich people. I don't want to expand to poor countries like India and Spain. What?
Is this some sort of peasant joke that I'm too rich to understand?
Considering that the app has already had a large ever-growing base in India, It was a peculiar response to a peculiar question. And when the quote became public, the response from Indian users was swift and brutal. What a surprise. Campaigns quickly sprung up which encouraged Indian users to uninstall the app immediately, while the iStore and Google Play Store suddenly became riddled with negative 1-star reviews on Snapchat. The share price of the company took a rapid nosedive, which wasn't helped when a group of anonymous hackers from India claimed they'd leaked the personal data of 1.7 million Snapchat users onto the dark web as a direct response to Evan's quote. It's brutal. This was later revealed to be a hoax. I mean, good, I guess, because that's just 1.7 million people rather than the company itself. But the scandal hardly helped to restore confidence in the company's share price. Of course, Snapchat ultimately recovered from this unfortunate choice of words, but it now seems quite unlikely that Evan even said them in the first place. The quote has actually appeared in a lawsuit filed against the company by Anthony Pompliano, who lasted mere 3 weeks as head of growth before being fired for poor performance. That seems a bit harsh. You fire him after 3 weeks? It's like, how much was he supposed to do? You were supposed to turn this company around, Tony! We gave you 3 weeks, arsehole!
But that doesn't really seem fair. I mean, 3 weeks is not a long time to turn a large company around, especially after you've been...
Ouch! Anthony claims Snapchat had been deliberately misleading investors. By exaggerating the growth metrics, retention rates, and other key metrics of the app. Snapchat denied all the allegedly. Snapchat denied all the allegations, and that's just it. They were just allegations, allegedly. Double negative. So I'll add another one, allegedly, including that damaging quote attributed to Evan, and insist that Anthony was just a disgruntled employee who had been misinformed about the numbers and was fired for being crap at his job. They may well have been telling the truth. The lawsuit was ultimately thrown out of court and Anthony moved to a nice job at Brighton Labs, whom he also tried and failed to sue for wrongful termination. Crook by nature, crook by name, crook by nature. Here's a dilemma faced only by the angriest of employees who are determined to exact their revenge on a company in a manner so savage it's downright illegal. Ideally, you don't want to get caught when you're breaking the law. Pro tip. So you don't want to make it obvious that you're the one behind the crime. But the problem with committing a random and anonymous act of revenge upon your former employees is that they never know it was you who had the last laugh, and that's the point. It's all very well stuffing dead fish into certain poles of the office so that the company eventually has to evacuate the premises because of an overpowering smell that they can't even locate or identify. But they'll never be given an opportunity to reflect on their own actions which led to this deep-sea shit show. And you'll never get that satisfying feeling that justice has been explicitly served from the wronged party. Wayne Crook, interesting name, was clearly wrestling with this conundrum after he got fired from his job in the UK at the Bristol Flying Centre in 2012. Wayne had lost his job after he was found to have moved an aircraft in a hangar without permission, a task that he wasn't even qualified to do. Although he had originally started the ball rolling on a tribunal, he eventually accepted a settlement before the case could ever be heard. But it appears that Wayne later had a change of heart and felt insulted about the size of the settlement, which he agreed to, Wayne. What the f***? So he decided to return to work for a surprise night shift armed with a massive hammer and a grim sense of determination. Oh boy, planes are expensive. This is gonna get expensive. And it's clear that he was ready to take full credit for whatever happened. Yeah, I remember at school, I remember we had an art lesson and we were carving, where you have like the lino and you have to carve out a pattern and then you screen print the pattern. And it's like, a kid in my class was called, well, I won't share his full name, but his first name was Andy and his second name started with an M. And he carved into the desk Andy M. Like there were these brand new, really nice, big, like art desks. And he just straight up just carved his name, like Andy M, into the desk. And it's like, bro, what do you expect is going to happen? There's going to be some other Andy M who had a class that morning. There were like 13 people in my class. They're going to know it's you, bro. This was also the same kid who always was at the bottom of the class. So no matter how badly you did, like I was terrible at French, but I always knew that Andy M was going to do worse than me. So it would always be like, 12th out of 13. Simon W. Well, I can tell you my last name, Simon Whistler. And there'd be like 13 Andy M. I'd be like, so he smashed everything to pieces. This included 40 office windows, 35 computer monitors, every single toilet and sink in the building, until it reached a point where water was flooding out of the building in every direction. He also popped outside for a bit to smash a few vehicles in the car park before stepping back inside to empty the fire extinguishers and smash a few more television sets. Dude, there's airplanes! Smash the airplanes! I mean, like, good job, computers and stuff. Yeah, that's expensive. You know what they're not as expensive as? F***ing planes. Finally, just like an artist signing his latest masterpiece, Wayne decided to apply the perfect finishing touch to his handiwork by scrawling the words gross misconduct on the office walls in blood. It's not entirely clear where the blood came from. What is going on? They're got crazy. Naturally, the police didn't have to look very far for potential suspects. In fact, they apprehended Wayne a few days later when he was found staggering along the A38 reeking of alcohol. A38's like a major road, not like a motorway or a highway, as you Americans would call them, but like the next biggest type. So you are legally allowed to walk on them, but, I mean, it's not the best experience. I remember once I was on a bike ride in France, and I accidentally rode onto a motorway. I was going round the roundabout, I got off and I didn't realise that I was on a motorway. I was just cycling along and everyone starts beeping at me and I'm like, am I on a motorway? And so I get off my bike and I'm just walking along the hard shoulder for ever to get off this motorway. And everyone's beeping at me and it's like, I know! I know! You think I did this on purpose, French people? When they asked if he was alright, Wayne responded, no, I'm suicidal, I'm going to promote myself in front of the next bus. Then he paused thoughtfully before adding, you want to speak to me anyway. I smashed up the flying centre. I did it with a hammer. Wayne was later charged with burglary and criminal damage and served 20 months in prison for the £175,000 worth of damage that he had inflicted. A chief executive from the Bristol Flying Centre later publicly noted that, from our point of view, it was a very bad experience. That is the most British thing ever. It's like, how do you feel about this business that had nearly 200 grand's worth of damage done? Wasn't a very good experience, was it? But maybe Wayne derived some long-term satisfaction from the feeling that he had at least made some kind of point. And it makes me wish that I'd thought a bit bigger when I walked out of Tesco for that last time with a cigarette in my mouth. With hindsight, I should have, at very least, run over to the public address system and screamed and it's a bell end before grabbing a couple of cans of Heineken and bouncing off to into the sunset on a space hopper. Danny, what you did was already legendary. You don't need to be more legendary than that. This has been an episode of Business Blaze. I have been your boy with the Blaze. This video is brought to you by Audible. There is a link to Audible below. You'll also find a link to purchasethemerch.co where you can purchase this certified legend t-shirt. By purchasing it, I'm officially bestowing upon you the certification of legend. And as always, thank you for watching. Audible! Smart on those non-believers! This is like, I was browsing Reddit and I saw there was a subreddit called Not the Onion, which has all these amazing stories that read, like, you know The Onion where it's like fake, like, but not the bad fake news, but like comedy fake news where they make up ridiculous stories. And there's a subreddit which has ridiculous stories that look like they could be on The Onion, but are not. I was like, Danny, this is genius. Some of these are gold. Please look at some of them, follow some of them up, write me a script, and we'll do a video. I'm sure, what happens here is Danny writes me a script. I shall read the script, and Sam, our video editor, resident memologist, will write, he won't write anything. He might write some stuff on the screen, usually that's slightly offensive to either me or the audience or what's going on or just people in general. And, yeah, he'll just add some memes, and that's why am I saying this?
Oh no! Anyway,
I'm sure that satirical comedy had it so much easier in the olden days. Back in the 1980s, the UK's idea of satire was epitomised by the long-running comedy show Spitting Image, which featured talking caricature puppets of the most high-profile people of the day, including Margaret Thatcher, Ronald Reagan, Salman Rushdie, and, of course, Phil Collins. Mwah! Something in the air tonight. We laughed along as the show teased out the absurdities of contemporary politics, while painting often grotesque pictures of Ronald Reagan as a befuddled, war-hungry amnesiac, or Margaret Thatcher as an evil, cigar-smoking bully leading her government of idiot vegetables to victory. The show's popularity, I've never heard of this show. It's probably because I was alive in the 1980s, but I was a baby. The show's popularity dwindled in the 1990s when it lost most of its colourful lead characters. Thatcher was replaced by the eternally grey John Major, while Reagan was succeeded by the cold and humorless George Bush Sr. Yeah, when I think of boring politicians, John Major definitely comes to mind. George Bush Sr. also. Spitting Image became as bland as the political landscape it was attempting to mock, and it was axed in 1996. God, they'd do well today, wouldn't they? Here we got Boris Johnson and Donald Trump. Literally, you couldn't ask for better people to make caricatures of. 24 years later, Spitting Image has been revived for a new audience in 2020. Prescient! Big brain! But it now finds itself facing an entirely different problem. How do you satirize the current bunch of leading political characters when they are almost beyond satire? Well, Danny, you just go further. What's the point of trying to poke fun at Donald Trump or Boris Johnson when they're already writing their own comic sketches on your behalf? Oh, that is true, isn't it? Because you'd be like, no, surely not. Surely not. Surely, no, it's true. We probably don't need spitting image today. You can just turn on the news and find your belly laughs right there. And The Onion has a very similar problem. Starting out life as a relatively obscure print newspaper given away free in American university locations, The Onion went on to find a new lease of life online and has become a global comedy sensation, mimicking the styles and tones of American media while injecting a subversive comic twist. Yeah, even to this day, I'll get like YouTube videos recommended on my homepage. It's like uploaded 9 years ago by The Onion. And it's in that like, not 16:9, but the old square format. And I'm like, yeah, I'll watch that. And it's always good. Over the years, we've been treated to thousands of sizzling, satirical news headlines, including some of my favorite gems. Fun toy banned because of 3 stupid dead kids. Oh! Siblings quietly relieved. Older brother is setting bar so low. I'm under 18 button clicked. For the first time in the history of the internet. Loved ones recall local man's cowardly battle with cancer. Jesus Christ. I don't remember The Onion getting so dark. God answers prayers of paralyzed little boy. No. God, Jesus Christ. The Onion's mimicry of genuine media is so masterfully convincing. The first-time readers were often unaware that the content was meant to be a spoof news article, and they assumed that there really was some truth behind the intriguing headline, Starbucks to begin sinister phase 2 of operations. I remember one, and like there's great stories of... Did we make one about a video about people, or maybe it wasn't on this channel, but people mistaking The Onion for real things? And there was some senator who was up in arms about some state building an abortion flex for like $2 billion. There was federal money going towards like a giant abortion plex, and he was like, this is an outrage! And it's like, dude, it's not true. But more recently, the situation has been kind of flipped on its head. We now seem to be living in such a bewildering world of self-parodying politicians, bizarre global events, loony conspiracy theories, and the continuing success story of Justin Bieber. I was just talking about Justin Bieber in the last video recorded, and about how I tried listening to his music, and it was so and I was just like, why? Why is this so popular? It's so bad. That it's getting harder than ever to separate fact from fiction. These days, it's not so much that we might get fooled by The Onion into believing that a bogus story is real. It's the other way around. We're more likely to assume that the latest genuine headline from the mainstream media is so utterly preposterous that it might surely have been cooked up by The Onion, and we'd be dead wrong. The year is 2020. Satire is dead, and here's why. Let's begin. That was a long introduction. Texas judge interrupts jury, says God told him defendant is not guilty, from The Statesman in January 2019. What? This is it. Like, if that was if I'm that, like, I don't know who regulates judges to make sure they're not corrupt, but I'll be like, we're looking into that guy. 100% looking into that guy, because someone's paid that off, allegedly. The jury in the State District Court in Commonwealth County, Texas, had just reached a verdict in the case of Gloria Romero Perez, who stood accused of trafficking her 16-year-old niece for sex and the purchase and sale of a child. Holy I'll be like, okay, like someone's bought him off for a traffic ticket or... Though you don't buy judges off, so this is super, like, because, I mean, you'd go to, like, not for like, small money. No, I don't know if judges can be bought for big... Surely if someone's like, yeah, I'll give you $1 billion, I'd be like, alright, allegedly. But that's a very serious offence. Like, when I think of piece of people, the child traffickers for sex, like, gonna be right up there. There's, like, genocide, child sex trafficking. It's like, bro, come on, prison, noose. But then there was a knock on the door, which signalled the late arrival of a new member of the jury. Our Lord God Almighty! Word had got to the nutty Judge Jack Robinson that the jury were on the brink of reaching a guilty verdict. But word had also got to the judge from the heavens above that God reckoned the accused was completely innocent. And he shied down upon me and he said that this woman is innocent. She should go free. Set her free. Break her chain. I was thinking like my next career could be like televangelist, American televangelist, because it just sounds better in an American. Like you could be all British, be like, the Lord God said that we should be free. We must be free of our chains. But if you just do it in a like exaggerated American, like the Lord God said we must be free. Break free of our chains and ascend to the heavens above. Smart on those non-believers. Okay. Word had got back to the judge from the heavens above that God reckoned the accused was completely innocent. So Judge Robinson barged into the jury room to inform them that God had just whispered in his ear and told him that a guilty verdict would be a miscarriage of justice. ASMR business plays. Although he apologized immediately for his actions, he was quick to explain his reasoning. When God tells me I gotta do something, I gotta do it! Amen to that, brother. Maybe God's next heavenly telegram to the judge will involve a segue and a very big cliff. Balmy Judge Robinson had previous form when it came to unorthodox behaviour in the courtroom. He had already received a public warning several years earlier after sending an elderly grandfather to jail for the crime of calling the judge a fool. You suspect that the judge had probably sent a lot of people to jail over the years. Holy dude. You should not be a judge! What is going on? Despite the intervention of God in the case of Gloria Romero Perez, the jury dared to ignore the celestial advice and found the defendant guilty. Good for you. I know you're in Texas, so they're probably all mad religious. But at least they're like, yeah, we shouldn't listen to that crazy allegedly. The judge excused himself from sentencing at the request of the prosecution. But although the defendant was originally sentenced to 25 years in prison, the case was later declared a mistrial after it was found that the judge had been making partial comments throughout the case. Gloria Romero Perez still awaits a retrial. Wait, I mean, it's not going to go better for the second time around. The judge is like, maybe she's innocent. Maybe God told me she's innocent. Second time around, the judge is going to be like, make your decision. She's going to be retried and it's going to be like, yeah, 50 years. I love it when some nasty criminal is like, yeah, I want a new trial. My trial was a miscarriage of justice. And then they get more time. It's like, mwah! As for Judge Robinson, he later claims that he had been suffering from bouts of delirium, and although he was given another public warning for his behaviour, he's still providing his distinctive Texas blend of delirious comedy jurisdiction today. Probably best to keep your head down in Texas. Yeah, no sh**. Uber's search for a female CEO has been narrowed down to 3 men. Washington Post, June 2017. 2017 was a bit of a bumpy ride. Bit of a bump for ride-hailing app Uber. Co-founder, CEO, and macho man Travis Kalanick appeared to be getting into the headlines for all of the wrong reasons. There was that time that he hitched a ride from his own platform, the posh-end Uber Black service, naturally, and ended up getting caught on a dashcam having a debate with the driver. Travis had been shimmying in the back seat between 2 women before the driver brought up the topic of how Uber's new policy of slashing fares was making it harder for drivers to scrape a living. Before leaving the car in a huff, Travis responded, "Some people don't like to take responsibility for their own shit. They blame everything in their life on somebody else." Okay, Travis. I mean, I get your point, but not a good look, is it? There were also reports of widespread gender discrimination in a toxic workplace plagued with corporate machismo, allegations that Travis had turned a blind eye to sexual harassment claims involving one of his new employees, along with laddish behaviour outside of the workplace, which raised more than a few eyebrows. Poor Travis. He's like, I just wanted to be a lad. Why can't I be a lad? I don't know, Travis, because you're the CEO of a major corporation. Travis eventually stepped down as CEO after 5 major investors demanded his resignation. At this point, the company decided that what it really needed was a grown-up female CEO to bash some boys' heads together and help restore a bit of credibility to the organisation. But things didn't quite go as planned when their long search for a new female CEO ended up with a shortlist of 3 men.
What's going on? You're Pawnee's Woman of the Year, looks like. Well, it's about time.
The problem here was that no qualified women in their right mind would have ever wanted the lousy job. Although Uber invested a lot of effort to try and tempt suitable female candidates away from their current high-power positions at the likes of YouTube, Facebook, General Motors, and EasyJet, the company's proposals were turned down every single time. It seems as if every candidate felt they were being offered little more than a poisoned chalice. Yeah, I don't know, like, they can offer you God knows how much money. And I'd be like, yeah, obviously millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars. And it'd be like, yeah, but it's going to over the rest of my career if it doesn't work out. Because no one's going to want me after I was CEO of Uber and it was Maybe you could do a good job though. I don't know. If the money was big enough, I'd be like, yeah, I'll take it. That's the problem there, had something to do with the reasons why Uber was so determined to find a female CEO. Some consider the strategy to be little more than a PR exercise, which would prove that Uber can't be as sexist as everyone believes because they've gone and employed a girl as the boss. A bigger problem related to suspicions that this was just an example of the glass cliff phenomenon in motion. This is the situation in which women are far more likely to be offered key leadership roles during a crisis period when the chances of failure are sky high. The woman is being set up to absorb the criticism and blame before she gets fired, and a clever man is later hired to sort out the mess when things are beginning to look a bit more hopeful. That is dark.
Well, we can't stand around all day congratulating me on receiving an award from some lousy women's organization. Back to work, everyone.
It's alleged that this has happened numerous times over the last decade, including cases with the female CEOs of General Motors, Yahoo, and Red, or maybe just women a bit being CEO. Not really. Relax. The Uber job eventually went to Iranian-American male Dara Khosrowshahi. The company seemed to blame this Uber U-turn on the fact that there weren't enough qualified women in the world. That is not a good look. That's the trouble with Uber. They don't like to take responsibility for their own They blame everything on somebody else. It's like, yeah, no, there's not a single woman who's qualified enough. It's like, no, Uber. There's not a single qualified woman who wants your job, is there? Sign language interpreter who used gibberish warned of bears and monsters during Hurricane Irma update. What?
Okay!
Even viewers with perfect hearing may have noticed there was something not quite right with the sign language interpreter at a public conference held by Florida's Manatee County in 2018. Just ahead of Hurricane Irma, the conference had been called at short notice to provide viewers with crucial information about the threat level and potential evacuations, and to make sure that these vital messages were being heard loud and clear by the deaf community. Heard loud and clear. Okay. I guess. Interpreted clearly might be more appropriate. A guy called Marshall Green was called in to provide the sign language. Marshall didn't look like your typical sign language interpreter. For starters, he was a white guy wearing a bright yellow t-shirt, which is a fundamental mistake for a qualified interpreter to make, as you're usually supposed to wear clothing that contrasts to your skin tone so that your hands are more visible on screen. I did not know that. There you go. He also spent a lot of time turning away from the auto cue to face the speaker. In fact, he seemed to be regularly turning away to look at everybody else on the stage in a state of mild bewilderment to what was going on. Please tell me they just picked a random guy and they were like, come up here, interpreter, and he was like, what? I'm not... Okay. And he just did it. But the biggest giveaway for deaf ears was the actual words he was signing. As Manatee County conveyed serious warnings about the destructive winds that are about to ravage the state, Marshall Green was signing absolute gibberish, making constant references to pizzas and big bears and monsters. Some viewers complained that the incident put lives at risk and questioned why they couldn't just have used subtitles for the conference if the interpreter didn't have a clue what he was supposed to be doing. It turns out that Marshall Green was a county lifeguard who was not fluent in American Sign Language. No shit. But as the conference had been called at such short notice, the organisers quickly called upon his services because they knew he had a deaf brother. I had a feeling this was like one of those things that you put on a CV that is never going to be asked. Like, you could put like, you're an American Sign Language, like other skills. So good knowledge of Microsoft PowerPoint is like, I can figure that out. Working knowledge of Microsoft Access, which is like a database for everything. Yeah, I can figure that out. Although that's really... Microsoft Access is complicated. I remember having to learn that. Like, oh God. And then you could just put on the bottom like, American Sign Language. Don't know it. No one's ever going to ask. What they didn't know is that thanks to Marshall Green, his deaf brother was a pizza-addicted, nervous wreck who'd spent his lifetime hiding under the table, trembling in fear at the oncoming march of bears and monsters. Oh, Woman tells TripAdvisor she was raped by guide. TripAdvisor tells her to leave a bad review. TripAdvisor, no! The TripAdvisor, that's not an Onion article, because I feel like they wouldn't use TripAdvisor. Would they? Because that would be asking for legal trouble, allegedly. The TripAdvisor, this was in Newsweek, March 2019. The TripAdvisor website has been at the center of a number of recent scandals relating to sexual assault allegations targeted at travel companies that continue to be promoted on the site. And the response from the company hasn't always been 5-star. Well, to be fair, if they are just allegations and nothing's been proven, it would be quite especially if just one comes through, it would be quite onerous for TripAdvisor to remove that business from TripAdvisor based just on allegations, because then that makes sense, right? One notable case was first uncovered by The Guardian newspaper in 2019 involving a woman who only wished to be identified as Kay. She claims that she was raped by a tour guide from a business advertised on TripAdvisor, and the matter was reported to the police. Now, if they are advertising, though, that's a different thing, because then TripAdvisor are taking money from them, right? Is it a different thing? Maybe it's a different thing. It feels slightly different. Look, this is not the channel where we solve moral quandaries. This is Business Place. We make fun. But when Kay approached TripAdvisor, the company refused to remove the listing from the website. Instead, the best advice they could offer Kay was to leave a 1-star review for the business containing details of the sexual assault. They also helpfully provided Kay with examples of other 1-star reviews containing claims of sexual assault, so Kay could use them as a handy template. What the going on? Although, this is the police. Go to the police, Kay. And The Guardian, I guess, but mostly the police. One of them was from an 18-year-old woman who claimed she was raped at a hotel resort in Jamaica. Although I guess, abroad, you're in some random country and it's like, I don't know, some countries in the Middle East, it's like, I was raped at the hotel. And they're like, well, you're going to prison for adultery, aren't you, woman? It's like, holy shit, Middle East. What the f***? The hotel responded to her claim by launching a legal case to dispute the accusation, despite the fact that it was supported by a rape test at a local hospital. Dude. And this 1-star review was buried among 5,000 other reviews of the hotel resort, which had managed to retain an overall rating of 4.5 out of 5 stars. It gets even worse. After Kay had submitted her own review, it was rejected by TripAdvisor on the grounds that it wasn't written in a first-person style. Kay was naturally keen to preserve her anonymity, but the website informed her that she needed to provide a first-person blow-by-blow account of the brutal attack if she wanted the review to be published. Of course, we can't expect TripAdvisor to act as a judge and jury in every every allegation leveled against a company listed on the website. But they could possibly come up with a more practical and supportive policy than just advising rape victims to leave a 1-star review which is destined to get lumped alongside other bad reviews about people complaining about burnt breakfast and dodgy air conditioning. Yes, TripAdvisor, we're not asking you to be a hero. We're not asking you to do any of this, but let's have a better and more sensitive policy. Can we? Allegedly? Florida mayor arrested just weeks after taking over from Florida mayor who was arrested. Florida mayor is a Florida man. The Tampa suburb of Port Richley didn't appear to have much luck with its choice of mayors in 2019. The serving mayor, Dale Massad, had an interesting medical pedigree. He was a doctor for many years before voluntarily surrendering his license in 1992 following the death of a 3-year-old patient whom he had accidentally injected with a lethal dose of lidocaine. Hell, dude, that's going to weigh on you. But even after he was elected mayor of Port, apparently not that much, because he was like, I'm going to be mayor! Allegedly. But even after he was elected as mayor of Port Richley, he couldn't seem to turn his back on the world of medicine, even if he was no longer qualified to do so. Uh-oh. Did he become a mob doctor? You'd think he'd have his hands full with the madcap world of mayorality. But is that a word? But that didn't stop him from inviting patients to make discreet evening visits to his waterfront home to receive treatments and procedures. Following an if you don't have a medical license, they can't take it away. Following an investigation by the Florida Department of Law, but they can send you to prison. Florida Department of Law Enforcement, a SWAT team turned up at his home to arrest the mayor for practicing without a license in February 2009. Why do you need a SWAT team, Americans? He's practicing medicine without a license. Just phone him up and be like, we need you to report to the police station. He's probably going to come. He's the mayor. He's like, yeah, we need you to come down here and be arrested. I think most people in that situation would be like, okay, yeah, I guess I should probably... What are you going to do? Go on the run? No, you're not. Like, most people are not going to go on the run. Or if you're really concerned, just send a uniformed officer to arrest him. You don't need a f***ing SWAT team. Dale Massad eventually agreed to go quietly, but this was only after it opened a window and fired 2 rounds of bullets. What? I take it back. Should have sent the SWAT team. This is Florida. This is Florida. Don't forget, this is Florida. There must be something that tipped them off to being like, this guy's probably going to get a gun out. Fired 2 rounds of bullets from a 40 caliber pistol in the 2 rounds of bullets. So two bullets from a 40 caliber pistol in the direction of the SWAT team, who by this point had his house surrounded. Or maybe he was just chilling out at home and then he sees a bunch of men with guns around his house and he's like, he's like, oh my god, they're going to find out about all the people I've got in the basement. The SWAT team were on the verge of gassing him like a badger before Dale eventually surrendered. And you think that all of this might be considered unfitting behaviour for a serving mayor? It's probably worth bearing in mind that Dale Massad was probably very likely off his tits on crack. Oh my. It was revealed that at his trial that during his time in office, Dale paid runners to supply him with crack cocaine and meth that he enjoyed on a nightly basis. It's quite possible that he had no idea he was opening fire on a SWAT team. He might just have assumed that a homeless drug dealer was trying to break into his property. The deputy mayor, Terence Hagan Rowe, soon found himself elevated to the position of acting mayor for Port Richley, a role which he happily fulfilled for 20 whole days before he was arrested too. He probably going on that crack, didn't he? Terence had been caught trying to help out his old buddy Dale, who was languishing in the jailhouse facing trial. Dale had managed to get hold of a contraband mobile phone and used it to make a call to new Mayor Terence. The pair of mayors discussed potential ways to discredit the police officer who had been investigating Dale's case. Oh, this isn't going to end well for you boys. This is very, very corrupt. Allegedly. During the recorded conversation, Dale can be heard giving clear instructions to Terence to do anything you can. Uh-oh! Terence Rowe was found guilty of conspiring to obstruct justice and sentenced to 2 years of probation and community service. He was also ordered to undergo a mental health evaluation. Meanwhile, crackhead Dale Massad was found guilty of conspiring to commit obstruction of justice and using a 2-way communication device to facilitate the commission of a crime. A defiant Massad claims that this is all fake news. That's a good one. Anytime you interrupt fake news, fake news. However, his sentencing has been heavily delayed, partly due to the impact that coronavirus concerns are having on local court systems, so he may have to wait a bit longer to learn his fate. They should have just flown in good old delirious Judge Jack Robertson from Texas. One quick call to his hotline to heaven, and all this shit would have been sorted out in no time. Ba-da-bum-bum! This has been an episode of Business Blaze brought to you by Lucy. You can get a special discount. Link below. And thank you for watching. Or if you'd like some merch, purchasethemerch.co, by the way. Why can't I be a lad? I don't know, Travis, because you're the CEO of a major corporation. It's a pyramid scheme! Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Business Blaze. I am your boy with the Blaze, certified legend. This is a video all about the worst products ever seen on Shark Tank / Dragon's Den. I put a slash in there because I love the word slash, and also in the UK we call Shark Tank Dragon's Den, and in America, British people, they call Dragon's Den Shark Tank. It's fascinating. I guess in America they don't have dragons. It's commonly accepted that the four most important inventions to have ever come out of Japan are Mario, compact disc players, VHS recorders, and Godzilla. Also, Danny, I've seen there are YouTube videos, so I know it's not fake news unless those YouTube videos are fake. There are vending machines in Japan which sell used women's underwear, which I find extremely curious because...
That smell, the kind of smelly smell, the smelly smell that smells smelly.
I have no idea why that feels like a serial killer thing. Like, if you're collecting used underwear, that's sort of like killing cats as a child. It's one of those, like, we should keep an eye on, John. That f***ing psycho. Simon, don't kink shame! But if we need to add a fifth entry to that list, it would very surely be the business reality television show Tigers of Money, which is the greatest named show ever, which was first launched to little fanfare in 2001 before going on to spawn 40 different international versions. Having said that, it was the UK version, God Save Us, which first provided the recognisable format and style which would be replicated all over the globe. Back in the day, the British were like, look, everyone else has to replicate our stuff. And then now we're like, well, we just have to make good or no one's going to use it because colonialism fell out of favour pretty hard. In the UK and Canada, it goes by the name of Dragon's Den. Sensibly. In the US and several other countries, it's better known as Shark Tank. In the Afghanistan version, it's called Dream and Achieve. Well, the French version sounds like a Tony Robbins book. While the French went for a slightly less imaginative, Who Wants to Be My Business Partner? Come on, France. I bet it sounds great in French though. It's probably like, it's like, oh, French. That was the worst thing I could come up with in French, but generally French sounds really nice.
Omelette de fromage.
But whatever the name, the format is always roughly the same. It's like my YouTube channel empire, except for business plays. But whatever the name, it's almost always the same. Budding entrepreneurs desperately seek investment in their latest inventions from a group of well-known grumpy business tycoons, usually in exchange for a big chunk of the company. The nervous pitches and tense negotiations and blunt dismissals are usually conducted next to a table stacked with piles and piles of hard cash, apart from the Colombian version, which allegedly replaces the money with piles and piles of cocaine. Mwah! And there have certainly been some notable success stories over the years following investments from one of the dragons, sharks, tigers, or lion. Wait, who was lion? Lions is even better. I feel like Lion's Den is better than Lion's Den, because you're going to get absolutely ravaged. Dragons, you're going to be like, you're not even real, are you? Lions, you're going to be like, oh, fuck. But since 2007, I've always had a bottle of reggae sauce in my fridge. I don't think I've ever had that, but I know the story of it. The deeply wonderful barbecue sauce with a Jamaican jerk spice was first touted by musician Levi Roots on the UK's Dragon's Den. Despite the fact that Levi's pitch started off with him getting out a guitar and performing a cringeworthy song about his new sauce to the initially bemused dragons, reggae sauce went on to become a sizzling triumph, and Levi Roots is now worth about £45 million. Holy shit, Levi, respect.
Put some reggae sauce on your lips. Thank you.
I like Dragon's Den. It's a show, I often watch the clips on YouTube. And my biggest thing is he can play all the music he wants. Someone can demonstrate the project all they want. I'll just be the dragon sitting there with my notepad and be like, how much have you sold? What is your profit margin? How long have you been in business? Do you have any patents? What's the competition like? I don't give a about your product. I am a businessman. If it does some good, great. But look, if your business is digging dinosaur juice out of the earth and putting it in cruise ships, but your profit margins are 90% and it's good to invest in, I'll be like, I could probably overlook the ethical considerations because it's a show about business. It's not a show about being super ethical, although, I mean, you're on TV, so you don't want to come across as a complete dickhead. What am I doing? Meanwhile, over on the US version of Shark Tank, a reusable Scrub Daddy super sponge with a smiling face on it managed to shift over 10 million units. Most notably, the Squatty Potty, a little foldable bamboo stool that you set up next to your toilet to assist with easier bowel movements, has incredibly managed to rack up $33 million worth of sales following Shark Tank investment, quite probably helped along by the killer marketing slogan, the number one way to do number two. That is incredibly cheesy. Also, I've heard the Squatty Potty advertised, because I think it's like, at least a couple of years ago, it seemed to advertise on every podcast there was. And I'm like, wait, it's just a thing that you put your leg, so you're taking a right? And you want to be like, how do I demonstrate this? I'll climb up on my desk. So you want to like take a mostly like, so normally you want to get like really like as if you're in a squatting position. So it has this like shelf which you raise your legs up onto. And I'm going to get down. Demonstration over. I'm just like, why not just put a plastic box down there? Or like a foldable thing that you buy at Homebase for 50p. I just don't get it. And although the show is often seen as cruel entertainment in which hopeful but clueless entrepreneur wannabes are brutally ripped to shreds by the panel, the statistics show that most of the participants seem to have their business heads screwed on the right way round, even if they don't always secure investment. Yeah, I also feel like the producers of the show, they select mostly people because they don't want to waste the dragon's time too hard. But occasionally they'll pick someone and be like, you are going to get absolutely destroyed. And we need at least one of those per episode. It's like, we need someone who's going to get investment, we need someone who's going to be close to getting investment, and we need someone who has no idea what the is going on. And it's always that guy who's the most... There's one glorious one. Just Google search Dragon's Den pyramid scheme. And there's a dude who literally pitches the Dragons a pyramid scheme. And I believe it's Peter Jones, who often just sits there with a mean look on his face, and then he absolutely destroys him. It's like, it's a pyramid scheme though, isn't it? It's a pyramid scheme! Considering that 11 of the 12 out of 12 new business startups in the US were doomed to fail in 2019, the figures from the US version of Shark Tank are quite impressive. Over the previous 6 seasons of the show, only 6% of all participants are no longer in business and only 20% are not making a profit. That's pretty good. Bearing that in mind, it's been suggested that the sharks would probably make a lot more money if they just blindly invested in every single product that gets pitched to them, but that wouldn't make very exciting TV. Still, that's not to say that we haven't been thoroughly entertained over the years by a number of bizarre products from nutty inventors who found themselves drowning in bolts of brutal flame dished out by the sharks, and the dragons, and the tigers, and the lions. The mirror... Oh my god, is this the first entry? Was that really the introduction whistle? Get your shit together, son. The mirror hardly ever lies. The business world has always been positively bulging. Sam, He-Man meme. With products that promise to help you miraculously lose weight as you sit around in your pants and stuff yourself silly with 20 giant packs of Monster Munch. Oh, Danny, you're bringing up Monster Munch on purpose because I mentioned how distasteful I find it in previous episodes. It's disgusting. And I bet you're one of those Monster Munch kids. You're like, you don't like Monster Munch. Do you not have taste? But if you've finally given up all hope with that packet of obesity bath powder which failed to live up to its marketing hype, you might want to take a look at the product that Belinda James was pitching on Shark Tank in 2017. Belinda decided to take a radically different approach to the weight loss challenge. If you're really finding it difficult to shed those extra pounds, why not completely give up on the silly idea of weight loss? Just get your mirror to lie to you instead. I don't know. Because weight loss isn't all about looks. It's about unclogging those arteries. It's about leading a healthy life. It's about not dying young. It's about, you looking good to other people. Yes, Belinda had invented a variation of the kind of concave mirror that you'd usually only find in the fairgrounds. This is perfect for people who love lying to themselves. This is the worst idea ever. Why am I surprised? This is all about Shark Tank failures. When a customer looked into a new skinny mirror, they'd see a version of themselves which would appear to be 10 pounds thinner. Belinda believed that the new business idea was worth $1 million. It's not. And she was generously offering the sharks 20% of the company for $200,000. This is not going to go anywhere. It gets even worse though. She didn't intend to sell to these customers who fancied feeling a bit better about themselves. Belinda only intended to sell the skinny mirror to clothing stores so the customers trying on new outfits would be delighted at how stunning they look in their fab new gear, completely unaware that they were peering into a haunted mirror of deception. Oh, so they were going to lie to their customers. This is actually a very good idea, but it's also very, very unethical and definitely something that companies would get in a lot of trouble over, Belinda.
I'm not fat. I'm big boned.
The harsh truth would only hit the poor souls when they got home with their exciting new purchases and saw how they really looked in a proper mirror that wasn't designed to bend and distort reality. On this topic, what is up with clothing stores? Because it's like, I look in the mirror, and it's like a normal light. I feel like, I look okay. Every clothing store, it just has those bright, if you're not in the changing rooms, if you're just looking, you're looking, I know why it is. Oh my God, I know why it is. I just figured it out. How could I have been so dumb? Like, you're browsing around the clothing store, right? And there's those mirrors, and you never look very good in them. And I never worked out why. I mean, it's all because of those bright overhead lights that just shine directly down on you, and they make you look terrible. They make your skin look bad, you get the weird shadows, your clothes look all rumpled, and then you go into the changing rooms, and you look in the mirror, and everything looks good. And I just figured out why. It's because when you're shopping in the store, and you got those mirrors, you're like, man, I look like a piece of I need new clothes. And then you take those new clothes and you try them on, and you've got a way better mirror in the changing room, and you look good, and you're like, oh my God, I must buy these clothes because they'll make me look good. How am I just figuring this out now? I was wondering this my whole life. During the pitch, Belinda cheekily asked the slightly portly shark Kevin O'Leary if he fancied having a look in a skinny mirror, but he wasn't playing ball. Yeah, dude, that's not appropriate. In fact, he said, the truth is you're lying to people. I'm out. But I also forbid any other shark from investing in this. Balls, Kevin. But also, he's completely right. He obviously didn't really wield that kind of power, but he needn't have worried as none of the other sharks were interested in investing in a product built on the principles of deceit and perpetuating unrealistic body images. On reflection, that was a pretty fair outcome for the skinny mirror. On reflection, I almost missed that one, but I didn't. Hand in glove. As we've discussed recently on Business Blaze, forgetting to drive on the right side of the road in a foreign country can lead to tragic consequences and even international wrangling over fudged diplomatic immunity laws. Yeah, there was a woman who was married to a plumber or something, or an electrician on a US base, and she killed someone by driving, distracted. And she was like, diplomatic immunity. And it was like, your husband's a plumber at the, American military base. And she was like, yeah. It counts, doesn't it? And the Americans were like, yes. And the British were like, yes. An absent-minded moment from US citizen Anne Sakoulas led to the accidental death of a teenager in the UK. I just managed to tell, I already told this story, I'm just going to skip ahead. But maybe such painful incidents as this could have been avoided if the UK Dragon had paid more attention to inventor Mike Carr in 2007. The appropriately named inventor approached the Dragons with a groundbreaking new solution, which promised to solve the problem once and for all. In fact, Mike firmly believed that he had come up with something that was destined to be regarded as the greatest driving safety product of all time and would save hundreds of needless deaths and accidents every year. I have to say, there have been situations where, I go to the UK, or I'm in Europe, and you're driving on the other side of the road, and it's like, yeah, I've made errors. And then it's like, oh, I'm on the wrong side. I was on a motorcycle trip once in Sri Lanka with a friend of mine who's Austrian. And in Sri Lanka, they drive on the left. In Austria, they obviously drive on the right. And we were riding our motorbikes. And he sets off before me. And he's riding on the wrong side of the road around a corner. I'm like, Alex! And he's like, what? Looks behind, goes over to the other side, and then a bus comes around the corner. I'm like, what? Dude, you're f***ing welcome, Alex. I can remember watching this episode at the time and feeling intrigued by the question of how exactly Mike was going to solve such an issue, which was more about lapses in human memory than anything technical. The answer was a bit of an anticlimax. Mike Carr presented a single white glove, which he dubbed the Drive Safe Glove. There was nothing remotely special about the glove, but Mike's idea was that when you were driving abroad, you would first slip the single glove onto either your left or right hand, depending on which side of the road you're supposed to be driving on. This does nothing. You've got to remember to drive on the left side of the road, but you've also got to remember to put the f***ing glove on. It's also just a white glove. It's like, just go to the golf store, or wherever Michael Jackson buys shit. This would act as a permanent visible reminder to stay on the right side of the road at all times, or the left. The glove, 2,000 years too late. But the Dragons were quick to slam the emergency brakes on the idea, as investor Richard Farley politely remarked, something tells me this isn't going to work. Was Richard Farley the Australian one? Be like, something tells me this isn't going to work, mate. I don't think this is a good one. Hard pass. Mike Carr may have been driven away from the den, but it's believed all these years later. He's still trying to get the drive-safe glove into mass production, despite the fact that even if you quite like the idea, you could surely achieve an identical effect by just wearing a glove that you already own. Yes, £100,000. Are you smoking crack? Wake and bacon. Hey! I supposedly enjoy quite a privileged morning routine in that I only have to ring the bell in my basement to alert Simon that I've woken up. At this point, he'll stop scrubbing the outside steps and make a start on cooking my full English breakfast. You're welcome, Danny! But I recognise that other people aren't quite so lucky and usually are just awoken by the rude blaring of an alarm clock which signifies that you need to crawl out of bed before getting a chance to prepare anything as civilised as a cup of tea or a slice of fried bread. Just imagine if you could wake up to 2 whole rashers of crispy bacon that you could enjoy in bed before making any solid commitment to get up and face the world. This was the idea that led Matty Salin into developing the Wake and Bacon, a product with such a wonderful name that I suspect he may have come up with the first name first and then built a product around it. Yeah, this is the worst. Don't do that. Don't do that. The name is not that important. The Wake and Bacon was a new breed of alarm clock that didn't need an actual alarm. Instead, the little wooden box with a cute pig's face on the front would wake you up with a sizzling aroma of freshly cooked bacon. If it's actually real bacon in there, and it's cooking it for me, I'll be like, that's legit. I'll put it on the toast. But if it's just the smell of bacon, that's going to be incredibly disappointing because I know the reality of it is I'm just going to have like a bowl of cereal or something because I'm not going to bother to cook bacon every morning. Before you climb into bed, you simply slot 2 rashers of bacon into a little tray at the side of the box. The device's halogen lamp will start heating it up about 10 minutes before you're due to rise from your slumber the next morning. Okay, that's pretty cool. But you're still going to, isn't that going to get nasty overnight, especially in the summer? It's like, I wouldn't leave bacon out overnight. And also, too, you got to make all the extra go along with the bacon. Matty had even come up with a brilliant marketing slogan, Rise and Swine. Yeah, Matty's a brilliant marketer. What a hero. When he approached Shark Tank for investment in 2011, he was looking for $40,000 in exchange for a 20% grilled steak in his wake and bacon business. But the sharks, I imagine Matty is a dude who talks a bit like this. But the sharks were not in the mood for making any rash decisions that day, brah. I feel like there's that stage people get to, where it's like, look, everyone likes, it's 420 all the way, man, no worries. But there is a point where you've just smoked so much weed that you sound like you're smoking weed all the time, even if you're not, and even if you stop. I don't know what it is, but it's just like, it just gets to the stage where you're just talking all the time like this. I don't know what's happened, man, but it's like all the time you just talk like this. And people are like, it's fine, it doesn't make you slow. And I'm like, look, clearly it does. Anecdotally, there are definitely people who smoke too much weed, and now it's like they're smoking weed all the time, even when they're not.
Yeah, well, that's just like your opinion, man.
What is up with that science? But the sharks were not in the mood for making any rash decisions on that day. Ba-da-bum-bum! This is filled with puns. The atmosphere turned sour when it was revealed that you would have to sleep next to 2 rashers of raw, unrefrigerated meat for the duration of every single night. And the sharks pointed out that the novelty was likely to wear thin very quickly when your bedroom began to absolutely reek of greasy chunks of dead pig. Another more pressing problem was the fact that the sharks perceived the box as a dangerous fire hazard. Considering that smoking in bed has long been frowned upon, it does seem it's long been frowned upon. Yeah, no like if you want to die. I think cigarettes put themselves out automatically these days. I'm not sure. But look, don't smoke in bed, kids. Don't smoke in general. It does seem something of a backward step to suddenly introduce the concept of automated bacon cooking in the bedroom before you've even woken up yet. All the sharks passed on the investment opportunity, although Kevin O'Leary did jokingly offer to buy the single pig box that Matty had brought to the pitch for a couple of $100 as he wanted to put it in his museum of really bad ideas that killed me. Kevin O'Leary is a bit of a legend. He's got quite a good YouTube channel as well. It's quite a laugh. When I was a student, I did have a coffee machine that, it was like a drip coffee machine, and I'd put the coffee in there every night, and I had one of those. I didn't buy an expensive one, that has a timer on it. Like, I have like a fancy drip machine now, and you can time it to go off in the morning, and it makes delicious coffee, and you can choose the strength and all that. This one was just something I picked up like for £5 at Asda, and I also bought one of those £1 timers that you plug into the plug and it turns on a specific time, and I'd have that bad boy make coffee in the morning for me, and I'd wake up to the smell of coffee, and I was like,
oh, this coffee smells like shit.
It is shit, Austin.
This is absolutely glorious, and how life should be. Despite the rejection, the project still seemed to attract interest from thousands of viewers who seemed genuinely keen on shoving bacon into their mouths before they'd even made a trip to the bathroom. But unlike the little piggy you went to market, the Wake and Bacon doesn't appear to have made it quite that far. Super knees. You know your pitch is going badly when you're thrown out of the room before you've even had a chance to open your mouth. The orthopedic entrepreneur, Stipe Solich, arrived on the UK's Dragon Den in 2005, showing off his latest invention. Super knees. They were essentially a pair of roller skates which you strapped to your knees. Stipend had apparently spent 6 years researching kneeling activities and concluded that there was a gap in the market for a tool that would help people who spend all day working on their knees get around a bit quicker. Dude, no. Super knees enabled the user to whiz around from chore to chore with speed and ease while never having to rise from the kneeling position. Who the f*** is this? This would surely be an ideal tool for people who shine the shoes of very long queues of customers and full-time grovelers. There's a whole niche on YouTube of people who like craft make things and restore things, and I absolutely love it. It's one of my you guys must get the impression that I watch a lot of YouTube. It's because it's absolutely true. I think there is an absolute demand for a channel where people make the failed products from Dragon's Den and Shark Tank, like someone making a functional version of that baker thing, or the super knees, or what else did we have? Well, you can easily make the glove one. Just go to the golf store. What else is there? The mirror that hardly ever... That one's also fairly boring. But these more interesting ones, people should that would be a great niche. Aside from that, though, I'm not sure if Stipend's target audience was as big as he might have hoped. We'll sadly never know how much Stipend was hoping to raise in investment from the Dragons, or just how much of Super Knees he was willing to surrender after kicking off his pitch with a short demonstration of Super Knees in action. The Dragon Peter Jones responded with, "Please don't tell me you've given up your life to develop Super Knees." I love Peter Jones. He's so brutal. And it's just like, please. He's not like, you're a dick, this is a terrible idea. He's like, please tell me you haven't made a huge error. At this point, all the dragons collapsed into hysterics, and Stipend left the den without ever getting the chance to speak a word. But maybe he had the last laugh. Although Super Knees didn't exactly set the world on fire and no longer seems to be in production, it did enjoy modest success for a short while in Spain, Israel, and the Ukraine. What the is going on in Spain, Israel, and the Ukraine? I don't imagine three countries that are more different. The Ionic? Yeah, maybe. Finally, they say that you should never peak too early. But in terms of sheer lunacy, the US version of Shark Tank arguably peaked with the pilot episode in 2009. This was back in the days when Bluetooth headsets for mobile phones were all the rage, and it briefly looked as if the whole world had succumbed to madness as everyone walked around the high street seemingly having conversations with themselves. I like how that's just completely normal these days. Like, I'll have my earpods in and I'll be talking to people just doing phone calls. And it's like, yeah, of course, it's just normal. On the plus side, this was good news for nutters who really were having fierce arguments with themselves, but now just looked like they were engaged in very important business with the Tokyo Stock Exchange. I mean, yes, I guess. But it's like my business phone calls that I do while I want, walking around. It's like, yeah, that's really interesting. I could try that. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, very interesting. Good. Whereas the raving lunatic is like, the man on the hill, JFK, 9/11 was an inside job, Neil Armstrong's a terrorist. I bet there is a conspiracy that Neil Armstrong is still alive and is a terrorist. There's just so many. Darren Johnson was an enthusiastic Bluetooth headset user and spotted a problem with the sweeping trend. The earpiece would often move around a bit too much in your ear, interfering with the quality of the call. Sometimes it would even fall out of your ear altogether and end up getting lost. But never fear, because Darren had a quick and handy solution that was destined to change the hands-free telephonic conversation forever. I say quick and handy. It was actually an alarmingly drastic solution. Please don't tell me they're like removing people's ears or actually modifying someone's body. That would not be good. Darren's new iconic ear was a Bluetooth device which he had surgically implanted into your ear canal. Holy dude. So you never have to worry about losing that vital connection ever again. You'd be disappointed when AirPods come around. You're like, oh, it's a lot better than my implanted one, isn't it? You get to enjoy such things as stereo music and noise cancellation. The device would need charging up from time to time, but Darren had that covered too. Before you got into bed at night, around about the same time as you're shoving raw unrefrigerated meat into your wake and bacon, you simply inserted a Q-tip sized charger into your ear hole so that your iconic ear would be all fired up for tomorrow morning's thrilling telephone calls. Darren was seeking a cool $1 million for a mere 15% in his company. Wow, that is a valuation right there. But none of the sharks seemed particularly interested in listening to what he had to say. Part of the problem with the pitch, quite apart from the fact that the product was absolutely bonkers, is that Darren seemed a humorless soul who failed to back up his invention with any qualifications, or testing, or science. or credibility. His stone-cold reactions to the sharks, creasing up with laughter at the absurdity of his idea, only served to make the whole pitch even more uncomfortable and cringe-inducing. I do love some good cringe, you know. In that respect, it was an odd choice to appear on the pilot episode, and perhaps not very representative of the more promising candidates to come over the next decade and beyond. Darren's super dry pitch, which sought an absolute fortune for a balmy product that hadn't even been tested, was clearly not going to go down well with the fresh sharks. Barbara Corrin, apparently I don't think I've really seen American Shark Tank very much, I've seen a few, summed up the mood of the room when she declared, "This is the weirdest damn thing I ever heard." Darren Johnson now seems to have vanished off the face of the earth, and it's speculated that he may have even changed his name to try and bury his association with the pitch that is widely regarded as one of the most ridiculous in the entire history of the show. He may have been one of the show's original stars, but it would appear that Darren Johnson is now very much out. Maybe he took a good long look at himself in the mirror and realised that entrepreneurialism wasn't for him. Or maybe he just took a good long look at himself in the skinny mirror of lies and basked in the own glory of his own all-consuming genius. This has been an episode of Business Blaze. Thank you for joining me on this blazing journey. It was a fun one today. If you'd like more of these, Danny actually said, Simon, there is a lot of room for follow-up if this does well. So if you like it, smash that like button. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to check out that podcast. Links below. Stay legendary. How am I just figuring this out now? I was wondering this my whole life. No, it doesn't sound a bit dodgy, Danny. It sounds absolutely f***ing fake. This is Business Blaze. I am your boy with the blaze. Welcome back! I have no idea when you're watching this, but this is the first video that I'm recording. In fact, it is Monday, the 4th of January. I was going to say November for some stupid reason. I don't know why. I hope you had a great Christmas or holidays or whatever the celebrate, and a happy new year. Or if you haven't, I mean, I know some people, I've got to be inclusive, you know? It's 2021. Some people celebrate the new year in like March. So what the what happens here is Danny shall write a script. I shall read the script, Sam shall add some memes, and do some video editing stuff, which is just fantastic. This is recent inventions that nobody asked for. Business Blaze, something nobody asked for, and yet here we are. Do you ever worry that when you don't do something for a while, like it's been a couple of weeks, and I'm like, do I remember how to blaze? How do I blaze again? What is Business Blaze? What do I do when I don't use the teleprompter? And then you start doing it, and you're immediately like, oh yeah! That's how. It's like riding a bike. Except when I was a kid, I didn't ride a bike for a while. I forgot how. I must be the only person who has forgotten how to ride a bike. I've long been worried... COVID? I've long been worried by the theory that I've been dead for years and years. It's just that nobody ever really noticed. Better check on Danny. Hold on. What is going on, Danny? How are we starting this today? The big giveaway is that my hands are often as freezing cold as a pair you might expect to find loosely attached to a corpse. Why are the hands loosely attached to a corpse? Surely they'd be just as attached as before, unless what caused the person to die was the detachment of the hands, and then reattachment, but not very well, so that they were loose. Am I reading into this too much, Danny? What's going on? Who are you? Last time we were talking about your business trips to the Philippines. MI6? I once attended a big presentation during my time working at the Royal Bank of Scotland. I accidentally said Scotland with a Scottish accent there, and I don't know why. Royal Bank of Scotland!
You just made an enemy for life!
I can't remember exactly what it was about. I probably wasn't even meant to have been invited. But at the close of the meeting, the speaker took the time to shake everybody's hand and thank them for attending. I know they're trying to be like all like a good boss, like thanks for coming to the meeting, thanks for coming to the meeting. It's just like, I just dismiss us. Like if I ever host meetings, and I don't have any, I have 1 or 2 meetings a week on the phone, and that's literally it because I hate meetings. I would just, there'd be people sitting around the table and I'd just say dismissed and everyone would leave, and that's how it would be. And everyone would be like, Simon's a bit of a dick. He's not very friendly. He never shakes my hand. And it's like, well, Simon doesn't like shaking your hands because they're covered in feces. And I don't mean that like they're not literally covered in feces, but you go to the toilet, there's feces floating around the place. I don't like touching things. I'm like the guy, and people make fun of me for this, but I stand by it 100%. Like, my family made fun of me for years because I wouldn't use the Dyson hand dryers. You know, the ones where it's like you put your hands in and you go like, do you have these in America, or is this just a European thing? You put your hands in the top, you slide them in, and then you pull them out slowly. All the while, the machine is going like... I'm not putting my hands in there, because all that's doing is spraying, like, someone who hasn't used soap to wash their hands, feces all around the place, and into my beard, and into my mouth, and up my nose. And I'm just saying, like, don't use that. And then I'm the guy, so it's like, I'll finish peeing if I'm in a stool or taking a shit or whatever. And I'll mount that and I'll flush it with my foot. And then I'll, like, use my foot to bring down the toilet seat. And then I'll use my foot to open the door. And then I'll use my foot to open the other door. And I don't feel, I know you might be thinking this is a bit ridiculous, but look, whoever is out there, like, I get you, Simon. We would be good friends. What is going on? Why am I doing this? Where am I? I have forgotten how to blaze. Friend in the comments says, like, Simon, you don't have to read Daddy Street. You don't have to. You can just rant and we'll watch. It's not okay. It's a bit weird, but alright. When he was shaking my hand, oh my god, did we really get there? Did we really? We're gonna be here forever. While he was shaking my hand, he suddenly recalled in horror and shrieked, "Oh my god, are you alright? Your hand is like a block of ice. What's wrong with you?" That was extremely impolite and unprofessional. I probably should have just made my excuses and walked away, but I suddenly felt compelled to try and shake hands with everybody else in the room so that I could canvass opinion on my hand temperature, leading to one of the most socially awkward conclusions to a presentation in history. Danny, you didn't do that.
Why you always lying? Oh my god. Stop your fucking lying.
Opinions seem to be quite divided. He did. I'm slapping myself in the face right now as I write this script, and my hands feel pretty warm to me. Some people commented at the time that my hands possibly just react in quite an extreme way to cold temperature. And this presentation happened after the great credit crunch of 2008, so it's quite likely that the Royal Bank of Scotland couldn't afford to turn on the heating anymore. If only somebody had invented a product capable of keeping your hands warm when the temperature gets a bit nippy. Well, in 2011, the Seattle-based company Archie McPhee did just that when they launched Handapants. This totally exists. They're called skiing gloves. I mean, they're a bit impractical and massive, but I mean skiing gloves with the, the batteries that heat up your hands. This product is essentially a pair of fingerless underpants for your hands that look and feel exactly like a pair of briefs, crafted from 95% breathable cotton and 5% spandex for stretchability. I suspect that the company may have had its tongue planted firmly in cheek when it runs through some of the hundreds of different uses for handapants, including sanitary handshakes, cooking, construction work, and night blogging. What? I don't understand the joke. Well, I mean, maybe I do. It's fairly weak, and also isn't this a serious invention? And the marketing video goes slightly over the top when the presenter declares, "Talk about sexy. You're gonna have to hold the ladies back after you get a glance at these tighty-whities." Wait, are these gloves or underpants? What is going on? I'm so confused. Of course, it could be argued that the existence of the glove rendered this new product useless before it even hit the market. And the added bonus of wearing a proper glove is that you don't walk around looking like you've become deeply confused while trying to get dressed in the morning. I guess maybe we'll put a picture here and everyone else will know what's going on. Danny, I could have used a picture in the script, to be quite honest. Not that you don't paint a beautiful picture of these in my mind, but right now I'm just picturing some sort of gloves that look like Calvin Klein underwear. But even though handapants largely seem to be a silly gag gift, the product appears to have turned into something of a bizarre success story, and you can still pick up a pair online for only $10. What a bargain. At least Archie McPhee doesn't appear to take themselves or their product too seriously. The same can't always be said. With a long list of products that are so frighteningly ridiculous, the results are enough to send a furious shiver down your spine. We'll see about that, Danny. I very rarely get furious. I was assembling some IKEA furniture over the break, and at one point, I'm trying to put this board in. And I'm like, IKEA furniture, normally it's like very simple, you put it together, no worries. There's this one, and it's like, yeah, just put this piece of dowel in there and then slide that onto that. And I'm like, look, it's difficult, so obviously I'm doing something wrong because it's IKEA. And I checked the instructions 1,000 times, and I'm like, no, it's supposed to be in there. So I'm like, alright, I'm going to really force it in because that's how it should be. And then, yeah, the dowel just pushes through the nice outside bit, and now there's a big hole on the outside of my chest of drawers. And I'm like, that's brilliant. And I read the instructions again, and I'm like, I did this correctly. F*** IKEA. Hashtag IKEA. The colour-changing e-ink dress. Sounds brilliant. I'm sure we all remember the viral internet sensation that was the photograph of the dress in 2015. Hell, that was 6 years ago. Jesus Christ. Which sparked global debate over what colour it was supposed to be. Some argue that the dress was clearly black and royal blue. Yeah, dumb people, it was clearly gold and white. While others insisted that any fool could see that it was white and gold. Interestingly, there's no scientific consensus on how the photograph managed to trigger such an extreme difference in colour perception, and it's so far proved impossible to replicate the effect in such a compelling way as the original photograph. It could have something also, I mean, it wasn't, everyone found this so interesting, and I'm sarcastic about how it was clearly white and gold, but it was kind of like a photo that looked a bit like both, and it was kind of shot in shitty lighting, and it's like, I mean, most importantly, who the cares? It could have something to do with differences in how the human brain perceives and processes colour, or bearing in mind that the manufacturers officially confirmed the colours of the dress as black and royal blue. It could be that 43% of the world's population are wrong. But what if the same dress could be both sets of colours at once, or even every damn colour on the wheel? And it's like, yes. Okay, so they say it was black and royal blue, but then that doesn't mean that necessarily it looks that way when the camera takes the photograph, because, I mean, all colour is just our brain doing it's like, I'm gonna absolutely get this wrong, but it's like if something's red, right? Like my red Solo cups. If it's red, that means it's the only colour that it's not absorbing isn't red. The red is being bounced off and into your eyes. So it's not, nothing is really, I'm going to shut up because I'm not a scientist. The Japanese company Dai Nippon Printing Co. unveiled their color-changing dress at the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas in 2018. I've actually seen this, and it's really boxy and weird looking. Powered from just a single AA battery, the high-tech dress was capable of cycling through a glittering sequence of patterns and colors for 3 whole days before you'd need to charge it up again. Or just replace the single AA battery. They're not expensive. It was a product designed in conjunction with e-ink that used to provide the nice paper-like displays for Kindle screens via the use of tiny capsules suspended in a liquid, which is encased in a film layer. The microcapsules contain positively charged white particles and negatively charged black particles, so applying different electrical fields to different parts of the screen results in those soothing monochromatic displays. The e-ink prism is a new colourful variant on the idea, which can shift through 7 different colours when a current is applied. And Dai Nippon Printing felt that one of the best ways to show off this new technology was via the medium of a fashion garment, potentially bringing a whole new meaning to the term wardrobe malfunction. Ba-da-bum-bum. We're probably still some ways off of the e-ink dress hitting the racks of Primark. Aside from being massively expensive, they haven't yet figured out how to incorporate the technology into a wearable garment. A giant Primark just recently opened near my house, and I was like, brilliant. I mean, I generally don't like this, I don't like fast fashion. It is a environmental catastrophe, and I'm no environmental hero. If my recycling bin's full, it's like, alright, that bit of plastic is gonna go in the bin, and I'll take the recycling tomorrow. I'm not gonna put the plastic recycling aside and then put it in the bin tomorrow. That's going in the regular trash. I'm not a hero. But fast fashion is such a train wreck environmentally. There's that and Primark. But it's perhaps a worrying glimpse into the future when our clothes will almost certainly become digital display screens. That's going to be awesome. What are you talking about? You'll just buy one Business Blaze t-shirt and then I'll license out the designs. And then people can pirate them and everything, which will... Okay, this. The human race may well evolve into walking digital billboards, getting paid loads of money to promote Raid Shadow Legends. They would, wouldn't they? Someone sent me a brilliant graphic. It was like of the Queen giving a speech on, you might not know. In the UK, every year, the Queen gives a very boring speech that my granddad used to make us watch, and I've never watched since because that. On Christmas Eve, the Queen, or on Christmas Day, or whatever, the Queen gives a speech. And she's like, oh gosh, the country's been doing very badly this year. COVID has been tearing up. And someone sent me this brilliant image, and it's like where the subtitles go. And it's like, just before we get started onto the Queen's message this year, this message is brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends. And she was wearing a very typical Queen green dress, and someone green screens the Raid Shadow Legends her, and I'm like, mwah! While nipping to the shops for a packet of Lucky Strikes, we might even follow in the footsteps of Sam, our resident memologist. He's not really resident. He is in the basement. And learn how to communicate with each other by just bringing up relevant memes on our t-shirts. This will be cool. I actually look forward to this. Perhaps a slightly more interesting use of the e-ink prism tech. People will be pirating. You'll have a changeable shirt, you'll pirate the Armani logo. Perhaps a slightly more interesting use of the e-ink prism technology could be found in the walls of your future home. At the same Las Vegas show, Dai Nippon Printing also revealed living walls which cycle through different shapes and colors and can even can react to your breath and body temperature to perform certain functions such as turning on the lights. Wait, how does that work? So you're like, that means turn on the light. I wet myself. That means, well, you know, open the toilet door. I gotta change. Assuming that unlike me, you have a body temperature, but now that could potentially save a fortune for those idiots who insist on redecorating the whole house every season. No one does that. No one redecorates the house every season. Do they? The car exhaust grill. That sounds awesome, but horrible at the same time. Like, if you can grill off your car and it not taste like arse, I'd be into that. I'm always up for the idea of multitasking and saving time. Right now, I'm writing the script while vacuuming the basement, feeding the radiator, and preparing a nice mushroom stroganoff for dinner. I guess he must be picking the weird mushrooms that go in the basement, because I definitely don't provide him any. But how much time would you save if your car could cook a burger on your behalf while you were driving? That's the fabulous idea behind the car exhaust grill, created by a group of Iranian chefs in 2015, and released by the Ruhollah Merikapur brands. It's essentially a little isolated. If they want to break through into the West, they might just consider rebranding themselves like RM or something. Just saying. It's essentially a little isolated meat pocket attached to a holder which you slot into your exhaust pipe. That is, no, come on, that is nasty. I mean, how big's your exhaust pipe going to be? What are you going to do? Cook a cocktail sausage? This, I mean, all you need to do is shove a raw patty into the meat pocket, take the car out for a quick spin, and by the time you've reached the local bookies at the other end of town, that sounds like something that'd be happening in Iran. You'll have a delicious burger waiting for you. I have no idea if they can gamble in Iran, but I don't imagine them as like the freest country in the world. And I feel like I live in a fairly free country, and it's like you can't gamble online, like roulette and you can bet on sports, I think, but most online gambling is not allowed, and I'd say fairly sensibly. As I say, cooked to perfection, the inventors claim that the cunning design of the isolated meat pocket prevents any exhaust smoke from hitting the burger, so there's no risk of eating heavily polluted meat. But I would never feel entirely comfortable with the idea of cooking a burger right next to an exhaust pipe, and I'll usually eat any old shit. You also have to wonder what kind of person feels that his hectic lifestyle in the fast lane doesn't give him any free time to devote to cooking a burger. Yes, yet is perfectly happy to piss about slapping raw meat next to his exhaust pipe. We really don't have to do this. You're in a car. Just drive to bloody McDonald's. Yeah, Danny, look, not everyone can afford McDonald's. That's a lie. I do have like a cough or like a sore throat. It's probably not COVID, I'm probably fine. The double-decker couch. If you've ever seen the classic 2014 film The Lego Movie, I haven't. I'm going to go out on a limb here and assuming that Simon probably hasn't. Danny and I, same page. You might remember that the lead character Emmett famously came up with a double-decker couch as his first ever invention. Fascinating. I have seen the film Step Brothers, where they make the double-decker bed with loads of room for activities. It's an extremely funny movie.
So many aerobics in here, so many activities.
Although his peers initially pour scorn into coming up with such a silly idea, the double-decker couch ends up saving Emmett and is acronylotrial. Oh my god, what is that? I guess this is the material that Lego is made from. Acrylonitrile butadiene styrene-based buddies from drowning. They're plastic, they can't drown. The concept pretty much takes the concept of bunk beds and transports it into the living room. I used to share a bunk bed with my older brother when I was a very little kid. He always got to sleep on the top bunk, purely on the ground, so he was older than me. That's how it works, Danny. And the experience isn't very exciting when you're relegated to the lower bunk. It's like sleeping in a normal bed, except you have to put up with the constant eerie creaking noises from above. When we moved into separate bedrooms a little later in life, he always bagged the bigger room as well, again because he was the oldest and needed more space. Well, he is older and bigger, Danny. Look, I was the older sibling. So, like, I'm definitely not on Danny's side on this one. The problem with this policy is that when I reached an age at which I needed more space myself, he still had the biggest bedroom because he was still the oldest. It's not like I ever got the chance to catch up. Ridiculous. There's a lesson there, Danny. Be born first. But anyway, to get back to the point. The American company Expand Furniture was inspired by the Lego Movie to take all the glorious fun of bunk beds and park it in front of the television, all for about $3,500. Look, a couple of things here. Many things here. One, if you live in an apartment that is so small that you need double-decker couch, you can't afford $3,500. I mean, unless you like live in Hong Kong or something. Or Manhattan, maybe. No, even then. Even then. Two, people who can buy a couch for $3,500 don't generally have like 20-year-old roommates who would think this is fun. But for all of the YouTube creators who live in hype houses, this is perfect! You created a brilliant product for Jake Paul. As Emmett himself points out in the movie, one of the great advantages of the double-decker couch is that it creates more comfortable seating during those busy times when you have quite a few friends visiting at once. Now, nobody needs to sit on the floor, they can just climb the ladder and hop on the top deck of the couch.
You like guacamole?
When we're sitting on the floor over a problem, get a beanbag, get a pillow. What is going on? Although the product is still available to buy today, the emphasis appears to have changed slightly as the marketing now focuses on promoting a couch which can also be transformed into bunk beds. It's possible that Expand Furniture discovered a few downsides of the double-decker couch. For starters, it makes conversation very awkward as everyone appears to be taking part in an episode of University Challenge. But more importantly, the people sitting on the top deck would have to sit like Buddha all the time, otherwise their dangling legs would keep booting the other people sitting in the bottom deck right in the face. They didn't make it high enough. I guess then you have to have really high ceilings. So this is just a idea all round. Also, it seems dangerous. Still, maybe some of these teething problems can be ironed out when they inevitably get round to designing the triple-decker couch. Don't do it, please don't. The Treadmobile. Romanian decathlete Alex Astelian was on a mission to make exercise routines more interesting. In 2007, the very idea of spending any great length of time pounding along on a road to nowhere on the treadmill at your local gym seems monotonous, spirit-crushing, and not particularly scenic unless you happen to enjoy the sight of other sweaty people panting for breath. It's 2021, just put your iPhone in the little slot and watch some YouTube videos. Maybe you're doing that right now. If so, hello, keep on grinding, good job. You're almost there, old chap. What if you could escape the suffocating four walls of the gym and take exercise to the great outdoors? I bet nobody ever thought of that before, and Alex had come up with a particularly cunning approach. The Treadmobile was an outdoor version of the treadmill, which used human force to actually move it forward, like a proper vehicle. So if you fancied popping down to the shops for a 4-pack of super strength lager, you just hopped on the conveyor belt of the big chunky treadmobile and powered it up by running frantically on the spot to reach your destination in style. This is the dumbest that I've ever heard of. Like, just go on foot. I mean, what is going on? This is so stupid. This must be a joke. It does seem like one of the most inherently wrong inventions of all time. If you really fancy using your legs to get to the shops, why not just go for a run or get on a bike? Exactly. Or just, walk. I mean, how else are we going to get there? Handstands all the way. That would surely be a far more effective and cheaper approach than wheeling out this ridiculous monstrosity, which I suspect has more than a few issues when it comes to accurate steering or emergency braking or parking or not looking like an absolute bell end. Critics at the time pointed out that the Flintstones' famous foot-powered car demonstrated smarter engineering. Yes. Yet despite the negative reaction from his $110,000 prototype, Alex, what are you doing? Stop wasting your money. I'd be like, if I was on Dragon's Den or Shark Tank, as whatever it is, I'd be like, please, just tell me that you haven't wasted your entire life savings on this. Yet despite, Alex still seems to have determined to find investments to help fulfill the American dream of running outside on a treadmill. He even envisages a future in which the human-powered treadmobile evolves into an everyday form of public transport. Good luck with that, Alex. On your bike, pal. What Olympic sport was Alex doing? Was it like boxing? Because something's happened to him. Decathlete. 10 sports at once. Well, one of them is going to cause damage to his brain. Power balance bracelets. This is a debatable final entry into a list of inventions that nobody asked for, as the Power Balance Company arguably didn't invent anything at all. But I would strongly suggest that they're guilty of reinventing something that nobody asked for the first time around. Don't reinvent things that people don't buy. The Power Balance bracelets went on sale. Is this one of those fake things? Is this like, yeah, you wear it, it gives you good energy? What sort of energy? Good vibe. The fuck? Stop! And now James Randi's dead. There needs to be someone new to fill the shoes of the great James Randi. If you don't know who James Randi is, I'm not going to explain it to you. Just Wikipedia it. You'll be glad you did. Absolute legend. What's the past tense of legend? Was an absolute legend. They first went on sale around 2007, priced at $30 a pop. The product was a simple silicone band with a hologram embedded inside of it. It may not sound very exciting, but looks can be deceiving, because the California-based company revealed that our bodies have a natural energy field which gets bombarded every day by negative energy from mobile phones and TVs and computers and newspaper headlines. This energy alters our frequencies and throws us off balance. The hologram inside the bracelet is designed to optimize the body's energy flow and improve your balance, strength, and flexibility. This may sound a bit dodgy to non-believers. No, it doesn't sound a bit dodgy, Danny. It sounds absolutely fake. But they backed it up, some of these claims, with proper scientific tests, with measuring and everything. No, they didn't. I already know they didn't. A large group of athletes were given a set of athletic tasks to perform without the bracelet and then asked to repeat the tests while wearing the holographic healing device. They all performed much better during the second round. There is a catch, and I'm waiting to find out what it is. I am so confident of myself right now that if it works out some other way, I'll slap myself in the face real hard. live here on Business Blaze. There's probably a good reason for that, as demonstrated in another independent test carried out by Australian TV show Today Tonight in 2009. During this double-blind study, the participating athletes were again given 2 rounds of trials to perform, and this time they were wearing a type of bracelet for both rounds, but were never told when they were wearing a bracelet containing the magic hologram. The athletes again performed significantly better during the second round, but had zero relation whether they were wearing a genuine power balance bracelet or just a generic rubber band. It was more to do with the fact that most athletes are generally better prepared for the second round of trials when they had a clearer idea of what to expect. Who could have known? At best, all that Power Balance had really done was to invent the placebo bracelet, which is not a million miles away from the concept of wearing a pair of lucky underpants. Yet some surprisingly high-profile names bought into the conjury, including Lamar Odom, never heard of him, from the Los Angeles Lakers, football poser David Beckham, never heard of it, no, I do know David Beckham, Kate Middleton, Robert De Niro, and even Bill Clinton. Get your together. These other guys don't have to be smart for what they do. Bill Clinton, you were the president, mate. Although, come to think of it. Sales went through the roof during the first few years, but died down later on when the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission forced the company to change their marketing copy in 2010. Power Balance admitted there is no credible scientific evidence that supports our claims. Therefore, we engaged in misleading conduct. Yes, you did. Just a year later, the company found themselves on the brink of bankruptcy when they faced a US lawsuit for fraud. Where's the fraud? Did they claim they did a test? I don't know, is there really fraud there? I mean, it's not ethically right, is it? Did they actually claim that it did these things, or did they just say that our study showed that it did these things? Have a look at the study yourself. I don't know, it's probably a fine line, but also you don't want that. Don't do this. The undisclosed settlement concluded with all the misled customers receiving entitlement to a full refund, and the cost of the company was rumored to be somewhere between $1 million and $57 million. That is a big difference. Like $1 million, you'd be like, alright, that sucks, but I could eat it. $57 million? Dude, you have to sell a lot of bracelets. But despite this, you can still buy your own Power Balance bracelet from the restructured company today. It's probably cheaper to stick with the Lucky Underpants though, or if you're determined to try something new, go for a pair of Lucky Underpants to really get onto the path to Olympic glory. Since I bought my own pair, I've grown actually quite attached to them, and I refuse to ever take them off in case I ever get struck by lightning or something. You'd have to pry them from my cold, dead hands. Very nice callback, Danny. This has been brought to you by Hello Fresh. I have been your boy with the blaze. If you'd like a certified legend t-shirt, why not pop over to purchasethemerch.co and get it hooked up. Thanks for watching. This is perfect! You created a brilliant product for Jake Paul. And by propaganda nonsense, I mean glorious motherland programming. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Business Blaze. This episode of Business Blaze is, and speaking of being really dumb, incredible design fails. What happens here is Danny shall write us a script, I shall read the script, and Sam will sprinkle in some fine vintage memes. Tacoma Narrows Bridge. I've been there. Kemper Arena. John Hancock Tower. The Leaning Tower of Pisa. These are just some of the incredible architectural fails that I'd intensely researched before. Simon told me that he wanted a script about incredible product design fails. Oh yeah, no, that was on me. Like normally I'm like, Danny, you've misinterpreted what I've said. I am an infallible man, and you somehow became trapped in the basement. But this one's on me. Sorry, Danny. But never mind that. This change of direction gives us a very rare chance to talk about communism. Now, if anyone's new here and doesn't know what the communism meme was, Danny always brought up communism in every video. And then I was like, Danny, fine, get it out of your system, write us a video all about communism. And then it turns out that Danny just hates communism. And from everything I gathered from him, he was like, I just thought he would love it. And then he didn't. And I was like, I love you, Danny. But never mind. Gay! Back in the 1940s, the comrades of the Soviet Union were fascinated by the concept of newfangled television sets. But the problem was that nobody really had enough money to either manufacture or buy a half-decent model. So yeah, normally when I can't afford a TV, what I do is think, do I have enough money to make one myself? Because I have the skills! Next year, like new merch line, Business Blaze TVs. They would be so shit. I'd have to do a collab with someone who actually knows what they're doing. Oh my god, that'd be so great. A contemporary TV set would have set back the average worker, e.g. just about everybody, the equivalent of several months' worth of salary. It hardly seemed worth it, particularly when the only thing you were allowed to watch anyway was communist propaganda rubbish. Oh, Danny writes material, but I automatically assumed it would be rubbish. You see, it's on the next line. But by 1949, the launch of the first mass-produced TV set in communist Russia, the KVN-49. Ah, KVN! Of course! The communist TV that is a huge deal these days because the communists are really famous for their high-quality electronic products and cars. Offering a cheap and cheerful alternative. The KVN-49 was a pretty chunky piece of kit, but with an absolutely tiny TV screen, which was literally just a few inches long. Wouldn't you say across? I mean, long would imply how big it is. It was funny when TV's like the smallest part of it was the screen, and now it's just almost entirely screen. Like my TV at home is like, it's a massive TV, and it's got this tiny little edge around it, and you're like, we live in the future, and it's like this far off the wall. It's like, what is going on? And then I go to I'm like buying TVs, you know, you go to the store and you look at all the TVs, and there is one. I mean, it's like 10 grand, so there's no way I'm buying it. But it's just flush against the wall. And it's absolutely massive, and it looks incredible. And it's like this thin. So what is going on? How? You watch sci-fi from 5 years ago and it doesn't look that good. It probably wouldn't have been Sir Clive Sinclair's perfect vision of a TV. But I'm just going to do this whenever there's an OG Business Plays joke from now on. Because what I really want to do is make this channel appeal to a smaller group of people, because I'm an idiot. But it wouldn't have been particularly exciting for normal people or communists, but subtly implying that communists are not normal people. Which I don't think we need to subtly imply. But here's the thing, you weren't expected to squint at the tiny screen. Instead, the set came packaged with a big separate plastic disc which you filled with clear liquid such as water or glycerol or natural communist tears. After the lens had been filled and attached to the front of the tiny TV screen, it served as a giant magnifying glass so that you could get a much clearer picture of Joseph Stalin furiously wiggling his glorious moustache. I remember when I was a kid, there was something called, it was like the Innovations catalog or something like that. It had like all these crazy gadgets, which, you know, it's kind of like Sky Mall. I feel like the American Sky Mall is the equivalent of the Innovations catalog, whatever it's called. And one of those things in it, which I thought was quite clever, was a giant magnifying glass that you'd clip onto the front of your TV, and it would make your TV bigger. And now thinking about it, I mean, why not just sit closer? It's not like it's making it like that much bigger so you can't really focus if you get too close. It just made it slightly bigger. I'm gonna just sit closer to the TV. It wasn't until the 1960s that the television really began to take off in the Soviet Union. The sets were still a bit shoddy compared to their Western counterparts. Shocking. But they did at least get rid of the need for a magnifying glass. The industry was helped along by the government, who did their best to artificially decrease the cost of a set while abolishing the TV license and even subsidizing broadcasting stations to help get their propaganda messages beamed into as many homes as possible. The country may have been struggling with basicness. You see, and we just think we have to put up with ads and having to pay for Netflix. The communists were like, yeah, well, we get to watch some TV, but we have to put up with like 20 minutes per hour of propaganda nonsense. And by propaganda nonsense, I mean glorious motherland programming. The country may have been struggling with basic necessities such as food and clothing, but the government was doing everything in its power to help you watch the telly. By around 1965, television was pretty... I'm roaming around today, my legs, I did a business plays, I did 2 in a row today. I'm gonna roam a little, get my legs some exercise. By around 1965, television was pretty much exploding in the Soviet Union. I don't just mean that it was becoming increasingly popular, I mean that television sets were literally exploding in a typical communist household. Oh no! Demand for new television sets was so high, often with a 10-month waiting list, that the manufacturers were cutting corners to get them out as quickly as possible. The affordable Rubin 714 model was particularly prone to overheating and randomly bursting into flames when it was switched on for a lengthy period, or even just plugged into the socket for a while. By the 1980s, the number of apartment fires blamed on exploding TV sets had reached a staggering figure of 5,490, with occasional reports of fatalities and entire buildings getting burned to the ground. Got real. Another problem was that you couldn't just nip down to your local TV repair shop or snap up another TV set for the weekend. Once the old TV set had flared up, you probably wouldn't get a chance to watch telly again for the best part of the year. Yeah, this is pretty, disappointing. That would be pretty disappointing. It's like, why did your TV? It blew up. You don't just go get a new one. There's no, 2-year warranty. It's just like, join the waiting list, and you get another communist TV, which is probably going to burn down your house and kill your family. Brilliant. On the plus side, as we covered before in the communism video, one of our more popular videos, by the way, surprisingly, that was the one I mentioned earlier, the viewers who weren't burnt to a crisp in their own living rooms did get the opportunity to watch black market copies of the American soap Dallas, which led directly to the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991. Directly. I suppose there are those heroes from the TV show Dallas. Never seen it. I don't even know what it's about. I assume it's about Dallas. I suppose there might have been one or two other factors involved as well. Lies, Danny. And today, Russian TV sets are far less likely to spontaneously combust, although a lot of them are manufactured in other corners of the world. Yeah, obviously. No one's like, oh yeah, where's it? What's your TV? Oh, I've got a Samsung. What have you got? Yeah, I've got an LG. What have you got? I have Ruben 714. But of course, that's not to say that incredible design failure is a problem exclusive to the communists. No, it's not, but it is often something that comes up. Think of a product made in Russia. Lada. Oh, it's a piece of shit. Vodka. Oh, well, I mean, okay, we'll give you that one, Russia.
When you drink some vodka, you make honor to Russia. When you drink Coca-Cola, you're from fucking America.
The Lava B5 mobile phone. I've mentioned in the past how I miss the physical keyboards you used to get all the time on mobile phones before we all fell under the hypnotic, evil spell of touchscreen. I'm still convinced that they'll make a comeback one day when everybody finally realises what fools we've been. Don't hold your breath, Dano. So I would presumably have been quite interested in a new phone launched by a little Indian startup called Lava International back in 2010. Also, India's another country where it's like, things India is not famous for. Electronics. The Lava B5 promised a mini revolution for the phone industry. Although it didn't look particularly revolutionary on first glance. In fact, it looked just like a BlackBerry. It probably felt just like a BlackBerry too. And it tasted like it didn't taste like a BlackBerry, Danny. But there was one cunning twist. The keyboard had abandoned the traditional QWERTY layout in favor of a set that ran in alphabetical order. They called it the new Alpha keyboard. Yeah, that sounds like a brilliant idea. What's something that everyone fucking used to? Oh my god, some parking meters. I don't know why this is, but why the fuck do parking meters have it in alphabetical? So many have this. It's like, what's wrong with the QWERTY keyboard? And they've just got A, B, C, D, E, F, G. So I'm looking, like, you're plugging in your, license plate number. It's like, where's the fucking P? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, P. There it is. Whereas on a regular keyboard, you're like, yeah, where's the fucking P? I don't even know, but I instantly know where my finger goes. Like, I don't even know where the P is on a keyboard, but I know if I want to type it, there. Now, it's worth pointing out that our continued devotion to the QWERTY configuration is quite bizarre when you think about it, as the original design was intended to work around a problem that hasn't existed for years. A Milwaukee port official named Christopher Scholes is widely credited as inventing the QWERTY keyboard layer back in the 1870s, and it was largely designed to prevent typewriter jams. But everyone knows this. Everyone knows this story. I feel like I've covered this at least 17 times on Today I Found Out, which is another channel I do. If you don't know about that channel, I'm not sure how you discovered this one, but thank you, welcome, I'm glad you're here. Smash that like button, unless you dislike the video. In that case, fuck you. Smash the dislike button. Back in those days, the large mechanical rods attached to the keys would often stick together if you were quickly typing out letters that were close to each other, so Christopher's idea was to clearly space out the letters that were used the most frequently. Bearing in mind that typewriters have been obsolete for decades, it's perhaps a little surprising that we've stuck with the outdated design for so long. But it would take a pretty astronomical shift for everyone in the world to move over to a new layout. It would be a bit like learning an entirely new language. Who wants to do that? F***ing idiots. Learning a new language. Why? English is the best. I just go over and it's like, oh, bonjour, hi mate, one pan please. I know pan is bread. That might be okay when you're a youngster learning how to get grips with the keyboard at the same time as you're learning multiple languages at school, but our brains become bigger. Yeah, I had to learn German and French at school. You know what I don't speak? German or French. Although I used to have to learn English at school as well, and I don't really speak that very well, to be honest.
Excuse me, sorry, do you speak English?
No, I don't, sorry.
But our brains become significantly less spongy as we get older, until we reach the point when nobody's going to be asked to learn a new keyboard layout that runs almost entirely against our instincts, just for the sake of it. The co-founder and director of Lava International claimed at the time that it took months of rigorous research and consumer trials to conceptualize the Alpha keyboard. Bro, you've just got the letters in alphabetical order. Can you imagine the guy who made the parking meter? It's like, yeah, we decided after months of consideration that rather than using a QWERTY keyboard, what we're going to do is put them in alphabetical order to exclusively piss people off. We feel that the Alpha keyboard will further redefine the mobile phone market in a big way. I'm not entirely sure why it took months to come up with a keyboard that runs from A to Z, but it was a waste of time anyway. Shocking. Even though it was a pretty good phone in other regards, the redesigned keyboard was seen as a classic example of over-designing for no legitimate reason, and the lava BS bombed. It was always going to take more than one new mobile phone from an Indian startup company to get people of the world to abandon the habits of a lifetime and learn how to type again from scratch. And no one's doing that shit. Although, if you did, you'd be really good at operating parking meters, which opens doors. The Wenger 16999 Swiss Army knife. Back in the days, before schools got quite strict about students bringing knives into school, I can remember that a lot of kids in my class would often discreetly compare penknives. We never, I mean, I must be somewhere in between this. Because I definitely, if you brought a penknife to school, you'd probably think twice about it, but it's not like you're going to get suspended or expelled. It's going to be like, why'd you bring a penknife to school? It's a bit weird, isn't it? We never did anything remotely dangerous with them, of course. Yeah, because most people don't. It's just a penknife. No one's going to go on some stabbing spree. It's a 3-inch knife. You could stab me in the heart, it probably wouldn't reach. In fact, we barely did anything with them at all, other than compare them to see who had the fanciest model. We always like to think that we carry them so that we were fully prepared for any emergency situation. But it's not like we were struggling to survive in the remote wilderness. We mostly just used them as a handy toothpicks after we'd just paid a visit to the tuck shop. The size of your penknife became something of a childhood status symbol. I had a crap little one that probably came free with a box of Frosties. My rich mate, Tim, carried a proper Swiss Army knife, which had fold-out scissors, and a magnifying lens, and a hoof cleaner, and everything. I had a Victorinox Swiss Army knife. It was very cool. But even Tim's posh knife was nothing more than a Boy Scout's toy when compared to the mighty beast that was the Wenger 16999 Swiss Army knife, first launched in 2014 by the company which had strong roots in the history of the true, authentic Swiss Army knife. I've got a picture here. Sam, and it has appeared. Weighing in at 7.2 pounds. F***ing hell. I mean, I don't know how many pounds weigh. For some reason, I know what inches are, I know what, fathoms are, what leagues, and I don't know what those are. But I feel like I know some imperial measurements, but pounds kind of pass me by. Because it was always grams growing up. Anyway, 7.2 pounds, so it's a mysterious weight. This cumbersome gadget featured no less than 87 different implements bursting out of its 12-inch long body, which could perform over 141 different functions. I mean, obviously, this is just like a marketing thing, right? Some of the more notable utensils included a fish scalper, an apple corer. That is cool. Where is the apple corer? Oh my god, there's so many things. This is badass, though. A shoe spike wrench? What the is that? A mineral crystal magnifier, a laser pointer, hell, and all other kinds of cool stuff. Sorry. Couldn't find a hoof cleaner though, so Tim wins that battle. However, the price tag may have been a little off-putting to budding adventurers. The original retail price was $1,500. Well, it does look over-engineered to so I kind of get it. And although it may have been an attractive purchase for a collector to stick in a glass display cabinet, it didn't really serve any practical value, obviously not, as it went against the whole point of owning a compact multi-purpose tool. You could hardly just slip it into your pocket for a camping expedition. It would pretty much require its own text. It's massive, isn't it? You could hardly, and the problem with tightly cramming so many different utensils together in one package is that none of them really works particularly well. My crap penknife that came free in a packet of Frosties would probably have been a more effective tool. Did they really put knives in Frosties? I kind of let that pass me by the first time. But Danny's implying this is a real knife with like a steel blade or something, which seems a bit weird to include in a packet of Frosties. Still, the Wenger 16999 Swiss Army knife managed to attract some killer reviews on Amazon, even if it didn't manage to attract much custom. Some of my favourites include: I accidentally left this knife in the glove marks of my worn-out 67 Chevy truck overnight. Miraculously, the knife fully restored the truck and drove to the store, and then returned with 2 hookers and a cooler of beer. What the is going on? I'd always wondered how Switzerland remained neutral through 2 world wars armed with nothing more than pocket knives. Now I know. I stuck it into a stone while on vacation. I'm impressed with it generally. Unfortunately, it turns out that removing it made me the new king of Switzerland. Which is a lot of I fucking love Amazon reviews, which is a lot of responsibility. I received this knife as a gift for my 18th birthday. Wish I'd known what it was, because as soon as I touched it, I grew a moustache and became a Navy SEAL. Mum fainted, and my dad laughed and handed me a beer. I was born a girl. -2 stars because my breasts were really nice. cats. Oh, cool for cats. I always wanted a dog or a cat when I was growing up. I had a cat. I had 2 cats. One was called Sweep and one was called Tabby. She was called Tabby because she was a tabby cat. Big brain. Why am I telling this story? No one gives a about my cats. But my tight-ass parents always refused because they felt it was too much responsibility for such a dysfunctional household to bear. Maybe they had a point. But annoyingly, my mum turned into a mad old cat lady after I'd grown and fully moved out. Oh, I'd fully grown and moved out. Yeah, that makes more sense. Why do I jumble up the words? I don't have dyslexia. So why do I do this? To the point where she even forgot exactly how many cats she had in the house. Danny's mum's a full-on cat lady. The good thing about this is it made the cats are mating. They're our new cats. I don't know where they come from. I don't know, maybe you should check the back room. They're all f***ing each other. The good thing about this is that it made buying birthday and Christmas presents for my mum really easy because she'd be thrilled to bits with any old that had a picture of a cat on it, a cat tea towel, a cat cushion, a memorial urn containing the ashes of somebody else's dead cat. That is weird. Is that available? Why would you buy that? Danny, why? Just about anything with a cat on it would do the trick nicely. But even I would have drawn the line at this particular novelty cat mug. I've got a picture here. I love it when Danny includes the pictures because then I don't have to just imagine what they're like and see them later when I watch the video from Sam. But even, it looks kind of sweet and harmless on first glance. Well, unfortunately, the first glance I'm getting is of a guy absolutely ramming it into his eyes. It's got a little cat face on the front and 2 big sticky out cat ears on top. It's only when you try to take a drink from the mug, the design flaw in this product becomes a little clearer. See if you can spot it. Yes, as soon as you try and raise the mug to your lips, you stab yourself in the eyes with 2 perfectly positioned cat ears. There's not even any way to get around the problem. You can't drink from the other side because that's where the ears are. Maybe it was just meant to be a decorative item or possibly a stealth weapon to gouge out the eyes of the neighbors who have outstayed their welcome. They should just ship this to the terrorists. Like, ISIS, right? Don't use those drones, just send them a box of these. And they'll all be blind, and then they'll be like, not much a blind terrorist can do. The Nokia N-Gage, oh my god, wait. I remember this was mad popular. Design fails. I didn't have an N-Gage. My cousin had an N-Gage. Kids at my school have N-Gages. It's like the mobile phone that's a game console. I mean, you look at it today and obviously it's a piece of I really thought this was popular. Finally, as a tragic example of a company who hatched quite a brilliant, groundbreaking idea that was way ahead of its time. But they sadly made a complete pig's ear out of the execution. Back in 2003, Nokia had launched, or Nokia, as we say it in the UK, had launched the N-Gage, a device which took the bold step of merging a mobile phone with a games console to create the world's first major handheld hybrid. The very idea of playing games on a device which also served as a telephone was a pretty novel one back then. Remember, this was everyone played Snake. Snake was the shit. Remember, this was a few years before the release of Apple's first iPhone, which initially only offered crappy, simple games like Texas Hold'em Poker, and a good 6 years before Angry Birds helped to completely transform the arena of mobile gaming and bring the world's productivity to a grinding halt. Yeah, I don't install games on my mobile phone because I know I'll play them. In contrast, the Nokia N-Gage had much more ambitious gaming roots. Launched as a superior competitor to Nintendo's Game Boy Advance, the device had a Game Boy Advance. That was pretty great. Although it did have a backlight, and it was quite hard to see sometimes. And I was like, why do you do this? And then they launched the Game Boy Advance SP, which had a backlight, but it looked really weird. But I liked both of these things. The device had surprisingly high-tech gaming specs and was primarily designed as a handheld console, but a handheld console that you could also use as a telephone. It was a smart idea in so many ways. Now the kids didn't have to worry about carrying 2 separate gadgets around with them. The fairly compact N-Gage provided everything they might need, including local multiplayer gaming over Bluetooth, all wrapped up in one handy device. The thing, they would need to be quite rich kids though. The N-Gage would come with a hefty price tag of $300. Yeah, but you're not buying a mobile phone and a Game Boy Advance. You're buying one thing. 3 times more expensive than the Nintendo Game Boy Advance. Alright, so, okay, yeah, I get it. Fine. But you always have to pay big bucks to get hold of the flashiest toys. Or maybe not. The first problem with the N-Gage is there's an absolute pain in the arse to do something as simple as swap the game cartridge. I didn't even realize they had this. I don't remember that. I remember how ugly it was. In their infinite wisdom, Nokia decided to hide the cartridge slot right next to the battery, so that when you were, oh no, I do remember this. So when you had to change the game, you had to switch off the device, remove the battery compartment lid, and then remove the actual battery before you could slot in the new cartridge. That was dumb. In fact, you had to spend about 3 minutes disassembling the whole device and putting it back together again, just to change the game. Maybe the telephone side of the device was a bit more practical and efficient. I remember like there were 2 pads on either side, so it was like a really awkward thing. No, they messed it up too. The speakers were placed on the sides of the N-Gage, so you had to rotate the device and awkwardly speak into the side of it, which made you look like a bit of a knob when you were taking a call in public. This bizarre approach to stilted conversation ended up with the N-Gage earning the mocking nickname of the taco phone because it looked as if you were holding a giant taco next to your ear hole. I have so vague memories of this. Sam, I only asked for this because I'd like to see what it looks like later and I don't want to look it up right now. Meanwhile, the buttons on your N-Gage were designed to offer a compromise between a gaming joypad and a phone's dial pad. And as is usually the case with compromises, they failed to deliver on both fronts. Yeah, it's like Business Place. It doesn't really deliver on comedy or facts. It's kind of a shitty compromise. Nokia, I'm taking a dig at... I realise that it sounds like I'm taking a dig at Danny. I'm not. I'm taking a dig at myself for being shit. Nokia... Simon. And people tell me, like, you're British, but you say things weird. You say things like American sometimes. And it's like, well, I've lived abroad for a very long time. Give me a break. And I will never say Nike. No, Nokia hoped to shift about 6 million units, but they reported they only sold about a third of that number. The price of the device was always getting slashed in mega retail stores. I love the word slashed, because in the UK, it means slash, means to take a piss. And it's one of my favourite ways is I'm going to take a slash. I love the word. As major retail stores after only 3 weeks of release. Interestingly, the number of games sold for the system was reported to be almost exactly the same as the console itself, suggesting that most customers only bought 1 game before completely giving up. And it ultimately proved to be unworthy as a rival to the Game Boy Advance, as sales of Nintendo's older device continued to outstrip the N-Gage, knocking Nokia's system right out of the park and straight to the bargain bucket of doom. The N-Gage was officially discontinued within a couple of years after it was first launched. The frustrating thing about this fail is that Nokia N-Gage was actually a pretty impressive system built on a brilliant idea. If they'd just ironed out those terrible design issues and placed the phone speakers and cartridge slot in vaguely sensible places, it could have been a winner. Still, at least it probably was miles better than any game console hybrid that the communist Soviet Union might come up with. Oh, those televisions. Comrades! What do you have? A Lenin Gage 6. The only game the communists would love would be like Farmville with a strong focus on collectivization of farms. I imagine the Stalin Star Drive would have come back. Danny, I like my Lenin Drive. Would have come packaged with a telescope to help you view the gaming screen and a bullhorn to assist with the telephone calls. And the goal of every single game on the system would be to reach the exact same high score as everybody else or collectivize those farms. This video has been brought to you by Backblaze. There is a link to them below. Also, if you'd like to get some sweet merch, keep calm and blaze on this t-shirt. You see how I remembered it without needing to look down like a legend? Purchase the merch. I am wearing it. Yes, that is the correct shirt. Purchasethemerch.co. Thank you for watching. What's under there? Well, he doesn't have a penis. Oh! Let's get into it. This is the world's worst international expansion, and I will just comment that Magic Spoon is not currently available in Europe. Look, Magic Spoon, when you do your international expansion, make it glorious. Bring Magic Spoon to us long-suffering Europeans. I've been blessed as a very influential influencer. Oh, I feel sarcastic even saying that they ship it to me specially. Come on, Magic Spoon, get it together. My European peeps want it. I would like to think that I've got plenty of rich experience when it comes to the topic of rapid global expansion of a thriving business. Danny, what is going on with your life? I know you've had business trips to the Philippines. Is this part of it? Back when I was running Perfect Partners dating agency on my Commodore 64, I'd initially set my sights no further than the borough of Rotherham. Keeping things very local seemed like a smart idea. There was no point accepting random clients from... Jesus Christ. Carefully? Is there really a town called Carefully? I mean, it's spelled Caerphilly. Or Loch Ness, as meeting up for their first date could prove to be a bit tricky. I mean, meeting up for any first dates now is a bit tricky because COVID. But as the business appeared to take off better than I'd expected, I eventually dared to venture into such uncharted waters as Sheffield, Doncaster, and Barnsley. And I have to say, so last month, we had launched Beardblaze, the beard oil company. Holy shit. Like, we had a good supply. We sold out of stuff. And I'm like, that's insane. So yeah, and also people were like, Simon, why can't I get this in Europe? And I'm like, look, we're working on our international expansion. We genuinely are. We're trying to work out postage. Magic Spoon will let you know how we go. There were naturally a few language barriers to overcome. You can hear a wealth of dialects through Yorkshire, and nobody can even decide what to call a bread cake. What the fuck is a bread cake? Also, it meant that I now had to take location preferences into consideration when matching up clients. One middle-aged guy in Doncaster explained to me that he had been looking for love with no success for over 20 years. He was desperate to find his true soulmate, but he also explained to me that he didn't drive, he didn't like using public transport, so ideally his perfect partner needed to live within walking distance of his house. I think I sent him his 25 quid back. Yeah, dude. The expansion into fresh territory worked out pretty well in the end, for a while at least. But not every company enjoys the same levels of glorious success when it comes to crossing the border. And some surprising I love how Danny describes his own success as glorious. I am glorious. I'm a glorious man. Some surprisingly big names have been put on the next flight home after their ambitious plans ended up a little lost in translation. I remember we covered Tesco's international expansion. I think to the US and Japan. And in the US, they were like, fresh and easy. You want to try some healthy food, Americans? And the Americans were like, off. We don't want your healthy bullshit, Tesco. We f***ing like it where we eat shit. And then they went to Japan or wherever, or China or somewhere, and they were like, yeah, you just do, and they do supermarkets very differently there. And Tesco were like, you're going to do supermarkets our way. And I called it the colonialism model of expansion, and people liked that. The Home Depot goes to China. Isn't it just Home Depot, or is it the Home Depot? The Home Depot. Why does one of the most common words in English have two pronunciations? The. And I mean, they can be used interchangeably. It's not like wind and wind. It's like the Home Depot, the Home Depot, the Business Blaze, the Business Blaze. Both work totally fine. What the fuck, English? One of the minor downfalls of living in old communist China is that nobody was allowed to own their own home. But on the plus side, this probably saved everyone a bit of time on the fiddly paperwork. That all changed in the 1990s when new laws were introduced which allowed the 1.2 billion citizens of China to get on the housing ladder for the very first time since the Communist Revolution of 1949. So, pushed along by China's new healthy economy and a massive housing boom, which saw home ownership rise from 0% to 70% in just over a decade, it seemed like a good opportunity for home improvement companies like the Home Depot and furniture companies like IKEA to set up shop in China and meet a perceived new demand for Chinese homeowners. Home Depot is, of course, the biggest home improvement retailer in the United States, pulling in about $110 billion in revenue by flogging tins of paint, pressure-treated lumber, doorbells, bamboo flooring. Who has bamboo flooring? What is that? What do you have as floor? Yeah, bamboo. You live in a shed built by Ramirez? And kitchen sinks in over 2,000 locations across the world. But the purchase of 12 new stores scattered across 6 Chinese cities in 2006 didn't run as smoothly as the instruction manuals had suggested. The first problem was a logistical issue. Home Depot found itself without a supply chain when the company discovered that its Chinese vendors had no license to actually sell their products in China. They could only export them abroad. Oh no, guys, you should have thought of this. I was in Marks and Spencer's, like the food hall the other day, here in Prague, and I go in, and I'm gonna, do some shopping, pick up some food, and over there's the chillers, right? Where they keep the food, and they've got these things pulled down over them, and they're like, due to the current, blah 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 Brexit, blah blah blah, some of our products might be delayed, and we're coming to you soon. And I'm like, guys, how long did you have to get ready for this? Come on! What the f***? I just want my chicken. Where's my chicken? This led to a ridiculous situation where the vendors had to first ship the products to North America before Home Depot could arrange to have them shipped all the way back to China again. What the f***? The company did eventually manage to source vendors who could sell to China, but their contracts came attached with a condition which gave the vendors the rights to sell their own stuff independently within the Home Depot stores. They need to do some diplomacy here and get one Home Depot warehouse labeled, what are they called, where tax-free ports, where you can store stuff but it hasn't technically entered a country. They need to have one of those in each city, export the shit there, next door, into the storeroom, which is a special, zone, and then ship it on. Or alternatively, they could have just done their job properly the first time. So the Home Depot staff in each store, I'm just going to refer to it as Home Depot. It doesn't feel right to refer to it as the Home Depot. Am I right about that? So Home Depot staff in each store would be completely outnumbered by the vendors encouraging customers to buy directly from them. But the long-term problem went beyond logistics. It turns out that Chinese customers just aren't really into the concept of DIY. Honestly, who can blame them? It's I don't know why DIY is I don't do any DIY. Anytime I'm doing it, I'm like, why aren't I working? It's look, things I prefer doing, working. And it's I can use the money from work to pay a man to do my DIY for me. I mean, then it's not DIY, it's just do it yourself. It's just DI. But, I mean, that makes sense. It's why we have marketplace. It may be true to say that the average American homeowner likes to save a few dollars on hiring a professional by rolling up their own sleeves and doing the dirty work themselves, but the Chinese don't share this philosophy. I get why people do this. It's like, even as a kid, but I mean, I don't really get it, because even as a kid, it'd be like, I remember my dad, he spent like every weekend remodeling the bathroom. And I'm like, Dad, why are you laying these tiles yourself? Why are you carving up this bath and taking it outside? You're a doctor. Go do some doctoring, and then pay a man, who I'm going to guess, makes less money than you, to do this for you. What's going on? Labour costs are incredibly cheap in China, so middle-class citizens prefer to just get someone else to do the job properly. Anyone who earns more than a builder should be doing this, unless you enjoy it. In fact, the very idea of DIY is viewed as an embarrassing sign of poverty in China. Well, I wouldn't go that far. The culture just isn't rooted in do-it-yourself. It's more rooted in do-it-for-me. God, I'm so Chinese in this way. This also explains why IKEA managed to perform pretty well in China as Home Depot floundered. The Chinese were keen on decorating their new homes with stylish furnishings, and they probably paid to have somebody else assemble the flatback furniture, but they had no interest in fixing things up themselves. It was all about decoration, not renovation. Home Depot eventually closed its doors in China in 2012, which resulted in a painful $160 million tax hit. Wait, so they closed that? Isn't that just $160 million tax hit? Why are they paying more taxes for closing stores? Aren't they just like, we had to close all the stores, it was fucking expensive? Surely that's a bigger cost. Anyway. But although the 850 Chinese staff members were offered severance packages, some of the employees felt a little more than disgruntled about the closure. One small group hijacked 4 of the stores, locked themselves in, and squatted amongst the dehumidifiers and folding ladders for an entire weekend in protest. What are you going to do? Force them to keep operating? How do you think this is going to end?
Where are the armed men who come in to take the protesters away? Where are they?
More alarmingly, another group stormed the Chinese Home Depot HQ and held 3 of the top brass hostage until their demands were met. In fact, the head of operations was unlucky enough to be taken hostage twice in a matter of weeks. Jesus Christ, guys, you're taking this too far. All 3 hostages were released without harm after 80 hours, and these protests and kidnappings had zero outcome on Home Depot's withdrawal from China. The people who took the staff hostage were later executed. The disgruntled, not really, but it is China. I mean, you're like, whoa, you're executing people all the time. The disgruntled employees probably went about the hostage taking all the wrong way. They should have just hired cheap professionals instead of insisting on doing it themselves. Oh, ba-da-bum-bum. Walmart goes to Germany. When it comes to international expansion, it's difficult to think of anyone who's doing a better job of taking over the world than Walmart. Danny, have you not had a business place? We have viewers in several countries. US retail giant is now the largest company in the world by revenue and owns over 11,000 stores scattered across 26 countries, even if they usually go by different names outside of North America. Yeah, oh my god, everyone was like, Simon, Walmart in the UK is Asda! How do you not know this, you fucking idiot? You're so stupid. But even the giants of retail can drop the ball from time to time, and Walmart was forced into a retreat from Germany when they failed to convince the country that Walmart delivered always the lowest price, always. That is very confusing. Do they really say always the lowest price, always? There's not even a comma in there. Why not just say always, wait, always the low price is always? Danny, is this a mistake, or is Asda dumb? Both of those could work.
Walmart. Always low prices. Always.
Sales in North America were starting to flatten out in the late 1990s, and the company was, Walmart, not Asda. I was just talking about Asda. I'm so confused. Sales in North America were starting to flatten out in the late 1990s, and the company was keen to expand into Europe, particularly in Germany, which boasted the 3rd largest economy in the world at that time. So they bought out 2 German retailers in 1997 and snapped up 85 new stores in the process, all ready for Walmart rebranding, although some of them were in less than desirable locations. For example, slap bang next to a sex shop. Oh, who cares? I don't understand why that's a problem. It's a Walmart. It's not like the Patek Philippe boutique. Still, it seems unlikely that the mighty Walmart juggernaut would fail. They'd even managed the tricky challenge of conquering China at this point. Germany should have been a breeze in comparison. But it proved to be more difficult than expected. For starters, no matter how many billions of dollars you've got in your budget, you're not legally allowed to sell products below cost in Eurozone countries. Is that true? That sucks. I love it when companies sell shit below cost. I know it's bad for business overall, and then it's like, oh, you come in for your milk, which is sold below cost, and then you end up buying like 17 magazines or whatever. But look, if you just can see through it and you just go in for your milk, then look, just be a smart consumer. This is like capitalism and not being a dick. Let's just allow it. This is to help level the playing field a bit and stop bigger companies from driving smaller businesses out of town with low prices that are impossible to match. I don't know, I like my low prices. Just because, like, corner store Jeff can't sell the milk for this price, it's like, I still want my cheap milk.
The price is really low. When's the first time you seen a deal like this?
People are always like, yeah, and then when Jeff's out of business, the store will have no competition, and they'll jack up their milk prices. And to that I ask you, when has that ever f***ing happened? When was it? Like, I grew up in a village, and there was a small, like, All Days corner store, and then a big Sainsbury's opened in the village, and then the All Days went out of business shortly thereafterwards, because of course it did, because Sainsbury's is cheaper and better. And then Sainsbury's didn't suddenly be like, yeah, milk's now a $5. They were like, no, milk's still £1. Because of course they did. I just suddenly go in and was like, wow, all this really expensive. What am I going to do? That's a shame for Walmart, as the whole company is built on that very concept. Suddenly Walmart had lost its killer competitive advantage in Germany, and for once they couldn't just spend their way out of it. However, there was an even more problematic culture clash when it came to differences between the German and the all-American way of getting in the shopping. Walmart likes stacking products high in tight aisles, snaking around a random maze layout in which customers clamber over each other like crazed caged chickens. This would drive me insane. I hate going to the supermarket. I don't really go to the supermarket. I get my line like a normal person. The infidels are back. The infidels haven't been doing work in ages. If you're wondering what's going on, maybe you can't hear, but I just heard a drill going through the wall, and it's been a while since the infidels were drilling. A store opens next door. Anyway, I hate those, like, whining around, you can't find anything. It drives me insane. I just end up getting angry. They prefer to have a bit of personal space in a layout that makes perfectly logical sense. They found the Walmart shopping to be far too long-winded and inefficient. Walmart likes to lend a helping hand to customers by getting the staff to instinctively bag all the customers' groceries during checkout, but the Germans don't go in for that kind of thing. They don't like strangers handling their food with their greasy fingers. They'd rather do it themselves. Walmart staff are also trained to smile at customers and engage in a pleasant chat during checkout. No one this is very American. I wouldn't say this is like America and Germany. I'd say this is like America and the rest of the world. It's like you go to American stores like, hi, how are you? Yeah, I'm good. How are you? It's weird. Can't you just be like, hi, smoking or non-smoking? If we were in the 1990s. Not complicated. Then there was the spying. Oh god. Walmart usually enforces an ethics code on staff which forbids them from getting romantically involved with each other. They even make it compulsory for a worker to grass on their colleagues if they ever hear rumours that Big Terry from the pet food aisle had a saucy night in with Linda from Fruit and Veg. How thrilling. I mean, Big Terry and Linda, though. Wouldn't it be like Big Hands and Gertrude? But the Germans don't go in for that kind of thing. In fact, it was a violation of German labor law, but the courts instructed Walmart to discontinue these practices, but none of this did anything to boost the company's local reputation. Yeah, no Then there was the mad chanting. What's wrong with two employees of a supermarket having a relationship? If they're not like superior and employee, or whatever, what's the problem? Then there was the mad chanting. Back when I briefly worked at, I've heard about this, the Walmart people sing songs. It's so weird and fake. Stop it. It's like, Walmart, we're the best. Ha ha! Back when I worked at Tesco, a typical morning routine used to involve all the regular staff meeting up in the smoking room and complaining about how the deputy manager... I don't want to name him again, Danny. I had to bleep him out of the last video because you called him such a bellend so many times. And I know you want to, but I can't. His name's Trevor, and I'm not going to say his last name this time. They're talking about how he's a complete bellend. Walmart takes a slightly different approach, though. Danny, you even put his name in bold. Like, say this, Simon. Say it. I don't want to get sued by Trev, okay? Walmart takes a slightly different approach though. They all gather around the shop floor in the morning and engage in a bit of a light group exercise while chanting Walmart, Walmart, Walmart until they're hoarse. I initially thought this might be an exaggerated myth, but as Sam should be able to show right now, it certainly goes off in some stores.
Who's number one? What do we want to be?
Accident-free!
Don't mess it up!
Pick it up!
But the Germans don't go in for that kind of thing because they're not brainwashed f***ing idiots. Yeah, Jesus, it is a bit weird, isn't it? Like, can we just not do that? And again, it painted quite a disturbing picture of this mad American asylum for both employees and prospective customers. Walmart eventually gave up in 2006 by grabbing only 3% of the market share, and the total cost of this rare failure was estimated to be around $1 billion. The company now describes the German operation as an important lesson in turning point. It's interesting to see how Walmart now appear to be trying hard to blend in with local environments and often stick with distinctive outfits in different countries. For example, Asda in the UK and Seiyu in Japan, instead of trying to just plant the whole unfiltered Walmart experience in the soil of international companies. Yet again, Walmart were going for the colonialism model of expansion. Doesn't always work. Doesn't seem to ever work. Although McDonald's are crack. I mean, no, they localize. Look, I mean, don't do colonialism model of expansion. Don't do it. But they're likely not to raise a fake smile in Germany anytime soon. Good. Barbie goes to Shanghai. It's been way too long since we discussed Barbie at length in a Business Blaze episode. No, it hasn't, Danny. And this is a good opportunity to mention the fashion doll's very brief trip to Shanghai, which didn't twist quite as many heads as Mattel may have hoped. In March 2009, the US toy manufacturer built a new home for the most successful ever product, and in fact, one of the biggest selling toys in history, in a flashy retail district in Shanghai. Mattel splashed out over $30 million on a 6-story, 36,000 square foot palace called the House of Barbie. Boy, they're not messing around. When they go somewhere, they go hard. It came complete with a spiral staircase lined with nearly 900 different models of Barbie. Did they have that pregnant Barbie? Oh god. OG Business Blaze reference. A fashion runway, a design studio, a health spa, a cafe, and even a Barbie bar flogging exotic cocktails. Cringe. As you can probably already gather, the House of Barbie wasn't aimed exclusively at kids, and it's got a bar.
Is it crack? Is that what you smoke? Do you smoke crack?
It was also shifting designer gear for young women. As Mattel themselves put it, the House of Barbie is the ultimate destination for both young girls who can call Barbie a best friend and women who appreciate Barbie as a fashion and lifestyle icon. Don't do that. But building a massive standalone shrine to Barbie in Shanghai was an odd strategy for a number of reasons. The young women of Shanghai were never likely to appreciate Barbie as a fashion and lifestyle icon because they'd never heard of her. Barbie just didn't have a presence at all in China. That's a bit weird, isn't it? And if you're trying to sell a new concept in China, it's usually better to start small and perhaps consider launching modest stores within an established shopping mall. I mean, this seems like business 101. Don't go too hard. Don't build the Palace of Barbie. No one knows Barbie. Traditionally, Chinese customers like to do their shopping and grab something to eat all under the same roof. Smart people. That's like the only thing I like about when you have to buy shit. You go to the store and it's like, oh, I'm gonna have some KFC at least. At least I'm gonna have some KFC after this torture is over. They don't tend to travel out of their way through the thick smog and pollution to a specific standalone store unless that store is something truly... Danny, it's got a Barbie bar. It is something special. And Barbie wasn't that special. Oh, most people who just happened to be passing by didn't even really understand what the House of Barbie was even meant to be. But the Barbie dolls were probably very confusing for both Chinese children and parents. Anyway, educational and skill-building toys are very big in China, but Barbie didn't really fit the mold. And the kids who do play with dolls are raised with very different takes on femininity. Whereas Barbie is meant to be smart and a strong, fashion-forward role model, the Chinese kids tend to grow up with the soft, bright pink, gentle, and cute approach to femininity, more along the lines of Hello Kitty. Oh my god, what a shocking surprise. A different culture has a different culture. Huh! Parents were also concerned that Barbie's curvy body and skimpy outfits were far too sexualized in a country where sex education is provided much further down the line than in Western countries. Some parents were even mortified by the Ken doll, as they felt it was inappropriate for their children to be changing the clothes on a naked boy doll. Thank goodness it's like, what's under there? Well, he doesn't have a penis. Oh! Thank goodness gay Ken and his massive cock-ring necklace never made it to the House of Barbie. It took less than 2 years for the House of Barbie to tumble and close, but Mattel is still keen on giving it another go one day in the future. They might be onto something if they give Barbie another makeover and turn her into a scientist modeling a range of sweet pink lab coats with kittens on them. Alright, yeah, just don't, Mattel. Just give up. Okay, please. Please. I don't want to have to blaze you again, Mattel. We blaze you so often. Taco Bell goes to Taco Bell, you also get blazed all the time. Look, I mean, I think we should have the Blaze Awards. What we'll do is we'll set up a number of categories and companies will be nominated, people will be nominated, I will probably be nominated, and then we'll have polls and people will vote on them and we'll present these companies with the awards and we could send them out to them. I like this idea, the Blaze Awards. I mean, the Business Blaze Awards, because we don't want to be associated with right-wing news. The Taco Bell goes to Mexico twice. Oh yeah, it's Mexican food in Mexico and they don't know what Mexican food. Back in 1948, a young guy in San Bernardino, California called Glenn Bell decided to open a hot dog stand, which he named Bell's Drive-In. It was a bloody waste of time and nobody was interested. Glenn noticed that everyone seemed to walk right past his stand, form long queues at a little Mexican restaurant across the road, which was selling hard-shelled tacos. So Glenn went over himself and asked for the recipe for ditching his dirty hot dogs and opening a new taco stand instead, which eventually led to the opening of the first Taco Bell restaurant in Downey, California in 1960. If I'm like that Mexican dude, or Mexican restaurant proprietor, I don't know if he is Mexican, and I'm selling hard-shell tacos, and the guy on the hot dog stand comes over and be like, can I have your recipe for tacos? I'll be like, you can fuck right off, mate. Look it up online. Go to the library. Otherwise, he's going to open up a Taco Bell and absolutely destroy you. Which he did. Taco Bell now has over 7,000 restaurants sprinkled across the world and serves approximately 2 billion customers every year. But they also appeared to lose the plot a little bit in 1992 when they had the bright idea of expanding into Mexico. Maybe that's Mexico if you don't speak Spanish. You're welcome. Maybe there was some weird, twisted logic to the idea which appeared to make sense to everyone in Taco Bell HQ that day. Yeah, they must have been smoking crack. After all, which group of people really like Mexican food? Mexicans! Big brain! And perhaps the company quite fancied the idea of taking their tacos to the very country that inspired them in the first place. That would be like taking weird Chinese food from Europe to China and be like, you guys like this? They'd be like, no, it's f***ing weird. You took our food and you made it appropriate for you, which makes it not appropriate for us. What are you doing? They decided rather sensibly to kick things off modestly. Instead of building a massive 6-story house at Taco Bell Palace, they just opened with a 9-foot-long buffet table parked inside an existing branch of KFC, a fellow stablemate of PepsiCo at the time. This could be considered a tasty tribute to the small stand that started the legend of Taco Bell in the first place, and it was swiftly followed up with a few small additional stores scattered across Mexico. But ironically, the biggest teething problems with the launch of this supposedly American-inspired fast food restaurant in Mexico is the Mexicans couldn't make head nor tail of the bloody menu. Nothing on the menu was recognizable to the typical Mexican diner. Taco Bell had gone out of their way to make a few tweaks to the Mexican palate, and there was no sign of anything as American as French fries on the menu, but neither was there any sign of anything that made any sense. As anyone who has ever stumbled into a branch of Taco Bell by mistake should know, that's the only way you enter a Taco Bell. The chain is famous for its crunchy hard tacos, first stolen from that other Mexican-inspired restaurant in 1948. But this has no roots in real Mexican cuisine, where tacos are yeah, I've been to Mexico. There are no hard tacos. Hard tacos are not a thing, and soft tacos are better and more delicious. The company tried cooking up fresh new names for their tacos to try and give the Mexicans a better understanding of what they were ordering, and to make it clear that they hadn't just accidentally burnt the tacos. They were meant to be crunchy, and the strange new names just seemed to add to the bewilderment. The prices were also enough to make the hungry stomach turn elsewhere. A standard taco and soft drink would set you back about 72 pesos, which is actually quite reasonable, until you realize you could walk just right past Taco Bell and pick up some genuine Mexican street food, not this strange crunchy foreign shit, for less than half the price. Yeah, tacos on the street are so cheap in Mexico. I would go to like a place and you'd get 5 tacos. It'd be like, I don't know, $1. And then I'd be like, yeah, I'll have 20 tacos. Just absolutely eat like a pig, and then shit my brains out the next day. Worth it. Taco Bell withdrew from Mexico 2 years later after disappointing sales, and one cultural critic told the AP that the whole silly idea had been like trying to bring ice to the Arctic. But in 2007, Taco Bell decided to have another crack at the Mexican market, opening up a new branch in a busy shopping mall in Monterrey, right next door to a branch of Dairy Queen. Their ambitious plan was to roll out no less than 300 other branches throughout Mexico, and this time they were approaching things a little differently. Instead of treading the usual path of adapting your business model to fit in with the new environment, they're doing the colonialism model, it's not going to work. Taco, when was this? 2009? Yeah, it's not worked, has it? Taco Bell decided instead to sell the whole concept to an American fast food experience. In other words, they were no longer trying to compete with authentic Mexican food. This is actually a better idea in this case, isn't it? Colonialism model works in this case. Interesting. They were promoting themselves as a quick-service restaurant based on value and convenience. It's twice the price, though. The new Mexican tagline was Taco Bell is something else. They even put French fries back on the menu. Ooh, exciting. But they still failed to make an impact on the streets of Mexico. One former creative advertising officer from Taco Bell now admits that the whole idea was distasteful. Scott Montgomery said, "We're putting up a fence so they can't get through, but we're going to push tacos through the fence. It's offensive." Oh, I see. They're talking about the wall. That's very confusing, Scott. And customers generally just didn't seem impressed by the food on offer. One customer summed up the mood of the nation when he said, they're not even tacos, they're folded tostadas. They're very ugly. Something is lacking here. The chain never expanded beyond Monterrey. And the single store was closed for good less than 3 years later in 2010. Oh, just 2007. Okay, whatever. It all failed. Funnily enough, you can still find a restaurant called Taco Bell in Mexico, but it's completely unofficial, and it has nothing to do with the big US chain. Apparently it has no running water, it's infested with flies, and the food is prepared in disgustingly exceedingly unhygienic conditions. Oh my god. But the tacos only cost about $1, and the restaurant is drumming up better business and more positive reviews than the American chain ever could muster in Mexico, allegedly. When it comes to the crunch, Taco Bell just couldn't compete with the real deal. What a surprise! This has been an episode of Business Blaze brought to you by my heroes at Magic Spoon. If you'd like to get some Magic Spoon, there is a link below. And thank you for watching. At least I'm gonna have some KFC after this f***ing torture is over. What is wrong with that? I don't know if it's possible. Is it possible for me to copy ideas off myself? If so, this video is guilty of it, and also has absolutely nothing to do with business. Sometimes, very rarely, I'll read a comment being like, Simon, I clicked on this channel, it's not about business at all, it's absolutely ridiculous, and I'd like it to be more about business. And be like, great, I don't care what you think. This video is the thrilling adventures of Florida Man. I'm not sure if Danny's gonna tie this to business in any way whatsoever. We're gonna find out. What happens here is Danny writes me a script. I shall read said scripts, and Sam, our resident memologist, resident in the basement, along with Danny, will add some memes, also known as video editing. When we think of the world's most notorious headline hoggers, we tend to think of people like Donald Trump, Bill Gates. Bill Gates. Always hogging those headlines, saving the world like a knob. Greta Thunberg. Outrageous. Donald Trump. Kanye. Didn't we say him already? Oh, I see. Donald Trump, Kanye West, Taylor Swift, and Donald Trump. Was Kanye West and Taylor Swift, was that the time Kanye West got up at the Grammys or whatever and was like, Taylor, your album was great, but Beyonce's album was better? And it's like, dude, Kanye, not appropriate. But there's one guy who trumps even Trump when it comes to generating prolific, bizarre headlines, which seem to confirm that the world has gone stark, raving mad. Florida Man. Over the years, the most wacky and entertaining headlines to ever hit the press have usually got the words Florida Man shoved at the very beginning. These include such everyday examples as Florida Man tries to evade arrest by cartwheeling away from cops, and Florida Man insists syringes pulled from rectum aren't his. Dude, what are you doing? You don't put the whole syringe up there, like pack your cocaine into a condom or whatever. That's not a good idea. Also, who's the f*** are they then? I guess he could be smuggling them for some drug cartel, but they know not to put the syringes directly up the butt. It's like the drug addicts don't need the drugs already in the syringe. They'll figure it out. Of course, it's not really the same, Florida Man, but that's the joke. Did I explain why I was stealing an idea off myself? Because every time, I've got another channel called Top 10s, and every time we make a video about Florida Man, it gets just hundreds of thousands of views. I don't know why, but I like it, so I copied myself. But that's the joke concept that evolved into the famous long-running meme when the Florida Man Twitter feed first began curating the adventures of the world's worst superhero back in 2013. This does beg the question as to why exactly the Sunshine State appears to spawn quite so many strange and ridiculous headlines that you wouldn't generally expect to see pop up in the Rotherham record. It could be that there's something funny in the water. I thought it was, isn't it because Florida have some law where like you can look up all the crimes or something, whereas other times it's more I don't know. I feel like there was a legitimate reason. Also, just the fact that Florida is crazy. Some have suggested that it's a combination of the relatively high and diverse population of the state, the lack of mental health funding, and the freak tropical weather conditions under which the 21 million residents are constantly battling against either sticky humidity or ferocious thunder showers from minute to minute. Another big reason is the Sunshine Law, which requires all government officers, including most significantly the police departments, to make all their records easily accessible to the public. That's it. That's why I thought it was possible. So maybe everyone on the planet is just as nutty as Florida. It's just that other police departments aren't quite so transparent and don't serve up tomorrow's headlines on a plate. Yeah, I think this is the reason, right? It's just like, it's not that the Florida people are more crazy. It's just like all of the information about them being crazy is very easily accessible thanks to something called the Sunshine Law, which sounds like it's, this is going to save the world. What is it? The Sunshine Law. It's a program that provides free meals to kids throughout their entire childhood. That's nice, but it's not. Obviously, that doesn't happen. Whatever the reasons, the end result has seen the ongoing chronicles of Florida Man dished up for global consumption like a long-running and deeply improbable comic strip, except that every detail in these stories just happens to be inexplicably true. Wow, I have to say this is possibly the shortest introduction on a Business Blaze ever. Only one page. Florida Man stabs tourist despite having no arms. I really hope it was the man doing the stabbing who had no arms rather than the person who got stabbed, otherwise that's just a tragic story. I mean, it's tragic anyway, he doesn't have any arms, and he somehow needs to stab people, like with a knife in his mouth or some shit. It's not entirely clear how this 46-year-old homeless street artist, Jonathan Crenshaw, came to lose both arms. When pressed by journalists, he says he prefers not to talk about it. The only detail he offers from a troubled childhood is that his mother used to frequently feed him rat poison. Jonathan had become something of a minor celebrity on the streets of South Beach, Miami by 2018, attracting tourists to the paintings that he quite amazingly created on the floor using only his feet. I'm gonna guess that he has some added dexterity with his feet because of his lack of arms, and he's gonna use that to stab somebody. However, one tourist from Chicago by the name of Cesar Coronado got more than he bargained for when he allegedly stopped to ask Jonathan for directions and ended up getting admitted to hospital with wounds to his left arm. Maybe Jonathan was just jealous. He alleges that Jonathan flew off the handle, picked up a pair of scissors with his feet, and launched a wild attack on the tourist, stabbing him twice. The street artist Jonathan paints a different version of events. What a surprise. He points the finger of blame at his accuser. Well, not literally. Oh, Danny, no. Well, not literally, of course. Maybe he points the big toe of blame. I'm not even going to do the bumps on that because just no, Danny, no. Cancel Simon. Jonathan claims that Caesar randomly punched him in the head while he was trying to grab a quick nap and that he was only acting in self-defense, but this version of the story was not backed up by eyewitnesses. Jonathan had previously been in trouble with the law for trespassing, disorderly intoxication, and quite bizarrely, battering police, presumably only using his feet again. And he may not have given the most reliable or credible testimony in court. He claimed in press interviews at the time that he had impregnated many women, including pop star Gloria Estefan, I don't know who she is, who had apparently given birth to no less than 200 of his children. Some might call that embellishment. Some might call it an outright lie. Jonathan would call it the truth, but he's a liar, allegedly. I couldn't find any record of what exactly happened to Jonathan, but he's back on the streets today, so the punishment can't have been too harsh. Let's hope he's raised enough money from tourists to start paying off those child support bills. I don't like the thought of Gloria struggling on her own. Florida man tries to rob GameStop while wearing transparent bag on his head. Oh, dude, come on. I mean, although for the longest time I was like, why do robbers wear like the tights over their heads when they go robbing? It's like you can still see their face. And then it's like, yeah, but I guess it's distorted enough. But why not just wear a balaclava? You're gonna buy tights. Is it the tights are cheaper? Just spend the extra $2, $3 and buy the balaclava. Like, I mean, come on, invest a little in yourself.
That's how I roll.
This one is bending the rules very slightly, as the incident occurred just slightly north of Florida, in St. Mary's, Georgia. But the general consensus seems to be that the criminal in question is an honorary Florida man. He decided to rob a local branch of GameStop in 2008. GameStop is something I hear a lot about for some reason. Do people still go to game stores? I've never been to a GameStop. I don't think it's something we get over in Europe. Even when you buy a game these days, it's like, I remember the last game I bought must have been a couple of years ago for like a PlayStation 4. And it's like you put in the disc and it's like, yeah, great. This contains like 1/19 of the full data we need. So what you're going to do is you're going to put in the disc, then we're going to spend hours downloading the rest. And I'm like, so why did I buy the disc? I don't understand. I don't understand. Maybe someone can explain to me. He decided, so he robbed this GameStop, and he basically made the lazy decision where a completely see-through plastic bottled water wrapper as his cunning mask of choice. It's almost as if he knew that you were meant to wear some kind of mask while carrying out such a daring raid, but nobody had bothered to explain to him the practical reasons behind it. Like, just get a balaclava. You can, I mean, as a kid I was surprised when you could buy balaclavas. I was like, why are we selling things for criminals in like hiking stores? And then later on I found out that they keep your face very warm when you go camping, which is nice. That you do look like a bit of a terrorist. The police, can you imagine just wearing a balaclava around? Just like wearing a balaclava around town? Just because you're like, yeah, I got a really cold nose. You'd get some weird looks. You'd be like you'd be like a character out of GTA 5 when you're walking around like someone's playing online. It's just, yeah, they're wearing a balaclava. Why not? The police department had a bit of fun on their Facebook page when they reached out for help with identifying the masked criminal. Describing him as a craftily disguised gentleman, they asked the general public to provide any helpful information once you stop laughing. For a little while though, it looked as if the man of 1,000 faces may have actually had the last laugh. Although he was quickly identified as Kerry Hammond, a man who already boasted 2 active felony warrants for burglary and criminal damage, he managed to evade capture for a while. Come on, police! He wore an invisible mask! However, the strong arm of the law did eventually catch up with Kerry, most probably probably after he decided to rob an ice cream parlor while wearing a picture frame around his neck. Ba-da-bum-bum. Florida man breaks into jail to hang out with his friends. I'm sure that's the wrong way around. You have to break people out of jail if you want to hang out with. I mean, I guess breaking into jail is easier. It's got to be easier, right? Because then you're already in jail, which is mighty convenient. Although I'm sure, like, you'd go to court, there'll be this shit. You can't just be like, okay, you broke into jail, you get to stay in jail. Unfortunately, this thing's called due process and justice and laws. You'd probably end up in a completely different prison.
Oh, poop.
I'm sure that most of us are quite content with the idea of living to a ripe old age, apart from Simon, who won't be happy unless the secret to immortality is discovered during his ideally eternal lifetime. Why is this so wrong? Why whenever I bring up the idea of, like, it'd be nice to, have the option, I'm not saying that you can't end it, just the option of living forever. Why is that so wrong? Danny is not religious. I get why religious people are like, Simon, it's against God's plan. It's like, well, great. For you believe that you're going to go up to heaven, there's going to be cherubs. Unfortunately, I don't believe that nonsense, and I believe that when you die, it's just an eternal void of nothingness.
After you died, where did you go? What did you see?
There was nothing at all.
So, I'd really like to live forever, and everyone else who keeps telling me that's stupid can f*** it off. I'd be like, Simon, that's so narcissistic. It's like, I just like living. Why is wrong with that? But I'm often haunted at night by a sobering thought. Me too, Danny, that I'm gonna die, unfortunately, before they discover this life extension technology. What if my uber-healthy lifestyle of doner kebabs, red wine, and Lucky Strike cigarettes leads me to an age so ridiculously old that I outlive all my friends and everyone that I've ever known? Well, that's really unlikely, because you're gonna just make friends with younger people. It's like, you'd be like 90 years old, make friends with a 70-year-old. You're probably gonna die before then. How would I cope with feelings? Just make new friends. How would I outlive all my friends and everyone I've ever known? You won't make new friends, Danny. I know you can't, but your situation is unique. Not everyone else is in your situation. Jesus Christ, have some empathy for once, Danny. Christ. How could I cope with the feeling of being so desperately alone in a strange new world where everyone else is just obsessed with the idea of making documentaries about themselves on YouTube? Where's the Danny biography? This is what everyone says in the comments. Simon, why didn't you make a biographics about Danny? Why didn't I know more about Danny? Who is Danny? Why does he love doner kebab so much? And I'm like, because they pair beautifully with red wine. I suppose that career criminals face a similar sort of dilemma. What if you wake up one morning and realize that every single one of your mates has been sent to the slammer? Make new friends. It's not that hard. Just do it! It's like, I mean, yeah, I like my friends, but if they all got sent to prison for... I don't know, I don't hang out with criminals. It's very morbid, but if they all died, or, I don't know, like, something happened to them, maybe we're all in a plane, a big plane, and we're all going somewhere, and then the plane crashes, and I'm the only one that survives. I'll be like, well, okay, I guess I'll have to make new friends. It sucks, but it's not like, well, I guess I'm gonna be lonely forever.
I have had it with these motherfucking snakes on this motherfucking plane!
This was a problem faced by one Patrick Remp, who fancied another nice night in with his good buddies, but he was sadly on the wrong side of the prison fence. So one lonely night in 2015, he drove up to the Indian River County Jail and rammed his car into the front doors. Dude, they will let you in. You can walk into prison and visit your friends, I'm sure. What are you doing? You're probably drunk. You are a Florida man. All this achieved was a completely wrecked vehicle, so he vacated the smashed up car and started climbing the security fence, only to get dangerously entangled in the razor. Razor wire is nasty. Who the was like, yeah, barbed wire is pretty good. You know what'd be better? Have you ever cut yourself shaving? Patrick was eventually rescued from the fence by emergency medical services, although his first response to landing safely on the ground again was to take a few swipes at the law enforcement officers who were naturally keen to have a word in his ear. It was later revealed that Patrick was off his tits on the synthetic drug Flacker. Oh my god, a drug I've never heard of. And had just been consumed by an overwhelming desire to hang out with his mates. The incident racked up over $5,000 worth of damage to the county jail, and Patrick was later charged with aggravated assault and battery on law enforcement officers, 3 counts of felony criminal mischief, driving under the influence, and leaving the scene of a crash, although the latter seems to be largely irrelevant in this particular case. It's like, yeah, you flee the scene of a crash to right next to it where you start climbing a fence because you're high on some drug called Flacker. You suspect that in the long term, Patrick is destined to spend much more quality time with his friends in the future, and he's likely to figure out a much easier route to getting back into his beloved gated community. He was like, yeah, where have you been? Oh, I moved to a gated community. Double gated. Florida man accuses dog of shooting girlfriend in leg. I think that me and my dog Poppy my uncle has a dog called Poppy. What a weird coincidence. Also, I guess Poppy is a very popular name for a dog. I don't have any pets, but my wife desperately wants a dog, and I'm like, look wife, we can get a dog when we get a house. And we live in an apartment. And because I didn't grow up with dogs, so I don't like the smell of dogs. But I'm like, okay, look, if the dog can like stay in the downstairs area, you know, where there's like a utility room and shit, that's fine. But I don't want the dog in my living room and in my bedroom and shit. Like, I don't like that. I don't like that. And despite what everyone thinks, because I once said, and I don't regret it, that I would commit a dog genocide before I let an actual person die, because dogs are lesser than people, and people were very up. There is a dog walking past my window right now, no doubt about to take a piss. Could the timing be better? Why am I talking about dogs? What is going on? Oh, yeah. So, when we move into a house someday, we right now it's fine, we have like one kid, but it's like, you know, as the family grows, we'll be like, well, we can't live in an apartment forever. Also, I don't want to live in an apartment forever. And I'm like, yeah, we can get a dog, but there's one condition. I want to give the dog a human name. Like, I'm going to call my dog Charles, like after ETA. Or I'm going to call him Jeffrey. You know, I don't want some dog with some bull name like Rex. Actually, Rex is quite good. But, you know, I want to give it a proper name. I don't know why. And then if I get a cat, he's going to be like Stanley. They've perfected their Wild West routine, although it's taken just about 7 years for her to fully get on board with the idea. I hold out an invisible pistol and I tell her in my best Wild West accent to stick 'em up or I'll shoot. I don't know why I'm doing Sean Connery. I haven't seen any westerns, so everyone's told me to see The Three Ten to Yuma as a good modern western. I haven't yet, unsurprisingly. Poppy gets on her hind legs and sticks up her paws, but then I pretend to shoot her anyway, and she delivers a very overdramatic performance of falling to the floor in a hail of invisible bullets before lying motionless on the ground. Danny, if that's real, that's cool. I want to teach my future dog, Jeffrey, to do that. Some people have argued that the routine is morally bankrupt as it goes against the law of the West, and you never shoot anybody when they've stuck their hands up. But I still think, we'll be in a good chance of winning prize in next year's coveted Tintergels Got Talent contest. Great. Where's the biography of Danny? Well, it's here in bite-sized pieces. However, no matter how hard I try, I don't think I could train Poppy to shoot somebody in the leg with a gun. Yet according to a guy from Jacksonville called Brian Murphy, that's exactly how his girlfriend ended up, with a big bullet hole in one leg one night in 2017. It wasn't on purpose, of course. Brian claims that he'd just returned home from a midnight walk with his dog Diesel. Okay. Which is dodgy in itself. Who walks their dog at midnight? I don't know, don't people do this because the dog needs to like take a shit or something? His girlfriend was fast asleep in bed, but then he suffered a rude awakening when Diesel excitedly jumped up onto the nightstand and accidentally set off a gun which had been placed there earlier. What are you doing with your guns? It's like, yeah, where are you going to keep that loaded gun? Yeah, on my nightstand pointed at my face. Things I don't keep on my nightstand. Guns. I keep all my guns under my pillow. The unfortunate woman needed urgent medical treatment for her wounded leg and later claimed to the police that she had no idea what happened as she had been fast asleep during the basketball shooting. She was in no mood to talk to the press afterwards, but it was notable that she looked incredibly pissed off when she left the police station. And a neighbour of the young loved-up couple wasn't buying into the crazy story at all. She told reporters, bogus, a dog can't fire a gun. That's crazy. Isn't there such a thing as a hairpin trigger where you just tap it slightly and... I mean, I believe a dog could fire a gun. It's not outrageous. I bet Poppy could fire a gun. Danny's clearly trained this genius dog very well. No further action appears to have been taken in the peculiar case of the trigger-happy dog, which seems to elevate the dog ate my homework excuse to a whole new dimension. Look, I mean, if you're gonna lie about crimes, you don't have to prosecute. Like, if you got shot from, like, if he shot you and you didn't want to say that he shot you, just be like, yeah, I don't know what happens, I guess I accidentally shot my leg. The police are gonna be like, yeah, we could prosecute this, but it's gonna be really hard when the person who got shot doesn't want to be a witness. Florida man arrested for throwing live alligator into Wendy's drive-thru window. I have heard of this. Have I seen the video of this? I can remember a time when I was waiting patiently in a queue at the Rotherham branch of McDonald's when a group of mischievous youths flung the doors wide open, lobbed a giant dead rat into the building, and then scarpered. So I'm like, Jesus Christ, where'd you get a giant dead rat? Some of my fellow customers appeared to lose their appetite after the incident and made a swift exit without ordering any food. But although there was something a little disturbing about the sight of a manky dead rat sliding smoothly across the freshly polished floor of the restaurant, nothing was going to get between me and my long-anticipated Big Mac. Of course, Florida can beat that. This is so off topic, but I hadn't eaten fast food since June. And over the Christmas, July. It was like the last 6 months of the year, I didn't eat any fast food, and I was very much looking forward to it over the Christmas break. I was like, I'm going to go to KFC. And also, unfortunately, it's quarantine, so I can't eat the KFC in the restaurant. So I'm sitting there in the car, eating KFC, and my wife and kid are also in the back. And we're so careful. It's like, please, like, let's not, I generally don't like eating in the car, because as soon as you eat in the car, it just takes you down this terrible slope of like always eating in the car, just going to the drive-thru, eating in the car, and then very quickly the car gets f***ed up. And then you're like, oh, the car's f***ed up, so let's get more f***ed up. And then the next thing you know, your nice car's a piece of shit. So I'm like, generally, let's not eat in the car. But because it was COVID, you can't eat in the restaurant, I'm like, okay, just this one time, let's do it. We're so careful this whole time. And then at the end of the meal, my wife's like, do you want to try giving our daughter just a tiny little taste of iced tea? And I was like, and I'm like, this is very surprising from her, because I'm always the one like, can we give her a little bit of Coke? Like, not cocaine, allegedly, but you know, just a little sip of Coke. And she's like, no. And she was like, you want to give her iced tea? And I'm like, yeah. And then she takes a sip of iced tea, and then just immediately, all over the seats. And I'm like, why? What is going on with this story? What am I talking about? Oh yeah, I didn't eat KFC for 6... I didn't eat any fast food other than pizza, which I don't really class as fast food. Like McDonald's, KFC, Pizza Hut, you know, these fast food places. 6 months without. How about that? Still f***ing love it. I just didn't want to destroy my body. Of course, Florida can beat that. In late... the rat in the thing with the something. In late 2015, 23-year-old Joshua James pulled up to the window of a drive-thru at his local Wendy's, ordered a drink, and then concluded the transaction by throwing a live alligator through the window and speeding off to enjoy his drink. Dude, what are you doing? That does sound like a crime. Definitely sounds like a crime. I'm going to go ahead and say is a crime. But it's like, there's going to be security cameras. It's 2015. And they know who you are, Josh. Come on. I feel like someone who is like Joshua... There's the name Joshua, right? Joshua is like, it's like the Schrodinger's cat of names, because there's the name Joshua, which sounds very posh. It's like, oh, Joshua. And then the short version is Josh, and that just makes you sound like a ruffian. It was only quite a titchy alligator, although the average American male alligator grows to about 11 feet. Well, they're not going to leave it in the Wendy's. It's like, yeah, well, that could have grown to 11 feet. Yeah, but not in the f***ing Wendy's. 6 months later, there's that crocodile still in there. Yeah, we can't get it out now. You'll have to cut it in half. This one was 3.5 feet long. F***ing hell. When he said titchy, I'm like, you know, baby little snapping one. But no, 3.5 feet. That could take you out. Joshua, I'm going to call him Josh because it fits better, had picked it up by the side of the road and thrown it into the trunk of his car for a bit of a laugh. This was never meant to be a carefully orchestrated customer complaint. He just thought his new find might be useful for a fun prank. Like, I get it, man. It's like this sort of shit I find entertaining when I was 12. And I wouldn't have the cognitive capacity to be like, there's probably going to be consequences of this because I'm 12. But by the time that I can, you know, get a car, drive it, go to Wendy's drive-thru, and, you know, have access to alligators, I'm probably going to have grown out of it. Or probably, even if I haven't grown out of it, and I still love pranks, and I do, I'm going to probably be able to realize the consequences. But of course, Josh is a Florida man.
That's how I roll.
Nobody was hurt in the accident, and the alligator was captured and released in a local canal. That sounds smart. Josh was charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and illegally capturing an alligator, and was sentenced to a year's probation, along with a $500 fine and 75 hours of community service. He was also banned from all Wendy's restaurants in order to limit his contact with animals to just his mother's dog. That is very specific. And I can't help but think, you know, the taxpayer money spent on this, right? Because he's not... I don't imagine Josh is like has his own fancy defense attorney. He's probably got a public defender. There's the guy on the other side. There's the court's time. And they get $500 and 75 hours of work from him, which I'm not going to imagine is the most motivated work in the world. Can't we just shoot him? The judge wisely sums up... Just joking. The judge wisely sums up the case when he remarked, in my view, there is absolutely no excuse for taking an animal, particularly an alligator, and throwing it through a window at a total stranger. Why waste your time on this? However, his mother seemed keen to point out that her son was only mucking about. She said, it was just a stupid prank that he did that's now turning into this. It's stupid. She also helpfully revealed that Joshua's childhood hero was Steve Irwin. You know what Steve Irwin didn't do? Find a crocodile in its natural environment, put it in his boot, trunk, as Americans would say, drive to a Wendy's, go around the back, and throw it through the drive-thru window, because Steve Irwin liked animals. Florida man files for bankruptcy 4 times, calls self brilliant businessman. I have a feeling we're talking about a very specific Florida man here. Probably by the time you're seeing this, ex-President Trump. Hopefully. Not because I prefer one side or the other, as I've said multiple times. I'm British. I don't care. But, I mean, like, however you care about it, you gotta be a minority Trump supporter, right? If you think he actually won the election at this point. The people who are, like, saying there's voter fraud and stuff when there's no evidence of it are, like, the crazy ones, right? Like Ted Cruz. And, I don't know, like, 4 hardcore Republicans who are also stupid. And Trump, of course. But, you know, slight conflict of interest there. In late 2019, President Trump announced that he was changing his official primary residence. The White House doesn't really count, apparently, from Trump Tower in Manhattan to Mar-a-Lago Golf Club in Palm Beach, Florida, which he used as a presidential getaway before seemingly moving in there permanently when the 2020 election results started trickling in. His move seems to have been prompted by a perceived problem with taxes, as he claims that he was treated very badly as a New York taxpayer. We may never know the full story, as apparently it takes about 35 years to process one of Trump's tax returns. And he may have a fight on his hands in Florida, as the town of Palm Beach is currently trying to block his proposed move to Mar-a-Lago Golf Club on the grounds that he signed an agreement with the town in 1993 which stated that nobody should be allowed to reside full-time in the club. Yeah, but it's his club. Can't he live there? Let's hope the poor lamb doesn't end up homeless. Probably going to be okay. But Trump's proposed move to the Sunshine State prompted The Daily Show with Trevor Noah to launch an extension for Google Chrome, and this is very specific, and Mozilla Firefox under the name President Florida Man Extension. It's now available if you fancy checking out. It's going to change every mention of President Trump online, like when you read the news, to President Florida Man. Once installed, the extension takes every single reference to Donald Trump you ever stumble across online and changes it to Florida Man. It even works on his Twitter account, and suddenly those bizarre Trump headlines almost appear to make a bit more sense and just feel a bit more believable. Some of my favorite transformed Trump headlines include: Florida Man suggests shooting migrants in legs to slow them down. That's gotta be fake news, right? He couldn't have possibly. I know he's not, sometimes I'm like, if we actually read that article, Trump, and maybe someone can explain who's not politically insane, that way or that way, in the comments what actually happened with that. Because obviously Trump didn't say, let's shoot migrants in the legs to slow them down, in context. But it is a fantastic headline. Florida Man releases self-incriminating transcript of a phone call, declares it perfect. Florida Man spends charity money on portrait of himself. Florida Man attempts to woo porn star by telling her that she reminds him of his daughter. Dude, some of this shit can't be real. Florida Man says he wants to dig moat and stock it with alligators. That one I believe. Florida Man refers to Mexican immigrants as rapists while hiring them as gardeners. Oh, this is amazing. Trevor Noah, you're a genius. Should I say Trevor Noah's a genius? Because I feel like, he's got a writing staff and stuff. And whenever someone's on Twitter being like, Simon has an amazing opinion about this. And it's like, bro, I didn't write that. One of our writers has an amazing opinion. Or people take a quote out of a top 10 and be like, Simon Wister. It's like, that is really clever. I know that's not from a business place because I didn't say that. I mean, I did say it, but someone put the words in my mouth. You know what I'm talking about. However, his predecessor Barack Obama reckons that the comparison is insulting and deeply unfair to Florida Man. During a rally for Joe Biden at the Florida International University campus in 2020, Obama noted how Trump goes out of his way to insult anyone who isn't nice enough to him, and even threatens to send them to jail. Obama said, "That's not normal behavior, Florida. You wouldn't tolerate it from a co-worker. You wouldn't tolerate it from a high school principal. You wouldn't tolerate it from a coach. You wouldn't tolerate it from a family member. Just say you wouldn't tolerate it from anyone, Barack. I know you're a wordy man, but Jesus Christ. Florida Man wouldn't even do this stuff. Maybe there's a line that even the mighty Florida Man himself wouldn't cross. There is no line. This has been Business Place, brought to you by Magellan TV. Magellan. If you'd like more Florida Man stuff, there's probably going to be more Florida Man stuff anyway, because judging by my previous experience on YouTube, people are going to watch this a lot. So you can smash that dislike button all you want. There's probably going to be more. The solution is, if you don't like it, don't watch it. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. Magellan! Or a Cancer, or a Capricorn, or a Unicorn, or no one cares. Aquarius. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Business Blaze. I am your boy of the Blaze, certified legend, Simon. What happens here, if you're wondering, is that Danny will write me a fine script, the world's worst spies, absolutely nothing to do with business. I will read it, I'll add my own sprinklings of bullshit, and Sam will add some fine vintage memes. I've often thought... Also, I was thinking, could you ever have a video about the world's best spies? And I don't think you could, because the world's best spies are the guys you've never heard of. There'd be John Smith. Yeah, he literally saved the world in 1993. And it's you've never heard of the world being saved in 1993. You've never heard of John Smith. And that's exactly the point. I've often thought how nice it would be if the world's governments got together in Geneva every 12 months to hold a lavish televised award ceremony for the most successful secret super spy of the year. I feel like this would be a good way to catch out the dumber spies. The viewing public would hear all about the escapades of a short list of candidates who are all in attendance, wearing false moustaches and quaffing wine alongside other seated celebrity names. Way that we then get a chance to cast our vote, leading into the climax of the celebrations, during which the year's winner is invited up to the stage to pick up the stylish trophy from a special guest presenter, David Hasselhoff, and then absolutely is sniped by someone from, like, the KGB. The crown's winner, unless they are a member of the KGB, which honestly, they probably would be. The crown's winner, it makes a few jokes, thanks their family and gods and the incompetence of local law enforcement agencies, and enjoys his or her glorious moment in the spotlight. Career over though, isn't it? Because it's like, oh, you're the guy! You're the guy. It's like, I am not the guy. I am not American spy. I am, Comrade Joseph. The following day, they go back to work. And they get shot dead for being a filthy spy, obviously. And this is the problem with having super secret spy as the job description on your passport. Danny, I don't know what your passport says, but my passport definitely doesn't have my job on there. Whenever I apply to, like, get a visa or something, it's always a bit weird, because, you know, it's like job, just, you know, what do you do? And I'm like, well, you can't write YouTuber, because people will be like, no. What do you do for money? It's like, oh, I often just write advertising, because technically that's how I make money. Thank you, Blinkist. We only usually get to hear about the ones who get discovered. All the consummate professionals are never actually detected during their successful undercover careers, and so they never get the recognition or the Employee of the Month book token. Oh, fascinating. That's what I want. Yeah, what did you get? Oh, yeah, it was £15 W.H. Smith's voucher. Perfect. Of course, even a top-level master spy with years of experience in the art of immaculate infiltration can fall victim to rotten bad luck, accidental unraveling, or ruthless betrayal. But there are other cases where the spies in question were clearly just palmed off with the wrong advice from the career information officer at school. Here are some of the most notable spies in history who were foiled in their attempt to pick up a gong at the annual awards bash. And interestingly, I think I made a video about celebrity spies a million years ago on my Top 10s channel. And it's like, celebrities as spies is actually pretty clever, because it's like, yes, everyone knows who they are, but also no one expects them to be a spy. Like, if you're, I don't know, Cold War American celebrity, and you go off for, like, a cultural exchange to Russia or whatever, and you've got your, like, secret spy gadgets and you're spying, I mean, well, one, you gotta be one seriously patriotic motherfucker. Because if someone was like, Simon, do you want to be a spy? I'd be like, no. What, go somewhere and risk death? It's like, I already am okay, thank you. Hard pass. I'm just not that patriotic.
The memo said we relaxed the office dress code to allow showings of patriotism.
Aldrich Ames, the not-so-secret millionaire. I've never really grasped how the job application works at places like MI6 and the CIA. I've yet to come across any spies wanted advertisements in the job vacancies sections of the local press, and I'm not entirely sure what qualifications you'd need to get your foot in the door. Are you just meant to be quite good at lying? How would they trust anything you put on your CV or anything you say during the interview? Well, probably because they're really good at detecting lying, because they're the CIA. Surely they just keep attracting candidates who are already working for the other side. That's a legit question, and I'm sure, Danny's making a joke, but this is, I'm sure, absolutely something that these secret spy agencies do consider, and they'll be like, well, you have to go through like 18 lie detector tests, because, I may never find out. I can't ask any of my friends, because none of them have any experience working as a spy. At least I don't think they have. This is the thing, I love that TV show Spooks, which was about MI5, not MI6, like domestic. I don't know what the American equivalent is, but like domestic spies, like doing stuff in country. And it's like, yeah, the spies always have really boring jobs. What was that guy? He was like, he worked in IT, and it was just boring. And it's like, yeah, what do you do? Or what's that Tom Cruise movie where he's like, yeah, I analyze traffic. And he's talking about how interesting it is, and you really believe him, and it's like, no, he's definitely a spy. My old Yorkshire buddy, Dmitry Mikhailov, did tend to start talking weird shit after a couple of pints of Guinness, though. I don't think that applying for a job at the CIA in the States is particularly tricky, as it sounds as if they're happy to employ just about anyone, and then keep promoting them, even if they cock up. Aldrich Ames, from River Falls in Wisconsin, first joined the CIA in 1957 as a low-level pen pusher and managed to rise through the ranks over the next few decades. This was despite the fact that the hard-drinking Aldrich had a tendency to get into drunken brawls with police officers and pass out his desk, following a good knees up the night before. I mean, I guess as long as he's not getting drunk and divulging state secrets. Although you'd think, like, assaulting a police officer would bar you from being a spy. Although then it's like, do you have a criminal record? No, yes. And it's like, okay, we know you're not a spy.
You're fired. You're hired.
So, I mean, it's also the classic thing in movies. Like, don't they be like, you know, the gang organization, they're like, alright, prove to us you're not a cop, you have to kill this random dude. It's like, oh my god.
Okay.
Super intense, I'm glad I'm not a criminal. Or a spy. Like, I get stressed out, like, about mundane shit. Being a spy would actually tear me apart. By the 1980s, Aldrich had been posted to New Mexico, during which time the married man embarked on a string of affairs, most notably with a woman called Rosario Casas Dupuy. Dupuy. Who knows? You might think that this is none of the CIA's business, but Rosario was actually a Colombian agent working as an informant for the CIA, and you're supposed to declare stuff like that to your superiors. Wait, so he worked for the CIA, she was an informant for the CIA, I assume he knows. Or do they just dance around the fact that they must have, don't they have like a secret handshake? Like you're in some foreign country and you're a CIA spy, and you come across another guy and you're like, you're with the, yeah, cool. And then they know. You just sense it. Maybe it's got a smell. Although it was an open secret within the agency that Aldrich and Rosario were romantically involved, neither of them bothered to officially report it. On one occasion, an absent-minded Aldrich accidentally left behind a suitcase on a subway train, which was a problem, as the briefcase was stacked with stacks of classified information. Oh, shit, Aldrich, come on, dude. What? You're a spy. Don't you have like a briefcase with handcuffs on it to keep your together? If you're going to be I mean, I know that's not for people who forget the briefcases, but why don't they pull one of those out of CIA storage and use it for you, Aldrich? On another occasion, he got so drunk at a diplomatic reception that he became involved in a boisterous argument with a Cuban official before passing out at the table. Well, honestly, I'd never think this guy was a spy. He's too outrageous to be a spy. You'd be like, that guy, he's just a drunk idiot. And he may be. But he's also spying on you. There was a time he got involved in a road accident in Mexico City, but was too intoxicated to answer the police's question or even recognize the US Embassy officer dispatched to bail him out. So hours later, he's getting bailed out and he can't recognize the dude. How did you even make the car function? The CIA's response to all of this was to offer Aldrich another promotion and move him to the Soviet desk at CIA HQ, where they figured he might be less likely to cause a scene or get into trouble. Fire him, for God's sake!
You're fired! You're hired!
He must have something on them. He's got some, like, secret files. Although blackmailing the CIA on the list of bad ideas, I feel ranks fairly high. By this time, Aldrich had divorced his first wife and married Rosario, but quickly found himself in a spot of financial trouble. The hefty divorce settlement had left him in a bit of a pickle, and it turns out that his new Colombian flame Rosario had very expensive tastes. And we're not even talking about cocaine. Oh. By the mid-1980s, the CIA was becoming increasingly concerned about the number of Soviet bloc agents who were disappearing off the face of the earth. Over the next few years, they began to suspect that there was a mole at work within the CIA and compiled an internal list of 128 suspects who had potentially been spilling secrets to the KGB. I get the feeling it might actually be Aldrich. I know we're talking about the world's worst spies, so you're probably drawing that conclusion as well. But is he really going to be a mole? I thought he was kind of a clown, but is he really going to be like the true evil bad guy? It's quite amazing to think that it took them till 1992 to whittle that shortlist down to one. I don't know, you'd be like, it's just a drunk, harmless guy. Which is why he's so brilliant. There were certainly enough clues that Aldrich Ames had been accepting substantial payouts from a dubious source. Oh, though. I mean, that's like a red alert. Aldrich, what's these huge bundles of, like, Colombian cash? And by cash, I mean under your bed. He's like, oh, nothing. It's, I drive Uber on the side.
What is that, man?
What does it look like?
Looks like coke.
Yeah, it smells like coke too.
He originally approached the Soviet Union in 1985, oh no, offering an initial batch of CIA secrets for $50,000 before upping his game over the next few years and effectively providing the KGB with the keys to the kingdom and handing over a complete list of all known Soviet agents working undercover for the CIA. He'd been assigned his own special Soviet handler, and the two of them would regularly meet for lunchtime dates, after which Aldrich would be paid between $25,000 to $50,000 in exchange for fresh information divulged that day. What year was this? Mid-1980s. So, I mean, that's worth a lot more today. What, 2, 3, 4 times as much? That's a lot of money. I mean, yeah, he's divulging secrets to the Russians, so, you know, from the CIA during the Cold War. So you can see why the information is valuable. Also, what are you going to do with all that money? You can't spend it, because they'll be like, Aldrich, you're a government bureaucrat, essentially. You know, I don't know if people know you work for the CIA. Whatever, he's not going to be, like, rich. And he's like, Aldrich, you got a brand new Porsche. Where did that come from? And I mean, if you're a clerk at like Walmart or some shit, you'll be like, oh yeah, my great uncle died and he left me a bunch of money. When you work for the CIA, that shit probably doesn't fly. In total, Aldrich is believed to have received $4.6 million from the Soviet Union over the course of 9 years. But he didn't do a very good job of hiding his newfound wealth. In fact, he was splashing it around like an idiot. Danny and I, same page. Colleagues have noted in the past that Aldrich had paid little attention to personal hygiene or his appearance, quite aside from the fact that he usually stank of cheap whiskey. He also wore slovenly clothing and sported a set of rotting teeth. Pleasant. Rosario got a catch. The drunk, nasty-smelling double agent. Brilliant. Now, he was suddenly turning up to work in top-of-the-range Jaguar, flashing a pair of new shiny teeth, and wearing the kind of fine-tailored clothing that would have been beyond the shopping budget of his superiors. He and Rosario also snapped up a fancy new pad in Arlington, Virginia, for $540,000, which was paid for in cash. So that's well over $1 million today. And then spent an additional $100,000 sprucing up the place. Aldrich, are you trying to get caught? You literally work for the CIA. What do you think is going to happen? Even Rosario's monthly phone bills came in at just over $6,000. Largely because she spent most of the day catching up with friends and family back in Colombia. Jesus Christ, she needed Skype. Whilst under investigation, Aldrich managed to pass 2 polygraph tests. The KGB had allegedly advised him beforehand to just relax and feel confident, and apparently this did the trick nicely. Noted, next time I have a lie detector test. Sounds like I'm regularly undergoing lie detector tests. I'm not a spy. It's like, yeah. Just relax and be confident. Noted. Spy training complete. Mind you, the KGB also repeatedly advised him to be a bit more careful about showing off his wealth, warning him that it could be his downfall. But what did they know? I don't know. Everything. Clearly smart. The net finally closed in on Aldrich in 1994. Now under heavy surveillance from both the CIA and FBI. How was he not immediately from the get-go? It had not gone unnoticed that Aldrich's bank account had always seemed to get a bit fatter a couple of days before he had lunch and exchanged gifts with a bloke with a Russian accent. This really makes me doubt the competency of the CIA. It's like, how? Come on! Both Aldrich and his wife Rosario, who was also in on the act, were arrested on the 21st of February 1994, just as they were about to board a plane for a nice little holiday in Moscow. Dude, you're also going on trips to Moscow? I don't understand! Even if you didn't work for the CIA, someone's going to think you're a spy. It was later revealed that Aldrich's 9 years of well-paid treachery had almost destroyed the American intelligence program in the Soviet Union, endangered the lives of over 100 agents, and led directly to the executions of at least 10 of them. That got serious real quick. You're getting the chair or something. Rosario served 5 years for tax evasion and conspiracy to commit espionage, while Aldrich is still serving life imprisonment for espionage at the Federal Correction Institute in Terre Haute, Indiana, with no possibility of parole. I thought they'd kill him. I guess not. Also, 5 years for well, I guess it depends on how involved she was. But really? There's something of a relief. I was half expecting him to just get promoted to CIA deputy director or something. I mean, after that show, it wouldn't be unbelievable, would it? Michael Bettany sings Hitler's disco classics. Thank goodness that you'd never catch the British Secret Services behaving in such a sloppy manner as the CIA. I'm getting the feeling there's about to be a but, Danny. Or maybe that's not entirely true. Well, that's basically a but, isn't it? Michael Bettany was born in Stoke-on-Trent in England in 1950 under the star sign of Aquarius. Oh. Danny, I know you're joking, but I don't ever want people to think that you're that dumb. Look, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I've got to move my phone away, because if I have the mobile reception on, it will come on the mic and everyone will be like, Simon, why are the mic sounds? From very humble working class beginnings, he earns a place. Oh, what was I going to say? Yeah, about star signs. If you believe in that, you're dumb. Or that part of your belief system is dumb. And be like, Simon, well, I've noticed that as a Taurus, this often happens. It's that's just a coincidence. The only realistic thing I can get from the fact that you're a Taurus is you're dumb because you've brought up that you're a Taurus. Or a Cancer, or a Capricorn, or a Unicorn, or no one cares. Aquarius. From very humble working class beginnings, he earned a place at the prestigious Pembroke College in Oxford, but developed a reputation as something of a character. Just like Aldrich Ames, Michael had a taste for whiskey, but we shouldn't be too harsh on judgment of that, as most students in the UK tend to spend their university years staggering around in drunken oblivion. I would know nothing about that, Danny. I don't know what you're talking about. The slightly more alarming thing about Michael is that he was very public in his gushing admiration for Adolf Hitler. That is slightly more alarming. And after he'd enjoyed a few shots down in the local pub, he would often try and encourage everyone else at the bar to sing along with him on rousing renditions of golden grapes from the Nazi jukebox. What the dude? Of course, made Michael Bettany an ideal candidate to sign up with the British Security Service MI5 in 1974. No, it doesn't, MI5! It's worth noting that the agency was under pressure from the government at the time to recruit more spies from a working class background, so while the whiskey swigging and the Hitler worshipping may have been some cause for concern, the fact that he looked and sounded a bit rough meant that he was helping the CIA meet a quota. I think Danny means MI5. The CIA probably... Did it exist? Yeah, 1974 it did. It'd be like the MI5 having a discussion. Yes, so we're thinking of hiring some new people. Oh, jolly good, old chap. The thing is, we're all extremely posh. Do you think that's a problem? Oh my god, yes, we should get some ruffians in, huh? Should we just hire anyone off the street? Yes, sounds perfect! Throughout his early years working for MI5, Michael continued to hit the whiskey bottle, and during one particularly disorderly night on the Tars, he was apprehended by the police for creating a public disturbance. He whips out his MI5 badge and is like, boys, and the police are like, that must be fake. They attempted to bundle him into the van, but an indignant Michael screamed out the immortal words, "You can't arrest me, I'm a spy. Please tell me you didn't, Danny, no." In quite an uncanny mirroring of the Aldrich Ames story, MI5 chose to deal with this problem by promoting him to the Soviet desk. I feel like 1974, surely the Soviet desk is the most important desk. And why are we promoting all the most incompetent people to it? It's almost as if this department is viewed as the naughty step of the intelligence security services. It's like, why not just put them in, like, records? Like, if I was a spy and I got assigned to records, I'd be like, oh, I did something bad, didn't I? Whereas if I got promoted to the Soviet desk, I'd be like, this is the most important desk. There's probably great opportunities for betraying my country for large amounts of money here, and I have problems and things to hide. Wait, was this guy? No. Well, maybe this guy was having an affair. Whatever. The other guy definitely was. But the CIA didn't seem to mind. And it was during this period that Michael hit upon the idea of taking photographs of highly sensitive MI5 documents and passing them on to the KGB. He's just sitting at his desk. So, oh, you know what I could do? I could take pictures of these. And I bet the KGB would like them. They'd probably pay me a lot of money for those. No one ever thought of this before. Sure, it's not illegal. It's quite remarkable just how easy it was for Michael to leave the office every day armed with a stack of confidential photographs. Back in those days, MI5 staff were never searched as they left the building, as this sort of thing was deemed to be too un-British. Oh, guys, you're gonna wake up to that. By 1983, Michael was hiding a stack of photographs of secret documents at his home and decided to make contact with the KGB. He shoved all the photographs into a package and popped them through the private letterbox of the head of the KGB station in London, indicating that more secrets were on the way if the head of the station responded in time. One widely reported myth is that the KGB felt that MI5 were just trying to take the piss by sending in a bumbling fool to pose as a double agent and ultimately infiltrate the KGB. This is the thing. When you appear to be such a terrible spy, maybe people are like, oh, there's so much double or triple like bluffs going on that it'd be like Aldrich Ames. It's like no one thinks he's a spy because he's so drunk and incompetent. But then people are like, maybe he is a spy, pretending to be drunk and incompetent so that people think he's drunk and incompetent and not a spy. Even though he's just drunk. I'm already confused. Not having time for any of this, they contacted MI5 the following day and told them to stop mucking about. But in fact, Michael was perhaps just a little unlucky, as it turns out that another member of the KGB station in London, Colonel Oleg Gordievsky, was in fact a double agent working for MI6, and he was the one who alerted British intelligence to Michael's betrayal. Dude, I mean, surely you've got to think about that. That don't drop them off by yourself. Like, because someone will be like, oh, that's Michael. I've seen him when I come in for my double agent meetings. He's on the Soviet desk. Like that guy. In 1984, Michael was sentenced to 23 years in prison after having been found guilty of 10 offences that fell under the Official Secrets Act. He was released in 1998 after serving just 13 years and recently died from alcohol intoxication in 2018. Holy shit, he never gave it up. But the reasons for you spent 23 years in prison. Didn't they dry you out? But the reasons for Michael's duplicity are still open for debate, and most likely didn't involve money at all. Some say that he knew he was on the brink of being fired from MI5 anyway, following a flurry of fresh drinking-related convictions and getting arrested for using an out-of-date railway season ticket. What? He got arrested for not having a ticket? Is that even possible? Don't they just fine you? Oh, yeah, that would suck. Why did you lose your job? Yeah, I didn't pay for my railway ticket, so I got arrested. That gave me a criminal record, so I can't work for MI5 anymore. Can you really get a criminal record for that? I mean, not speaking from personal experience. Definitely never ridden public transport without a ticket in my life. Definitely not. So he was just trying to get revenge on the people who were poised to take away his job. Michael, the problem with that, mate, is that, yeah, if it was a regular job and you were, like, leaking corporate secrets, well, you're still going to get in big trouble for that. No, don't do that. Don't leak secrets, especially not government secrets. You're gonna go to jail, Michael. It's the Cold War. But it's far more likely that there were political motives behind the treason. During his years at MI5, Michael had developed a taste for Marxism. Oh no. Well, there's our communism mention for the video, which went down very smoothly with his whiskey. He came to believe that the UK and US were working together to destroy the Soviet Union, both economically and militarily. Well done. And Michael wanted to do his bit to help steady the balance of global power, and perhaps even avoid another world war. So maybe he was just trying to be a communist superhero and save the world from destruction. Bad luck on that front, comrades. Indeed. Anna Chapman's sleepover. You probably need to be a particularly devoted breed of spy to take on the role of a sleeper agent. During the early 2000s, yeah, this has got to be intense. Like when you see those movies and TV shows where, maybe not spies, but like detectives or whatever, undercover agents, go undercover for years in like the mob. I'll be like, I can imagine nothing more stressful, and mad respect to those guys. It's like, holy shit, dude. I think my heart rate would just be 100 constantly, just being like, all the time. During the early 2000s, Russia's Foreign Intelligence Service, the new international arm of the post-Soviet Union version of the KGB, planted a sleeper ring of 10 agents within the UK and the US. Led by the glamorous spy Anna Chapman, I've heard of this. The idea was to spend several years posing as ordinary citizens and building up a portfolio of VIP contacts in a bid to gain access to intelligence which could be discreetly passed back to Russia. This feels like the Americans TV show, which is really quite fun. Unfortunately, it appears that, by fun, it's pretty intense. Unfortunately, it appears that for most of the time, Anna and her buddies were very much asleep at the wheel. It was almost as if they just couldn't be asked to do this properly. Born Anna Vasilyevna Kushchenko, the 20-year-old leader of the gang, had already spent a bit of time hopping around between New York and London, and I wish my life was that interesting at 20, and had already managed to bag herself a British husband who she bumped into during an underground rave party at London's Docklands. Your life, Anna, is wild, and you're 20. It's very possible that the poor husband was tricked into a scheme to get Anna a new British surname, a UK passport, and a British citizenship. What? They couldn't arrange this. You're like a nation state. Can't we figure this out? The Americans figured this out. I don't know how did they do it in that show? I don't even remember. It doesn't matter. The marriage lasted 4 years and the husband later died young from an accidental drug overdose. I feel like, couldn't I buy like a new identity on the dark web? Look, all of my spy knowledge just comes from movies. But surely, if people could get new identities and run away forever, which I guess happens all the time, why can't the spies get it? And this was also back in 2000. They're gonna have less technology, and it can't be that hard, can it? During her time in England, Anna Chapman was officially the CEO of a company called Property Finder Limited, which didn't appear to do much business, but served as a suitable smokescreen for the spies' devious espionage activities. However, some of the methods employed by this gang of misfits left a lot to be desired. I'm not shocked at all by this. On one occasion, Anna decided to register a mobile phone number under a fake name and address, but it appeared that she wasn't feeling particularly creative on that day for the address she put for the cunning name of 99 Fake Street. Well, does it matter if you're just getting a burner phone and they ask for an address? It's a burner phone. Still, it's good to know that the sleeper ring recognized the importance of login passwords. They obviously didn't want any Tom, Dick or Harry accessing their secret digital files, and it's a relief that they didn't go with Russian Spy 1234 as a password. In fact, they were ultra careful in this regard, and they came up with a long-winded 27-character password consisting entirely of random letters and numbers and funny symbols. Good work. They're definitely going to have forgotten it or something, aren't they? Of course, the problem with this approach is that such lengthy random passwords can be quite tricky to remember. 27 random characters, quite tricky to remember. Impossible to... I can barely remember my passwords as it is, and they're not that complicated. Of course, the problem with this approach is that such lengthy random passwords can be quite tricky to remember. But one of the agents had a clever backup plan. He wrote down the password on a piece of paper, oh no, which he left near his computer at all times. No! There was no way that this guy was ever going to be made to look like a fool. Some of the coded communications between the agents also failed to hit the mark. They were meant to convey crucial information using cryptic language craftily hidden inside what sounded like a perfectly natural and innocent everyday message. But many of these messages just sounded very faintly suspicious to the well-trained ear. One of them read, "You'll meet this guy. Tell him Uncle Paul loves him. He will know. It is wonderful to be Santa Claus in May." Yeah, that just sounds like spy talk, doesn't it? It's like, the shirt turns black at midnight. It's like, oh my god, something is happening. I don't know what it is, but something is happening. This guy is a spy. Although the spies were meant to be sending their secret squirrel email messages over highly secure networks at all times, Anna clearly thought that this wasn't always necessary. One fine afternoon, she popped into a midtown cafe for a quick coffee and logged onto the cafe's network to send a confidential message to a diplomat from the Russian embassy called Mikhail Semenko. The thing is, this, Mikhail was sitting right outside the cafe in a parked van. It surely would have been far more effective to just wander outside and whisper in his ear rather than transmit the message over public Wi-Fi and a bacon butty. Other minor blunders in this delicately orchestrated operation included conducting transactions in broad daylight and full public view, and keeping hold of their communication guidebooks for future reference instead of memorizing the contents and destroying them as instructed. Guys, I mean, I know you're young, 20 years old and stuff, but did you go to spy school? Still, none of this really mattered anyway. After the agents had first taken on their new sleeper agent roles in the UK and US, it didn't take long for the CIA and FBI to cotton on and start monitoring their every move. Shocking. Some have suggested that this was a rare case of pity espionage, in which the agencies felt so sorry for the hopeless gang of spies that they just didn't have the heart to arrest them. It's like, they're useless anyway. What are they going to do? They're probably doing more harm than good. It's more likely that the CIA and FBI felt that placing the gang under surveillance might dish out some useful information from the other side. But as the years passed, having learned nothing of more value than how much Father Christmas appears to enjoy the summer months, the authorities moved in. Or maybe they were really good and they were like double bluffing. Seems unlikely. But you never know. Spies are spies. There are clearly some extremely competent ones. Facing a federal court in Manhattan in 2010, Anna and 9 other defendants pled guilty to conspiracy to act as agents of a foreign government, but avoided any jail time as they became part of the biggest spy swap between the US and Russia since the days of the Cold War. Really? These were the spies that Russia wanted to get back? That makes me think that maybe they were really good spies. Masquerading as bad spies. Masquerading as ordinary people.
You foul, loathsome, evil little cockroach!
Hermione, no!
Spying is complicated. Anna and her buddies were deported back to Russia in exchange for the release of 10 Russian prisoners who had been convicted of espionage on behalf of the US and the UK, many of whom were in very bad health. One of them, Sergei Skripal, would find himself in even poorer health a few years later when he and his daughter fell ill in Salisbury, England in 2018. I thought this was longer ago, after being poisoned by means of a Russian nerve agent. That was so intense. It's like, oh shit. The Russian government denied the UK's accusation of attempted murder, and both victims ultimately survived the attack after several weeks in critical condition. As for Anna Chapman, following a few months of debriefing in the motherland to check she hadn't defected, Anna was allowed to pursue a new celebrity life and become a national hero. What? She began hosting her own weekly TV show called Secrets of the World, was appointed editor of Venture Business News magazine, and became a popular catwalk model. Anna, your life is f***ing wild! This is amazing! And appeared on the cover of the Russian version of Lads Mad Maxim, wearing skimpy lingerie and holding a gun. Holy shit! She even inspired her own range of risque plastic action figure dolls, which are kind of a weird mashup of Barbie and James Bond and Predator and the Bells of St. Trinians. All of this makes me think that the limelight-hugging Anna Chapman was perhaps never quite cut out to make a successful undercover spy. You're supposed to slip under the radar, rather than use the opportunity to shoot your mouth off, pitch a TV series and launch a book tour. Although, I mean, respect. That's what we always got taught from day one of the MI6 top-secret training school for international super spies. Still, the Maid of Fake Street would have been a perfect choice to perform a raunchy song and dance number and announce the winners of the raffle during the interval of that annual award ceremony in Geneva. Well, that was a callback, Danny, and thank you everybody for watching. This has been an episode of Business Blaze brought to you by Blinkist. There is a link to them below. If you'd like to purchase some merch, you can go to purchase merch, get this Smash the Dislike Button t-shirt. Also, I've got a range of beard oils. If you're a bearded man and you were thinking, oh gosh, I would love my beard to be softer, that's beardblaze.com. And that's all the plugs. Thank you for watching. Maybe it's got smell. But, I mean, correlation is always causation, as the famous saying goes. Welcome to a brand new episode of Business Blaze. I, of course, am your boy with the blaze. What happens here is Danny shall write us a script, I shall read the script and make it slightly worse, and then Sam will add some fine memes. This one is the best 5G conspiracy theories. Not the best as in we like them, just like the best as in they're the most ridiculous. When I was doing the first YouTube channel I ever did is a channel, still make it, called Top 10s. And we do top 10 lists. And a friend of mine would always joke, he's like, Simon, when's the list of the top 10 best terrorist attacks coming? And I was like, Top 10 is a serious channel. I can't make that. But I mean, obviously, the best terrorist attacks will be the ones that were like foiled and unsuccessful because, you know, those are the best ones because no one likes a terrorist. But this is the best 5G conspiracy theories. I'm very curious as to where Daddy's going to take this. I'm going to assume that he doesn't believe in any of these 5G conspiracies because he doesn't have an IQ of 37. So let's crack on. It's nearly always nice to bump into an old friend you haven't seen for years and years, except A, if they're pitching you you a pyramid scheme, or B, they're like, oh, that 5G, eh? I mean, a lot of people are getting COVID. It's a bit coincidental that it just happens to be when all those 5G towers go up. I mean, correlation is always causation, as the famous saying goes. It often turns out to be a pleasant opportunity to have a good catch-up and discuss who's got married, who's got divorced, who's been sent to prison, Jesus Christ, who's died. And if all... Normally it's like, well, I hope, like, oh, it's nice to hear people got married. Also, there's Facebook these days, so you know. But also, like, divorced, prison, death. I feel like, yeah. Have you seen John? Oh, no, he got divorced, then murdered his old wife and went to prison. Oh, If all else fails, you can at least discreetly inquire about how much money they're earning to see how well or how badly you're doing in comparison to these characters from yesteryear with whom you used to tread a similar path. Having said that, I was profoundly disappointed when I met up with my old buddy and former partner in crime, Mark, for the first time in about 20 years. Danny, I hope you're not writing down your crimes here. Mark had always been a pretty smart and energetic guy. I assumed he'd end up running his own successful business, or inventing the teleport or something. Jesus. Mark is a potential Nobel Prize winner. Sadly, the tides of time had not been kind to Mark. He gave me a wild-eyed stare as he revealed that he wasn't working at the moment because he refuses to become a slave to capitalist tax dodgers. He then went on a long-winded rant about how he'd been thrown out of his flat after his evil, money-grabbing landlord started to get a bit grumpy about not receiving any rent for 8 months. That bastard. What does he expect? Rent? Yes, Mark, that's exactly what he expects. You live in his apartment. This was apparently all the fault of Boris Johnson and the corrupt Tory government, rather than anything to do with Mark blowing all of his rent money on weed every month. Well, can't blame him for that one. Also in the UK, he like, the idea that he can live there for 8 months before being kicked out. I mean, I'm generally like, yes, landlord and tenant law should generally favour the tenants, because if a landlord has someone just living in their house and not paying rent, they're just not earning money. But if that guy doesn't have anywhere to live, well, he's on the street. So, you know, obviously there's a difference in balance of power. But also, is it really right that some dude can live in your apartment for 8 months and not pay you rent? And then it's like, you got to take them to court and they don't have any money because they smoked it all? It's like, I don't know. That also seems to be a bit too far on that side, doesn't it? Or the left side. I don't know. Who cares? Let's move on. All I'm saying is if I was renting out an apartment to someone and they didn't pay me for 8 months, I'll be pretty pissed.
Give me your fucking money!
As the awkward conversation came to a close, I gave him all the cash I had in my pockets as a parting gesture and lamely suggested that we should arrange to do this again sometime. I feel that that's both insulting and unfortunate for you at the same time, Danny. It's just a lose-lose. I was strangely relieved when he announced that he didn't have a mobile phone or a social media account or any practical method of communication because he didn't want the agents of the Illuminati tracking his every move and harvesting his data. I'm beginning to think that Mark might need professional help. His final words to me were, I'll be one of the last ones standing when the rest of you have had your mind sucked dry by 5G. Oh, Mark. Oh, He seems strangely proud and defiant, as if he were looking down at me like I was a hopeless idiot. What all the conspiracy people do. You're like, no, I do believe that we landed on the moon. It's like, no, I mean, I don't believe that all those, like, flying things are UFOs. And they're like, well, you do you, man. You live in the dark if you want to. And it's like, stop it. Stop it! I nearly asked him for my money back. I didn't have the heart to tell him that the Illuminati have probably got better ways of spending their time than monitoring Mark as he falls out of bed every lunchtime and then pops down to Greg's to see if they've got any out-of-date sausage rolls going cheap. Mark, your life sounds depressing, mate. As far as sequels go, 5G... Also, Danny, what are you doing? Why are you hanging out with people? It's coronavirus time, caused by... As far as sequels go, 5G, the 5th generation of wireless communications technology, appears to have whipped up far more negative attention and frenzied debate than any of its predecessors. In that regard, it's on about the same level as Police Academy 5, Assignment Miami Beach. Does that exist? Anyway, 1G was all about mobile voice calls. 2G introduced text messaging for the first time. 3G was all about smartphones and data. 4G was all about pissing about with video calls. I'm almost embarrassed. I didn't know this. I really didn't know this. I thought it was just all about speed. I'm almost embarrassed to admit that with all of the hype and conspiracy theories relating to 5G, I'd actually forgotten what it was even meant to do. And I had to check. But of course, 5G is largely about speeding things up and providing greater global connectivity while dramatically increasing download and upload speeds through a far superior and more powerful infrastructure. Well, that just sounds good, doesn't it? I like it when my 4K videos load faster. It's not going to cause COVID, hopefully. We'll be fine. Yeah, but, you don't want to live near one of those receivers. It's definitely going to give you cancer. Except there's been no study ever to show that ever. It's like all those dumb motherfuckers going on about Diet Coke. Oh, it's got aspartame. I can't believe you drink that cancer juice. except there's been no studies showing this ever. And whenever I say this, people are like, Simon, have you seen this study? And I'm like, that study showed that they pumped like a rat. They basically replaced this rat's blood with aspartame and it got cancer. And I'll be like, well, okay, but that's not exactly what's going on with a Diet Coke, is it? Oh no! Oh no! I can already feel the cancer. That's the official line anyway. What's the official line? Oh yeah, faster internet. That's what the government wants you to think. But if you dare, this video is going to get banned or something because they're going to be like, my channel will get banned. I didn't even think about this. I might have to retitle it. Maybe if the title is something other than the best 5G conspiracy theories, I decided that I had to rename this video because I didn't want to get my channel banned for promoting 5G conspiracy theories, which, by the way, is not what we're doing. We're making fun of them because they're all stupid. But if you dare to stray from the flock of sheeple and open your eyes, you might just learn the disturbing truth about the poisonous and dangerous smokescreen technology which was developed in the bowels of hell by Satan's top team of horned scientists. Here are some of the wildest conspiracy theories to be cooked up in the foul name of 5G, along with the full details on why it's destined to kill us all. Oh, all sarcasm, just to be 100% clear. All sarcasm. Still, the bit about faster internet sounds quite good to me. So it's all just swings and roundabouts, really. Which, I mean, in English, means pros and cons. In American, I realise that saying doesn't exist, but it's really good, so why don't you start adopting it? Come on. 5G is bad for your health. It's not completely out of the question that 5G is really bad for your health. In the same way that getting out of bed in the morning and doing anything at all is probably quite bad for your health, yes. But some of the widespread claims about the dangers of 5G are quite shockingly extreme, and many of them relate to the sinister airwaves emitted by the new mobile phone technology. I just got a 5G mobile phone. I can already feel the cancer. Right at the top of the extreme scale are the claims that the new powerful airwaves can literally cook the water molecules in your body and make you sterile. And that the rollout of 5G is largely a plot to sterilize the children of the world as they piss about with their iPads in the school classroom. I'm always wondering about the motivation behind conspiracy theories. What's this one doing? It sterilizes the population. Who would want that? It's why? More people is generally better in most ways, except for the environment. The environment's f***ed. But also, are the conspiracy theories is the Illuminati cabal trying to protect the environment? And if so, well, one, you're doing a job, and two, that doesn't really seem very Illuminati, does it? It's more like, no, we want to work out how to burn more oil and make more money, rather than we're trying to save the world. Moving down the scale, a more popular theory is the airwaves can seriously suppress your immune system. This is so laughable. Obviously a bit of a concern during a global pandemic, and that the electromagnetic radiation will ultimately give everyone brain cancer. Please. These flames were further fanned when a photograph surfaced on Instagram in 2019 which appeared to depict an engineer working on the installation of a new 5G tower while togged up in a hazmat radiation suit to protect him from the death rays. In fact, the engineer was just cleaning bird shit from the tower and was wearing the suit to avoid the risk of any unpleasant backsplash. Yes, although, why is there going to be backsplash? Is he pissing on the bird shit? And it wasn't even a 5G tower, it was just an old 4G tower. But maybe they give you brain cancer and make you sterile too. Or maybe they don't. Again, it's you need to prove that they do, rather than prove that they don't. Rather than the people, It's not our responsibility to prove a negative, alright? The truth is that 5G does indeed make use of more powerful airwaves than any of its predecessors. There are two types of electromagnetic radiation. Ionizing radiation, which is found in X-rays and the rays of the sun, which can be damaging to the human body as it has the power to smash electrons out of their orbit around an atom. Yes, everyone knows this. X-rays are bad for you. It's why when you go to the dentist and they're like, okay, you need to stand in this room with this scary-ass machine wearing this lead thing which protects your balls, and I'm going to stand outside of this really thick door. And every time I'm like, I know this isn't good, but they need to x-ray my teeth. But also it's such a small amount that you're going to be fine. There's also non-ionizing radiation, which can be found in everyday electrical items, such as, say, your microwave, and is not remotely powerful enough to alter anyone's DNA, a scientific fact which has been confirmed on several occasions by the World Health Organization. Yeah, but they're in on it! The WHO, who I think I once called The Who in a video and drew some heat, but I stand by it. I think that's also acceptable. Yeah, they're in on it. They're part of the Illuminati lizard cabal, allegedly. Anyone who is genuinely genuinely worried that non-ionizing radiation is dangerous should perhaps be far more concerned about the light bulbs in your house, which emit much higher frequencies than 5G. But you can always stick to candles if you're not yet convinced that light bulbs are perfectly safe. They are, don't worry about it. Don't be like that guy in Better Call Saul, who has he's like literal tinfoil hat wearer. And the most compelling evidence that non-ionizing radiation doesn't lead to brain cancer is the fact that it's been rolling around in it for decades, yet the rate of new brain cancer cases has significantly lowered since 1992. Oh my god, 5G cures brain cancer! The jury's, it doesn't! It doesn't do anything! I feel like conspiracy theories should be fought, rather than just be like, that's dumb. Don't believe that. They should be fought with anti-conspiracy theories. Like, I'm going to start the conspiracy theory that 5G is brilliant for you. And if you've got cancer, it's going to cure it. And, I mean, this would be equally outrageous, but not any less dumb. The jury's still out on whether non-ionizing radiation makes people stupid, though. It doesn't. I mean, everyone... look, no comment, alright? 5G causes COVID-19. Ah, shit. It can be difficult to pinpoint exactly the origin of a crazy 5G rumor. Probably this video. In a year, it's going to be like, well, yeah, 5G is curing cancer. Where did this start? Snopes' business place. A video I made on my personal channel. I made one video on the Simon Whistler channel, where I got really pissed off with, you know those adverts? This is a little bit of a tangent. You know those adverts you see, like, on a website that you're reading, like, and it says, you know, these really clickable headlines, like, Pierce Brosnan's final net worth left his family in tears. And I'm like, oh my god, Pierce Brosnan is dead? What? And then I click on it, and it's just like this crazy hole of ads and cancer, and you're like, what's going on? So I decided to make a video about these adverts, showing what actually happens when you click on them and making fun of it. And this video, like, nothing happened originally because I just did it on my own channel, which has had 4,000 subscribers or something. It actually this video just started taking off recently, and Snopes picked it up and did an article about it, and I was like, that's amazing, I love you, Snopes. Mwah! You can check out that video, I might link to it below, but I probably won't. Also, Skillshare's linked to below, and you should click on them instead, because... reasons. It can be difficult to point, and in this case, it's perhaps not even particularly important where it began. It's more worrying how high-profile names helped give traction to the idea by sharing unfounded theories with their devoted followers. In a plot nicked straight from a dystopian novel, an alarmingly huge number of people believe that COVID-19 was the result of a technological experiment gone horribly wrong. Oh wait, that it actually made a virus? What is going on? One popular version of the myth alleges that 5G poisoned the cells in our body to such an extent that we began to excrete toxic waste, which eventually mutates into COVID-19. Do you not understand how ridiculous you sound? The outlandish claim was posted on YouTube by a US doctor, albeit on disciplinary probation at the time, called Dr. Thomas Cowan. Yeah, it's like the guy, the vaccine guy. Let's just call him Dr. Cockface, because I can't remember his real name. Andrew Wakefield. Also, let's just call him Dr. Cockface anyway. He was a real doctor, and he stood by it. And then he's British, and the British Medical Council, I think it's called, who decide whether you get to be a doctor or not, were like, sorry, Andy, you're no longer a doctor. We took away your medical license.
That's against the rules, and you can't sit with us.
You can't sit with us!
Yet he still calls himself a doctor and goes around the world preaching about how vaccines cause autism and kind of directly being responsible for thousands of deaths, allegedly. Which is, I think we should just call him Mr. Cockface, or just Cockface. His video was later removed from the platform, but not before his theory had been reposted and endorsed on social media by a raft of celebrity names who managed to get millions of their fans on board with this bull.
Guess what, bitch? Coronavirus!
Other more radical variants of the myth suggest that the virus is purposefully transmitted through the use of 5G, or that the virus is using 5G to communicate with itself around the world. What? It's intelligence! Of course, Dr. Thomas Cowan didn't pluck this theory out of the virus-polluted air. He'd given it at least a good 10 minutes worth of thought and research. He argued that about a century ago, the world had witnessed a very similar sequence of events when the launch of commercial radio services had coincided with the outbreak of the Spanish flu. Dude, I know I joked at the beginning that correlation is always causation, but that was a joke. It's not. It's like, my YouTube channel started taking off when I shaved my head. That is more related than this. This time he reckoned that the initial outbreak of COVID-19 in Wuhan, China just happened to occur in one of the first cities to have erected 5G towers on a large scale. Oh my god. What a link. How did you get a medical degree, Thomas? Some of the biggest names to have shown support for this theory include Oscar-nominated actor Woody Harrelson. Woody, what are you doing, mate? Come on. Come on! British boxer Amir Khan, who put forward his credentials by revealing that he'd recently been watching a lot of videos and stuff, and had come to the scientific conclusion that 5G could make things bad. I mean, he's a boxer, so I mean, you know, after a while, I don't think you're all there. Allegedly. Hollywood star John Cusack. No, John! I like you, Woody Harrelson. John Cusack, I like you more. John, no, please, no.
You know nothing.
He posted a tweet to his 1.6 million followers. The next he'll be like Bill Murray did it. That would be the only thing more disappointing. Which explained that 5G will be proven to be very, very bad for people's health. He later deleted the tweet, but only after he'd insulted any of his loyal fans who dared to disagree with his claims by labeling them just dumb and f***ing sheep. John Cusack, you seem like a really nice dude. Now I just think you're a bit of a bell. Allegedly. In my opinion. The problem with Dr. Cowan's evidence, is that 5G hadn't been fully deployed in Wuhan when the first outbreak emerged, and many of the earliest outbreaks naturally occur in big cities with dense... This coke, it does something to me. I mean, not give me cancer, it gives me burps, which is less bad. The problem with Dr. blah blah blah, it hadn't been fully implemented when it first emerged, and many of the earliest outbreaks naturally occurred in big cities with dense populations, with either very limited 5G or no 5G at all. In fact, one of the earliest, most deadliest outbreaks occurred in Iran, a country which had barely even heard of 5G at the time. Oh yeah, I remember the early days of Iran, the 5G outbreak. Oh my god, Whistler, get your together. COVID in Iran. Yeah, they don't have 5G. Then, of course, there's the small matter that any connection between COVID-19 and 5G is just biologically impossible. No shit. But that hasn't stopped angry protesters from taking to the streets with their pitchforks and in many cases burning 5G masts down to the ground. I mean, this is okay. There's this thing called it's a bell curve, right? Like IQ. And it goes like this. And most people are somewhere in the middle. But that does mean that a large percentage of people are over on the dumb side. And, I mean, a large number of people. Like, even if you're like 10% of the world, which is a massive underestimation, are dumb, then they can believe that. But, I mean, overall, that's still 700 million people, which is a lot of people. It's believed that much of this was fueled by footage on social media, which apparently showed the citizens of Hong Kong furiously revolting against 5G, although it was later revealed that the footage was taken from the previous summer during the Hong Kong protest triggered by the introduction of the Fugitive Offenders Amendment Bill. But the cases of widespread destruction and arson in the UK, Belgium, New Zealand, Quebec and elsewhere are disturbingly real. In the month of May 2020 alone, 77 attacks were carried out on 5G masts in the UK, including the targeting of a mast which was providing crucial mobile connectivity to Nightingale Hospital in Birmingham. One 5G engineer in London called Michael became the target for verbal abuse while he was just trying to do his job as the angry public accused him of helping to spread coronavirus. Oh, it's embarrassing to be British at times. One of the protesters even spat directly in his face in contempt. Maybe Michael should have pointed out, look, 5G doesn't cause COVID. That fucking did. Shortly afterwards, Michael had to self-isolate after being suspected of having coronavirus. It wasn't from the 5G though, it's because that guy spat in his face. It's all just a bloody government conspiracy. Some of the more paranoid conspiracy theorists claim that 5G is actually a military-grade weapon which has been developed as a way to control the population. A more common theory from people who haven't smoked quite as much weed is that COVID-19 itself is a massive hoax, which was designed to enforce the lockdown of society so that the harmful 5G towers could be secretly installed without any objection. Why is there so much connection between 5G and coronavirus? Is it just because they happened in the same year? I don't understand. This theory is rooted in the idea that governments know full well that 5G can at the very least give you brain cancer or mad cow disease or whatever. We're just jumping into a whole other territory of diseases. It's like, yeah, brain cancer, it can cause it, mad cow disease, which is a very specific disease caused by a very specific problem, like badly folding proteins. Or prions, isn't that what it's called? Jesus Christ. But they're still keen to roll this out under the radar because faster internet trumps everything. I don't think we need to spend too much time trying to debunk this one. For starters, the rollout of 5G was hardly carried out under the veil of shadow. They probably should have, though. I know it would be more sketchy. People are like, why are you trying to do it in secret? Well, because in the alternate timeline, everything went hella wrong, so we thought we'd have to do it secretly. And it somehow managed to attract an avalanche of objections and protests even during national lockdowns. Until somebody invents invisibility paint, the chances of installing major new infrastructure around the world without anyone noticing or objecting are always going to be pretty slim, regardless of whether all the pubs and hairdressers are shut. Yes. And bearing in mind that at the time of the writing, nearly 2 million people have died from COVID-19, there's quite a strong argument against the virus being a hoax. I'd go beyond that and say there's a very strong argument against it. Another theory is that governments of the world carefully chose certain locations in which to trial 5G so that they could monitor the results and assess how much damage they were unleashing with this treacherous technology. But not all local authorities were playing ball. A couple of cities and towns in Northern California passed ordinances to stop the deployment of 5G technology in 2019. I knew it was going to happen somewhere, wasn't it? I'm surprised it's Northern California. Aren't they all techies out there? I mean, but there's going to be like some guy or girl who's like middle-aged and read these conspiracy theories on Facebook from like one of their crazy friends and were like, oh, I just happen to be on the town council. I'm going to do something about that. So, for fuck's sake, please stop. While that same year, Brussels temporarily abandoned work on 5G installation as the Environment Minister angrily reported that his citizens would not be treated as guinea pigs. Yeah, but it's Belgium. I mean, wasn't there that terrorist attack? Was it in France? And the Belgian police, knew that there were terrorists, and they just failed. Belgium never strikes me as the most competent country. And this just adds fuel to the fire, Belgium. Meanwhile, the UK town of Glastonbury gave a two-fingered salute to 5G when the council voted to oppose the rollout of the new technology. Again, this is the same thing as before. Some middle-aged wacko reads on Facebook, sits on the town council, is like, oh, yes, 5G, that's bad, let's not do that. F*** off Glastonbury. I'll give you two fingers. Two fingers in the UK. I know this is the bigger one. In the UK, this is also offensive, slightly less offensive. So as a kid, you'd be like, hey, hey, hey! This was over fears that the annual legendary music festival was being hijacked by the government as a 5G experiment. What is going on? In which the thousands of visitors would be treated like lab rats. Please, no. All very unlikely, of course. All entirely impossible, of course, Danny. Even if the government was trying to assess the potentially damaging effects of 5G, they probably wouldn't target an event in which everybody is already frazzling their fragile brains with LSD and a long shopping list of other mind-bending ingredients. It's like, yeah, we're really worried about 5G. Pass me one of those LSD tabs that someone cooked up in a lab in their basement. It's like, Jesus Christ, what's wrong with you? It would be like conducting an experiment into the negative effects of sugary drinks and artificial food colorings, and then settling on Colombia as the prime location for testing. OG business plays joke right there. Because of the cocaine. 5G is destroying our wildlife. Maybe you're resigned to the fact that 5G is destined to wipe out humanity, and you've decided that depopulating the Earth might even prove quite handy for cutting down the queues at the post office. But what if 5G was also destroying the birds and the trees? That's surely a line you don't want to cross. In October 2018, a flock of nearly 300 starlings was found dead in a park in The Hague, in the Netherlands. And the anti-5G mob were quick to point the finger at the new technology which was apparently being trialled in the area. Hundreds more starlings were found dead in a road in North Wales in December 2019, and similar conclusions were drawn, of course without any evidence whatsoever. I mean, Danny didn't write that, but I'm going to go ahead and assume, I'm going to bet. Oh, as I said in a video I recently recorded, that I just proof-watched before doing this, if it turns out that there is some evidence, I'm going to slap myself in the face really hard. Let's see how we do. I'm going to guess that my face is not going to be slapped. Meanwhile, an image of felled trees in the town of Alexinac in southern Siberia sparked fresh outrage when it was speculated the government was cutting down healthy trees and planting replacements to hide the fact that the old trees would inevitably die when 5G was rolled out. Alright guys. To address that last point first, are we just delaying my slap? It turned out that the linden trees were rotten and to be replaced with new maple trees as part of a major reconstruction project in the area. There's zero evidence to suggest that 5G had any impact on the trees or plant life. And that goes to the birds too. Oh, my face stays safe. It's difficult to confirm exactly why hundreds of starlings had dropped dead in the same spot. It could have been a mass suicide pact. It's more likely that the bird of prey caused mass confusion, leading to a series of clumsy and fatal mid-air collisions. That does sound more likely, doesn't it? But the truth is that stuff like this is not uncommon and has been going on for years. Way back in 1904, the citizens of Nobles County in Minnesota witnessed a mighty flockalypse in which 750,000 migrating Lapland longspares were found dead on the streets, fields, and in the lakes. And this predates 5G technology by quite some time. Yes, it does. An official explanation was never confirmed, but all the birds had impact injuries, so they were most likely confused by predators or weather conditions or the bright streetlights of the town, which again led to mass collisions. Our final point to bear in mind is that The Hague hadn't even gone round to trialling 5G yet when those 300 dead starlings were first discovered. Again, what a surprise. I'm not slapping myself in the face. Snopes hit the nail on the head. Legends. When they concluded that the person responsible for sharing the images and stoking the flames of speculation was someone with a vendetta against 5G and objective reality. Bill Gates. Next century. Bill Gates intends to use 5G to control your brain with a microchip. Oh, already. Have a look at the dislike ratio on this video, because it's going to be higher. Because all the Bill Gates crazies who are like, he's injecting us with microchips! Wake up, sheeple! They're going to be disliking this video because Bill Gates, despite being the greatest philanthropist of the modern age, is, for some reason, hated by wackos on the internet in large numbers, amazingly. But don't worry, Bill, you're an absolute f***ing legend. If you want a free t-shirt and you happen to be watching this but you don't, you're unbelievably rich and you're not watching this video. But I certify you as a legend. Most 5G conspiracy theories lead back to COVID-19 eventually, and the timing of the 5G rollout and the outbreak of the virus is perhaps a tad unfortunate. But then again, if the virus had emerged earlier in history, it could just as easily be linked to the rollout of the internet, the rollout of television, or the invention of the compass. Perhaps the most absurd theory of all is that COVID-19 was masterminded by Bill Gates in a bid to flog his new miracle cure, which would involve secretly implanting microchips in your skin so that every move can be tracked and monitored with the aid of 5G. It's also claimed that the microchip could potentially read your mind, control your actions, and encourage you to download Raid Shadow Legends onto your mobile phone. That is probably the only marketing channel that Raid Shadow Legends have left. A recent YouGov poll of 1,640 people suggested that 28% of Americans believe that Bill Gates wants to use vaccines, 28%, as a decoy for installing 5G microchips in humans. 1 in every 3 Americans! Although the people who have time, like if someone phones me up, I never get these because I don't have a landline. Anytime someone phones me, like I live in Czech Republic, in Prague, anytime someone phones me, I'm like, I pick up the phone and it's an unknown number. I always answer in English, always. And if it's like a pollster or someone trying to sell me shit, I always just say, I don't know what you're saying. And then they never call back, and it's brilliant. But what my point is, that the people who answer the polls, it's like, if I lived in America, and if someone phoned me up and be like, do you have 2 minutes for a poll? No, God! Be like, no. But the people who do, let's just say I think they're more likely to believe in the 5G stuff because they're not at work on a Tuesday afternoon and have time to do a poll. When you take Democrat voters out of the equation and focus on Republicans, that figure rises to a shocking 44%. So more Republicans believe in 5G. Why? Less extreme variants of the theory insist that Bill Gates' microchip isn't intended to control you, he's just trying to upgrade you with 5G technology so you won't need a mobile phone in the future. You'll be able to make calls and pay for your lucky strikes by just wiggling your arm around a bit. This is so absurd. Another theory is that he's just trying to make a few bucks from plugging a vaccine to a virus that he created. Oh, That is the most believable thing here, and it's utterly, utterly ridiculous. On one YouTube channel with tens of thousands of followers, which we're absolutely not going to name because we don't want to give them any publicity, drew parallels between the vaccine and Microsoft Windows. Claiming that Bill's operating system was purposefully designed to be vulnerable to viruses so that it can make a fortune selling antivirus software. Considering that, well, that's also not true. Look, I had Windows on my computer, which I downloaded, because you just download Windows, and I installed it on my computer, and then I never paid for it. And it just said activate Windows in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen for ages. And it's like, I'm happy to pay for Windows. It's just, it just never bothered to, if it stopped working, or stopped updating or something, I'd be like, okay, I guess I'm going to pay for it. But it kept updating, everything worked fine. I couldn't change my backgrounds, and I never understood it. And I mentioned this in a previous Business Play video, and someone was like, they do this because they don't want you to have non-updated Windows because it makes you vulnerable and you can be part of something called a botnet, which helps hackers do all sorts of nefarious shit. And I was like, okay, so literally if you don't pay for Windows, they're just going to give it to you anyway. Bill Gates. Legends. And then I paid for it because I wanted to set my own backgrounds eventually. I felt bad, like I was doing something wrong, and I probably was. Considering that Bill Gates already spent nearly $2 billion on helping to develop, manufacture, and distribute vaccines, he must surely have dark days when he wonders why he even bloody bothers. I think Bill Gates is above this. Like, Bill Gates It's like, yeah, people talk shit about him on the internet. Bill Gates doesn't care. Bill Gates is eradicating diseases, he's trying to save the world, and he's like, yeah, people can talk smack about me. I'm like a 65-year-old man. I don't give a shit. I'm just gonna do my thing. You can do what you want. I'm rich. I live in a massive house. My life is baller, and I just give away more money than I could ever possibly spend. I think Bill Gates is pretty cool with it. Like, why would he care? All of these conspiracy theories could quickly be dismissed as bloody impossible nonsense were it not for a compelling photograph shared on social media in late 2020. Oh my god, again, this feels more risky, but I'm going to say that this photo is not particularly compelling. I've never seen of it, I've never heard of it, and if I write it off fairly instantly, if I don't write it off fairly instantly, I'll slap myself in the face. Let's see how we do. The image from Italy claimed to have leaked a schematic diagram of the 5G microchip that will be bundled into the COVID-19 vaccine. And the anti-5G mob shared the post hundreds of thousands of times across every available platform. It's fake or something. In fact, the image turned out to be the schematic for a popular electric guitar pedal called the Boss MT2 Metal Zone. Yeah, didn't Danny describe this as compelling? I mean, I guess it's compelling and you're like, wow, look at that. And then it's not compelling when you find out it's totally fake. Although I suppose the conspiracy theory, what's going on? It's very possible that the original poster from Italy was just completely taking the piss, but managed to convince the nutters that he was turning up the volume on the distorted lies by being peddled by the worst governments. But of course, the human race has been it before. Back in the 1970s, the world was convinced that new power lines were giving schoolchildren cancer. Over the years, we've seen blind panic sprout up from the use of mind-frazzling microwave ovens, hair dryers, and even electric blankets. Those dangerous electric blankets. And although it might seem as if we're currently suffering a pandemic of conspiracy theories, just wait until the rollout of 6G in the 2030s. Oh, we're for the shit to really hit the fan. Just a couple of months prior to writing the script, China has already launched their first 6G test satellite into orbit in a bid to verify the terahertz communication technology in space. I'm predicting that most of the scaremongering will revolve around 6G enabling invisible alien body snatchers to take over the Earth. Who the knows? I wouldn't put it past us. That's assuming 5D hasn't already reduced all of our brains to broth by then. This has been an episode of Business Blaze. I have been your boy with the blaze. This one was ridiculous. I hate all this shit. If you'd like to see a video of the best terrorist attacks, let me know in the comments below. Also, you watch to the end. So if you're letting me know that you'd like to see that video, I think you probably did watch to the end and are therefore a certified legend. Pick up the certified legend shirt at purchasemerch.co or also get Skillshare. Skillshare. Below. Do it. Just do it! Evidence. World record holder for the boat beer most likely to make you have a huge penis. Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new episode of Business Blaze. I, of course, am your boy with the blaze, certified legend. If you would like to
hesitation is defeat.
I don't know if you technically become a certified legend upon purchasing this t-shirt, but you know, I'm gonna say that you do. You can go to purchasemerch.co. If I am sounding a little bit unusual, it's because I'm actively trying to behave myself. I recently realized I didn't quite tie it together, but obviously on Business Blaze I do quite a lot of shouting. And I've been having some vocal troubles. And I've been advised that I should shout less, warm up my voice more.
No! God, please, no! 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 No!
What are you doing that is damaging your voice so much? And I was like, well, I have this channel called Business Blaze, and what happens is I yell at people a lot. And so, what I'm going to try and do, bear with me, I'm going to make this entertaining, and I'm going to try and not to shout at least too much. Although the reality is we're doing the weird things that companies made, and I know there's going to be some terrible, terrible pieces of here. So sometimes it's like I wish I had an audience to be like, whoa, 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 Simon, calm down. Don't shout, because I'm just in my office by myself and no one's here to tell me to behave. Okay, it was what happens here? Obviously, you know this. Danny writes us a script. I shall read the script, and Sam, he's going to see even that is like, is this going to ruin Business Blaze over? Simon's voice, it's done. His career is over. It's just a drift into obscurity from here. It was a frustrating morning for the brand development team at Guinness HQ. on the frosty morning in Dublin in 1954. The company had been flogging its curious, dark Irish stouts in 1759 and had evolved into the largest brewery in the world by 1886, despite the fact that not everyone appreciated the malty sweetness and hoppy bitterness bubbling away in a velvety pint of Guinness. I don't really have any feelings about Guinness. Like, it tends to be quite a divisive thing. People are like, oh, Guinness, that's disgusting. Or, oh, Guinness, I need to drink 11 pints of this. I'm like, Guinness is alright. I mean, it's very strong tasting. I'm sure it's absolutely horrific for your body. I mean, you just sip it and you're like, oh, it's 400 calories right there. And I have to admit, I can't drink any more than 12 pints of the smooth. Danny and I are always on the same page, or what? The smooth, creamy stuff before I feel the need to move on to a proper drink. Danny, you are H to the C. But now the company was keen to expand into a new spin-off areas rooted in their famous original brew. In 1954, they are ahead of the curve. I mean, what are we going to get? Crystal Guinness? Diet Guinness? Ideas were being bounced back and forth about developing new ranges of Guinness coffee, Guinness chocolate, Guinness gravy, and Guinness engine oil. What is going? That can't be real. But nothing seemed to quite hit the mark. Yeah, all of those things sound horrible. I don't understand. Like, I know people will criticize me and they'll be like, oh, Simon, you're just not very progressive, you're not very forward thinking. And I'm like, yo, coffee was perfected a really long time ago. Look, it tastes good. We don't need to down with it. It's like, oh yeah. This coffee's flavoured with cinnamon juice. And it's like, well, one, how do you juice cinnamon? And two, why do you need to put that in the coffee? Like, just no. Like, do you want a syrup in your coffee? Do I want to be smashed round the head with a bat? No. I do not. Thank you, though. Yes, I'll pay by card. But then one guy stuck up his hand with a pretty radical idea. He said, this is proper boring. Why don't we just forget about this drink and just concentrate on compiling a definitive annual list of world records instead? That might be good for a laugh. Yeah, oh my god, that is so random. I never thought about it. I mean, I did think about it, but it's like, why is Guinness beer the arbiter of world records? And also, I mean, in my opinion, allegedly, I've also started using in my opinion because I heard it works, like allegedly. So, in my opinion...
What are you doing? We don't do that here.
Guinness World Records are kind of a bunch of tosh, really, because it's like, you've got to pay the Guinness people to come and certify your legend, you've got to do all of this, you get a certificate, and then someone else can come and take away your legend. Your record. No one can take away your legend. And it's like, yeah, okay, so, no one, it just seems like a bit of bullshit, to be honest. But if you don't know that, I guess you're impressed by it. So it'd be like, world record holder, Simon, most YouTube channel. And thus, a publishing legend was born. And I have to say, when I was a kid, I did find the Guinness Book of World Records interesting. It was like, what we had to read before we had the internet, to provide all of the interesting knowledge in the world. Like, toilet books. The most brilliant one I ever saw was like, totally this joke is stolen from the front page of Reddit, but it's like, you're sitting on the toilet in the 1990s, and it's like, oh my god, there's no book, there's nothing to read. Okay, I guess I'm gonna read the back of this shampoo bottle for the 18th time. It's like truth. Well, that's not quite how it happens, but it does seem quite random that a little Irish brewery, which has enjoyed success around the world for nearly 2 centuries, suddenly became equally famous for verifying and publishing increasingly ludicrous world records, and the name Guinness is now synonymous with 2 completely different things. And speaking with that, why does the tyre company Michelin rate restaurants? It's like super high-end restaurants get Michelin ratings, and they also make tyres on my car. Why? The real origins of the story date back to a shooting party in County Wexford in Ireland in 1954. What is a shoot? Is that where we shoot guns, or are we shooting a movie? Attended by the fabulously named Sir Hugh Beaver, who just happened to be the managing director. Does Beaver have another meaning in the United States, or is that just a British word for, let's just move on. He was the managing director of the Guinness Brewery at the time. In between shooting at things, okay, there we go, Sir Beaver got into an argument with a fellow guest over whether the golden plover or the red grouse was the fastest game bird in Europe. And Sir Beaver later became frustrated when the host's vast library of reference books couldn't seem to confirm the answer either way. Oh my god, the days before the internet. It was the worst. Oh, by the way, if you'd like a t-shirt that says the past was the worst, which just is incredibly popular. I didn't realize, that one is the one that I get the most pictures about on Twitter for some reason. It's like, look, I got my The Past Was the Worst t-shirt. I'm like, I thought this was just something I like to say. That saying actually comes from, I do a podcast called The Brain Food Show with David, the guy I do the Today I Found Out channel with. And we're always talking about history stuff on our podcast. And it's like, always, the past was the worst. It's like, whatever we're talking about, it's like, it was worse. Other than 2020 with COVID and all that. But even then, it's like that only means like maybe 2019 was better. I mean, look, anything before 2015 was a disaster. Not really. It was great. Who doesn't love the past? And Sir Beaver, wouldn't it be Sir Hugh because he's knighted? Sir Beaver, but Sir Beaver does, Sir Beaver, later became frustrated when the hosts of asked, we read that already, if only there was a single authoritative volume which could settle long-running arguments about this kind of thing once and for all. This gap in the market prompted Sir Beaver to hire the McWhirter twins, a couple of proper boffins, who were working as fact-finders for Fleet Street at the time and would have been a very useful asset in any pub quiz to quickly churn out a definitive book of facts and figures over the course of just a couple of months. I'm taking my shoes off. My feet are warm. I have this underfloor heating in here and it tends to make my feet warm.
Okay.
Fascinating, Simon. This is the information we're here for. Tell me more about your heating system. Notice how I didn't shout that? I'm behaving myself. My voice is feeling good. This coffee is helping.
That's the coolest fucking story I've ever heard in my entire life. That's insane. Can I hear it again?
The first volume of the Guinness Book of World Records was a relatively slim book. Only 1,000 copies were printed on the first run. And although it may seem quite random for a brewery to suddenly move into publishing, the original marketing proposal was tied very closely to the drink. Yeah, I mean, this is the past as well, so they could probably be like, world record holder for the best beer, Guinness. World record holder for the most healthiest of beers, Guinness. World record holder for the beer most likely to make you have a huge penis, Guinness. And people would be like, is it a book? I guess it's true. I've seen the Bible. Oh, smash that dislike button. Guinness had no intention of selling this new book in stores. They just planned to give away 1,000 to pubs across Ireland and the UK. The idea was that this fun freebie would help settle pub arguments before they descended into a full-scale fight and convince everyone to drink Guinness while they were debating. This actually does sound pretty great. I like it. However, the book became so popular that it soon took on a life of its own. Okay, great, Simon. You just said something. It's like, this is a great idea. I like it. Yeah, no, Simon. The Guinness Book of World Records is around like 170 years later. Of course it was a good idea. We all know this. You think you're a genius? You're not. You just are in the future and know what is correct and not. However, the book became so popular that it took on a life of its own, and by the following year, the Guinness Book of World Records had evolved into a runaway bestseller and eventually broke a few world records itself by becoming the best-selling annual publication in history, shifting over 132 million copies across more than 100 different countries. Well, did they? Maybe they just sold 4 and they'd be lying about it. They could just be like, look, we write the book. It's like, yeah, no, this other book sold way more. But let's just put ourselves in there, okay? It's our book, alright? Obviously, I get why that's wrong, but there's other stuff like this that isn't, that I just don't understand. Like Google, didn't they get fines like billions of dollars last year or euros? Because in a Google search, they put items on their shops at the top of the Google ranks. And I'm like, it's their ranks. They can put whatever they want at the top. And they got fined billions. I'm like, I mean, I get why it's good for the consumer to have it up there. But it's like, it would be literally, if I had a store, and at the front of my store, I just put other people's I didn't make any money on, rather than my own. Of course I wouldn't even sell other people's stuff in my store. What are we doing? Probably gonna get fined myself, aren't I? It's like an antitrust suit against business plays promoting business daddy Google. And I'm not just saying this because it's my business daddy, alright? How did we get here? Focus has changed over the years, and some may argue that the book is now little more than an opportunity for companies to launch publicity stunts by breaking ridiculous new records. Yeah, no shit. Alongside the credible and genuinely noteworthy world records, the most recent greatly expanded volumes are just as likely to feature content covering the fastest 100 meter on a skateboard by a dog. Why? I mean, why? Instead of shouting the ridiculousness, I think I'm just going to do deep sighs like this. Just kind of like disappointed in the world and people. Just like... the largest gathering of people dressed as gorillas. 1,061 participants. I don't even want to continue. I'm just not gonna, no. Let's just not read anymore. In a bid to combat falling print sales, the gorilla thing will help, won't it, guys? The publishers have understandably turned to the potential record breakers themselves for revenue. Although it's still technically free to apply for inclusion in the book, you'll stand a better chance if you pay for a priority service, which can end up costing anywhere between $12,000 and $50,000. Holy shit. So yeah, you can get in the book. You can apply for free, but if you actually want to be included, it's going to cost more. I mean, I'm just going to throw an allegedly there, just because this sounds like a bit corrupt, allegedly, and also not the way to actually get the people who are most impressive in the book. From the 50,000 people that apply every year to claim a new record, less than 1,000 make the cut. and I suspect the other 49,000 weren't so quick to hand over the money. Although the name Guinness is still very strongly associated with the book and the world records in general, the company hasn't actually been involved in publication since 2001, and the Guinness World Record books are now owned by the Jim Paterson Group. Never heard of Jim Paterson, but he has a big group. But it goes to show how easy it is for a company strongly associated with one product to diversify and become a globally recognized brand for something else entirely, no matter how weird it might initially sound. Although maybe some companies find it slightly more difficult than others. Incidentally, oh my god, are we still in the introduction? We're still in the introduction, Danny. Oh shit!
Danny, what the fuck, man?
Oh, gotta stop. Behave yourself, Simon. Behave yourself. Behave yourself. Why does your voice sound so deep right now? Incidentally, just in case you were wondering, the fastest game bird in Europe is I wasn't wondering, Danny. It's the golden plover. No one cares. Or it might be the red grouse. It depends on who you ask. It's probably the one who paid $12,000 to get in the book, allegedly. If only there was some single authoritative version which could settle long-running arguments about this kind of thing once and for all. Microsoft goes to Teletubby lands. I can already tell I'm not going to like this. I find the Teletubbies absolutely ridiculous. I've got a kid who's now a year old, and the TV is so bad. There's a couple of shows that I like that kind of have a storyline, but there's some real bullshit. There's some real bullshit out there. Microsoft has never shown much creativity when it comes to choosing names for things. Even the very name of the company itself feels like nobody was even trying on that day. Or maybe it was far smarter than we think. When Bill Gates first co-founded and named Microsoft in 1975, he may have been playing for the long term. Because if he ever decided to, in the future, to flog a few digitally enhanced soft toys for kids based on wacky TV characters, the name Microsoft works pretty well for that too. Hilarious. And about 22 years later, Bill's grand master plan came to fruition with the launch of Actimates in 1997. The first range of licensed plush toys were based on Barney, the unfathomably popular purple dinosaur, which later ranges included the US cartoon character Arthur the Mouse and Teletubbies. All I know I never really watched Barney. All I know is it a Family Guy clip or a Simpsons clip where they have Barney goes like 2 + 2 is 4. 2 + 2 is 4. And it's so dumb. And then also, there's a Barney clip. This was one of the first viral videos I saw. I must have been like 16 years old. And a friend, you know when you'd get viral videos, someone would like burn up a CD with like loads of viral videos on it or something? The one of them was like Barney the dinosaur. But instead of and the kids were all like going around like this and Barney's doing his jumping but instead of it being like the Barney soundtrack, it's got some like hardcore rap in the background, and it's brilliant because all of the bouncing and the kids moving around lines up. It was hilarious, I'm sure. Maybe Sam can find it. While later ranges included the US cartoon character Arthur the Mouse and Teletubbies. But these were no ordinary soft toys. Stuffed with sensors and transmitters in every available orifice, they were designed by the CIA to... Not really. Not really. Get your conspiracy theories in the comments below. I know you love it. They were designed to interact with new episodes of their relevant TV shows and compatible PC learning software. This sounds like such a thrill. You'd need to buy separate TV packs and PC packs to get them working in full flow with your television and computer. The TV pack contained a transmitter which you plugged into the back of your telly so that it could pick up data encoded on VHS tapes or live transmissions of the latest episodes and then beam infrared signals to the cuddly toy so it could react in real time to what was happening on screen and become your new viewing buddy. This does sound cool and super ahead of its time. This was 24 years ago. That's mad. But I mean, I have a feeling it's just going to be a bit shit. Because all of that stuff from the 90s, like what comes to mind, Tamagotchis and those other things, Furbies, they were both promised so much. It's going to be like a real pet. You can stroke it and you can talk to it and its eyes move and it looks fucking weird. But you actually get one and it's shit. It's just so shit. And I'm like, I mean, that's all I've got to say. It's just so disappointing. And I get the feeling that this is also going to be disappointing. It sounds like we're trying to do too much with too little. The very fact that we're using infrared, it's like, wow, that was how we used to transmit information between devices wirelessly. To be honest, the range of reactions was a bit pants. What a shocker. Danny and I, same page. By the way, I've got another podcast, The Casual Criminalist. And the writer, Danny, has written a couple of scripts for that channel. But the main writer, Callum, who does most of it, in one script, I say something and then, like, because it's sort of reactionary like this, like I'll read a script and, it's just longer and criminally and there's murder. Casual Criminalist, it's on YouTube as well. Find it if you want it. How did I get into this promotion? Oh, yeah. And Callum said something. I immediately agreed with him. I said, Callum and I, same page. And the comment section was just, Simon, you have betrayed Danny. Danny has been betrayed. See that? You know, I just roll into the shouting and I gotta stop, Simon. Jesus Christ. No! Barney the dinosaur very rarely came out with anything more profound than, hooray, here we go, that's good to remember, and during very specific moments, wow, look at that boat. It seems a bit of a wasted opportunity. It's a shame that nobody thought of manufacturing a plush Donald Trump toy to interact with the news. Oh no, now we can't even have his reactions to Fox News via Twitter. Oh, Donald Trump. You'll be missed for your entertainment value. That's all. During footage of the storming of the Capitol in early 2021, it could have responded in real time with, here we go, this is entirely appropriate, and we love you all. You're going to jail though. Oh, is that actually what he tweeted out? I can't believe it, allegedly, in my opinion. Whilst initial sales of the Barney Actimate were actually quite healthy, they dropped off when people realized it was this was before, like, Trustpilot and, like, really obvious reviews on the internet where you could instantly find out whether something's shite or not. A lot of people are confused about how to set up their technology with their television set and computers. Don't forget, this was 1997. And these Microsoft toys certainly didn't come cheap. It cost $110 for the plush toy, and then an additional $65 for the separate TV and PC packs, which sounds outrageous already, and that was 1997. It's probably double that now, considering inflation. Also, inflation destroys your money. It's crazy. Like, over 10, 20 years, it's like, oh, I really lost a lot of money by just keeping it in the bank. The prices came down a bit for the later releases of Alpha Mouse and the Teletubbies, but the sales came down too, and the whole range was finally discontinued in 2000. I'm gonna say good. It might just be that kids found the toys irritating after a while, and wish that they'd stop stating the bleeding obvious for a second so that the TV could be enjoyed in peace. I don't think that's true, Danny. I mean, my kid, it's just like, we'll watch the same cartoon for like the 50th time. Absolute same level of engagement. It's remarkable. One final little niggle is that the interactive toys were known to cause conflict with other radio-operated electronic devices such as burglar alarms. Barney, scaring the absolute shit out of kids since 1997. Microsoft's official solution to this problem was to turn off burglar alarms. Jesus Christ, Bill, come on, do better. Nice one, Bill. We're all going to get murdered in our sleep to the soundtrack of Barney the Purple Dinosaur, chanting, here we go, I love you guys, awesome! Oh, let's talk about something that is actually awesome. It's today's legendary sponsor. Do you use the internet? Oh boy, do you. You're watching the internet right now. You're watching me on the internet. The internet is a glorious thing. It allows me to do this for a living, which every day I realize is entirely absurd. I often think about this. Communicated to myself, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, being Simon. There's going to be this thing called YouTube. You've probably heard of it. You watch pirated Ali G clips on it during lunchtime as a student. Forget all that accounting you're studying. Forget that international business management. What you're going to be doing is standing up in front of a camera and reading about that stuff. What are we talking about? Oh yeah, the sponsor. Meta. Well, let me tell you something. While the internet is wonderful, it's also all kinds of weird. There's shady individuals out there. There's, hackers, crackers, phalackers. I don't think there's any such thing as a phalacker. Oh, what are they trying to do? They're going to ruin your day. They're going to steal your details. They're going to take your identity from you. And that's a real thing. That's a pain in the arse. There's an unnamed company, because I can't name... they're not a competitor, but I'm not going to name them anyway, because also they might sue me. Where, I think we even made a video about it, where the guy who was like the chief executive of the company, he gave out like his, the social security number. He was like, I'm so confident in my product, here's my social security number. And he got his identity stolen the shit out of for years and years and years. And I don't think he can change the number or something ridiculous. So he's like, yeah, that really screwed him up. Fresh taste from Colgate. There's quite a bit of controversy about and misreporting and photo fakery over this one. But digging a little deeper into the root cavities of truth, I would do that with so much more vigor, but my voice, so much more vigor. Just imagine the vigor. What I'll do is I'll just do it without sound. Colgate certainly has a case to answer when it comes to a woefully misjudged line of new products. Ever since the US company first started selling aromatic toothpaste in glass jars in 1873, bloody hell, Colgate goes back a long time, Colgate has grown a shiny white global reputation for minty, fresh oral hygiene. And that's fine. Unless you were really desperate, you wouldn't fancy eating a tube of toothpaste as a quick lunchtime meal. If you really hit rock bottom, you'd at least make a start on the cat biscuits, the crunchy dishwasher tablets, or even parsnips before you resorted to lightly snacking on toothpaste. What is wrong with parsnips? I like parsnips. Like, parsnips roasted in honey is fine. And not like fine, it's fine, but like fine. The very idea of slapping the Colgate branding across a new range of ready meals, geez, would seem quite preposterous. Yeah, I'm just gonna be like, ugh. No. It kind of like reminds me of that taste of orange juice after brushing your teeth. Most customers are likely to instantly associate the branding with minty fresh fluoride paste, and that's going to be more than a little mentally discouraging when you're shopping for spaghetti bolognese or a cauliflower steak. OG Business Blaze reference right there. Marks and Spencer's cauliflower steaks. They were a thing, they were shite. If you don't get that joke, you need to watch all of the Business Blaze episodes. Again, if you've seen them all already, just go back to the beginning and start again. It's good for my algorithm. But was Colgate really silly enough to try it? The Museum of Failure was one of the first websites to recently spread the legend that Colgate launched a range of frozen meals in 1982 under the banner of Colgate Kitchen Entrees. Alongside a photograph of a scrumptious-looking packet of Colgate beef lasagna, the article claimed that the products were a disastrous flop and were quickly extracted from the shelves. Wait, is this real or not? Because I don't want fake ones, Danny, so I'm gonna guess there's more to it than this, right? Following the entry into the Museum of Failure, the story was picked up by multiple media platforms and newspapers at the time, but a quick search of the internet should still reveal a bulging tube of articles which squeeze quite a bit of fun out of the whole idea at Colgate's expense. But that was full of puns. Absolutely bulging tube of puns. But Colgate themselves got quite grumpy about it. It was later revealed that the photograph was a mock-up, and that the director of the corporate communications for Colgate declared there was no Colgate lasagna. The product image was something made up by the museum to illustrate something that never existed. I researched this years ago and found no evidence of Colgate kitchen entrees. But maybe you should have researched a little bit harder. Oh, It turns out Colgate did indeed launch a range of food products for 20 years earlier in the 1960s. Dude, you definitely knew about this, and you're like, no, we never did it. Never did it. Never did it. Even today, they'll probably be like, yeah, we found evidence of it, Colgate. They'll be like, no. Fake news. Just deny. If we've learned anything about PR on Business Blaze, don't apologize. Just deny it. Under the Colgate Kitchen label, the company decided to test the market by producing a total of 5 packaged meals, including Colgate dried chicken. Dried chicken? What the Colgate crab meat? These are not the most appealing things I've ever heard. I think it's just because they put Colgate in front of it. But the products were, and also dried chicken. But the products were withdrawn after less than a year on sale exclusively in Madison, Wisconsin. I've been to Madison, Wisconsin. Random American town I've been to. The beef lasagna now doesn't sound quite so bad in comparison. When confronted with this evidence that Colgate really had been silly enough to launch a food label, the director of corporate communications was reportedly quite crabby in his response to the journalist who had contacted him by telephone. He said, "Where are you headed with this? An article? For whom?" You can almost hear him grinding his teeth from here. Colgate, come on. The Evian Water Bra. The French brand of mineral water, Evian, deserves a little bit of credit here for being the only company in this video to launch a weird spin-off line, which was actually vaguely connected to the original product. How? It's a bra. One is mineral water. The other is a bra. And before we poke too much fun at the Evian Water Bra. Oh, I see. Wait, is it like, is padding bras with water a thing? Is that how they're actually, weird? It should be noted that it could have served a genuinely useful medical purpose, but it's just a pity that Evian didn't seem even remotely aware of this at the time. Launched in 2005, surprisingly recent, the product appeared to be a solution for the little discussed problem encountered by women whose breasts burst into flame during a particularly warm sunny day. Danny, what is going on? The water bra contained little pockets which you could regularly top up with refreshing Evian water while you were waiting in the sticky supermarket queue or enjoying a cocktail in a beer garden or having a workout in the gym. Wait, is this... So the idea is that you drink out of it? What is going on? That doesn't sound good at all. This would help to cool down your chest with confidence and avoid any risk of developing overheated flesh melons. Danny, couldn't we come up with a nicer way to say breasts?
It's not a good idea.
The product also came packaged with a pouch to carry your bottles of Evian water. Where? On the back, like a ninja? So you never run dry, even on the longest and busiest days of a sweltering hot summer. Now, this could actually have been quite useful if it had been marketed as a cooling garment for women who suffer from MS, as their bodies find it difficult to process heat, and the water bra could potentially have helped keep this overheating condition under control. And there's a pretty big gap in the market for clothing and accessories that are not only medically practical, but also dare to be quite fun and stylish. This could really have been a big hit. Danny, I And a big hit, you know what? So, I mean, I don't want to say, you know, MS, I've heard of it. Maybe it's a big thing in the MS community. It could be, but it's not going to be a big thing for Evian. Sadly, this didn't seem to be on the company's mind at all. Instead, the product appeared to be sold as a bit of a novelty item, which was designed to encourage customers to buy more bottles of Evian water so that they always had enough supplies to top up their underwear whenever they need it. And the problem with this approach is that you don't necessarily need to buy Evian water to keep the product running. Surprisingly enough, other brands of water are widely available and seem to do the job just as well. I don't believe that. I think you have to use Evian, otherwise... Evian missed a trick here by launching a product that solved a water problem without even realizing what the problem was in the first place. The company failed to win the marketing gold cup for this effort. Elon Musk doesn't sell Elon Musk. We're here. He doesn't sell flamethrowers. No, but one of his companies does, and he owns the company, doesn't he? The Boring Company might be officially an infrastructure and tunnel construction company. Why did they sell a flamethrower? But it sometimes appears to be more of an outlet for mad billionaire spaceman Elon Musk to just take the piss. So he is like real life Iron Man, isn't he? He's just like so rich. He just around. Also, he's now the richest man in the world as of a few days ago, which is insane, because he made like 150 billion in the last year. To be fair, that is mostly, or entirely, because Tesla's stock price is just insane. I'm like, I mean, I don't know much about stocks, but I'm like, when it's worth more than all of the other car companies combined, it makes okay cars. You know, other companies now make electric vehicles. It's nothing that special. And it's worth more than all the other car companies combined, or like most of the big ones. I'm like, that doesn't seem quite right, does it? Some of us happy to make a bit of money on the side by flogging merch such as t-shirts and decal stickers, beer dolls, and fanny packs. Oh my god, purchasethemerch.co, beardblaze.com. Surfshark, link below. This is just a 30-minute commercial, isn't it? But Elon Musk's idea of raising a bit of money with merch is to release a limited edition flamethrower. Launched in 2018, the Boring Company's flamethrower was limited to 20,000 units, priced at $500 a pop plus taxes and shipping, and it sold out almost instantly during the pre-order stage, generating a quick $10 million in revenue for the company. Isn't that like peanuts to Elon Musk? I mean, if he's worth $180 billion, I mean, it's just nothing to him. The minor problem with shipping such a product around the world is that some countries tend to raise quizzical eyebrows at anything labelled flamethrower, although they're perfectly legal in most parts of the world, as they're obviously a legitimate tool for specific tasks in several different industries. Yet, who buys a flamethrower? What do you need this for? But to get around the potentially pesky permit problems, Elon Musk cleverly named his product Not a Flamethrower, and this seemed to do the trick nicely. To be fair, it didn't really qualify as a true flamethrower anyway, as it was powered by a propane tank rather than liquid fuel. Yeah, I've seen that video of like real flamethrower compared to Tesla flamethrower, and it's like, they are not the same.
So that was a fucking lie.
And it couldn't shoot flames further than 10 feet, which is the usual distance at which it becomes necessary to obtain a permit. Some people argue that it was more of a glorified blowtorch or Bunsen burner, while a spokesman for the Boring Company pointed out that it was safer than most off-the-shelf products that you can order from Amazon to kill weeds. In fact, what are you using this for? In fact, it's not entirely clear what the 20,000 customers were meant to even be doing with their personal Not a Flamethrower, aside from perhaps toasting marshmallows. And that was exactly what everybody was given an opportunity to do at the product's official pickup event at the Boring Company headquarters in Los Angeles. It's just a publicity stunt. I mean, I get it, and also, I wish I had one of these, because I'm sure they're worth more than $500 now, because there's only 20,000 of them. It's a collector's item. But the relatively safe-ish product still managed to attract fury from some quarters, including from Assemblyman Miguel Santiago, the politicians weigh in to make themselves look good. Here we go. Who vowed to block the sale of Not a Flamethrower in California. What a hero. Hero! He said, if this is real, I'm outraged, and you should be too. If this is a joke, then it's a terribly insensitive one, given that we're coming off the worst wildfire season in history. Either way, not funny. Not gonna happen. He wrote it in all caps. You're the hero we need, Miguel! Meanwhile, the New York Senate passed a bill which proposed to ban the sale of flamethrowers for recreational use and reduce the legal classification from 10 feet to 2 feet, specifically citing the Not a Flamethrower as the trigger for this action. But these, again, heroes. But these efforts stalled, and it remains perfectly legal to own Not a Flamethrower in most parts of the world, including nearly every US state except Maryland, which has always had tighter restrictions on that sort of thing. And you know how many deaths that I've heard about from Not a Flamethrowers? Well, have you heard of any? It's 0. Despite the controversies, Elon Musk appeared to be having a bit of fun with the whole idea, even down to the online terms and conditions. During the pre-order process, customers were invited to get the ball rolling by ticking a box next to the statement, I understand that I will be checking a lot of boxes while agreeing to these terms and conditions. Elon Musk is a funny man. They were then asked to confirm their understanding that the Boring Company wouldn't be held responsible for anything they did with their new toy, no matter how stupid or genius, and also confirmed that they definitely wouldn't use the product for harming others, setting things on fire, or burning things to the ground. I mean, I'm not going to use it to harm others, and I'm not going to burn things to the ground, but I'm definitely setting Fire Elon. Which makes me think he doesn't take the other two seriously as well. It's a bit weird sandwiching the one okay one in the middle of two ones that are not okay. One guy who didn't see the funny side was Roberto Escobar. He's the slightly less naughty older brother of the late infamous Colombian drug lord Pablo Escobar. What is going on? Who is said to have amassed a net worth of $30 million during his years as the king of cocaine. Wait, Roberto or Pablo? $30 billion. I'm like, yeah. Pablo Escobar was worth, I thought they were talking about, it doesn't matter, 30 billion. Pablo Escobar. Mad. Roberto claims that Elon Musk had stolen his idea after one of Elon's engineer guys had spent time with Roberto in Colombia in 2007 and had witnessed his unusual hobby of setting fires to piles of money with a homemade mini flamethrower. What is going on? Roberto claims, but flamethrowers have been around forever and Elon didn't invent anything new. Roberto claims, I burned probably a couple of $1 billion over the years for many reasons. Roberto seemed, what is going on? What are you up to, dude? Roberto seemed miffed that Elon had copied his design but publicly announced that he would be willing to settle the matter for $100 million worth of shares in Tesla's company. In Elon's Tesla company. Dream on, mate. Please don't kill me. This sounds like fair compensation for a stolen idea for a flamethrower, but the Elon Musk 6-word response on Twitter observed the flaw in Roberto Escobar's logic. He said, it's not a flamethrower, Mr. Escobar. Brilliant. Also, wait, so Elon went, one of his engineers went down to meet Pablo Escobar. What is going on? This all sounds like a bit of an allegedly, doesn't it? If there's such a thing as a Guinness World Record for the world's most ridiculous piece of merch or bravest public takedown of a former key player in the most powerful Colombian drug cartel of all time, I'd like to think Elon Musk would be at least in the running for both. Let's get that money together. We need $12,000 to get Elon's name in the book. Allegedly, in my opinion. This video has been an episode of Business Blaze. It's brought to you by Surfshark. You can purchase the merch at purchasethemerch.co. You can get some beard oil from my beard oil brand, beardblaze.com. Yes, and I apologize for the lack of shouting in this video. I missed it. And I also feel that the shouting also raises my energy levels as well. It really ramps me up. So I hope I brought the energy despite having to think about my health and my voice. So I hope you still found this one interesting. If you watched to the end, you're of course a certified legend. And thank you for watching. You're the hero we need, Miguel.